Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. The broadcast is now, the Kanto Region Elite Four Challenge. A burst of excited commentary came from the TV. In a small room, a teenager was watching the broadcast intently. The challenger is Koga, a Pokemon expert from Fuchsia City's ninja family. While the narrator was introducing, a middle-aged man with short dark blue hair in a ninja suit came out of the passage. This is the Kanto region, where the Kanto Alliance headquarters is located, the Indigo Plateau, and the place where the battle takes place is the quartz venue that has been established for many years. The one who accepts this challenge is Agatha, one of the current Elite Four, the master of the ghost system. As the camera shifted, the teenager saw an old woman with short grey blonde hair holding a wooden crutch appearing on the TV. This battle for the position of the Kanto Elite Four, who will win? Will Mr. Koga successfully challenge and become the new Elite Four? Or Master Agatha will successfully defend the title? On the battlefield, Koga and Agatha stood on two sides of the battlefield, waiting for the referee to announce the rules. The rules of the game are 6v6 duels. Both sides can replace Pokemon with Solation during the battle. When one side loses all Pokemon, the game is over. The referee has a red flag for Koga and a green flag for Agatha. The headshots of the two people appeared on the huge screen in the arena, and there were 6 black circular spaces below, representing the respective Pokemon, but because the Pokemon had not yet started, the Pokemon positions were completely dark. Please guess the right to attack first. The referee signaled to the two. Since you are the challenged one, let Koga choose first. Agatha put both hands on the crutches, signaling to give Koga the right to choose. Master Agatha, then I will not be polite. Koga calmly opened his slightly closed eyes and looked at the referee. I choose to face up. As soon as the words fell, a coin with Magikarp printed on one side and one on the other side appeared on the big screen. It was slightly tossed, and after a few rounds of flipping, it fell smoothly, and what was displayed in front of everyone was Magikarp, that is, front. Mr. Koga has gained the right to attack first. As the first attack, what kind of Pokemon will he send the first Pokemon? The narrator shouted excitedly, even the teenager who was watching TV was infected. I wish I was the one standing there to challenge Master Agatha. The boy was so excited that his legs trembled unconsciously. Ash, Ash. Just as the boy was about to see what Pokemon Koga would send out to fight, a soft and pleasant female voice came from downstairs. It's getting late, don't you want to go to Professor Oak to get it tomorrow? Pokemon. Understood, Mom. The teenager named Ash responded loudly, but his eyes never left the TV. I will rest after I finish the Elite Challenge. It's so late, rest, aren't you afraid of being late tomorrow? The teenager's mother asked loudly downstairs. Even so, she still maintained a heartwarming gentleness. Don't worry, I will never be late. The boy stared at the TV and responded. At this moment, Koga on TV finally decided on the first Pokemon he will fight. Poison-type moves will be weakened by half when facing Ghost-type moves, so you must choose carefully. Koga, as an expert in Poison-type, most of the Pokemon in his hands are Pokemon of Poison-type, and some of them also have Bug-type attribute, but both attributes will be weakened by each other when facing Ghost-type Pokemon. Crobat, the first battle is up to you. Koga threw the Pokeball and sent the first Pokemon to fight, Crobat. Crobat is purple in color and is the final evolution form of Zubat and Golbat. His legs have evolved into wings, which greatly increases Crobat's movement speed. And the young man named Ash in front of the TV saw the appearance of Crobat. A set of information that only he could see appeared in front of his eyes immediately, and the above information was the information of this Crobat. Crobat. Attribute, Poison, Flying. Category, Bat Pokemon. Ability, Mental Power, Special Ability, Penetration. Psychic Power, a Pokemon with this ability cannot fall into the cowardly contest condition. Strength, Elite level. As expected of being a candidate for the Elite Four, any Pokémon has reached the elite level. The boy looked at Crobat with envy in his eyes. How he wished he could have such a powerful Pokémon now. Crobat. Agatha smiled indifferently after seeing the Pokémon sent by Koga, and took out the Pokeball from the apron around his waist. Go, Gengar. It has a round body, dark purple complexion, short limbs, and a short and pointed tail. Under the red eyes, there is a smiling face with a sinister smile, which looks very evil. After the appearance of Gengar, the information belonging to this Gengar reappeared in the boy's eyes. Gengar. Attribute, Ghost, Poison. Category, Shadow Pokémon. Ability, Body of Curse. Body of Curse. When a Pokémon with this ability is hit by the opponent, there is a chance that the opponent will fall into the disable contest condition. Strength, Champion level. It's actually a champion level Gengar. The boy widened his eyes in shock, and looked at the Gengar sent by Agatha in disbelief. How is it possible? Isn't Agatha an Elite Four? Why? Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and the boy was slightly taken aback. Who said Elite Four couldn't have a champion-level Pokémon? Agatha is already so old, with her rich qualifications and experience, how could the Pokémon in her hand be as simple as an elite level? The match begins. Just as the young man was lost in thought, the referee on the TV saw that both sides were ready, and immediately announced the start of the match. Crobat, Confuse Ray. Koga, who had the first strike, immediately launched an offensive of his own, allowing Crobat to use Confuse Ray to limit rivals' movements. Confuse Ray, Ghost is a transforming skill. The Pokémon hit by this skill will fall into Chaos Contest condition. Crobat stared at him, and a strangely colored light group gathered in front of him. The next moment, the light group turned into a beam of light and hit Gengar directly and quickly. It's so fast! The boy had come to his senses at the beginning of the game, and when he saw that the Confuse Ray used by Crobat was so fast, he immediately exclaimed. However, it seems that your Crobat doesn't usually practice Confuse Ray very much, the speed is too slow. Agatha showed a calm smile on his weather-beaten face. Gengar, dodge Confuse Ray, and then use Mean Look. Gang! Gengar laughed strangely, turned around deftly, and narrowly avoided Confuse Ray, then stared with red eyes, and more than a dozen pairs of strange eyes appeared around Crobat. Mean Look, a normal type changing skill, the Pokémon hit by this skill cannot leave the battle for a short time. In other words, the Crobat hit by Mean Look can no longer escape from the battlefield until it loses its ability to fight. Chapter 2. This is really troublesome. After seeing his Crobat being hit by Mean Look, Koga's face tightened, and a drop of cold sweat dripped down his cheek. He didn't know whether Agatha had detected his tactics, or just happened to crack his tactics, but the current situation was indeed very unfavorable to him. According to the tactics he envisioned at the beginning, using the speed and function of Crobat, he used Confuse Ray to disrupt Gengar at the beginning of the game, causing him to fall into Chaos Contest condition, and then replaced Pokémon with Venomoth, which can use Psychic-type moves. However, now, this tactic has been cracked by Agatha, and it is still a simple Mean Look. Then we can only let Crobat go on. Koga clenched his fists. This is his third Elite Challenge. If he still can't become one of the Elite Four in Kanto region this year, he will only have one left on the way. Crobat, Air Cutter. Through Gengar's previous performance, Koga knew that Gengar's speed is not slow, and it is difficult to get close to him, so Koga chose to use long-range attacks as a cover, and then looked for opportunities to get close. Fork. The energy of the flying type was stimulated, and the Crobat dual wing beat was linked together. Rapidly spinning air knives shot out one after another, piercing the air and attacking Gengar with a piercing sound. There are many as 20 or more. Gengar, Dark Pulse. However, in the face of numerous air knives, Agatha calmly stomped the crutch in his hand and issued an order lightly. Gang! Gengar let out a strange laugh, the dark-type energy was stimulated, and the brown energy condensed in front of Jengar, and as Jengar spread his hands, the violent fluctuations suddenly spread. Boom! The energy instantly diffused throughout the field, and the entire battlefield seemed to freeze for a moment. The next moment, a terrifying airflow swept across the field, and the air blade in midair completely dissipated. Body! Crobat was swept away by the violent impact without even letting out a mournful roar, flew out of the battlefield, and slammed into the auditorium. The moment he was about to hit, a transparent energy shield emerged to block Crobat, but the transparent however, the energy shield kept rippling, as if it was about to shatter normal at any time. The audience behind the energy shield didn't panic, it seemed that normal had experienced this situation many times, and even cheered loudly, looking at the Crobat in front of him excitedly. A moment later, the terrifying shock subsided in the battle arena. Crobat clung to the energy shield, slid onto the ground, lost consciousness, and obviously couldn't continue fighting. Crobat lost the ability to fight, Jengar won. The referee immediately announced the battle situation. The first round of the contest turned out to be in this way. Koga's Crobat, who didn't even have the ability to resist, was defeated by Jengar. How? Damn! Koga gritted his teeth, looked at Crobat, who was lying on the ground, and then looked back at Agatha, who was calm. He realized that he was taking it for granted, as the oldest member of the Elite Four. Agatha, her strength is definitely more than the superficial Elite Four. This time, I am afraid that I will return with a broken halberd. In front of the TV, the boy was also shocked by the strength displayed by Jengar, and he came back to his senses after a while. Unlike the previous game, in the previous game, the battle was not only represented by numerical values, but even through certain tactics, he could the weak defeat the strong. After all, the game is turn-based. As long as you use the abilities of various Pokémon and the effects of moves reasonably, you can even defeat 100 at the first level. But the reality is different. The reality does not give trainer much room for thinking, and the gap in Pokémon's strength cannot be made up by simple tactics. Many tactics in the game are simply impossible to do in reality. Arrive. It's like when Crobat used Confuse Ray before, but was easily dodged by Jengar. The strength of the Pokémon and the strength of the trainer are very important. If you want to train the Pokémon to level 100, and then push it all the way, it is completely unfeasible in this real world. Because, none of this is data. In this way, Mr. Koga should have no chance. The young man looked at Koga, who took back the Crobat, let out a breath slowly, and said with a little regret. It's just that this is also in the boy's expectation. He has seen the animated version of Pokémon. Koga in the Muin chapter is still a gym master, and in the game, he is not the Elite Four of the Kanto region. It is the Elite Four of Chengdu region. From this point of view, after Muin, Koga should have left the Kanto region, went to the Chengdu region to challenge the Elite Four, and eventually became the Elite Four of the Chengdu region. The result was just as the boy expected. The whole battle situation can be said to crush normal. Koga hardly organized an effective resistance, and was defeated by Agatha, and what Agatha paid was only the end of a Jengar. Although Mr. Koga lost to Master Agatha, Mr. Koga's strength should not be underestimated. His strength has indeed reached the elite level. All Pokémon have elite level strength. It is a pity that he met Master Agatha. This one is a super standard existence in Elite. After the Elite challenge ended, the teenager turned off the TV and lay on his bed. The previous battle seemed to be still vivid in his memory. Elite level. Elite 4. The young man slightly raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, covering the light, feeling a little melancholy. I don't know. I can do what they do and become an Elite 4 in the future. No. The boy suddenly clenched his 5 fingers tightly, as if he wanted to hold something in his hands, normal, and shouted loudly, I don't want to be an Elite 4, but a champion, or even a legend of the world's mightiest. Ash. Don't rest yet, don't you have to start tomorrow? The boy's voice seemed to be heard by the woman downstairs. Understood, rest immediately. The boy woke up with a start, turned off the light after responding, and didn't think about any more things. He is not even a trainer now, let alone a champion. Tomorrow is the day to set off. Do I choose Uzangia, or do I choose Pikachu according to my original destiny? Pikachu seems to be very good, after all, he is known as the Skin God. The teenager's thoughts became darker and darker, and he finally fell asleep. In the dream, the boy seemed to see that he had climbed to the peak that no one had reached before, became the world's mightiest trainer, and was admired by everyone. The world is the strongest. The boy murmured in his dream. Chapter 3. Dingling, ringing. In the early morning, a little sunlight shone through the cracks in the curtains, and the tiny dust in the air fluttered slightly under the light. At the same time, the bell of the alarm clock rang. The boy who was sleeping peacefully on the bed frowned when he heard the sound of the bell, then slowly opened his eyes, looked at the ceiling in a daze, then sat up and scratched his face which was messed up by rest. Hair, lazily yawned and stretched. It's about time. When smelling salts came over from the daze, the boy's eyes lit up. Today is the day to receive the rookie trainer Pokémon, and it is also the day he decides to go on a trip and challenge the Kanto Alliance. It's just. As if thinking of something, the slightly excited young man calmed down, frowned slightly, folded his arms, and fell into deep thought. Should I go to Professor Oak Laboratory on time, choose Uzangia, or wait a little later? How about choosing Skin God? Before the rest yesterday, the boy had already thought about this question, and even earlier, the boy had already started thinking about this question a few days after he came to this world, but until now, the boy has not yet figured out this question. The Uzangia gifted by Alliance has extraordinary potential. Whether it is Charmander, Bulbasaur, or Squirtle, these three Pokémon are very suitable for rookie trainer Pokémon, and the final evolution form is also very powerful, and can even perform Mega Pokémon evolution. But Skin God, that is, Pikachu, it is not a simple Pokémon. Compared with ordinary Pikachu, it has very huge potential, and it is also the protagonist of the animation version. However, this is not a game, nor an animation, but a living, real world. In such a world, Pikachu is not a Pokémon with great potential. The boy is not sure, this Pikachu and the animated version Pikachu agreed. The most important thing is that this Pikachu seems to have some strange problems. Every time the original protagonist Ash of the animated version goes to a new region, Pikachu seems to be ruined. Obviously has the power comparable to the gods, but can be hanged and beaten by a rookie Uzangia. It is not like the protagonist, nor is it like a Pokémon that has experienced many battles. It would be great if my system was intelligent. The boy sighed. In the original world, when he was reading novels, he hated that intelligent system very much. He thought it was just for word counting, but now it seems, an intelligent system can give itself advice at this time. And my own system. Speaking of this system, the boy couldn't help but heave a long sigh. Others' systems seem to be very powerful, but his own system, apart from being able to see the general attributes of Pokémon, doesn't seem to be. It doesn't look like it's useful. Forget it, never mind, let's have breakfast first, anyway, it's still half an hour before 8 o'clock. The boy shook his head, left the room and went downstairs, went to the bathroom to freshen up. As for the mother, because it was a single-parent family, in order to subsidize the family, early on, I would go to the town's ranch to work, and my job was to milk cows. When I get some rankings in the alliance competition, my mother won't have to work so hard. Looking at herself in the mirror, she was not very handsome, with short dark green hair in a mess, but she was more attractive. So, you must work hard. After washing his cheeks with cold water, the teenager patted his own face vigorously to make himself more smelling salts, and then went to the dining room to eat the breakfast left by his mother. This boy is exactly Ash, but not Ash. 4 years ago, the original owner Ash fell into the water because of a fall. Although he was rescued, he died, and the soul of another world descended into this body. Time replaced the original owner and became Ash. In another world, this world is just a world that exists in comics, animations, and games. At the beginning, Ash didn't know which world this world was. After all, even the Pokemon world has many parallel worlds. But soon Ash learned about the things in this world. Generally speaking, the trajectory of this world follows the style of the animated version, but there are also many details that are different from the animated version. And the most obvious one is the sandwich in Ash's hands now. In the animated version, the food Ash and others eat can basically be said to be without meat, because according to the world view, the ordinary animals in that world, except for humans, have no meat. Are all extinct. But this world is different, or it was originally extinct, but 3 years ago, a major breakthrough was made in fossil restoration technology. Pokemon League restored a lot of animals and fish through fossils, and the breeder, making ordinary meat was also popularized. And it is these details that make Ash not sure whether he should choose Jiahao or Pikachu, because there are too many uncertain factors. I'm full. After 4 years of habit, Ash is also used to saying it after eating, even if there is no one else around. After packing up his things, he sat on the sofa and looked at the clock hanging on the wall. After hesitating for a moment, Ash gritted his teeth and made a decision. He decided to believe in the animated version. If he chose Pikachu, there should be no problem. Even if there is a problem, Ash also believes that with his own strength, he can cultivate Pikachu to be better than the animated version. The time passed bit by bit, and soon passed the original 8 o'clock, but Ash did not move, but continued to sit in the living room, but the constantly shaking legs showed his anxious heart now. At 8:30, Ash stood up abruptly, and half an hour had passed. He believed that even if someone was late like him, it was impossible for him to go to the laboratory to collect Pokemon, so, he should start. Without hesitation, he opened the door of his house. Ash walked quickly along the path towards the laboratory. There were hardly any people inside along the way. Pallet Town said it was a small town, but it was actually just a village. This is not a small town at all. Soon, Ash came to the Professor Oak laboratory not far away. As long as you pass a bridge, you can get there, but now a lot of townspeople gathered in front of the Professor Oak laboratory, and these people came to see the townspeople who became rookie trainers today, many of whom Ash also knew. Ash, why are you here so late? 2 people have already claimed their Pokemon and left, and Gary just went in too. An uncle said immediately after seeing Ash coming. Ash also usually does some things for the townspeople, so the townspeople love Ash too. It's late, I'll go in right now. Ash couldn't explain his reasons, so he could only lie, and the townspeople next to him also opened a passage to let Ash go in. Chapter 4. Gary is the best. Come on, Gary. While walking forward, Ash also heard the voices of Stephanie's sons from the front. They were cheering a person's name together, that is Gary. Gary, this guy. Although I don't remember much about the plot of the animated version, Ash feels that he will never forget this scene. That flamboyant guy was arrogant when he appeared in the first episode angry, and there is such a Stephanie cheering for him. He looks very handsome, and even the grandson of Professor Oak, he is simply a winner in life. It's just a pity. Thinking of Gary's development in the future, Ash couldn't help but sigh with regret. After the Silver Conference, Gary gave up the position of trainer and became a research scientist like Professor Oak. Yo-ho, isn't this Ash? Just as Ash came to the front of the crowd, that is, in front of the gate of the Professor Oak laboratory, a teenager happened to come out and saw Ash. Gary. Ash couldn't help twitching the corners of his lips when he saw the young man appearing in front of his eyes. He realized that Gary was still such a flirtatious person, and that's what Gary looked like when he hadn't suffered any blows. I have claimed the last Pokémon. You came so late, but there are no extra Pokémon for you. Gary held the Pokeball in his hand, and even twirled it at his fingertips, holding his head proudly looking at Ash. This time, he finally won him. Whether there are extra Pokémon is up to you. Ash glanced at Gary and walked past him. It's useless to talk to Gary now, it's better to bring Skin God over earlier and train him emotion. Damn it, this guy. Gary grabbed the Pokeball with his fingertips, looked at the back of Ash stepping on the stairs, frowned, and shouted, I'll wait for you here. If you can get the Pokeball dream, then fight with me. This time, I will never lose to you. Then you just wait. Ash waved his hand at Gary without looking back, making Gary's face under the stairs a little ugly. For so many years, the proud he has never won against Ash, and there was even only one time, a tie that was not recognized by him. Thinking of this, Gary lowered his head slightly and looked at the two necklaces hanging around his neck. One was worn for styling, while the other was hidden under his clothes, and half of a damaged Pokeball was hanging from that one. Walking up the small slope and coming to the door of Professor Oak Laboratory, Ash rang the doorbell. Even though he was already familiar with the place, it was not the reason for his reckless behavior. There should be some etiquette. Ash? Why are you here so late? Come in quickly. The screen in front of the doorbell lit up, and Professor Oak appeared in it. After seeing Ash through the doorbell's camera, he let Ash in without any nonsense. Excuse me, Professor Oak. Ash opened the door and entered the laboratory, just as Professor Oak also came out. Seeing Ash, he sighed in embarrassment. What's wrong? Professor Oak. Although Ash knew the reason, he still had to pretend not to know. How come you are late for so long? In the past few years, you have never been late once. Professor Oak had no choice but to ask Ash on the way as he led Ash to the storage room. Didn't there be an elite challenge yesterday? I watched it too late, so I accidentally went to bed late. Ash said in a shy tone. After all, this was a lie, and it was still to Professor Oak. Over the years, Professor Oak has treated him very well, and Ash even felt that Professor Oak treated him no worse than Gary. Professor Oak taught him what he wanted to know without reservation. To be honest, you came too late. After coming to the storage room, Professor Oak sighed and said to Ash, Alliance only gave me 3 Earl Dervish Pokémon, because Pallet Town is small, so 3 Pokémon are enough, but I didn't expect. Didn't expect what? Although Ash already knew, he still asked because he only knew a part of the animation, and he didn't know who besides Gary, who received the other 2 Pokémon. According to Ash's own understanding, apart from himself in Pallet Town, only Gary and another rookie trainer will receive Pokémon today. Logically speaking, there should be no shortage. I didn't expect that a kid from the next town would come here to claim Pokémon. Professor Oak explained helplessly. It turned out that there were people who became rookie trainers in the next town today, but there was an accident in that town when they registered. Due to some problems, the trainer was not able to claim the Pokémon, so he came to Pallet Town to claim the Pokémon. And this morning, the Pokémon Center over there called to inquire. Professor Oak originally said that there was no such thing, but the trainer registered earlier than Ash, and it was not a queue-jumping behavior. It was Alliance's mistake that made the trainer I didn't get the Pokémon, so I can only give the quota to the trainer. Then, what about me? What am I going to do now? Ash didn't expect the reason to be like this, and was a little dumbfounded for a moment. This was the Alliance's mistake, but in the end, trainer had to pay for it himself? Actually, it's not without compensation. Professor Oak looked at Ash. If you are willing to postpone the time for half a year, there will be a new Earl Dervish Pokémon to claim, and the Alliance will also give you compensation. How can this work? Ash didn't want to wait for half a year, frowned, looked at Professor Oak, and felt a little anxious. Didn't Professor Oak recover Pikachu? How about it? Professor Oak also didn't want to see Ash wait for half a year. He was very optimistic about Ash, and he also knew the difficulties in Ash's family. It would be too unfair for Ash to wait for half a year. I have a newly recovered Pokémon here. Professor Oak took out a Pokeball with a little hesitation. Just you know, it is not cultivated by the Alliance, but recovered from the wild. On the other hand, it still retains its wild nature, and you are not the one to recover it yourself, so it may not listen to you too much. If you choose it, it's okay, and the Alliance's compensation will not be small. After all, this is caused by the Alliance's mistakes. Professor Oak showed the Pokeball in front of Ash. It doesn't matter, it's decided to be it. Looking at this Pokeball, Ash couldn't help being shocked. This Pokémon should be the famous Skin God. Chapter 5. Taking the Pokeball from Professor Oak, Ash takes a deep breath, taps to zoom in, and throws, "Come out, my buddy." The Pokeball came out of his hand, whirled in midair, and suddenly opened. White light emerged from it, fell on the ground in front of him, condensed to form the outline of a petite Pokémon, and then the white light spread out, and the appearance was very cute and small. The Pokémon appeared in front of Professor Oak and Ash. Pika. The little Pokémon sounded suspicious. It looked up at Professor Oak, then at Ash, and finally found that its Pokeball was actually in the hands of this human child. Pokémon has yellow fur, long ears with black tips, and red marks on both sides of its cheeks, but it is actually an electric sac, from which powerful lightning can burst out. It has 2 brown stripes on its back, a lightning-shaped tail underneath, and a patch of brown hair where it meets its body. It's none other than Pikachu, an electric mouse. Pikachu. Attribute: electricity. Category: rat Pokémon. Ability: static, hidden ability, lightning rod. Static: when a Pokémon with this ability is attacked by a contact move, there is a chance that the attacker will be paralyzed. Contest condition. Strength: Earl Dervish class. Complete the achievement. Get the Earl Dervish Pokémon, and reward the number of lucky draws *1. New features are enabled, achievements are enabled, and target tasks are enabled. At this moment, a mechanical mixed voice sounded in Ash's mind, which made Ash startled, and then realized that it was the system. Although I have never heard the sound of the system, it is no surprise that this is the sound of the system, but Ash has no time to check it now. He needs to say hello to the Pikachu in front of him, which is the Skin God. "Hello, Pikachu, my name is Ash, and I will be your friend from now on, please take care of me." Ash squatted down, with a smile, and stretched out his hand to Pikachu. Ash knows that this Pikachu is not friendly to strangers and may even suffer thunder shock for his actions, but Ash still does it because he needs to let Pikachu know that he has no ill intentions towards him. "Wait, don't!" Professor Oak hurriedly said, trying to stop Ash's movement. Ash's rash movement may arouse Pikachu's vigilance, and at this time, Pikachu will discharge. However, the next scene surprised Professor Oak. He looked at Pikachu and Ash in disbelief. Pikachu tilted his head and looked at Ash, then looked at Ash's outstretched right hand. After a slight hesitation, he put his tail on Ash's right hand. Seeing this, the smile on Ash's face became even brighter. He knew that Pikachu's willingness to shake hands with his tail was not to despise him, but to sincerely want to communicate with him. "Although we are not very familiar with each other now, I believe that we will soon get to know each other and become good friends." After Ash let go of his hand, he said to Pikachu seriously. "Only when the Pokémon is sincere, the Pokémon will open its heart to accept the trainer," which Ash learned from Professor Oak. Pikachu seemed a little embarrassed, nodded slightly and turned his face away, but he didn't reject Ash's kindness. It felt kindness and an inexplicable feeling from Ash. "Then Professor, Pikachu has accepted me, have I become a real trainer?" Ash looked up to Professor Oak and asked. "No, that's right." Professor Oak came back to his senses and looked at Ash in surprise. It's not that he didn't let Pikachu get in touch with other people, but he had never been so harmonious as Ash when they met. Even if it is him, the relationship with Pikachu now is no more than the relationship between Ash and Pikachu. You must know that he has taken care of Pikachu for a while. Then, Professor, don't you have something to give to me? Ash looked at Professor Oak in a daze, and could only remind him aloud. Yes, yes. Professor Oak finally came back to his senses, nodded again and again, went to the table beside him, picked up a red mechanical booklet, and 6 blank Pokeballs. This is Pokédex. In addition to identifying Pokémon, it also contains information about you as a trainer. You need to use this Pokédex whether it is a gym challenge or a stay at the Pokémon Center. You must keep it safe. If it is damaged, please contact me in time. Professor Oak reminded. I know. Ash already knew these things. He nodded, and took the Pokédex and Pokeball from the professor's hand. In addition, the compensation from the Alliance has been paid to your account, and the Alliance will compensate you 3,000 yuan per month for a period of 1 year. Professor Oak said. Really? Ash's eyes lit up when he heard the compensation, 3,000 yuan a month, 36,000 a year, which is not a small amount for Ash, knowing that his mother Delia went to work on the ranch. It's only in the early 20,000s a year. Originally, Ash was still a little worried about the cost of cultivating Pokémon in the future and what to do with daily expenses, but with this money, it cannot be said that it is completely enough, but there is no need to worry too much. Okay, put away Pikachu, it's time for you to go. Didn't you decide to challenge this year's Indigo Plateau Conference? Professor Oak smiled slightly. In fact, the compensation of Alliance was originally for half a year, but he decided temporarily, I will fund Ash for half a year by myself, making up for a year. He has seen many trainers, so he believes in Ash's potential, and he doesn't want to see Ash being buried. Ash has the potential to become an Elite Four trainer, and even the champion is not without hope. Thank you, Professor. Ash bowed slightly to thank Professor Oak, then looked at Pikachu. Pikachu, do you want to enter the Pokeball? Skin. Pikachu looked at the Pokeball in Ash's hand and shook his head again and again. It didn't want to enter the Pokeball. If it wasn't for its lack of strength, it would have broken free from the Pokeball by itself, so it wouldn't stay inside. Then, come up. Ash already knew that Pikachu would not enter the Pokeball, so he put Pikachu's Pokeball away, stretched out his right hand, and signaled Pikachu to jump up. Pikachu didn't hesitate either, and jumped onto Ash's injury slightly, along his arm, and climbed onto his shoulder. The two seemed destined to be normal long ago, and they were obviously very harmonious. Then Professor Oak, I'll go first. Although a little uncomfortable, Ash still smiled at Pikachu, and said goodbye to Professor Oak. Chapter 6. Professor Oak nodded, but he didn't let Ash leave just like that. Instead, he walked to the door with Ash, ready to send Ash off. In a sense, Ash was his student. Be careful along the way, this world is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Along the way, Professor Oak was silent for a moment before speaking to Ash. What do you mean? Ash was taken aback, and looked at Professor Oak with a puzzled and dignified look. The information expressed by Professor Oak's words seemed a bit complicated. Although it is not a good thing for you to know too much now, I still want to remind you. Standing in front of the gate, Professor Oak looked at Ash and said seriously, in this world, Pokémon League it's not completely safe for everyone, and some places are still unexplored and unknown. So if you are on your way, try to follow the road opened by the Pokémon League as much as possible, and don't blindly go into some deep mountains and old forests. No one knows how powerful the Pokémon there are. Even if a trainer at the level of Gym Master enters these places, he cannot fully ensure his own safety, let alone a rookie trainer like you. Pikapi. Pikachu standing on Ash's shoulder also nodded. It was born in the wild world. There are indeed many dangers hidden in Fangyin in those places. If you are not lucky, you can get help from Kangaskhan, it may have died somewhere unknown. I understand. Ash nodded solemnly, before he lacked strength, he would not rashly take risks in some unknown places. Okay, let's go, I see that Gary has been waiting for you for a long time. Professor Oak patted Ash on the other shoulder, and pointed to Gary's position under the stairs. He naturally understood Gary's intention to wait for Ash here. Gary. Ash looked at Gary below, nodded slightly, and said goodbye to Professor Oak, then, Professor, I'm leaving. Go ahead, I still have something to do. I will settle the matter between you. Professor Oak smiled. Although he wanted to see the battle between his grandson and Ash, he still had a lot of things to do today. It's a pity that I don't have the time to do it. Ash bowed slightly to Professor Oak, then walked down the stairs to meet Gary's fiery gaze, and came in front of him. It looks like you've got the Earl Dervish Pokémon, right? Gary crossed his arms around his chest, glanced at Pikachu on Ash's shoulder, and spoke with a slightly proud tone, then looked at Ash with a very hot and passionate gaze. A trace of hidden deep dignified. Since meeting Ash, the relationship between him and Ash has never been normal, just like normal, a rival in destiny, he wants to overwhelm Ash in every aspect. But Ash's performance exceeded his expectations. Without the precepts and deeds of his elders, Ash actually learned many things that even he didn't know very well. Even his proud grandfather kept praising Ash. This made Gary very unhappy. In this long competition, apart from the fact that Gary won at the beginning because of his family relationship and being exposed to many things that Ash didn't know well, in the past 2 years, he has won more than 100 victories, and it can be said that he was stabilized by Ash. Things Gary didn't want to see. Now, he and Ash have finally become trainers. As a trainer, only combat power can explain everything. As long as he defeats Ash in this battle, all previous failures will be wiped away. That's right. Ash nodded, he looked at Pikachu on his shoulder, and Pikachu looked at Gary, then at Ash, and seemed to understand the relationship between the two. Pikapi. The electric pouch on Pikachu's cheeks was slightly floating with electric arcs, and the atmosphere between the two infected its emotions, which aroused its fighting spirit slightly. Pikachu, although it is different from what I expected, but even so, this battle must be my victory. Gary took out the Pokeball and pointed to Ash, let's decide the outcome, this time, I will return all the previous shame to you. Gary's words made Ash feel speechless for a while, these words were a bit too second-guess, but at the same time, such words also inspired Ash's fighting spirit. This is his first time fighting. No matter how much he has fought through games in the previous world, it is far inferior to this kind of battle where he personally commands Pokémon to fight. A game is a game, and it is data. Through various values, it may be possible to develop various terrifying tactics, but now it is reality, and real battles will not be turn-based. Come on, Gary Gary! Gary Gary, you are the best! Outside the fence, the Stephanies of the Gary Support Club screamed after hearing Gary's words, and the surrounding townspeople did not leave, they also wanted to see, this year what kind of battle will the two rookie trainers of Pallet Town show. Come on! Gary turned and walked out of the gate, and came to the battlefield that had been vacated outside. The area was not large, about 20 meters long and 5 meters wide. After all, it was not a regular battlefield. Ash walked to the other end, took a deep breath, and looked at Pikachu on his shoulder. Pikachu, this battle is up to you. Although we are not very familiar with each other, please believe me. Pika Pika. Pikachu nodded vigorously when he heard the words, then jumped down from Ash's shoulder to the open space 3 meters away, landed on all fours, and assumed a fighting posture. Go, my baby, Squirtle. Seeing this, Gary threw the Pokeball in his hand vigorously, and sent out the Earl Dervish Pokemon he chose, one of the Kanto region royal family, Squirtle. White light emerged from the opened Pokeball, and fell on the open space, revealing a petite figure. It is a small turtle-like Pokemon with a light blue complexion, covered by a hard wrapped in a turtle shell. The back of the turtle shell is brown, and the abdomen is olivine color. It has a pair of big purple eyes, a round head and short limbs with 3 toes, and a small wavy tail behind it. Squirtle. Attribute: Water. Category: Turtle Pokemon. Ability: Torrent. Hidden ability: Rain Disc. Riptide: when the Pokemon with this ability drops to 1/3 or even lower, the power of water-type moves will be increased by 1.5 times. Strength: Earl Dervish class. Then, come on, Ash! I will definitely win this battle! Gary shouted excitedly, and immediately took the initiative. Squirtle, Water Gun. Chapter 7. Jenny. Squirtle, who received the order, launched an attack without hesitation. The water-type energy was stimulated in the body and gathered in the mouth, forming a small stream of water. Under its control, it turned into a small stream. Fire the water gun from its mouth, straight for where Pikachu is. Pikachu, dodge the attack. Although it was the first actual combat, Ash did not panic. Facing Squirtle's attack, he calmly let Pikachu avoid it instead of confronting it head-on. Pika! Pikachu yelled softly, and carried out Ash's order. He dodged sideways and dodged Squirtle's not-so-fast attack. For Pikachu, who spent time in the wild, there is no threat. After the water gun was dodged by Pikachu, it bombarded the ground not far behind him, splashing water everywhere. Squirtle, rush up and use tackle. Gary was not discouraged when he saw this. He was also very aware of Pikachu's advantage, and the attack just now was just a probing behavior, and through the simple probing just now, he has already roughly understood now, what is the strength of this Pikachu. Although it is also the first time to become a trainer and the first time to engage in actual combat, Gary's true strength is not comparable to that of ordinary rookie. As a genius, he has talents different from ordinary people. I can see how capable Pikachu is, and I am also surprised by Pikachu's actions. In his eyes, although Pikachu's movements are not brilliant, they are very proficient. He seems to have a lot of combat experience. Normal is not like an Earl Dervish Pokemon at all. At the same time, on the battlefield, after receiving the order, Squirtle immediately stepped forward with his short legs and rushed towards Pikachu. The normal type energy was stimulated, covering the whole body, strengthening his own body, and at the same time, it even slightly increased Squirtle's speed. This is the Earl Dervish Pokemon cultivated by Alliance. Their initial strength may be quite satisfactory, but in terms of the use of moves, they are not comparable to ordinary Pokemon. Facing the attacks of Gary and Squirtle, Ash narrowed his eyes slightly, and immediately issued an order. Pikachu, after dodging the attack, use Thunder Shock. Pika! Pikachu watched Squirtle's movements closely, and when the opponent was less than 1 meter away from him, he took action, dodged to the left, avoided Squirtle's attack, and then launched a counterattack. Electric-type energy excitation, launched from Pikachu's electric bag. The small electric arc seems not powerful, but it is extremely fast, hitting Squirtle almost instantly. Jenny! Squirtle was completely unprepared, and after being hit by Thunder Shock, he let out a miserable cry. The water type was restrained by the electric type, and this blow caused double attribute restraint damage to it. Squirtle! Gary's pupils shrank slightly, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth slightly. This Pikachu's movements were too sensitive, somewhat beyond his expectations. The arc dissipated, and there was a little smoke floating on Squirtle's body, but he didn't fall down. He just panted slightly to reveal his current condition, and his physical strength had dropped a lot. However, at the next moment, a cool breath surged from Squirtle's body, and water blue energy surged out, and then retracted into Squirtle's body. This was its ability. Torrent was activated. Gary's expression didn't change when he saw this scene, and he was even a little dignified. The torrent was activated, which means that Squirtle's physical strength has dropped by more than 2/3. This is very bad news for Squirtle and him. Break the distance and use the water gun. There was no way. Gary immediately changed his tactics. He wanted to keep the distance between the two, and let Squirtle counterattack with the water gun through the bonus brought by the torrent. Jenny. Squirtle stepped back immediately, widening the distance between himself and Pikachu, and at the same time activated the water-type energy. With the addition of the torrent, Squirtle's energy activation speed was accelerated by half. Use the water gun faster than before. The water sprayed out from its mouth, and the speed in midair also became faster, almost in front of Pikachu in the blink of an eye. This kind of speed made Ash almost unable to react, and the sudden increase in speed really made Ash not expect it at the first time. But Pikachu has been vigilant all the time. At this moment, the experience he has gained from surviving in the wild makes him roll for the first time, and the water gun almost brushes his hair and passes by. Bang! The water gun bombarded the ground not far behind, and even smashed a small hole in the ground. The power was obviously much stronger than before. Actually, was dodged. Gary looked at this scene in astonishment. Ash obviously didn't react. This was Pikachu's own action, and it actually made such an action without trainer's command. It was beyond his imagination. And Squirtle showed the same look of astonishment. It was also very confident in its attack just now. During the training period of Alliance, it had never been dodged after the attack after activating the torrent ability. I was careless. On the other side, Ash was a little annoyed. He was too immature to command a battle for the first time, and he shouldn't have made such a mistake. Fortunately, Pikachu is not an ordinary Earl Dervish Pokémon, otherwise he would be affected by this. If you hit the water gun attack, your stamina will drop a lot. Cheer up! Ash's eyes narrowed, and he became more and more serious. While Gary was still stunned by the smackdown attack, he gave Pikachu an order, Encore, Thunder Shock. Pika Pika. Pikachu launched a counterattack without hesitation. The electric type was excited, and the arc blasted out, landing on Squirtle, and the golden electric blast enveloped Squirtle's whole body. Jenny. Squirtle, who was bathed in the electricity, let out a painful wail again, and then couldn't hold on for long, fell to the ground, passed out, and lost consciousness. Squirtle! Gary exclaimed, and finally came to his senses. He immediately ran to Squirtle and squatted down, checking Squirtle's condition. He didn't let go until he saw that Squirtle was only physically exhausted and did not suffer any physical damage. Take a breath. You've done a good job, Squirtle. I'm not mature enough, I'm sorry. Gary took out the Pokeball, took Squirtle back, and was unwilling to become trainer's first battle, the first battle with Ash, lost. Pikachu, you did a great job, thanks for your hard work. On the other side, Ash breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, he didn't want to lose the first battle, especially, the opponent was still Gary. Pika. Pikachu puffed out his small chest proudly, with his hands on his hips and a smile on his face. After becoming Ash's Pokémon, he was also very happy to help Ash win. Chapter 8. Gary. At this time, the Stephanies of Gary's support club also wailed. Their idol Gary lost to another person, which made them a little hard to accept. As expected of Ash. The other residents nodded slightly. Over the years, they have also seen the struggle between Ash and Gary, and most of them were when Ash won, so after seeing this scene, they didn't have too much trouble. Big surprise, just lamented Ash's talent. This time, I lost. Although Gary is unwilling, he will not play tricks. If he loses, he will lose. He will not deny the ending, as long as he wins back next time. This is not a fair fight. Ash looked at Gary after letting Pikachu return to his shoulders, and shook his head slightly. What do you mean? Gary frowned, looking at Ash puzzled. Pikachu is not the Pokémon cultivated by the Alliance. It was recovered by the professor not long ago. It seems to have survived outside for a long time. Ash simply explained, and at the same time touched Pikachu's head, and Pikachu also rubbed against Ash's palm and let out a comfortable growl. A Pokémon that has survived in the wild. Gary thought about it, then shook his head. No, this is a fair contest. Pikachu has survived in a dangerous environment in the wild, so he has abnormal sensitivity, which can be explained by his performance in the battle just now, but similarly, his Squirtle also has advantages that Pikachu does not have. After formal training, Squirtle has more standard movements, and is even more proficient in the use of moves, but he did not give full play to Squirtle's advantages in this battle, so he lost to Pikachu. So in the end, it's not that Squirtle is weaker than Pikachu, after all, both are Earl Dervish level Pokémon, but that he, Gary, didn't perfectly display Squirtle's strength. Although I lost this time, next time, the one who wins will definitely be me. Gary turned his back and stopped looking at Ash. He was going to heal Squirtle. No. Next time, I must be the one who wins. In this regard, Ash did not lose at all. He would never lose to Gary. Pikapi. Pikachu also let out a soft cry, expressing that he would definitely win next time. Gary didn't say much, and walked towards the laboratory in silence. The unwillingness in his heart not only didn't kill him, but ignited the flame in his heart. Although he didn't know when he would meet Ash next time, he firmly believed that he would not lose for Ash, he swears. Seeing Gary leave, the Stephanies from the support club wanted to follow, but they couldn't enter Professor Oak's laboratory without an invitation. They could only stay outside, glaring at Ash at the same time, while the cute Pikachu did not receive this treatment. Ash! Come on! We are optimistic about you and you must become a great trainer. The surrounding residents saw that the battle was over, so they prepared to leave, and before leaving, they all cheered for Ash. I will definitely not let everyone down. Ash responded with a smile. His goal is not as simple as becoming a great trainer, but to set foot on the peak that no one has ever climbed and see the magnificent scenery. When the crowd gradually dispersed, Ash also prepared to go home to pack his luggage and set off, but he was shocked to find that there was a familiar figure among the crowd. With a gentle smile and a green backpack in her hand, she waved her hand when Ash found her. Mom! Ash came to his mother Delia in surprise, obviously not expecting Delia to appear here. Shouldn't you be working? It was originally, but the boss asked me to leave work early after knowing that today is your day to become a trainer. Delia explained with a smile, while looking at Pikachu on Ash's shoulder. By the way, Mom, this is Pikachu, a friend I just made. Seeing that Delia's eyes fell on Pikachu, Ash immediately hugged Pikachu and introduced it to Delia. Pika. Pikachu waved his little paw and greeted Delia. Hello, Pikachu, Ash. I'll leave it to you in the future. Delia stretched out her free right hand and touched Pikachu's head, but Pikachu didn't resist, and even let out a comfortable cry. By the way, this is your luggage. I've packed your clothes and lunch for you. This is for you to eat on the way. I also prepared some food and drinking water. Delia suddenly remembered her for the purpose. He quickly picked up the backpack, unzipped it, and showed Ash the contents inside. This is... Ash saw that Delia took out so many things from this not-so-big backpack. It lost its original shape, and couldn't help exclaiming, "Spatial backpack." Delia nodded with a smile, put the things back into the backpack, and handed them to Ash. How could it be? Ash looked at Delia in disbelief. The space backpack was developed not long ago. It caused a sensation when it came out, but the price is not cheap. Such a space can hold a cubic me's backpack is the price that Delia can save for 2 years of working on the ranch without eating or drinking, which is 40,000 yuan. Humph. Delia didn't explain anything, and even kept a smile on her face, but in Ash's eyes, she knew the hard work behind it. Her mother really paid too much for herself, too much. Thank you, Mom. Ash took the small but heavy backpack and carried it on his back. Although it was just a simple thank you, Ash had already made up his mind. Thousands of words can't be fully explained with just one thank you, but he doesn't know what to say now. Take good care of yourself in the future, be careful on the road, make more friends, don't be too reckless, if you encounter danger, you'd better avoid it. Delia seemed to know that Ash was about to leave, and she babbled a lot, but Ash didn't feel bored, but felt a sense of reluctance. By the way, Mom. Ash remembered something, so he almost interrupted Delia, explaining something about the Alliance subsidy. Really? That's really great. Delia didn't expect to have such a surprise, a pleasant smile appeared on her face, and she was a little relieved in her heart. After buying this backpack, it was almost spent. Delia's savings just didn't want to worry Ash, so she didn't say it. And after getting the news, Delia also felt a big stone falling from her heart. Chapter 9. Mom. The two walked all the way to the entrance of Pallet Town, and gradually fell silent. The atmosphere of parting made Delia and Ash uncomfortable. Finally, Ash spoke first, let's send it here. Delia stopped walking, looking at Ash who was about to be as tall as her at some point, her eyes became softer and softer. So. I'm leaving. The atmosphere of Ash's parting washed away the excitement of going on a trip before. Ash lowered his head slightly, and said in a somewhat depressed mood. After Pikachu felt Ash's emotions, he didn't make a sound, but just patted Ash lightly. Well, let's go, be careful on the road, if you encounter danger, try to avoid it, don't get hurt. Although I have said it many times, Delia is still worried, but she suddenly came to her senses and stopped chattering. Nagging finally turned into a sentence, tailwind all the way. Goodbye, Mom. Ash nodded vigorously, and after bowing goodbye to Delia, he turned and left, put away his depressed mood, and resolutely walked outside. Delia, on the other hand, looked at the back of Ash leaving, and kept watching until Ash's back disappeared from her sight, then turned back sadly. The young eagle will eventually soar in the outside world one day, and what she has to do, just don't be a stumbling block to it. Pika. After walking in silence for more than 10 minutes, Pikachu finally spoke out. It patted Ash on the head, as if wanting to comfort Ash. It's okay, Pikachu. After more than 10 minutes of adjustment, Ash has recovered his emotions, and after feeling Pikachu's kindness, he smiled at Pikachu. Pika. Seeing that Ash recovered, Pikachu also showed a bright smile. So, what should we do now? Pausing, Ash came to the shade of the roadside trees. The most urgent task now is to go to Viking City, which is not far from Pallet Town, but there are some things to do along the way. What? Still have to make a plan. It is a choice whether to go forward indomitably and go to Tokiwa City without stopping, or to move forward while training. The former choice allows Ash to avoid sleeping in the wilderness today and avoid danger, while the latter choice allows Ash and Pikachu to get enough exercise, but the process will be slower. The area around Pallet Town is also very suitable for battles with Earl Dervish level Pokemon. There are not many powerful Pokemon here. Even if it is the leader of a group, its highest strength will not exceed the normal level. It is divided according to the level of the game, which is below level 20. By the way, suddenly, Ash remembered something about the system. When he got Pikachu before, the system seemed to have reminded him of something, such as a lottery draw. Thinking of this, Ash's eyes lit up. His own system actually has this kind of function. He thought he could only look at attributes or something, just a cheat finger with little use, but now it seems that he wrongly blamed the system because I haven't got Pokemon yet, so I haven't activated the system's functions. Ash immediately called out the system in his mind, and the interface of the system appeared in front of Ash. In addition to the functions of detecting the strength of Pokemon attributes, there were 3 more interfaces: achievement, goal, and lottery. Out of curiosity, Ash didn't go to draw the lottery immediately, but wanted to see what the extra functions of the system would be useful for, so he opened the second interface, achievements. Earl Dervish Pokemon, obtain your first Pokemon reward draw times *1, completed. This is the only one of the many grey achievement entries that is lit up, and the other one is the first victory, fight against the trainer and win a victory reward lottery times *1, completed. The 2 achievements rewarded a number of lottery draws respectively. It seems that after passing the achievement, you can get the number of lottery draws. Although I don't know what the lottery draw can draw, it is much better than nothing. And under these 2 achievements, there are many achievements. Ash took a look at them. It seems that he personally recovered the first Pokemon, obtained the gym badge for the first time, and collected 8 Pokemon from a region for the first time. Badge and so on. Ash even saw the achievement of regaining the legendary Pokemon, which made Ash a little bit dumbfounded. The legendary Pokemon is not as simple as it exists in the game. The legendary Pokemon in the world is a real legend. In terms of strength, even if the main force of the champion is all out, there is no advantage. Don't worry about achievements. Anyway, if you can achieve it, you can achieve it. If you can't achieve it, it's useless to look at it. Ash calmed down a little. Even if he didn't have these achievement lists, he would do these things one day. Turning his eyes slightly, Ash looked at another interface after the achievement, the target. Opening the goal interface, Ash found that it was much simpler than the achievement interface. There was no extra nonsense, only one. Obtain the second Pokemon reward draw times *1. It's too simple, isn't it? Ash looked at the rewards of the goal with a little surprise. He didn't expect that there would be rewards for the number of lucky draws for completing the goals. He thought that the number of lucky draws would be a more precious reward, but from this point of view, the rewards for lucky draws the number of times does not seem to be too precious. Recovering the second Pokemon is imperative. I originally planned to recover it later, but since there are rewards for achievements and goals, let's recover it now. In this way, we can get 2 lucky draws at the same time. Ash thought about it, but we still need to see what's on the lottery interface. Ash had his own plans before, and he didn't plan to recover the second Pokemon too early, because it is not an easy task to recover a Pokemon that suits his wishes. Pokemon are not all the same. The same kind of Pokemon also has differences in personality and talent. If you want to become a powerful trainer, you naturally need to recover Pokemon with better talents and Pokemon that match your personality. Some Pokemon have weak personalities and do not like to fight by nature. Such Pokemon are not suitable for Pokemon battles, nor are they suitable for trainer training. This is not a game, it is not just recovering a so-called 5v stubborn character, 6v restrained, and then adjusting the effort value. It can be used in battle. The real Pokemon needs to consider more factors. The real Pokemon's character is more important. If you don't like to fight, you can't make it play well in battle if you regain it. But no matter what, let's take a look at the lottery drawing interface first, and see what can be drawn. Ash set his sights on the lottery drawing interface, and then opened it. Chapter 10. The lottery interface continues the style of the previous interfaces, which is simple. There are only 2 words in the entire interface, that is lottery. Looking at the seemingly unreliable lottery interface, Ash twitched his mouth, always feeling that the things that can be drawn in this lottery may be useless. Forget it, don't just look at the surface of everything. Although it is simple, maybe you can get something good? Even giving some money is a good thing. Ash shook his head slightly. It was originally something that was given for free, so if you have it, it's already counted, and if you don't have it, there is no loss. According to my current situation, it would be great if I could give money in the lottery. Kameng's expenses are also settled, and even the conditions at home can be improved, so that Delia doesn't have to work so hard. Come on, let's see what we can get. Thinking of this, Ash resolutely tapped on the button with the word lottery printed on it. Suddenly, the interface changed, and an interface similar to a slot machine appeared. The above is not divided into 3 grids like a slot machine, but a series of nouns. The first one printed in the eyes is the 3 words Big Pearl. Big Pearl! Ash exclaimed. Big Pearl can be regarded as a valuable item in the Pokemon world. Many things need Big Pearl to be made. In terms of price, the current market price is 3,700 yuan 1. If you can get the Big Pearl, isn't it a waste of money? Ash suddenly became excited. 3,700 yuan, which is a huge sum of money for Ash, at least it can make his life better. But the turning of the interface made Ash's eyes dim. He thought he had just won the Big Pearl in a lottery, but it turned out not. The interface began to scroll down slowly, and a new term appeared, citrus berry. It was too late to recall what citrus berry was. The interface continued to change, and it was getting faster and faster. With Ash's current eyesight, after 2 seconds, Ash couldn't see how many names had appeared in front of his eyes. My eyes are going to be dazzled. Ash immediately touched the stop button on the side. No matter what it can draw, it's all for nothing anyway, don't want it for nothing. After Ash pressed the stop button, the interface began to slow down gradually, and soon reached the point where Ash could see clearly, and the names of some things that appeared in it shocked Ash. Icy Rock, Razor Claw, Sunstone, and even, Z Pure Crystal. Ash looked at these things in disbelief. These things are all unique items in the Pokemon world, and the most precious among them, it belongs to such things as Z Pure Crystal. Z Pure Crystal is a necessary thing for Pokemon to activate Z moves, but only Z Pure Crystals cannot activate Z moves, and another thing is needed, at least for now. Ash has not seen it yet. There is also the technical machine, the esoteric learner. Ash felt more and more excited. If he could get these things, it would save him many detours on the road of trainer. Under Ash's eyes of excitement and anticipation, the lottery drawing interface gradually stopped, and the word inheritance finally appeared in front of Ash. Inheritance. Ash frowned slightly, not quite understanding what this meant, because in the Pokemon world, there was no such thing as inheritance, only inheritance. Could it be a genetic move? Ash didn't know, so at the same time, the lottery interface disappeared, and then a red light group appeared in front of Ash, which really appeared in the real world, which made Pikachu startled. Pika. The sudden appearance of the red light group made Pikachu's fur suddenly explode, and the electric arc drifted outside the electric bag. It felt great terror from the light group, as if it was like facing a god. On the other hand, Ash didn't feel anything from the light ball, but Pikachu's movements made Ash feel something unusual. Don't worry, Pikachu, it's okay, don't be afraid. While comforting Pikachu, Ash is also looking at the light cluster floating in front of him. The light cluster is crimson, and there are strands of lightning arcs floating in the light cluster. There seems to be a shadow looming in it, but Ash sees it was not very clear, so I stretched out my hand, trying to hold the light ball and get closer. Do you want to use inheritance? Currently available targets, Pikachu. The moment Ash touched the light ball, the cold voice of the system came out of his mind. System. Ash was taken aback when he heard the system actually making a sound at this time, and immediately asked, "What is this? Do you want to use inheritance?" Currently. But the system didn't respond, it just repeated what it said just now. Ash frowned tightly. Before he understood what this so-called inheritance was, he didn't dare to let Pikachu accept this so-called inheritance rashly. If it was something bad, wouldn't it make Pikachu suffer? So, what the hell is this? Ash was silent, while Pikachu hid behind Ash anxiously, pulling on Ash's shoulders, as if this would make him feel better. The attribute panel, can you see the information of this thing? Ash reopened the system, called out the attribute panel, and suddenly the information of the light cluster appeared in his eyes, showing an incredible look. Is this true? Looking at the information in his eyes, Ash couldn't believe that he was able to draw such a thing. This is really, so unscientific? Or, is it too Pokemon? Legacy, soaring in the Sky Dragon of Osiris. Using this inheritance on Pokemon can greatly improve the quality of Pokemon, and at the same time can obtain the ability of the soaring in the Sky Dragon of Osiris. Ability 1, Summon Thunderbolt. Ability 2, Superconducting Wave. The three phantom gods of Yu-Gi-Oh!, the ability of Osiris soaring in the Sky Dragon. Ash naturally knew the origin of Osiris soaring in the Sky Dragon. It came from another anime called Yu-Gi-Oh! One of the three phantom gods in one movie. Of course, it is also known as the legendary traitor dragon, but it cannot be denied that it is a god. Truly a god. That is to say, if Pikachu accepts this inheritance, then Pikachu will be able to obtain the ability of Osiris soaring in the Sky Dragon? This. Ash was a little speechless in shock. Could this lottery be so scary? Even the power of gods can be extracted as an inheritance. Do you want to become a peak existence when you debut? Relying on a Pikachu, be invincible all over the world, and reach the pinnacle of life from now on? Chapter 11. Ash swallowed, and looked back at Pikachu behind him. He really couldn't believe what Pikachu's cute and petite appearance would become after receiving the inheritance of the soaring in the Sky Dragon from Osiris. Originally in the anime, Pikachu had countless bright moments, and was even able to face up to the legendary Pokémon without losing the wind. This is enough to prove that this Pikachu has extraordinary potential. If he gets this inheritance now, Ash seems to be able to see what Pikachu will look like in the future. Pikachu, do you want to accept this inheritance? Ash did not make a decision for Pikachu, but told Pikachu the pros and cons, and let him make his own decision. Pika Pika. After learning that the terrifying light ball in front of him contained such a powerful force and could be absorbed by him, Pikachu let out an inconceivable exclamation. As long as he absorbed this light ball, can you become a god? It can't be said to become a god directly. There may be some restrictions. Ash was not overwhelmed by the surprise. Possibly, just get its potential qualifications. For the former, as long as Pikachu gets it, he can be called the strongest trainer now. For the latter, it will take a long time to make Pikachu have the strength of the soaring in the Sky Dragon of Osiris. Compared with the former one, Ash prefers the latter one. Only the things obtained through one's own efforts are real. Reaching the sky in one step does save people a lot of trouble, but at the same time, it also makes them lose the exercise. If one day, this inheritance is lost, then it will plummet and be beaten back to its original shape. Pika. After thinking for a while, Pikachu jumped onto the ground and decided to accept this inheritance. It wants to become stronger, and it doesn't want to be protected by others as before to survive. It wants to protect the existence of others, just like the Kangaskhan protects himself. Okay. Ash smiled after seeing Pikachu accepting the inheritance, and then said to the system, use the inheritance. As Ash's voice fell, the crimson light ball moved slightly and floated in front of Pikachu, and Pikachu also stretched out his small paws to touch the light ball. Silently, the light ball merged into Pikachu's body, and then disappeared without a trace. Silent. Is it over? Ash looked at this scene blankly. He thought that there would be some strange phenomenon after accepting the inheritance. After all, this is the inheritance of the three illusory gods, but it is so quiet and simple. And Pikachu was also confused. It looked at its little paw, then jumped, looked up at Ash, scratched its head with its little paw. Pikachu. Do you feel nothing? Hearing Pikachu's words, Ash decided to open the attribute panel and look at Pikachu. Pikachu. Attribute, electricity. Ability, static electricity. Legacy, soaring in the sky dragon of Osiris. Ability 1, summon Thunderbolt, in imprison. Ability 2, superconducting waves, in imprison. Strength, Earl Dervish class. Except for more inheritance and abilities, Pikachu's attribute has not changed at all from before, and the level has not even been improved. Accepting the inheritance, doesn't it mean that you have obtained the power of the soaring in the sky dragon from Osiris? Ash pondered. Although the result was not the best expectation, it was not unacceptable. After Pikachu heard Ash's explanation, he felt a little lost, but he quickly cheered up. At least, it has the conditions to grow into a powerful existence. As long as he exercises this ability well, one day, it will not lost to the original owner of this inheritance. Pikachu has learned about the power of the soaring in the sky dragon of Osiris from Ash, and naturally hopes that he can become as powerful as the soaring in the sky dragon of Osiris. Now the problem comes again. Ash picked up Pikachu, held it in front of his eyes, and held it in large quantities. How to develop this ability? How to unlock the ability of imprison? In the anime of Yu-Gi-Oh!, the soaring in the sky dragon of Osiris is not the same as the mythical Osiris. Its ability belongs to the direction of thunder and lightning, which is similar to the mythical dragon that controls the underworld and has the powers of plants, agriculture, and fertility. The gods are different. Its ability Summon Thunderbolt can reduce the attack of the opponent's monsters on the field by 2000 points, and if it is lower than 2000 points, it will be directly destroyed. If this effect is transferred to the Pokémon world, Ash does not know what it will look like, but the effect will definitely not be weak. And Superconducting Wave is the attack name of the soaring in the sky dragon of Osiris. Although it is also in imprison and its effect is unknown, as the iconic attack of the soaring in the sky dragon of Osiris, its effect will definitely not weak. The difficulty facing Ash and Pikachu now is how to unblock these two abilities. At least Ash has no idea now, and the system has no explanation. Everything depends on the efforts of him and Pikachu. Now there is another lottery draw. Although he still doesn't know how far the inheritance of Osiris soaring in the sky dragon can be played, Ash already understands the power of the lottery system. If this lottery draw can still get an inheritance, then it is an indescribably huge help for the future. But the next lottery draw was not as lucky as before. The prize was not an inheritance, but a valuable item from the Pokémon world, Big Pearl. Alright, with this thing, we don't have to live so tight in the future. Ash was in a good state of mind, and was not disappointed when he got the Big Pearl. He put away the Big Pearl in satisfaction, and then looked at the direction. So Pikachu, here we go. Pika Pika. Pikachu responded with high spirits. After receiving the inheritance of the soaring in the sky dragon from Osiris, it felt a gradual change in its body, and this change affected its current mood. Pikachu can clearly feel that his current physique seems to be changing to a higher level, and this transformation makes Pikachu feel that his body is full of strength. This feeling. In a distorted and chaotic space, a figure opened his eyes, and there was a wave of waves in his plain eyes. It felt that a strong will came to this world. This is unprecedented power. But after a while, the eyes closed again, and the space returned to silence again, as if everything before was just an illusion. Chapter 12. Although I have seen it many times in Professor Oak's laboratory, the situation I saw outside alone is still very different. Along the way, Ash observed the surrounding environment. From the bushes and grass on the side you can see some Pokémon in it. The strength of these Pokémon is not strong. It can be clearly seen from the attribute given by the system that the strength of the Pokémon discovered by Ash is consistent with that of Pikachu, which is around the Earl Dervish level. This is because there are very few powerful Pokémon in the environment close to human habitation. The main reason is naturally because of the Pokémon League. They have opened up places that belong to human habitation, which greatly guarantees the survival of human beings. Should we try to recover a Pokémon? Ash stopped, looked at Pidgey, who was preening his feathers with his beak, on the treetop not far away, and asked Pikachu. As one of the characteristic Pokémon in Kanto region, Pidgey is known as the existence of the house bird. Although it is very common, it is not a weak Pokémon. Pidgey is a small bird with unremarkable plumage, cream on the face, belly and wingtips, and brown elsewhere. There are black eye shadows around the eyes, which can help it see prey more clearly under the hot sun. The sharp beak and sharp claws are lavender in color, and each claw has 3 toes, 2 facing forward and 1 facing backward. There are 3 tufts of hair on the top, the hairs on the sides are cream yellow, and the middle is brown, which makes its young appearance look slightly serious. Ordinary Pidgey is very weak, even if its strength is improved, it will not occupy an advantage in the same level, but it has 2 normal evolution forms, namely Pidgeotto and Pidgeot. After evolving into Pidgeotto, it has initially possessed a certain strength, and its speed has been further improved, and the form of Pidgeot is even more powerful. In terms of strength, it also surpasses many Pokémon in the same level, which can be said to be very affordable. Pokémon. In Pidgeot form, it's more of an eagle than a bird. Pika, Pika. Pikachu didn't help Ash make the decision, it was just Ash's Pokémon, and Ash, as a trainer, should let him decide on recovering the Pokémon. Ash thought for a while, and decided not to recover for the time being, let alone whether it can be recovered. Ash is confident that with Pikachu's strength, he can easily defeat Pidgey, after all, he has a huge advantage in attribute. The point is how to train Pidgey after recovering. Although he has learned a lot from Professor Oak, he is still a little confused when he just set off, and he is not the best candidate for recovering Pokémon. When? Although it won't be recovered, but... The corners of Ash's mouth curled up slightly, and there was a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. If there is a fight, it will be a good thing for Pikachu and me. Pika. Pikachu also nodded, agreeing with Ash's thoughts. Then, Ash took a step forward, Pikachu jumped off his shoulders and fell to the ground, looked up at Pidgey who had found Ash and Pikachu in the treetops. Let's have a duel, Pidgey. Bo. Pidgey looked down at Ash and Pikachu, snorted softly, didn't pay much attention to it, unfolded dual wing beat, and flew out directly, so it didn't bother to entangle with this human and the Pokémon recovered by humans. Seeing Pidgey going away, Ash and Pikachu's faces froze, and their blood was instantly extinguished by Pidgey's actions. They were actually looked down upon by Pidgey. I won't let you leave so easily, Pikachu, use Thunder Shock. Before Pidgey escaped from Pikachu's attack range, Ash preemptively issued an order for Pikachu to attack Pidgey. Pika, Pika. Pikachu was also a little annoyed. It just got the inheritance not long ago and was about to try its current power. As a result, this Pidgey looked down on him. It was really unbearable. A ray of electric arc emerged outside the electric bag, and the next moment it turned into a golden spark and shot out from Pikachu, aiming at Pidgey in midair. After the attack was issued, Pikachu showed a look of surprise on his face. It felt that this attack was much stronger than when he was fighting Squirtle before, and the speed of launching it was much faster. Wonderful! Although Pidgey's strength is not strong, but his senses are very keen, he immediately noticed the change in the air, turned his head slightly, and was horrified to find that there was an attack coming from behind, and immediately shifted sideways, trying to avoid the attack. But Thunder Shock's speed was extremely fast. Although Pidgey reacted, he was still a step slower and was hit by Thunder Shock. Bo. Pidgey, who was bathed in the golden thunder and lightning, let out a wail, and then fell from mid-air with smoke all over his body, and fell straight to the ground, losing his fighting ability. Became stronger. Ash also discovered the difference in Pikachu's Thunder Shock this time. Even with the attribute restraint and the level difference is not too big, Pikachu's Thunder Shock should not be able to defeat Pidgey in one blow, but now, Pidgey but not Pikachu a single enemy. Pika. Pikachu responded to Ash, confirming Ash's conjecture that it had indeed become stronger than before. Is this the power inherited from the soaring in the sky dragon of Osiris? Ash pondered. The time between now and the previous battle with Gary was less than an hour, and Pikachu had not been trained during this period, and his strength was different. It can be seen that the inheritance of the soaring in the sky dragon of Osiris should have worked. Ash came to Pidgey's side, squatted down, and checked Pidgey's condition. Although he had lost his ability to fight, Pidgey was fine. He could recover with a rest and there would be no sequelae. The situation also made Ash slightly relieved. After picking up Pidgey and putting him under the shade of a tree to rest, Ash did not stay here any longer, but continued to head towards Viking City. Before evening, he would go to Viking City so that he would not have to sleep in the wild. And not long after Ash and Pikachu left, a group of dark shadows appeared in the woods not far away, densely packed, and the number seemed to be as many as 40 or 50. They have a fierce appearance, black on the back, beige on the entire chest and abdomen, messy feather crests on their heads, and sharp beaks like raptors. They don't look easy to get along with. When some Pokémon on the ground saw this group of Pokémon appear, they immediately hid in panic, staring at the group of Pokémon in fear and anxiety, obviously very afraid of them. Chapter 13. Ash and Pikachu continued on their way to Tokiwa City. According to Ash's memory, in the anime, he seemed to meet a large group of Spearows. After a hard fight, he formed a bond with Pikachu, and then met the first heroine Misty. And the legendary Pokémon, Ho-Oh. But in the current situation, Ash feels that he may miss Misty, because such a thing will happen. The main reason is that Pikachu does not cooperate with Ash, which causes Ash to provoke a Spearow, and finally will be given by a large group of Spearows. Chase. During the chase, Ash jumped off the cliff waterfall in order to avoid Spearow, but he didn't expect that there were Gyarados under the waterfall, and he was chased by Gyarados, so he ran into Misty. Although I can't meet Misty, but if Ho-Oh, I should still have a chance to see it. Ash is also a little unsure whether he can meet Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh, that is the myth of the Pokémon world. It claims to be in charge of the sky, has the power to revive all things, and can resurrect dead Pokémon. I just don't know if it can resurrect humans, but I think it should be possible. Although the current Pikachu is not Ho-Oh's rival, and he can't even compare to the opponent's feather, but it is also a blessing to be able to see Ho-Oh's demeanor. Forget it, let it take its course. Ash shook his head slightly. Now it's not the anime world, nor the game world, but the real world he lives in, and everything is out of his control. Pika. Suddenly, Pikachu's ears moved, and he suddenly turned his head to look at soaring in the sky behind him, and immediately let out a slightly frightened growl, which brought Ash back from his own thoughts. What's the matter? Ash asked quickly, and at the same time felt something was wrong, because some noisy voices were approaching, and judging from the direction from which the voice came, it was behind him. Pikapi. Pikachu anxiously tugged on Ash's hat, making him look behind him. Ash turned his head immediately, his pupils shrank suddenly, and a large dark cloud was reflected in his eyes. It was a large group of Pokémon approaching him from the soaring in the sky. Spearow. Ash has strong eyesight. Although the distance between the two is nearly a kilometer, Ash can still see the origin of this dark cloud. There is no doubt that it is the largest evil force outside Pallet Town. Spearow. Spearow is a reckless and violent Pokémon by nature. Although the main reason is to protect its territory from being violated, it is precisely because of this character that many rookie trainers, even senior trainers, are reluctant to meet Spearow. A single Spearow is not scary, but the scary thing is that Spearow is a group living Pokémon. There are often many Spearows around a single Spearow. Once attacked, they will use their high-pitched and loud growl call friends, unite together, and launch a counterattack against the attackers. Usually, this counterattack is a relentless counterattack, which is why Spearow has the reputation of being so murderous. Let's go! Ash ran immediately without stopping. Of course he didn't want to provoke this group of Spearows, and judging from their situation, they seemed to be chasing him and Pikachu. Ash doesn't know when he provoked Spearow, but he just attacked a Pidgey with Pikachu. Is it because of this reason? Pikachu also felt that his scalp was numb. After living in the wild for a long time, he knew Spearow's character very well, so he naturally didn't want to get entangled with these Spearows. Able to fight so many Spearows, Ash and Pikachu fled in a hurry, but the Spearow group behind them seemed to recognize Ash and Pikachu normal, and chased after them. The distance between the two was constantly shortening. After all, Ash only had one pair of legs, and Spearow had wings to fly. How did this happen? What the hell happened? As he ran, Ash looked behind and wondered what caused Spearow to chase him like this. Could it be? A flash of inspiration came to Ash's mind. Not surprisingly, it should be that when he was fighting Pidgey earlier, Pikachu's spark alerted the Spearows, thinking that alien Pokémon had invaded their territory. What a mistake! After understanding the reason, Ash was a little annoyed. He knew that this region was Spearow's territory, but he was so reckless, he was indeed too immature. The wild is indeed too dangerous. This scene finally made Ash understand why Professor Oak told him not to go to some unexplored deep mountains and wild forests before he left. You must know that this is near the road opened by the Alliance, and you have already encountered this kind of danger. Once you go to those places where there are few people, no one can know what kind of danger you will encounter. Lie! A high-pitched cry sounded not far behind Ash. Ash looked back and was horrified to find that the fastest Spearow was no more than 100 meters away from him. In a minute, myself and Pikachu will be overtaken. You can't just sit and wait like this. Ash made a decision immediately. If he continues like this, he will only be caught up by Spearow, so the best way now is to find a place where Spearow can't catch up, and at the same time block the speed of Spearow's catch up, and fight for it. More time will do. Pikachu, use Thunder Shock! Ash yelled at Pikachu on his shoulder. Pika! Pikachu immediately understood what Ash meant, jumped slightly, jumped up from his shoulders, and immediately aroused the electric-type energy, and the golden spark shot out, blasting at a Spearow dozens of meters away. If it was the original Pikachu, the attack range would not be so far, but the current Pikachu is not the previous Pikachu, it is the inheritance of the soaring in the sky dragon of Osiris. Lie! The Spearow who was under attack uttered a painful wail, and fell down with smoke all over his body. However, this situation did not make the other Spearow restrain, and instead chased after him even more ferociously. Of course, Ash knew that such a move would trigger Spearow's more violent revenge, but there was no way, if he was caught up and attacked by so many Spearows, he might die by then. This is the inertia of history. While letting Pikachu attack Spearow, Ash was looking for a place to avoid Spearow, and suddenly found that there was a cliff waterfall not far in front of him. His current situation was similar to that of Ash in the anime. The experience is exactly the same, as if there is a pair of hands, turning the deviated history back to normal. I can't think about it anymore. There is no time for Ash to think about these things now. After Pikachu hit a Spearow again, he hugged Pikachu and ran forward suddenly, then jumped up and jumped off the edge of the cliff. Underneath is a river. Chapter 14. By the river, a pretty-looking Stephanie was sitting cross-legged, fishing with a fishing rod in her hand. She had short and long orange hair tied up with a rope. She was dressed very coolly, wearing a beige sleeveless short jacket that exposed her belly button, and a pair of ultra-short jeans on the lower body, tied with red suspenders to prevent slipping. I heard that there seems to be Gyarados here, I hope I don't encounter. I hope I don't. Stephanie looked at the river worriedly while fishing, for fear that a Gyarados would suddenly appear. She is very afraid of Gyarados, not only because Gyarados is a huge Pokémon, but also because of some past events. Stephanie has a psychological shadow on Gyarados. There is movement. Suddenly, Stephanie's eyes lit up slightly, and then she looked at the buoy of her fishing rod with some doubts. She felt that there was something under the water, but her buoy didn't change at all. What's going on? Wait, this is the Spearow group. While wondering what was going on under the water, Stephanie suddenly noticed a large dark cloud approaching above the soaring in the sky in the distance. She stood up abruptly. After careful observation, I found that the real origin of this dark cloud was actually Spearow. What's the matter? There is Spearow here? Isn't there no Spearow living here in this river? Stephanie's face was gloomy and uncertain. She had investigated the situation here, so she came here to fish. At this moment, Stephanie found that the changes under the water became more and more intense, and a shadow was approaching in the river, which made Stephanie panic. Ha! Just as Stephanie was flustered, a shadow suddenly emerged from the water. It was a boy about the same age as Stephanie, and on his shoulder was a cute Pokémon clutching his clothes tightly. Pikachu! Stephanie and the boy looked at each other with a look of astonishment. Stephanie didn't expect that someone would emerge from the river, but the boy was astonished that he met the legendary figure. Pika! 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 Just as the two looked at each other, Pikachu suddenly uttered a voice and pulled the boy's hat, and the boy woke up with a start. Looking back at the soaring in the sky in the distance, he found that the Spearow group was approaching. His complexion became ugly, and he immediately came to the shore to go ashore. Run quickly, the Spearow group is coming. The boy didn't run away immediately, but grabbed Stephanie's hand, and after finding a backpack at her feet, he pulled it over and ran with Stephanie. Hey, what happened? Spearow was chasing you. Stephanie was accidentally caught by the boy and ran away, and then she reacted and asked quickly. It's me, I'm sorry to bother you, but now is not the time to talk about this. Let's run quickly. Once Spearow catches up, it's not a joke. The boy apologized, but his pace was not slow, and he continued to pull. Stephanie ran. Wait! But Stephanie dragged the boy, wanting him to stop. If you run like this, Spearow will definitely catch up again. Even so, run as far as you can. There are Gyarados at the bottom of the river, you can't hide in the water, the boy said quickly. Stephanie's face froze. She originally wanted to suggest to the boy to just hide in the river and wait for the Spearow group to disperse, but she didn't expect that there were Gyarados in the river, which was one of the Pokémon she was most afraid of. This is a bicycle. After climbing up the slope, the boy found a bicycle parked on it. His eyes lit up. He pulled Stephanie to the side of the bicycle, put Stephanie's bag on the front basket, and sit on it. But this bike doesn't have a back seat because it's a trail bike. You! Stephanie's face changed, and she quickly found two small things from her backpack, put them on the shelf next to the wheels at the back, and stood on them. Hold tight. After seeing that Stephanie had such a pedal tube, he breathed a sigh of relief, and after reminding Stephanie of his life, he stomped hard, and the bicycle suddenly sprang out, and rushed out at a fast speed. Where are you going? Go to Changpan City. Go there. Seeing the boy running around, Stephanie immediately tore the boy's clothes, and then pointed to the north where Changpan City is located. I'm sorry. The boy didn't think that he could escape to the city for a moment. After being reminded by Stephanie, he turned around and headed towards Tokiwa City. Really? Stephanie still had a fishing rod under her arm. At this moment, she was holding the boy's shoulders for balance with one hand, and she put away the fishing rod with the other hand. At the same time, she looked back at Spearow, and the distance between the two was pulled apart. But in the slow shortening. How did you provoke Spearow? After putting away the fishing rod, Stephanie asked the boy. At the same time, she looked at Pikachu who was transferred to the boy's head curiously, because Pikachu was so cute. It's a long story, but to put it simply, we fought against a Pidgey and then alarmed Spearow. The boy panted slightly and explained simply. You guys are really unlucky. Although she didn't know the reason, but seeing the boy's distressed appearance, Stephanie couldn't say anything sarcastic. Pika Pika. Pikachu also looked back at Stephanie with some embarrassment. It obviously understood that this human Stephanie was implicated by them, otherwise there would be no need to run away with them. Just keep going like this. Stephanie looked back from time to time, and the Spearow group was approaching. According to this situation, before they reached the outskirts of Viridian City, Spearow would definitely be able to catch up. How far are they? The boy asked without looking back. There are still about 100 meters left. Stephanie said worriedly, and she was also a little terrified in her heart. She had never experienced such a thing, and after all, she was only better than rookie trainer. About 100 meters. The boy paused for a moment, and suddenly gave an order to Pikachu, then please continue, Pikachu, use Thunder Shock. Pika. Pikachu agreed without hesitation, but Stephanie was surprised by the boy's order. Of course, she could see the strength of this Pikachu, which was only Earl Dervish level. From a distance of 100 meters, Pikachu the power should not be able to reach that far. But at the next moment, Pikachu's performance surprised Stephanie. Thunder Shock hit a Spearow 100 meters away with precision. Now there is such a scene. How is this possible? Stephanie looked at Pikachu in disbelief, which completely violated what she had learned. Earl Dervish class Pokémon can attack at such a long distance? Chapter 15. The boy pedaled hard on Stomp, driving the bike forward. He didn't dare to slow down. Once he slowed down, the Spearow group would catch up, and Pikachu also launched Thunder Shock from time to time to attack the Spearow group behind. Stephanie firmly grasped the boy's shoulders to prevent herself from falling. She wanted to send her Pokémon to help at this time, but the current situation did not allow her to do this kind of action, so she could only feel anxious. Pikachu. After Pikachu launched Thunder Shock attack again, another Spearow fell from the sky, but the number of Spearows was still quite a lot, even if it was not as many as the first 40 or 50, now they were chasing them. There are still more than 30 of them. Hey, how far away from Tokipan City, how long? The boy seemed to be very tired, he was panting heavily, and sweat fell down his cheeks like rain. It's about 20 kilometers. Stephanie didn't know how far it was, but the fishing spot was at least 30 kilometers away from Tokiwa City. After this driving, there are at least 20 kilometers to go. I'm dying. The boy was a little speechless. He had already run a lot, and then swam in the river for a while. His physical strength had been exhausted, and now he rode for a while. And there was still a Stephanie on board, her physical strength had bottomed out. Stephanie didn't know what to do now, this was the first time she encountered this situation. Pikapi. Pikachu's physical strength has also been consumed a lot. Even after passing through the inheritance has not been long, and overall it has not been strengthened much. Its own strength is only at the Earl Dervish level. Do you have any Pokémon? The boy was still riding hard, but he had already begun to think about other possibilities. It seemed impossible to reach the outskirts of Viridian City before Spearow caught up, so you need to make other plans. Yes, but... Stephanie gritted her teeth, her Pokémon were not strong, at least not much stronger than Pikachu, or even worse. Boom! Suddenly, there was a burst of thunder above the soaring in the sky, and black clouds gradually filled the sky. It seemed that there was going to be a rainstorm, which made the boys' and Stephanie's complexions even worse. Just as they thought, the rain fell suddenly, and it was a heavy rainstorm. The bean-sized rain fell on the faces of the boy and Stephanie, making them feel a burst of pain. "We're catching up." Stephanie looked back, only to find that the Spearows were already catching up to them, and the distance between the two sides was less than 20 meters. "I can't go on like this," the boy made a decision. "Get ready, I'm going to stop." After stopping, you immediately release the Pokémon to fight back against Spearow. "What?" Before Stephanie finished speaking, the boy started to brake, and the inertia caused Stephanie to jump on the boy's back, and the bicycle stopped quickly, lying across the road. "Pikachu, use the most powerful Thunder Shock." The boy immediately ordered Pikachu to fight back against Spearow. "Pika Pika." Pikachu jumped off the boy without any hesitation. The electric type was activated, and the dazzling thunder light filled Pikachu's whole body, and it exploded in the next moment, turning into a lightning arc, and went straight to the chasing people ahead Spearow. The thunder arc bombarded a Spearow, and it exploded suddenly, spreading to several nearby Spearows. Attributes restraint and the situation after being glued to the rain made the power of this thunder shock far exceed the previous power. At the same time, 5 Spearows were rendered incapacitated. This scene made both the boy and Pikachu feel excited, but Stephanie was relieved at this moment, and immediately reacted, threw the 2 Pokeballs in her hand, and sent out her own Pokémon. "Staryu, Starmie, please." With the opening of the 2 Pokeballs in mid-air, white light emerged, falling on the open space ahead and spreading out, revealing 2 Pokémon with similar shapes but completely different colors. One is in the shape of a 5-pointed star, which is Staryu, while the other one looks like 2 overlapping 5-pointed stars, which is the evolved form of Staryu, Starmie. Staryu. Attribute: Water. Category: Star Pokémon. Ability: Glow or Natural Regeneration. Hidden ability: Analysis. Analysis: when a Pokémon with this ability acts after a rival attack, the power of the moves it uses will increase by 30%. Strength: Earl Dervish class. Starmie. Attribute: Water. Category: Mystery Pokémon. Ability: Glow or Natural Regeneration. Hidden ability: Analysis. Natural Recovery: after the Pokémon with this ability quits the battle, its own status condition will be automatically released. Strength: Ordinary level. Staryu, Starmie, attack with Water Gun. Stephanie immediately commanded 2 Pokémon to attack. The 2 Pokémon stimulate water-type energy at the same time. In rainy weather, their abilities are strengthened, and the speed of energy gathering is much faster. Soon, 2 balls of water gather in front of their respective gems, and launch them out the next moment. Form a water gun and hit the 2 Spearows respectively. Staryu's water gun is less powerful, and the water gun is slightly thinner, but it has the bonus of rain, which makes a Spearow fly away with one blow. And Starmie's water gun is more powerful, and after the water gun it uses is even more powerful. It bombards Spearow, making this Spearow immediately lose the ability to fight. Great! Stephanie was relieved to see that her 2 Pokémon were able to achieve meritorious service, but after seeing the performance of the boy and Pikachu, she was a little dissatisfied with the strength of her 2 Pokémon. Fortunately, it's raining. The boy looked at the Spearows who were repeatedly defeated by Pikachu Thunder Shock, and heaved a sigh of relief. Under normal circumstances, the Spearows couldn't be so miserable, but the rain wet their feathers, making them not so flexible, and the conductivity of rainwater also makes Pikachu's attack greatly improved. The number of Spearows continued to decrease. Even if a few had rushed in front of the 2, they were intercepted by Stephanie commanding Staryu and Starmie. After a while, there were less than 10 Spearows left in midair. At this moment, the Spearows finally panicked. They hovered in midair, not daring to attack as fearlessly as before. After hesitating for a moment, the Spearows backed out and didn't attack again, but they didn't leave either, just staring at the boy, Stephanie, and their Pokémon not far away. Is this a truce? After seeing the actions of the Spearows, the boy stopped Pikachu, as if he understood the meaning of the Spearows' actions. Chapter 16. What's wrong with them? Stephanie didn't react for a while. The fierce Spearows actually retreated, which made Stephanie a little dazed. They actually survived the attack of the Spearow group. I should have seen that there was no chance of winning, so I was scared. The boy explained to Stephanie. But why didn't they run away? Looking at the Spearows circling not far away, Stephanie was a little puzzled. Since she was scared, why did she still hover in the distance instead of leaving? It's because of their companions. The boy looked at the Spearows lying on the ground. These Spearows who were incapable of fighting were probably the reason why those Spearows were unwilling to leave. Stephanie was stunned, and then looked at the Spearows in the air with some confusion. Pokémon like Spearows are indeed very ferocious, but they are also very united. Even in this situation, they are not willing to give up their companions and leave alone. Let's go. The boy didn't have the idea of killing them all. In the final analysis, it was he who disturbed the Spearows, which caused the Spearows to pursue him. Stephanie nodded slightly, took out the Pokeball, took Staryu and Starmie back, and then stood on the pedals behind the bicycle. Before leaving, she looked back again and found that the Spearows saw them after leaving, fly to the companion's side and guard these fainted companions. Stephanie pursed her lips. Although the Spearows attacked her, the quality of Spearow really made her feel different, not giving up on her companions. After driving for a while and widening the distance from the Spearows, the boy stopped again. After Stephanie got out of the car, he got off the bike in embarrassment and sat down on the ground, ignoring the muddy water on the ground. It's really thrilling. Fortunately, it's raining, otherwise I might not be able to get rid of these Spearows. After relaxing from the tense emotions, the boy felt very tired. Pikapi. Pikachu was also very tired and limp in the boy's arms. It can be said that it had never experienced this fierce battle, and it exhausted a lot of energy. You still have the nerve to say it. Hearing what the boy said, Stephanie frowned and was about to get angry, but after seeing the boy's tired expression, she finally softened her heart and didn't say anything. I'm sorry to trouble you. The boy slightly looked up at Stephanie with an apologetic expression. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Ash, I'm from Pallet Town, and this is my partner, Pikachu. Pikapi. Pikachu also waved to Stephanie to express his gratitude. Hearing the words Pallet Town, Stephanie frowned, then extended her right hand to the boy. My name is Misty, from Cerulean City. Hello. Nice to meet you, and thank you for your help. Ash grabbed Misty's outstretched hand, stood up with his strength, and thanked Misty with a smile. Also, you don't have to be so polite. Ash's smile made Misty pause slightly, and then he said hesitantly. At this moment, the rain gradually minimized, the soaring in the sky began to clear up, and a ray of sunlight shone down, just covering the two of them. The rain has stopped. Ash seemed to remember something, and quickly looked up at soaring in the sky, and Misty felt strange about Ash's movements, and followed Ash normal, looking up at soaring in the sky. Why? What's in the sky? Misty had a look of astonishment before he finished speaking, because not far away, on the soaring in the sky where the dark clouds had dispersed, there was a peculiar bird Pokémon in her line of sight. This. Misty opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she was so shocked that she didn't know what to say, because the Pokémon that appeared in her eyes was a legend. The Pokémon in the sky, the legend who rules the sky, Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh is very large, estimated to be more than 3 meters in length, and covered in golden light. Wherever he passes, there are faint fluorescent lights scattered, which looks very dazzling and magical. Pikachu exclaimed in a low voice. The beauty of Ho-Oh was unprecedented, and at the same time, there was an urge in his heart to become an existence like Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh, the legendary Pokémon. Ash stared at Ho-Oh with hot eyes. This is his goal. One day, he will stand in front of Ho-Oh and challenge it. As if feeling the sight of Ash and Misty, Ho-Oh, who was passing by above soaring in the sky, lowered his head slightly, and looked at the place where the two were, and its movements made Misty stiffen, not daring to move. This is an existence standing at the top of the world. It doesn't need any big moves. Ho-Oh can easily kill her with just one touch. Of course, she also knows that Ho-Oh will not easily attack humans. After Ho-Oh glanced at Misty, his eyes were mainly on Ash and Pikachu, and there was a trace of unfathomable doubt in his eyes. He felt a strange breath from Pikachu, which was a kind of "don't lose to its breath." After a slight pause, Ho-Oh withdrew his gaze and continued to fly forward, but a feather broke away from its body and fell from the soaring in the sky, and finally landed in front of Ash, hovering. This. Looking at the feathers in front of him, Ash was stunned, then suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of Ho-Oh, only to find that Ho-Oh flew towards the distance without looking back, and soon disappeared in his insight. Ho-Oh's feather! Misty on the side exclaimed, and then looked at Ash enviously. She knew that this feather was not for her, but for Ash. It is said that people who see Ho-Oh can obtain eternal happiness, but you can actually get Ho-Oh's feather. Misty looked at Ash with a complicated expression, wondering where Ash could be favored by Ho-Oh, got Ho-Oh feathers. You must know that in this world, even people who see Ho-Oh are rare, let alone get gifts from Ho-Oh. Misty thinks that Ash is probably the only one who gets gifts from Ho-Oh. Humanity. Want it? Then, here you are. Ash stretched out his hand, grabbed the Ho-Oh feather floating in front of him, looked at Misty, and handed it to Misty without any hesitation. Ah! Misty obviously didn't expect Ash to make such a move, her face flushed slightly, and after a moment of struggle, she shook her head suddenly. No, this is for you from Ho-Oh, not for me. Because it was given to me, it is now mine, and I want to give it to you to express my gratitude for your help just now. Ash said seriously. No, it's too expensive. If it's something else, I'll accept it. Misty still shook her head and said, Ho-Oh's feathers are too expensive, she won't accept this kind of thing. Chapter 17. In this case, Ash withdrew his hand, hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and took out the big pearl from the previous lottery from his backpack. I'm just a rookie trainer, I have nothing to repay, only this big pearls. Rookie trainer. Misty didn't take Big Pearl, but glanced up and down at Ash with strange eyes. She really didn't expect that Ash was actually rookie trainer. I don't want the Big Pearl, you can keep it yourself, I'm not helping you for any kind of thank you. Misty still didn't accept Ash's thank you, just as she said, she helped Ash, and not for any thank you. That's great. On the contrary, Ash breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with Ho-Oh's feathers, he was more reluctant to part with Big Pearl. After all, Big Pearl can sell for 3,700 yuan. And Ho-Oh's feathers are more precious, even unique, but obviously they cannot be sold, and even if they are sold, no one will believe them unless they meet someone who knows them. After hearing what Ash said, Misty's complexion changed. Seeing Ash happily put away the Big Pearl, Misty felt that she should accept Ash's thank you gift. By the way, are you going to Tokiwa City now? Ash asked Misty after putting away his things. Of course, what should I do if I don't go to Tokipan City? Misty pointed to her soaked clothes. She didn't intend to sleep in the wild, but came here to fish to see if she could recover suitable Pokémon. But I didn't expect such an experience. Then let's go together. Ash smiled at Misty and extended an invitation. Then, let's go together. Seeing Ash's smile, Misty stammered in response. She suddenly found that she seemed to have no resistance to Ash's smile. Pikachu looked at Ash, then at Misty, touched his round chin, and seemed to understand something. Let's go. After resting for a while, Ash felt that his strength had recovered a lot, so he jumped into the car and greeted Pikachu and Misty. Pikachu jumped directly on Ash's head, Anyway, Ash was already dirty now, so he didn't care about the mud on Pikachu's paws, and Misty did the same, grabbing Ash's shoulders indifferently. A group of people stretched the shadow very long under the setting sun, but they didn't realize that there seemed to be a pair of eyes in the shadow, watching them quietly. Viridian City, also known as Viridian City, which means the everlasting emerald green color, is a large city located in the west of Kanto region, connected to Viridian Forest in the north and Indigo Plateau in the west. It is a very famous city in Kanto region. But these are not the main ones. The most important thing is that there is a gym established by Kanto Alliance in Tokiwa City. Badges are a must-have for challenging the Alliance competition. Only those who have won 8 badges are eligible to participate in the annual Alliance event, which is the Indigo Plateau Conference held on top of the Indigo Plateau. Indigo Plateau Conference is naturally the big stage that many trainers dream of. On this stage, you can let the world know yourself, and you can further improve your trainer level. Here we are, we have seen Viking City. Ash and others finally arrived before the sunset on the outskirts of Viridian City. When they saw the river outside Viridian City, Ash cheered happily. Yeah, it's finally here, you can change your clothes. Misty was also in a very high mood. After experiencing such an incident, seeing Viking City felt like a world away, and she was soaked and dirty. Yes, it made Misty, Stephanie's son-in-law, very uncomfortable. Pick up. Pikachu had never seen a big city, at most he had only seen a pallet town like a village, so he was very interested in this kind of bustling big city. Let's go directly to the Pokémon Center. If you go to the Pokémon Center, with the trainer's certificate, you can stay in it for free, and you can also heal Pokémon. Misty directs Ash's actions. She thinks that Ash is a rookie trainer, and she may not be familiar with these aspects. Ash is indeed a rookie trainer, but it cannot be said that he is not familiar with these processes. After all, he often saw them when he watched anime, and with his current funds, he can only live in the Pokémon Center. Hotel or hotel. Recently, incidents of pickpockets, thief, and even kidnapping of Pokémon have occurred frequently. Please be careful. Once you find suspicious people, please call the police in time. After approaching Vikipan City, Ash and his group heard the sound of the radio. Is Viridian City so dangerous? After hearing the broadcast, Ash seemed a little surprised. In such a big city, the kidnapping of Pokémon would still happen, isn't it unbelievable? But Ash immediately thought that after Tokiwa City was actually controlled by the rockets, it seemed to take this matter for granted, but it was also a bit unbelievable. If Ash were Giovanni, he would never allow his subordinates to make trouble here in Tokiwa City, because the bigger the trouble here, the easier it is for the Alliance to discover the situation here. This is not a good thing for the rockets, unless the rockets are already strong enough to ignore the power of the Alliance. Maybe it's just because of them. Ash wondered. In the anime, the rockets trio, known as the true protagonists, can be described as lawless existence, not to mention Viking City. Even at the Indigo Plateau Conference, they dared to intercept the torch. It's not that Tokiwa City is dangerous, it's because of some things that happened recently. Misty didn't know much about these things, only that some things did happen in Tokiwa City recently. Wait, you two. Just as Ash went to the Pokémon Center according to Misty's instructions, a cool voice sounded, and at the same time a small dog Pokémon intercepted in front of the bicycle. The background color is black, the head and neck have milky yellow mane, which looks cute and mighty at the same time. Ash immediately braked to avoid hitting the Pokémon, but Misty behind him accidentally bumped into Ash's back. What's going on? Ash looked at the Pokémon in front of him in surprise. He recognized this Pokémon as Growlithe. You. At this time, the owner of the previous voice came over. She was wearing a blue police uniform, with blue-green hair, and a beautiful face. She looked heroic and capable. Why are you in such a mess? Did something happen to you? The policewoman asked after looking up and down at Ash, Misty, and Pikachu on Ash's head. Chapter 18. The policewoman did not suspect that Ash and Misty were suspicious characters like in the anime, because no matter how you look at it, these two children do not seem to be that kind of villains. I just saw Ash and Misty in such a mess, so I thought they might have encountered something. Team Rocket, that is, the group who are now wanted, who kidnapped other people's Pokemon in Vikipan City. Officer Jenny. Misty recognized the policewoman in front of her, because the policewoman's family is very famous. There are people from her family all over the world, and they work in every alliance. They are very trustworthy people. Under Misty's explanation, Jenny looked at Ash's group in amazement. She really didn't expect them to be so unlucky and provoke the Spearow group in the wild. At the same time, she was also surprised at the strength of Ash and Pikachu, which could resist Spearow's attack. Even beat them back. Rookie trainer. After learning about the record of Ash and Pikachu, Jenny looked at Ash with some doubts. After all, this kind of strength cannot be achieved by rookie trainer, even the official trainer who has left the scope of rookie. Officer Jenny, hello, I'm Ash from Pallet Town, I just became a trainer today. Ash explained, taking out Pokédex from his pocket. He knew that Pokédex is not only used to obtain Pokemon information, is also something used to prove one's identity, similar to an ID card. Pokédex, so that's how it is. Seeing the Pokédex that Ash took out, Jenny has already recognized that Ash is a trainer, and when she heard the message from Professor Oak in the Pokédex, she nodded. In this case, I don't waste your time, go to the Pokemon Center. Please, Officer Jenny. Ash nodded. He didn't think it was wrong to be intercepted by Jenny, which showed Jenny's seriousness, and it was a good thing. It's getting dark now, let's go. Jenny motioned Growlithe to get out of the way. Goodbye, Officer Jenny. Ash and Misty said goodbye to Jenny and left, continuing towards the Pokemon Center. Big cities are indeed different from places like Pallet Town, with many high-rise buildings and many pedestrians on the road, which looks very popular. That's the Pokemon Center. More than 10 minutes later, the sky was completely dark, and the street lights were turned on, making the whole city brightly lit. In this situation, Ash saw the Pokemon not far away, printed in his eyes. Huge building, a semicircular building with a big letter P on the main entrance, it is the Pokemon Center. It's completely different from what you see in the anime and games. Ash marveled in his heart. How can I say the Pokemon Center seen in the anime and games has a small layout? The ones in the anime are okay, there are many Pokemon Centers that are very large, but the general layout and area cannot be seen. The ones in the game are very small, and they are also very crude. In reality, Pokemon is indeed very grand. Of course, it may be because it is a big city, so the Pokemon Center is so big. After approaching the Pokemon Center, Ash saw that there were special battlegrounds outside. Although it was already night, there were still many trainers in these battlegrounds, and they were fighting or watching the battle. I feel a little excited. As he passed the battlefield, Ash looked around, looking a little excited. Except for the battle with Gary, he hadn't tried to fight against other trainers yet. Pikachu also looked very surprised. It was also the first time he had seen such a scene, and those Pokemon who fought under the command of the trainers also gave him a glimpse of the human world. Misty was no stranger to it, she had lived in Cerulean City since she was a child, and this happened a lot. Where are we going to stop? Ash looked around and didn't know where the bicycles should be placed. There may be no place to park bicycles at the main entrance. Of course it's in the backpack. Misty looked at Ash in surprise, then motioned for Ash to get down, and then put the bicycle into his backpack. This, is your backpack so big? Ash envied Misty when he saw that Misty put the entire bicycle into his backpack. The length of the bicycle is about 1.6 meters, and Misty's backpack can hold such a long thing, that is to say, the space inside is at least 2 cubic meters or more. It's okay, it's just a 3 cubic meter backpack. Misty said with some embarrassment. She didn't specifically want to show off. 3 cubic meters, that's all. Ash really didn't know how to complain. His backpack was only 1 cubic meter, and it can be said that he bought it with nothing. Don't worry about it, go in quickly. Misty pushed Ash into the Pokémon Center, and a vast hall appeared in front of Ash. It's such a big place. Ash looked at the hall and exclaimed, and there were quite a few people sitting inside. Naturally, these people were all trainers. They gathered together in 2s and 3s, and they didn't know what they were doing. Let's go to register the dormitory first, and then let Ms. Joey see how Pikachu is. Misty took Ash to the front desk with ease. The staff at the front desk is not Ms. Joey, which is different from the anime. In the anime, the entire Pokémon Center works personnel no one other than Miss Joey. Hello, are you two together? Looking at Ash and Misty who looked embarrassed in front of them, the staff asked with a smile on their faces. Together. Misty nodded, and then took out the Pokédex, which surprised Ash a bit, because in the anime, Misty didn't show her own Pokédex, so Ash didn't know whether Misty had her own Pokédex. Hurry up! Misty looked back at Ash, seeing Ash's dumbfounded look, couldn't help feeling amused, and motioned Ash to quickly take out his Pokédex. Oh, oh! Ash nodded repeatedly, then took out his Pokédex and handed it to the staff. After the staff took the Pokédex from the two, they registered it on the computer, then handed it back to the two, and said, according to the usual practice, your stay is for 1 day. If you need to extend it, remember to come here to register tomorrow. Yes, we understand. Misty nodded, and then told Ash to leave. They were going to Joey's side. Are we leaving like this? Ash was a little puzzled, and registered for the dormitory, but how did he know where he was going to live? Where is the room? The Pokédex shows our room. Misty understood Ash's meaning, opened Pokédex, brought up the interface, and there was a string of numbers displayed on it, which was exactly the room number of their dormitory. Chapter 19. So that's how it is. Ash nodded suddenly. He was wondering just now, but the result turned out to be like this. It seems that he can't look at most things with common sense and the credit he learned in anime. Misty brought Ash to the treatment department, where the person in charge was Miss Joey, and there were still many trainers queuing up in front of the stage. We also line up. After Ms. Joey judges Pikachu's situation, we will go to the dormitory, wash up and then go to eat. Misty pulled Ash to the end of the queue. Oh! Ash then handed it over to Misty. He really didn't know how to do the process here, so it was best to let Misty arrange it. Ash is also a little thankful that he was able to meet Misty, otherwise he would come here alone, and he really didn't know what to do for a while, and it would probably be another trouble. The queue was moving fast. Ash poked his head out, looked ahead, and observed Joey's work. Like Jenny, Joey is a big family in the Pokémon world. Unlike Jenny, they are responsible for the treatment of Pokémon. In every Pokémon Center, there will be a Miss Joey, no matter how big or small. Joey's appearance is very cute and beautiful, with pink hair tied into 2 rings behind his head, wearing a white nurse suit, looks gentle and gentle, giving people a comfortable feeling. And Joey's movements are very capable. With a smile on her face, she took the Pokeball from trainer and at the same time simply asked about the situation. At the same time, she put the Pokeball on an instrument, and then the monitor next to the instrument will display the case of the Pokémon in the Pokeball. After learning about the situation of the Pokémon, she will give the Pokeball to Chansey who is waiting on the side, and tell Chansey how to treat the Pokémon inside. And Chansey will follow Ms. Joey's instructions, take the Pokeball to the treatment room inside for treatment, and Ms. Joey will also tell trainer some things, and let the other party come back to retrieve the Pokémon at a certain point in time. It's very different from the performance in anime and games. Ash observed Ms. Joey's work, comparing it with anime and games. There doesn't seem to be such a process in the anime, and most of the shows are Miss Joey going to treat Pokemon herself, which is actually an incredible thing. Because there is only one Ms. Joey in a Pokemon Center, so many injured Pokemon, Ms. Joey cannot take care of all of them. There must be other helpers, and this helper seems to be Chansey now. Of course, there can't be only one Chansey. There are already 5 or 6 different Chanseys that Ash saw, let alone Chansey who was working in the treatment room. The process in the game is very simple. You only need to put the Pokeball on the healing device, and after the thump, 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 the Pokemon will be healed. But the game is a game, for the sake of convenience, of course there will be such an expression, but the reality is different from animation, and also different from games, so it will naturally be more cumbersome. Soon it was Misty and Ash's turn. Misty handed the 2 Pokeballs to Joey, and briefly explained the situation of the 2 Pokemon under Joey's inquiry. After Joey checked, he said that there was no serious problem, just after exhausting some physical strength and only needing rest to recover, he returned the 2 Pokeballs to Misty. Misty also knew the situation of the 2 Pokemon, but she was cautious and asked Joey to check. When it was Ash's turn, Joey didn't look surprised when he saw Pikachu on Ash's head, because many Pokemon were unwilling to enter the Pokeball, so it was not uncommon for Pikachu to appear. Joey picked up Pikachu, observed Pikachu, smiled and said to Ash, "Your Pikachu is very healthy, but the physical exertion is not small, eat something later, after a night's rest, the physical strength can be enough the next day. You're fully recovered, don't worry." "Thank you, Miss Joey." Ash took Pikachu and thanked Joey. "Pika Pika." Pikachu also raised his little paw and thanked Joey with a smile. "You're welcome." Seeing Pikachu's cute appearance, Ms. Joey smiled even more. "It's okay." The 2 left the treatment room and went to the dormitory area. There was nothing wrong with the Pokemon. This was the best situation, so Misty seemed very happy. "Thank you very much for today, Misty." Ash said to Misty seriously. Misty really gave him great help. "Aren't we already friends now? Needless to say, thank you for these things." Misty waved her hand, but she was also very happy in her heart. It is a good thing to be able to help others. "By the way, are our dormitories next to each other?" Ash took out his Pokédex, called up the Pokemon Center interface, looked at the numbers on it, and asked Misty. "What's next to each other?" "We're in the same dormitory." Misty looked at Ash in surprise, and then said. "Same dormitory?" Ash was a little stunned. He really didn't expect that he and Misty were in the same dormitory, that is to say, he and Misty lived together. The dormitory resources of the Pokemon Center are limited, because the 2 of us are together, so we are assigned to the same dormitory. If the conditions are very limited, we may even live in the same dormitory with other trainers. Misty explained. She hasn't figured out what that means yet. Ash opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he couldn't say it in the end. Soon, the 2 found the dormitory. The dormitory is not big, there is only a very simple balcony, a room with bunk beds and tables, and a bathroom, but it is very delicate and gives people a comfortable feeling. After entering the dormitory, Misty, who was about to freshen up, froze, and it was only at this time that she realized what it meant for her to live in the same dormitory with Ash. This, then, I. In a panic, Misty was a little incoherent, and she didn't know what to say for a while. It was the first time for her to live under the same roof with a boy. "Well, how about I go outside and have a look?" Ash was understanding, pointing to the outside and said, "After all, Misty is Stephanie's son-in-law, and she can't go to the bathroom to wash up in front of a boy she just met for less than a day." Forget it, forget it." Misty pursed her lips, sighed inwardly, and shook her head. "Just don't look over here." "Don't worry, I will never peek." Ash nodded immediately, put down his backpack, and took Pikachu to the balcony. After looking at Ash's back, Misty quickly took out the clothes from her backpack, fearing that Ash would see her underwear, and immediately rushed to the bathroom. Chapter 20. There was a sound of water in the bathroom, and Ash knew that Misty had started to wash up now, but he didn't mean to be in the room, but stood on the balcony, leaning against the fence, watching the night outside. The location of the dormitory is behind the Pokémon Center. From this place, you cannot see the battlefield in front of the center. That is to say, you can only watch the night monotonously to relieve boredom, but it also isolates some sounds very well, so that people in the dormitory trainers can get a better rest. I have experienced a lot today. Ash rested his hands on the railing, propped his chin on it, and looked into the distance with blank eyes, as if he was recalling everything he experienced today. Get Pikachu, fight Gary, set off, draw, get Osiris soaring in the Sky Dragon inheritance ability, mess with the Spearow group, meet Misty, and finally. Ho-oh! Ash feels that the inertia of history seems to be quite large. After doing this himself, he would still experience the experience like Ash in the anime. It seems that this world seems to have a lot to do with anime. To be honest, Ash doesn't really remember what will happen after this. After all, no matter how deep the impression is, it is impossible to remember every detail. He just remembers roughly, like recovering Caterpie and Pidgeot in the Viridian Forest, these two Pokémon, and what else is unclear. Hey, Pikachu! Ash turned his head and looked at Pikachu, who was standing on the railing, just like him, quietly watching the distance. Pika! Hearing Ash's voice, Pikachu turned his head and looked at Ash suspiciously, not knowing what Ash told him to do. Tell me, in the future, can we stand on the highest peak and see the scenery that no one has ever seen? Ash asked with a slight smile. Pika! Pikachu nodded vigorously when he heard the words. Although he didn't know exactly what the scenery Ash was talking about, Pikachu felt that he should support Ash unconditionally. Really, you think it's okay, and I think it's okay too. Even if there is no system and no inheritance, I believe that we can do it. The smile on Ash's face became brighter, and at the same time there was a smile in his eyes. A look of determination. His goal has never changed, which is to become the most powerful trainer in the world, to become a legend among legends, just like the chi hidden in the deep mountains in the game, to become an invincible powerhouse. What are you talking about? At the same time, Misty wiped her hair with a towel after washing, and walked out wearing the same clothes as before. After all, she had to go to dinner later, so she didn't change into her pajamas. No, it's nothing. Seeing Misty with her hair down, Ash froze for a moment. Compared with Misty's previous look, this look is less energetic, but more soft. Misty looks go up, become a lot gentler. Then hurry up and wash up. You have to eat later. After eating, you can go shopping outside or come back to rest. Misty didn't notice Ash's gaze, she was lowering her head, using a towel rub the water from your hair. Yes. Ash nodded quickly, then picked up Pikachu, went back to the room to find his clothes, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Why do you look a little frizzy? Looking at Ash's flustered back, Misty tilted her head slightly, but after Ash entered the bathroom, Misty's face suddenly changed, and she opened her small mouth, as if thinking of what, her face turned red. She suddenly remembered that the clothes she had changed seemed to have been left in the bathroom without taking them out, that is to say, her underwear seemed to be seen by Ash. Ash in the bathroom did see Misty's changed clothes, but he didn't go crazy enough to rummage through them. He just glanced at them and stopped looking. Come out of the bathroom. After Ash came out, Misty immediately went to the bathroom to take out her clothes. Seeing that Ash didn't pay attention to her, she immediately put them into the backpack, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. But she also knew that such actions were just deception. Ash must have seen her clothes and noticed her actions, but such actions made Misty feel a little more at ease. After simply drying Pikachu's hair, Ash also simply wiped his own hair. Boys are usually not as delicate as Stephanie's son, and they don't care much about their appearance, so their hair looks a bit messy. Really, you should at least use a hair dryer. Seeing Ash's appearance, Misty shook her head helplessly, picked up the hair dryer on the side, and handed it to Ash. No, that's it, let's go eat quickly, I'm starving to death. Ash shook his head indifferently, and set off in the morning. After going through such a long time and being chased for so long, he was already so hungry no more. Okay. Misty had no choice but to nod, tidied up a little, tied up her hair, left the dormitory with Ash and Pikachu, and went to the restaurant. The restaurant is quite big, although it is not as big as the hall, but it is 1/3 the size of the hall, at least 400 to 500 square meters. It can be seen that the Pokémon Center occupies a very large area. Meals in the restaurant of Pokémon Center are also free. You can order whatever you want, and you will be notified to pick up the meal after it is ready. Pokémon food is relatively simple, it is of the public taste type, put it aside, and the trainer will help you. The Pokémon food provided by the restaurant is usually for small Pokémon. Large Pokémon need to supplement too much food, which is usually prepared by the trainer himself. The Pokémon Center does not provide it, so cultivate large Pokémon there are not many trainers, and food is also a big expense, especially for rookie trainers and ordinary trainers. After the two ordered the food, they brought Pikachu some Pokémon food, and then found a table to chat and wait. After a while, the broadcast sounded, informing them to go and get it. It's quite delicious. Ash ate the fried pork chop, his eyes lit up slightly, he didn't expect the restaurant in the Pokémon Center to be of such a high level, which can already be compared with the restaurants outside, and it's actually free of. Of course, after all, this is the benefit of the alliance to the trainers. Misty ate curry rice, and after hearing Ash's praise, she said proudly. Except for trainer, can't other people live and eat here? Ash asked curiously. Of course. Misty nodded. Chapter 21. Why? Ash asked suspiciously. You have to ask me why. I don't know very well. Misty looked distressed, and she was not very clear why only trainers were allowed to stay and eat at the Pokémon Center, maybe because this is exclusively for trainers' welfare. Ash didn't ask any more when he saw this, he just wanted to know about these things, even if he knew it, it would be useless, so it's okay not to know. After dinner, Misty suggested to take Ash for a stroll outside. Judging from Ash's previous performance, he should have never been to such a big city. Okay. Of course Ash agreed, he was planning to go outside to see Viking City, although it was actually controlled by the rockets, but it wasn't on the surface. But before that, I have to make a phone call. Ash suddenly remembered that he hadn't told his mother Delia that he was safe after coming here, so he said quickly. As for the phone, it's in the lobby. Misty took Ash out of the restaurant, went to the lobby, and found the phone in the northeast corner. There were a lot of phones, but there were also quite a lot of people waiting to make calls here. After waiting for a few minutes, it was finally Ash's turn. The phone was similar in style to a landline, but it had a display screen, which could be used to meet and talk with the person on the other end of the phone, or not. He dialed the phone at home, and was connected after it rang for a while. The screen did not light up immediately, but Ash's familiar voice sounded, Hello? Hello, this is Delia. Mom, it's me, Ash. Hearing Delia's voice, Ash responded immediately, and Pikachu on his shoulder also groaned softly, indicating his presence and greeting Delia. Oh, it's Ash and Pikachu. After hearing the familiar voice, the screen immediately lit up, and Delia's appearance appeared on the screen. She looked at Ash and Pikachu with joy on her face. Of course, she also saw Misty standing behind Ash, and was slightly taken aback. Well, hello, Auntie, my name is Misty, and I'm Ash's friend. After seeing Delia, Misty stammered, introducing herself, feeling a little nervous, and at the same time surprised by Delia's appearance. Thinking of Ash's mother being so beautiful. Hello, hello. Delia looked at Stephanie with a smile on her face. She looked at Misty and then at Ash. She didn't expect her son to find such a cute Stephanie on the first day out. Mom, are there any problems at home? Ash didn't know what to say, so he said something homely. Of course it's fine, how about you? Since you called me, have you arrived in Tokiwa City? Delia smiled and nodded. Well, thanks to Misty's help, I was able to come to Tokiwa City so quickly. Ash didn't say what happened in the afternoon, he didn't want to worry Delia. I think back then, it took your father 4 full days to reach Viridian City. You are much better than your father. Delia said with emotion. She is not very familiar with these things, so she thinks that Ash can reach Viridian City in 1 day. Mom, there's no need to talk about this. Ash said helplessly. Okay, I won't talk about it, but you have to remember to brush your teeth every morning and evening, and go to bed early and get up early. Delia started nagging again, but Ash was not impatient, but listened quietly, responding from time to time, indicating that he is listening carefully. Misty in the back looked at Ash with some envy. Her parents disappeared a few years ago. Although there was no news of death, Misty knew that the two of them were probably no longer alive, so Ash had a mother who cared about this matter. Feel envious. By the way, Miss Misty, I will ask you to take care of my son. After chatting with Ash, Delia looked at Misty and said pointedly. Yes, I will. Misty was in a daze, but she didn't expect Delia to mention herself suddenly. She didn't react for a while, but after she did, she immediately understood what she had promised, and her face turned red. Stand up. Also, don't call me like that, just call me Misty. Misty's voice was slightly softer. Delia smiled in satisfaction and nodded, making Misty shyly turn her head away. Mom, Misty may not travel with me, you will make people feel uncomfortable if you say that. Ash said helplessly to Delia, he did not understand what his mother meant. You idiot, do you want Stephanie to tell you about this kind of thing? Of course you invited Stephanie. Delia seemed a little angry because of Ash's appearance. Is that so? Ash wondered. Of course, as expected, you look like your father, you are both idiots. Delia said helplessly. After chatting for a few more words, Delia hung up the phone. Seeing that it was still early, she asked Misty to take Ash for a stroll outside. In fact, she wanted to create a chance for Ash to be alone with Misty. Although the two of them are still young, if they can get along, in a few years, she might have a grandson to hug. That. After hanging up the phone, Ash looked at Misty with some embarrassment. I'm sorry, my mother is like this, you don't need to pay attention to some things she said. Hearing Ash's words, Misty's face suddenly became a little unhappy, and the shy mood was gone. She stared at Ash for a while, then snorted softly, and said angrily, I suddenly don't want to go outside, you go. I don't know the way in life. Without you, I might get lost. Ash didn't know why Misty was angry, but of course he couldn't go by himself, because he is indeed a road idiot and gets lost easily of. Although Misty said so in her mouth, she actually left the Pokémon Center with Ash, not only because it was still early, but also because she was going outside to buy some things to replenish supplies. Although Ash hadn't spoken yet, she had already started to do it ready. If you travel, you need to prepare a lot of things. Such as food, drinking water, daily necessities, etc. Since Delia promised, of course she will take care of Ash. Pika. Seeing Ash's unclear appearance, Pikachu also felt a little helpless, even it could see that Misty had a certain affection for Ash, and his trainer seemed a little too dull up. Chapter 22. After taking Ash to sell the big pearl, Misty took Ash to do some shopping and bought a small accessory, which Ash bought for Misty to express his gratitude. Misty likes the trinkets Ash bought her. It's a hair tie. Although it's cheap, Misty is very happy. Seeing the smile on Misty's face again, Ash breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, whoever sent the present will be happy, although he doesn't know why Misty is angry. Back in the dormitory, the two sorted out the things they bought. Ash didn't know that he had to prepare so many things when he was shopping. If it wasn't for Misty, he probably wouldn't remember to buy these things. The amount of food that can survive in the wild for at least a week, as well as drinking water, although there may be things like tree fruits and streams in the wild, but these are not available in every place, so you need to be prepared. Ash's backpack can't hold too many things, so some things are put into Misty's backpack. After sorting out, the time has come to 10 o'clock, and it's time to rest. There are 2 beds, and Misty likes the one near the balcony, so Ash can only sleep in the one near the bathroom. I'm going to challenge Viking Gym tomorrow, Misty, do you have any suggestions? Ash asked after Misty changed into her pajamas and came out of the bathroom. And Pikachu has already slept on the side of the pillow. It has exhausted a lot of energy today, and it is not easy to persevere until now. Challenge Viridian Gym. Misty was taken aback, looked at Ash and Pikachu, and asked, "You have 3 Pokémon now. What do you mean?" Ash asked puzzled. Challenging the gym has certain requirements. The requirement of the Viking Gym is to have at least 3 Pokémon. Besides Pikachu, do you have other Pokémon? Misty asked curiously, because she only saw Pikachu. I really don't. Ash was dumbfounded. He just became a trainer today, and he was chased by Spearow on the road. He didn't have time to recover Pokémon. If he recovered the Pidgey that he defeated earlier, he could have 2, but also not up to par. So, we can only go to Pewter City first, and challenge the Pewter Gymnasium. Misty shrugged, took out the map of Kanto region, and pointed to the city above. If we follow this route, from the Pewter Gymnasium at the beginning, you can return to Tokiwa City at the end, get 8 badges, and take advantage of the trend to Indigo Plateau. Looking at the suggestion given by Misty, Ash thought deeply, because Misty's suggestion is the same as the trend in the anime, and it is indeed very convenient to follow this route. Thank you, Misty, without you, I would have taken a lot of detours. Ash thanked Misty sincerely. I said it all, we are already friends, so there is no need to thank you for these little things. Misty pouted, looking a little unhappy, she felt that Ash was too polite. No matter how you say it, I still have to thank you. At most, I won't be so polite to you in the future. Ash smiled at Misty. Oh, I'm so annoying, I'm sleepy, I need to rest. Seeing Ash's smile, Misty blushed slightly, lay down on the bed in a little panic, pulled up the quilt, and turned around. Good night, Misty. Ash thought that Misty was really sleepy. After all, after going through so many things today, it's normal for Stephanie to get tired easily, so he said good night and turned off the lights. It's just that before falling asleep, Ash always felt as if he had forgotten something, but with the onset of drowsiness, he didn't have the heart to think about what he had forgotten. By the way, is it really okay for us to do this? A huge hot air balloon floated above the sky in Vikipan City. The shape of the hot air balloon was Meowth's head, which looked a bit naive, and the hanging basket underneath there are 2 humans, and a Pokémon, which is the shape of the hot air balloon, Meowth. The person who said this sentence was a young man with short lavender hair and a handsome face. He looked like a normal nobleman, but his current demeanor seemed a little hesitant. What are you afraid of? If we succeed this time, we will definitely be appreciated by the boss, promoted and raised, and become a minister. The young female with long magenta hair and a beautiful face said dissatisfiedly, and then showed fantasy. His expression seemed to see him being appreciated by her boss. Normal. That's right. Meow. And this is Vikipan City, our boss's own territory, there must be no problem. Meow. Meowth said amazingly, it can speak human language. But... The young man opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Among them, he is the most knowledgeable person. After all, he has been in many places and met many people since he was a child, so he understands more or less, even if the rockets occupy Tokiwa City, there is no reason why they do not act in it. It's just that he didn't have much right to speak in this trio, and was directly suppressed by the young woman. She looked at each other with an unhappy face. James, if you say that again, when we are appreciated by the boss, you must not portion. Well, well. The young man named James can only act together with the young woman and Meowth in the end. They are always companions, and even if there are any problems, they have to face and bear together. We'll cut off the power supply system of Pokemon Center later, and then take advantage of the chaos to steal all the Pokemon stored in it. This plan is perfect. Meow. Meowth smiled slyly, obviously very satisfied with his plan. Then, let's charge. The young woman waved her right hand and issued an order in a high-spirited manner. Yes. James responded, throwing the Pokeball together with the young woman, and smashing it towards the Pokemon Center below, just in time to break the glass at the top, causing the Pokeball to fall into the hall of the Pokemon Center. With a bang, 2 Pokeballs were opened, and in front of the trainers and staff who hadn't reacted yet, a white light appeared, finally revealing the figures of 2 Pokemon. One is round in shape, covered in purple, and has various protrusions all over the body. There are 2 semicircular eye sockets in the front, and there are small eyes in the eye sockets. Under it, there is a mouth with 2 sharp teeth, with an evil smile and a skull-shaped pattern on its belly. The other Pokemon is snake-shaped in shape, purple all over, with a yellow abdomen, round eyes that are also yellow, a thin line of pupils, and a big mouth. It also looks not easy to get along with. Chapter 23. These 2 Pokemon are Koffing and Arbok, which can be said to be the same standard in the Rockets. As long as they join the team, the Rockets will assign a Koffing or Arbok to the recruited members. What happened? Some trainers and staff didn't understand why 2 Pokemon fell from the sky into the hall. At this moment, Koffing acted without an order. It seemed to be very familiar with this situation. It immediately activated the normal type energy, launched the smokescreen move, and acted in the hall, making the smokescreen range continuously spread. Cough, cough, cough. The smoke caused people in the hall to cough, and their vision was also blocked. In addition to such a sudden attack, many people did not recover. Only some staff members understood what happened. Assault! Someone attacked the Pokemon Center, a staff member yelled loudly, while using the walkie-talkie to notify other personnel in other places, and call the police. Sirens sounded throughout the Pokemon Center. But what he did made the scene even more chaotic. Although there were not many trainers left in the hall, only a dozen or 20, some trainers immediately panicked after hearing that it was an attack, running around, looking for shelter. Place. However, there are also some trainers who immediately made adjustments, but when they wanted to send out their own Pokemon, they found that their Pokemon had already been handed over to the Pokemon Center for treatment, and now they have no Pokemon to use at all. To solve the problems ahead. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Arbok, who had been inactive all this time, started to move. It seemed that it had found its direction without restriction in the smokescreen. It arrived at the location of the power supply room. Destroy it with your big mouth. The moment the power supply device was destroyed, the entire Pokemon Center went dark, and all the equipment stopped working, including the emergency room, nursing room, and other important areas. Ha 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 ha. In mid-air, the rocket trio on the hot air balloon let out hearty laughter after seeing the chaos in the Pokemon Center. They began to lower the height of the hot air balloon, and when they reached the appropriate height after that, he jumped down, landed on the ground, and entered through the main entrance grandly. He didn't know when he put on a mask on his face to prevent smokescreen. I remember the place where the Pokémon are stored, that's over there. Meowth pointed to the north passage. Since he was going to grab Pokémon, he naturally knew about the Pokémon Center before. Go, Jessie, don't waste time. Although the situation is good now, James did not let down his vigilance. He always had an ominous premonition, so he urged the young woman and Meowth. Got it, got it. Don't rush me. The young woman named Jessie nodded impatiently, and the two quickly headed to the place where the Pokémon was stored. What's going on? In the dormitory, Ash had already come over smelling salts when he heard the siren, with no sleepiness on his face. He turned over and got out of bed immediately, caught Pikachu who jumped over, and went to the balcony to poke his head out, wanting to see what happened, but the next moment, the entire Pokémon Center went dark and there was a power outage. What happened? Misty was also awakened, with some sleepiness remaining on her face, showing a nervous and worried look on her face. I don't know. Ash was stunned after he finished speaking, and then he realized it. At this moment, he remembered what Rest thought he had forgotten before. It was Team Rocket's attack. In the anime, the trio of Team Rocket, James, Jessie, and Meowth, launched an attack on the Pokémon Center, wanting to snatch the Pokémon stored there. Although they don't know if they got Giovanni's instruction, Ash probably thinks that there is no. Giovanni will not be so stupid that letting the Rockets carry out this kind of action here in Vikipan City is simply exposing himself. Then, what are we going to do now? Misty was at a loss, so she could only look at Ash and let Ash make plans. Let's go out and have a look. Ash said firmly. He didn't know what the situation was in reality. If we look at the performance of the anime, the Rockets trio would naturally be impossible to succeed, but this is reality, not anime. He doesn't know the actual ability of the human group. Okay. Misty agreed without hesitation. She believed in Ash's judgment, so she immediately grabbed the two Pokeballs beside the bed, followed Ash, left the dormitory, and went to the lobby. A lot of trainers also came out from the corridor outside the dormitory. Some of them were flustered and some were calm, but what happened was that they were all preparing to go to the hall, but the corridor was very dark, which caused some confusion. If this continues, there will be danger here. Ash stood at the door, looking at the chaotic corridor, frowning. With so many people running away, trampling incidents are easy to happen, and life will be in danger at that time. What should I do? Misty looked at Ash, because Ash's calm performance made her find support. Stand back. Ash asked Misty to back into the room slightly, and then looked at Pikachu on his shoulder. Pikachu, please, use Thunder Shock to calm everyone down. Pika. Pikachu was stunned, then reacted, nodded vigorously, jumped up from Ash's shoulder, and stimulated the electric-type energy. The golden spark lit up in the dim environment, making most people can be seen clearly. But Pikachu's action is not limited to that, it launches Thunder Shock along the trend, the dense crowd becomes an excellent conductor, and in an instant, the people in the entire corridor are attacked by Thunder Shock. What are you doing? Misty behind panicked and pulled Ash. She didn't expect Ash to be so bold. Let Pikachu use Thunder Shock to attack so many people. I can only do this. Ash became more and more calm. Thunder Shock's power is not strong, at most it will only make them feel numb, and there will be no danger, but if they continue like this, it may not be so. Misty froze for a moment, then looked at the situation in the corridor, and found that the current situation was indeed different from before. Most of the people were lying on the ground, and a trace of electric arc flashed on their bodies from time to time, obviously paralyzed. It was also like this that eased the chaotic situation. Most of the trainers were quiet, and only a few trainers who couldn't see the situation clearly were clamoring. Everyone, I offended you. Please calm down and go to the hall to check the situation after you recover. Ash shouted loudly in the corridor, then led Misty across the crowd and walked towards the hall. Chapter 24. Boom! The door was violently broken open, and a group of people dived in. They were the Rockets trio and Arbok, and it was Arbok who broke the door violently. Coughing was left in the lobby by James and continued to spread the smokescreen to confuse the public, but he didn't bring him here. They had to buy more time to take away more Pokémon. It really is here. Seeing the Pokeball stored on the shelf in the room, Jessie's eyes lit up, she laughed, and immediately rushed up without picking it, and directly swept the Pokeball into the bag she brought. Naturally, the bags couldn't be space equipment, and they were just low-level personnel of the Rockets, they were not entitled to such things, and they couldn't afford such expensive things. You two, hurry up and help, we have to retreat before they react. Seeing that James and Meowth were frozen in place, Jessie immediately yelled loudly. Yes. James and Meowth were excited, and hurried forward to help, but there were too many Pokémon stored here, and the bags they brought couldn't hold much. Forget it, that's it. After the bag was filled, Jessie looked at the remaining Pokeballs with some reluctance. If she could, of course she would like to take them all away, but there is no way now. There are so many that are enough, Boss Giovanni will be very happy to see it. Meow. Meowth was very content, there were at least 100 Pokeballs in the bag, and these harvests were enough. Cough, cough, cough. Before approaching the hall, Ash and Misty encountered the smoke spreading from the hall, choked on the smoke, and couldn't help coughing. What happened? Why is there so much smoke? Misty asked, puzzled while covering her mouth and nose. The smoke doesn't come naturally, it's Pokémon's move. Someone has invaded the Pokémon Center. Ash immediately judged the origin of the smoke. Unlike the smoke produced by the machine explosion, the smoke produced by the move has a special with the energy inside. Ash can clearly judge the difference, which is his natural ability. Someone invaded the Pokémon Center. After hearing Ash's analysis, Misty's eyes widened, looking very incredible. She had never heard of anyone daring to invade the Pokémon Center. League sheltered. They invaded the Pokémon Center, the target must be the Pokémon stored here for healing, so we have to rush there now. Ash knew the purpose of the Rockets trio, even if he didn't know, he could judge according to the current situation come out. Misty, do you know where the Pokémon is stored? Ash turned his head to look at Misty beside him. He was not familiar with the Pokémon Center, so he could only ask Misty. I don't know either. Of course Misty didn't know either. This is the Pokémon Center in Tokiwa City, not the Pokémon Center in Cerulean City. The layout of the two is completely different. I know where it is. At this moment, a clear voice sounded beside the two. Because of the smokescreen, neither Ash nor Misty noticed it until the other party spoke, and they didn't know when there was someone beside them approached. Who? Ash's face changed slightly, and he looked vigilantly at the person who was covered by the smoke. Pikachu also made a pose, and Misty also became nervous. It's me. The figure in the smoke gradually approached, revealing its appearance. To Ash and Misty's surprise, it was Miss Joey. Miss Joey? Why are you here? Seeing that it was Joey, Misty asked in amazement. This is the direction leading to the hall from the dormitory. Joey would appear here? Ash, on the other hand, looked Joey up and down, and felt relieved after confirming that Joey was the real Joey, because Ash knew that the trio of the Rockets had superb cross-dressing skills, and they could become Joey or even Jenny. It's not that they haven't done it before, only Xiao Gang can tell the difference. It's a long story, let's not talk about it. Miss Joey shook her head slightly, because it was late, so she went to rest, but she didn't expect such a thing to happen, so she rushed out, just in time to meet Ash and Misty, and after hearing Ash's analysis, I think Ash's analysis is very reasonable. Come with me. Ms. Joey greeted the two of them without any nonsense, and immediately led them to the Pokémon storage room. The first priority is to ensure the safety of these Pokémon. Ash and Misty looked at each other, nodded at the same time, and followed immediately. When I came to the hall, regardless of the situation in the hall, I followed Ms. Joey's footsteps, passed through the hall, and came to another passage, which is the way to the storage room. The door was broken. Although the environment was slightly dim, Miss Joey still saw the broken door of the storage room at the end of the corridor, and her face changed. Unexpectedly, she was really analyzed by Ash. At this moment, 4 shadows came out of the storage room, 2 of which were in human form and 2 in the shape of Pokémon. Ms. Joey could tell at a glance that the shadows of these 2 Pokémon were Arbok and Meowth. Who the hell are you guys? Miss Joey stared at the visitor with an ugly face, and asked a question that shouldn't be asked. Misty, who was following behind, also stared at the visitor with a stern expression. Only Ash had a slightly weird expression, because he remembered a meme from his previous life: don't ask random questions. After hearing Ms. Joey's question, the 4 figures paused for a while, and even stopped in their tracks. In the darkness, their voices came out. Since you asked the question sincerely, we will tell you with great mercy. The voices of a man and a woman resounded in the darkness, which seemed like a big villain, making Miss Joey and Misty more nervous. Only Ash's expression became more and more strange. He never expected that in this world, he could really hear the Rockets Trio's opening lines firsthand. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed. Following these words, the figure took action. In order to protect the peace of the world. Carry out love and true evil. A cute and attractive villain. After the words fell, 4 figures appeared in everyone's sight. They were wearing white uniforms with a conspicuous red R letter printed on their chests. Jessie. The young woman crossed her arms, with a malicious smile on her face. James. The young man said gracefully while holding a rose. We are Team Rocket traveling through the galaxy. White hole, a white tomorrow is waiting for us. That's it. Meow. Meowth, who was standing between the 2, said suddenly, which surprised both Miss Joey and Misty. Chapter 25. Can a Meowth who can speak human language? Ms. Joey seemed a little unbelievable. In all the years she has been a nurse, this is the first time she has seen a Pokémon that can speak human words, even in the family. Never heard of it when I was studying. Although Misty was also surprised, what was even more surprising was that the origin of this group of people turned out to be the notorious Rockets in the Kanto region. Only Ash is relatively calm. Although the 3 of James are the Rockets, their strength can only be said to be at the bottom of the Rockets. If it weren't for James' family background and Jessie's mother, they might have been kicked out of the Rockets long ago. It's on the list. Needless to say, James, a famous family, has a lot of influence in the Chengdu region. Although Giovanni is not afraid of James' family, he does not want to offend. And Jessie's background is even more extraordinary. Although she grew up in a poor family, this is just the family that adopted her. Her actual background is the former leader of the Rockets, the founder of the Rockets, and the right-hand man of Giovanni's mother, Miyamoto's daughter. It is precisely because of this relationship that Giovanni did not punish Jessie and James despite the many incidents they caused, and even entrusted them with important tasks when he had the opportunity. Are you so surprised that Meowth can speak human? We are the Rockets. Meowth is very angry. They are not surprised that they are the Rockets, but surprised that they can speak human. This seems to be a wrong focus. They are vicious terrorist organizations that run across the 2 ancient regions of Kanto and Chengdu, and they are proud of their identity. Don't talk nonsense with them, the most important thing now is, get those Pokémon back. Ash took a step forward, and he had already noticed that the big bag behind Team Rocket's trio was uneven inside, obviously filled with Pokeballs. Yo-ho, this kid has a big tone, and wants to snatch back these Pokémon in front of our Rockets. Jessie looked at Ash with a dismissive tone, just a little devil, with the tone bigger than her? Just because you want to defeat us, it's a wishful dream. James elegantly swung the roses, but he also didn't pay attention to Ash, because Ash was too young. From the outside, he looked like a 10-year-old, become the little guy of the trainer. Meowth will show you what Team Rocket is. Meowth showed his sharp claws, with a wild smile on his face. One Joey, two little devils, can they still defeat them? Ms. Joey's face was a little ugly. She was really not good at fighting. She immediately looked at Ash and Misty beside her. Now she can only hope that these two can defeat each other, but the hope is also very slim. The name of the Rockets, she is also very famous. Ash. Misty looked at Ash, a little nervous. She didn't know the strength of the Rockets trio, but the Rockets are indeed a well-known evil organization, and their strength should not be underestimated. It's okay, trust me. Ash nodded vigorously to Misty, giving him affirmation, and then commanded Pikachu to attack. Pikachu, please, use Thunder Shock. Send out such a cute Pokemon, do you want to make us die of cuteness? Jessie sneered, not paying attention to Pikachu at all. Pika. However, Pikachu jumped off Ash's shoulder, and before he landed, he activated the electric-type energy in mid-air, launched Thunder Shock, and the Thunder Light suddenly appeared, illuminating the dim passage. Although his physical strength has not yet fully recovered, Pikachu has recovered a lot after having a full night's sleep, and the battle with the Spearows in the afternoon has made it further integrated with the inheritance in his body, and his strength has improved a lot. It's not what it used to be when fighting Spearow. Spark's speed was very fast, at least Jessie, James, and Meowth didn't react immediately, and when they came to their senses, it was too late to respond. Tsit-zi-zi-zi-zi-zi. Spark enveloped the four figures, making a crackling sound, and they who were bathed in spark let out screams. Changed, became stronger. Misty was amazed at Pikachu's performance. Compared with the afternoon, Pikachu has indeed become stronger, no, not some, but a lot. Even after going through such a big battle, the strength should not be improved so much. Misty thinks that according to Pikachu's current situation, it seems that he is about to break through the Earl Dervish class and enter the ordinary class. After a while, spark dissipated, and the Rockets trio plus Akans fell to the ground, breathing black smoke from their mouths. They never expected that this Pikachu was so powerful. It's amazing. Ms. Joey's eyes lit up slightly, she could see Pikachu's strength naturally, but she didn't expect that Pikachu, who was only Earl Dervish level, could display such great power and defeated the Rockets in one fell swoop. But Ash didn't relax his vigilance. He frowned tightly, feeling that something was missing. After thinking for a while, his face changed slightly. In Team Rocket's trio, one Pokemon was missing, and James's was missing. Coughing. Pikachu, get out of here. Feeling a strong wind coming from behind, Ash immediately jumped aside with Misty in his arms and pulled Joey at the same time. The moment they just jumped down, a spherical figure rushed over, hitting to Pikachu. If Ash and the others didn't dodge, they would be hit by this ball, and even if they didn't get hit hard, they would still suffer a lot of damage. After Pikachu got the reminder from Ash, although he didn't understand the reason, he also dodged to the side for the first time. The ball hit Pikachu's original position, and the ground was slightly dented. This shows that this how powerful is the blow. What? It was dodged. James showed an unbelievable look. He had just seen his coughing floating behind him, but he didn't issue an order. He believed that his coughing knew what to do. And coughing did not live up to his expectations. After approaching quietly, he launched a tackle to sneak attack Ash and others. While trying to hurt Ash and others, he attacked Pikachu. But I didn't expect that at the critical moment, the little devil would react, let alone dodge the attack, and let Pikachu also dodge the attack. Pikachu, Thunder Shock. Maintaining the posture of falling on the ground, Ash gave the order without hesitation, let Pikachu attack Coughing, only if Coughing loses the ability to fight, they will be safe. Pika Pika. Pikachu issued Thunder Shock again, and the powerful Thunder Shock landed on Coughing, instantly making Coughing incapable of fighting. At this moment, all the combat power of the rockets has been lost, and the situation is over. Chapter 26. This Pikachu, why is it so powerful? Jessie was surprised by Pikachu's performance. An ordinary, cute Pikachu actually had such great power and wiped out all their Pokémon. It seems that I am not an ordinary person, but I can actually defeat Meowth. Meow. Meowth lay weakly on the ground, looking at the yellow electric mouse. Should we retreat now? James asked. He felt that retreat was the best choice given the current situation. That's right, retreat. Jessie made a decisive decision. Although they were defeated by Pikachu, as long as they took these Pokémon away, the action would not be considered a failure. Thinking of this, Jessie took out a remote control and pressed a button on it. What are they trying to do? Miss Joey keenly saw Jessie's movements, and her expression changed slightly. We can't give them this chance. Ash stood up, eyes fixed, and shouted at Pikachu, Pikachu, use Thunder Shock again to stop their movements. Pikachu launched Thunder Shock again, and the golden spark broke through the airstrike and went straight to the rockets trio. It's too late, ha 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 ha. But Jessie let out a wild laugh, and as her voice fell, there was a roar, and the ceiling of the passage suddenly collapsed, and a large amount of rubble actually blocked Thunder Shock's attack. Protected Jessie and others. A rope appeared in the hole formed by the collapse of the ceiling and landed in front of the rocket trio. Meowth jumped up and grabbed the top immediately, and then Jessie and James grabbed the bag containing the Pokeball together. Grab the rope with the other hand. Of course, they did not forget to take away cans and Coughing, and at the same time used Pokeball to take back the two Pokémon. Ash and the others saw that the rope was slowly rising, and the rocket trio was obviously preparing to escape here in this form. We can't let them take away those Pokémon. Ms. Joey said anxiously. These Pokémon are stored here for treatment by the trainers. Trainer, the Pokémon that has been painstakingly recovered and cultivated cannot just disappear like this. Starmie, use the water gun. At this moment, Misty stood up from the ground, she threw the two Pokeballs in her hand, and sent her Pokémon to use the water gun, wanting to in order to intercept the retreat of the rockets. The water gun blasted out, converging into a thicker and more violent water column in the middle, blasting towards the rockets trio. How did this happen, you nasty little girl? Jessie's face was a little ferocious, and she couldn't think of a way to deal with the water gun that came down, and they had no backup now. Meowth is not a vegetarian, don't underestimate Meowth. Meow. But at this moment, Meowth suddenly let go of his hands, jumped on the rope with his strength, met the water gun, spread his limbs, and wanted to use your own body to resist the water gun. Meowth. James was taken aback. Apparently he didn't expect Meowth to make such a move, and was immediately moved by Meowth. Even Jessie was no exception. The water gun bombarded Meowth's body, and the strong impact pushed Meowth away. Although Meowth felt pain, but with his own perseverance, he changed the direction of the water gun so that it was refracted to the other side, and he also assisted the impact with force. It flew back and was caught by James. We will not let you down, Meowth. We will definitely take these Pokémon away. James hugged Meowth. At this moment Meowth's physical strength was exhausted, and he passed out and lost the ability to fight. What? On the other side, Ash and the others obviously didn't expect the situation to develop into what it is now, especially Ash. He knew that Meowth is a Pokémon with a lot of backbone, but he didn't expect Meowth to do such a thing. The choice comes out. Can we just watch them leave? Ash clenched his fists as the rockets trio disappeared into the hole in the ceiling, and even Pikachu felt very unwilling. Is there any way to catch up? Ash looked at Misty, but Misty had no other way now. Pika Pika. Just when everyone was helpless, Pikachu suddenly started running, and a white translucent light began to emerge from his body, and driven by this force, his speed became faster and faster, like is to turn into lightning normal. This is Quick Attack. Ash immediately recognized Pikachu's current situation. This is the phenomenon of launching Quick Attack. At this time, Pikachu learned Quick Attack. Pikachu's movements were very concise and precise. He continued to borrow strength from the gravel, and when he reached the bottom of the cave, he took advantage of the momentum and jumped up with the inertia brought by the sprint, and even jumped onto the rope. What? Jessie and James, who thought they and others could escape, were taken aback. They looked down at Pikachu under the rope, feeling ominous. Pikachu, use Thunder Shock. Although he couldn't see the situation on the whole from below, Ash ordered Pikachu to launch Thunder Shock immediately. Pika, Pika, Chu. Pikachu, who was holding onto the rope, uttered a cry. The electric-type energy was stimulated to the maximum, and the golden thunder light illuminated the darkness. Shrouded within, even the hot air balloon above is under attack. Boom! With a roar, the hot air balloon exploded, and the airflow filling it was scattered, causing the entire rope to shake violently. At this time, Ash had already come under the entrance of the cave. Seeing Pikachu fall, without any hesitation, Ash rushed over and hugged Pikachu accurately. Wow wow wow! Although Jessie and James had tried their best to grab the rope and the bag, they still couldn't overcome the inertia of the violent shaking, so they accidentally let go of the bag, and the next moment, the hot air balloon, the remaining airflow also took them into the air and flew out. It's such a disgusting feeling. In the middle of the air, Jessie and James yelled out the depression in their hearts. The action that was supposed to be successful fell short and was destroyed by a little devil and Pikachu. Are they okay? Misty, who followed, saw the Rockets trio going away through the hole. At this moment, she was a little worried about the safety of these people. There shouldn't be any problem. Ash shook his head slightly. The physique of human beings in this world is different, and the Rockets trio seem to have some kind of special luck blessing. The injury will not be life-threatening, unless there is an accident. Chapter 27. That's how it is. In the middle of the night, outside the Pokémon Center, the police officers surrounded the place, and no one was allowed to leave, whether it was the staff or the trainer. Miss Joey was telling the officer Jenny who came over what happened earlier matter. Sure enough, it's the Rockets. Officer Jenny's face was ugly. During this period of time, Viridian City was not peaceful, and there were frequent acts of kidnapping Pokémon. She suspected that it might be because of the Rockets. Now it seems that there is no doubt up. If it wasn't for Mr. Ash and Ms. Misty's help, the Rockets would probably have succeeded this time. I counted just now, and there are 127 Pokémon taken away by them. Ms. Joey said with lingering fear. If Team Rocket escapes, then 127 Pokémon will be taken away, and these Pokémon are cultivated with hard work by the trainers, and once the opponent succeeds, Kanto Alliance will also be greatly affected. Damage to the face, the reputation of the Ancient Alliance will be drastically reduced. Mr. Ash, is there Miss Misty? Officer Jenny was taken aback. Of course, she remembered that the two people who appeared in front of her in a panic in the afternoon were after all the trainer who was attacked by Spearow and repelled them. I will truthfully report this matter to the Alliance headquarters, and the rewards I should give them will not be less. Officer Jenny saluted Ms. Joey. It is implicated with the Rockets, so the team can be closed. What happened in Viridian City has spread to the entire Kanto Alliance in a short period of time, and even other alliances have already known that the Rockets once again became famous all over the world, but at the same time, Ash and Misty have also entered the sight of some people. Those two idiots. In a dimly lit office, a man with a majestic face exuding invisible pressure became more serious after hearing his assistant's report. The Persian at his feet was submissive, not daring to make any noise, for fear of offending this middle-aged man who was already fiery wrath because of his actions. "Boss, do you need to expel them from Team Rocket and punish them? The assistant is a pretty woman. She wears a purple suit, has short hair that reaches the ear, and wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Shrewd and capable. Forget it." After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man seemed to suppress his anger, shook his head, and rejected the assistant's suggestion. The assistant opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything in the end, but she always had doubts in her heart, why her leader was so open-minded to those two people who failed repeatedly and were even too stupid. Although this is their own reckless action this time, maybe it can also have a certain paralyzing effect. After being frightened and angry, the middle-aged man calmed down, thinking about how to deal with it later, but found that such a "come on, maybe there will be a better effect." The assistant didn't speak, but looked at the middle-aged man suspiciously, not understanding what he meant. "Viridian City has been quiet for too long. Ever since we secretly controlled it," the middle-aged man said pointedly. "The rockets have traces in many places in the Kanto region, but there has been no trace of the rockets in Viridian City for a long time. In a short period of time, the Kanto Alliance may think that it is close to the Indigo Plateau, which makes the rockets dare not move here, but after a long time, they may react, so this time the action can be just to deceive the public and make the rockets hide a little deeper. And after the action here has attracted the attention of the Alliance, his plan on the other side can also be implemented. Let Archer get ready. Once the Alliance relaxes its vigilance, it's time for us to act. There is no room for failure in this plan," the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. "Yes, leader," the assistant replied with a serious face. "Rockets. Viridian City. Indigo Plateau." One of the Elite Four who had been resting at the headquarters of Kanto Alliance, Ice-type Elite Lorelei, woke up because of this incident, and communicated with the other three via video call. "Contact the famous elite to discuss this matter. I didn't expect the rockets to be so bold and dare to act in Changpan City." A middle-aged man with a shirtless upper body and a rough and heroic face folded his arms and said in a deep voice. "He is one of the Elite Four, fighting type elite, Bruno. The rockets act recklessly, what are you afraid to do?" The old woman with an old face and a little lack of energy responded to Bruno's words. "She is the elite of ghost type, Agatha. But we can't relax the investigation of Viridian City," said the handsome young man with red hairstyle. "He is the dragon type elite known as the Dragon Envoy, but in fact he is a flying type elite, do. By the way, according to the report, it was a rookie trainer and Misty from the Cerulean Gym that sabotaged Team Rocket's operation." Lorelei continued after nodding slightly. "A rookie trainer?" After hearing that the person who sabotaged Team Rocket's operation was actually a rookie trainer, the other three elites showed surprise at the same time, and Du showed a gesture of interest. "That's right, I became a trainer yesterday and was recommended by Professor Oak." Lorelei already has all the detailed information on Ash in his hands. Everything he has done since childhood is on this piece of paper. "Did Professor Oak recommend it?" Hearing Professor Oak, Agatha raised her eyebrows slightly. She and Professor Oak are also old acquaintances. When she was young, she and Professor Oak had a good relationship with rival, and even liked Professor Oak. "Even if it is rookie trainer, we have to give certain rewards." Bruno said that only enough fairness and justice can keep the alliance going. "Behavior. Then, let's raise his trainer level, directly to the Pokeball level." Du made a decision to let Ash pass from the rookie trainer level to the official trainer level and reach the Pokeball level. The trainer levels are Rookie, Formal, Pokeball, Great Ball, Ultra Ball and the highest level, Master Ball. Elite Four and Champion are the highest level of Master Ball. And only after becoming an official trainer, the Alliance will give the trainer a subsidy, but the official trainer only has 1,500 yuan per month. But the Pokeball level can get 3,000 yuan, which is already the same level as the compensation given to Ash by the Alliance. As for Misty of the Cerulean Gym, let's give the Cerulean Gym a certain subsidy. Isn't the Cerulean Gym ready to give up the inheritance of the gym? Du said. Let's decide like this. Lorelei, Bruno, and Agatha didn't object either. Although it seems a little too much for Ash to become a Pokeball, according to the report, if Ash and Misty didn't stop them, the Rockets might. It is really possible to leave with more than 100 Pokémon. And the biggest hero among them, Ash, getting such a reward is not an exaggeration. Chapter 28. I didn't expect such a good thing to happen. Early in the morning, Ash, who was eating breakfast in the restaurant, couldn't stop smiling. He had already been notified. The trainer level has been raised, and he has become a Pokeball level. In this way, plus the previous compensation from the Alliance, he will get 6,000 yuan a month this year, which is a huge sum of money, and he can even pay a certain amount of money. Subsidize the family. Speaking of which, Misty, what reward did you get? Ash looked at Misty curiously. Misty has been silent since seeing her reward, looking sullen, but she seemed to be a little surprised and very mixed feelings. I don't need to talk about my rewards. Hearing Ash's words, Misty said hastily. She doesn't really want Ash to know her background yet, and she doesn't want to talk about things at home. However, the reward that Alliance gave her was indeed not small. Although it was not for her personally, it was of great help to her family. That's it. Ash nodded slightly, and didn't continue to ask. Misty would naturally say what he wanted to say, and asking what he didn't want to say would only be annoying. By the way, we already purchased enough food yesterday. We will leave for the Viridian Forest later. Do you want to prepare some other things? Ash reminded Misty. Natural fear. No. Misty shook her head, breaking away from her thoughts at home, but she didn't realize it for a while, forgetting that the most famous existence in the Viridian Forest is the bug-type Pokémon. Viridian Forest, located between Viridian City and Pewter City, is a piece of big forest on the second route stipulated by Kanto Alliance. A variety of trees are densely covered to form a natural labyrinth, and it is a very popular place. The original Viridian Forest was not safe. In the early years, many people went here to explore or train, but they often lost their way here. However, after the development of Kanto Alliance, there is already a road connecting Viridian City and Pewter City. The road greatly avoids the possibility of pedestrians getting lost. The Viridian Forest is luxuriant, making it difficult for light to pass through the forest. The interior of the forest is slightly dark. The humid environment also brings together many bug-type Pokémon, and of course the most rare flying-type Pokémon in the forest. Dream. Before entering the Viridian Forest, it's best to prepare some paralysis and antidote. At the entrance outside the Viridian Forest, Ash saw a warning sign standing here, which wrote the things that need to be paid attention to when entering the Viridian Forest. Don't go through here. Misty regretted it at this time. She should not have suggested this way. She actually forgot that the most common thing in Viridian Forest is the bug she is afraid of type Pokémon. I've already come here. Ash looked at Misty, who hid behind her back a little speechlessly. Misty already looked like this before entering the forest. After entering, wouldn't she collapse? And I think, as a trainer, you can't be afraid of a certain kind of Pokémon. This is a very huge weakness. If rival prepares Pokémon for this point, then you will definitely fail when you fight against it. Yes. Ash knows that Misty's goal is to become a master of water type, and if he wants to become a master, he must not have obvious weaknesses. At least, Misty's weakness is too conspicuous. I know too, but it's really scary. Misty also thought about overcoming this weakness, but obviously it's not that simple. Caterpillars, let alone little Stephanie, even older girls would be afraid. Then, from now on, let's overcome this weakness again. Ash turned around, grabbed Misty's hand, dragged her, and walked towards the forest, but Misty didn't care about these. She struggled desperately, and didn't want to go in at all inside the forest. But Misty's strength is not as strong as Ash's. Even though she was she was dragged forward bit by Ash. Finally, after walking for a while, she gave up and pulled Ash's clothes in a daze, looking around from time to time, afraid what bug-type Pokemon will appear. There is nothing to be afraid of. Even if a Pokemon comes out, I will protect you. Ash sighed slightly. He didn't have any special feelings for bug-type Pokemon, but he was a little hesitant. It's like in the anime to recover a Caterpie. Caterpie is a Pokemon that is very easy to train and is suitable for rookie trainer. It has a very short growth cycle. If it is properly trained, it can become an effective fighting force within a week and evolve into Butterfree. Butterfree is also a good Pokemon, with worms and flying double attributes, ability, compound eyes and hidden ability. Colored glasses are also very powerful ability. Let it be. Ash thought so, he didn't have to take back Butterfree in particular. Wow! Just as Ash was thinking, Misty suddenly let out a sharp exclamation. She hugged Ash in front of her, buried her head behind her back, and shivered. What's wrong? Shocked, Ash turned around quickly, but being held by Misty, he couldn't do such a simple movement, and was even restricted in his movements. Pikachu sensitively noticed a small, green-striped Pokemon wriggling out from under the bushes on the left. It has big round black eyes, a green back, and a white abdomen that is slightly exposed. The most conspicuous thing is that it has a red Y-shaped antennae on its head, and conspicuous yellow circular patterns on both sides of its body. Caterpie. Attribute, Bug. Category, Bug Baby Pokemon. Ability, Scale Powder, Hide ability, Escape. Scale Powder, when a Pokemon with this ability is attacked by a move with an additional effect, the additional effect of the move will not be triggered. Strength, Earl Dervish class. One of the most common Pokemon in the Viridian Forest, Caterpie, is also the appearance of which makes Misty pale and scream. And its current appearance is also very cute. After hearing Misty's exclamation, it was also frightened. It was curling up its body, poking its head out slightly, looking at the two humans and Pikachu in front of it. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Ash comforted Misty while looking at Caterpie, hesitating whether to recover such a Caterpie. Its ability is Scale Powder. After evolving into Butterfree, ability will become Compound Eyes. Although it is very common, Butterfree of Compound Eye ability is really easy to use. Chapter 29. Misty, let me go first. Ash thought for a while, and decided to take back this Caterpie. After all, he was going to challenge the pewter gym in the near future. Just once and then pass, he doesn't want to fail. What do you want to do? However, Misty seemed to understand the meaning of Ash's words, and looked at Ash with a horrified face. Could it be, do you want to take back Caterpie? Of course. I only have one Pikachu now. If I want to challenge the gym, how can I only have one Pokemon? And the Butterfree evolved from Caterpie is also very good, very suitable for me now. Ash said seriously. But. Misty bit her lip. Ash took back Caterpie's words, that is to say, in the future journey, she will see bug-type Pokemon every day. This is also good for your situation. Ash took advantage of the moment when Misty relaxed, turned around and stared into Misty's eyes. I know that it will be difficult for you to overcome your weakness for a while, but if I recover, you get along with Caterpie every day, and after a long time, your weakness will be overcome. Although Misty's mind is very confused now, she still listened to Ash's words, and she didn't want to drag Ash down because of her own sake. Pokemon like Caterpie are indeed very good training objects for Ash. Okay. Misty let go of Ash's clothes, and hurriedly stepped back to create a distance, as if afraid that the Caterpie would suddenly run to her side. Okay. Ready. After seeing Misty back away, Ash heaved a sigh of relief, and then looked at the Caterpie. At this time, the Caterpie seemed to have seen the situation and wanted to run away. Of course I won't let you escape. Pikachu, come on. Ash waved his right hand, signaling Pikachu to prepare for battle. Pika Pika. Pikachu trotted forward a few steps, landed on all fours, and came out in a fighting stance, with a fighting look on his face. Although rival was just a Caterpie, it was also the first rival it met. Green. Sensing Pikachu's fighting spirit, Caterpie took 2 steps back a little timidly. Having lived in the forest all year round, it knew that the other party wanted to fight with itself, and it seemed that the human was planning to regain itself. Since you don't strike first, then we're welcome. Seeing that Caterpie didn't intend to strike first, Ash immediately launched an offensive, Pikachu, quick attack. Pika. A translucent white light shone on Pikachu's body, and the next moment, driven by power, Pikachu rushed out at an extremely fast speed. Green. Seeing Pikachu's action, Caterpie's expression changed, and he immediately spit out a white silk thread from his mouth. This is exactly the move that most bug-type Pokémon can do, String Shot. String Shot is a bug-type move. It does not have any power. It is a change-type move. Its effect is to slow down the speed of the Pokémon hit by 1 level, which is 25%. Caterpie's String Shot is indeed very timely, but with the blessing of quick attack, Pikachu's speed is very fast, and it is also very sensitive, moving left and right, easily dodging the attacking white silk thread, and then Caterpie has not yet when he realized it, he bumped his head on Caterpie's head. Bang! Caterpie was knocked head first and flew several meters away. After falling to the ground, he slid for several meters. Although both are at the Earl Dervish level, Caterpie is at a relatively low level, and Pikachu is about to break through to the normal level now, and the strength between the two is not equal at all. And this blow also caused a lot of damage to Caterpie, its physical strength dropped a lot, and it seemed a little sluggish. One more blow, use Thunder Shock. Ash pursued the victory without hesitation. The current Caterpie has not lost his fighting ability, and the Pokeball may not be able to recover it. A blank Pokeball costs 200 yuan, which is very expensive. Ash can't afford to waste these Pokeballs, which must be hit in one hit. Pick up. The electric type was excited, and a strand of electric arc floating outside the electric bag combined into a lightning bolt, blasted out, and directly hit Caterpie. Green. Seeing the incoming thunder shock, Caterpie turned pale with fright. In a panic, he hit the ground with the back half of his body. Assist, the counter-impact force, jumped up and avoided Pikachu's thunder shock. What? Ash, Pikachu, and even Misty behind didn't expect Caterpie to be able to make such a move, and even dodged Pikachu's attack. Caterpie, who jumped into the air, immediately spit out a silk thread from his mouth, tied it to the top of a big tree not far away, and then swung over, trying to escape. Don't let it escape, Pikachu, use Thunder Shock again. Ash's eyes froze. If he let Caterpie escape under such circumstances, what a shame he would have. Pika Pika. Pikachu trotted forward 2 steps, aimed at Caterpie in mid-air, and used Thunder Shock again. The golden spark pierced the air and struck the target with bursts of sizzing sounds. Caterpie in mid-air panicked, and now it has no other way to avoid Pikachu's attack. But at this moment, a black shadow flew out from the bushes next to it. It seemed to be blocked by the dense foliage. It didn't realize that there was a battle here before, but after it appeared, it discovered the thunder shock in front of it. But for a while unable to react, he bumped into the thunder shock that was attacking Caterpie. Bo! After the hit, Black Shadow uttered a miserable cry. It fell from mid-air onto the ground, with a trace of smoke emitting from its body, and it was obvious that it had lost its ability to fight. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Caterpie has already fled to the tree with the pull of the silk thread, and without looking back, he uses String Shot again to pull himself away from here. This, what the hell is going on? Ash looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. He originally wanted to recover a Caterpie, but the Pokémon lying on the ground turned out to be a Pidgey. This change made Pikachu also stunned in place, completely forgetting to chase Caterpie, let alone Misty behind. This kind of thing has never happened to her since she became a trainer. So, I want to recover a Pidgey now. Ash came in front of Pidgey. At this time, Pidgey has lost the ability to fight, and he can easily recover it as long as he throws the Pokeball. Pidgey's words, "It doesn't seem to be impossible, it's just." Ash's face was a little weird. He didn't expect that he had let go of a Pidgey before, and here in the Viridian Forest, he actually met another Pidgey. Chapter 30. In the back, Misty couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw this, but she felt an indescribable loss in her heart. She was already prepared to face the bug-type Pokémon day and night. It's just that the situation seems to have changed now. She didn't know whether she should be grateful to this Pidgey or hate this Pidgey, and for a while, she felt mixed feelings. "Do you want to recover it?" Misty came to Ash's side and asked. "Recover it? No matter how you say it, since it rushed out at this time, it means that it has a lot of fate with me," Ash said helplessly. His original plan was not to recover Pidgey so early, but the fate came. "I can't stop it. Go, Pokeball." Ash took out the Pokeball pinned to his belt from his waist, tapped to enlarge it, and then threw it on Pidgey's body. After the Pokeball hit Pidgey's body, it suddenly opened, and a red light was emitted from it to cover Pidgey, and then retracted into the Pokeball. After the Pokeball fell to the ground, the front button flashed red light, and the Pokeball flickered. It seems that Pidgey inside is struggle. But within a second, the Pokeball made a thump sound, and 3 golden stars flashed above the Pokeball, and then the Pokeball quieted down and stayed motionless on the ground, which indicated that the recovery was successful. Achieve a new achievement, recover Pokémon for the first time, reward draw times *1, complete the target task, acquire the second Pokémon, reward lottery draw times *1. The voice of the system sounded in Ash's mind. If it wasn't this voice, Ash almost forgot about the achievement system. Moreover, he got 2 lottery draws at once, that is to say, Ash was able to draw rewards twice more. If he was lucky, he might even be able to draw an inheritance. But Ash ignored the system in his mind, but picked up the Pokeball containing Pidgey, and then released Pidgey in it. At this time, Pidgey was still in a coma and his physical strength had not recovered. "No matter how you say it, you are the first Pokémon I recovered besides Pikachu, and we will be companions from now on." Although he knew that Pidgey couldn't hear him, Ash still hugged Pidgey and said softly, "Don't talk about that, let's treat Pidgey first." Misty put down her backpack and took out a bottle of spray medicine from it. This is the cheapest potion, which can speed up the recovery of Pokémon's physical strength. Normally, this kind of potion is only used on Pokémon in emergencies. After all, potion is also quite expensive. Under normal circumstances, it is to give Pokémon some berries and then rest to recover their strength. But they can't stay here and wait for Pidgey smelling salts to come, so they can only use potion to speed up Pidgey's physical recovery, and then eat the fruit after it wakes up. You don't even need to eat tree berries. With Pidgey's strength, a bottle of potion is enough to restore Pidgey's physical strength. After spraying some potions on Pidgey, Ash brought Pidgey back into the Pokeball. This is not a good resting place, so after discussing with Misty, Ash decided to find a good place to recuperate, and then keep going. "Thank you, Pikachu." Ash took out a tomato berry from his backpack. It tasted like a tomato, but it had a spicy taste. It was a berry that Pikachu liked very much. Ash naturally knew this, so when purchasing in Tokiwa City, I bought a lot of spares. Pikachu hugged tomato berry happily and ate it. The hot and sour taste combined with the sweet and sour taste fit Pikachu's taste very well. "You know so well what Pikachu likes to eat." Misty on the side looked at Ash with some strangeness. She knew that Ash and Pikachu had not met for a long time, but Ash knew so well, that is to say, Ash treated Pikachu very well. Of course, Pikachu is my friend. Ash nodded with a smile, then looked at Misty. Of course, and Misty, I also know what you like. Misty blushed when she heard the words, but involuntarily touched the hair tie that tied her hair. This hair tie was bought by Ash before, and there was a drop-shaped decorate on it. She really liked this hair tie. The two continued to move forward while looking for a place to rest. There was not enough light in the forest, so it was not easy to find a suitable place. It was not until nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon that they found a water source through Misty's discovery. Prepare to settle nearby. During the road, I naturally encountered a lot of bug-type Pokémon, all of which were Caterpie and Weedle. Here in the Viridian Forest, these two bug-type Pokémon live, and there may be other types, but they are very rare. At least Ash has not encountered so far. It's really amazing, Misty. Originally, when Misty said that he heard the sound of water, Ash was a little skeptical, but after he followed Misty for 200 to 300 meters to find the water source, he couldn't help being surprised. Of course. Misty is certainly proud of herself. She has loved water since she was a child, and she is very sensitive to water. Even the slight sound of water can be heard clearly by her. Worthy of being the future water-type Pokémon Master, just amazing. Ash Flatter said to Misty, which is of course the way to go at this time. Misty really enjoyed Ash's flatter, puffing out her small chest a little proudly. Leave it to me, you have a good rest. Ash put down his backpack and was about to take out the prepared folding tent from the backpack. He was going to sleep here today. What? Seeing Ash's actions, Misty froze and asked quickly, are we going to spend the night here today? Of course. Ash looked at Misty inexplicably, we can't keep walking, we have to stop and rest, this place is very good, and in the afternoon, we can also train here. Yes, Ash is planning to stay here for a while in the Viridian Forest. This place is very suitable as a training place, and there are many Pokémon living here, who can fight with them and enrich their fighting experience. Misty opened her mouth, but after seeing Ash set up the tent deftly, she could only sigh and accept the ending. Misty, take out your tent too. When I was in Tokiwa City, Ash only knew that he was going to buy a tent after being reminded by Misty, so Misty naturally had a tent too. But Misty did not hand over her backpack. After a moment of twitching, she blushed and said in a low voice, I will sleep in a tent with you tonight. Ah! Ash looked at Misty blankly. Chapter 31. Isn't it because this is a forest? There are so many bug-type Pokémon, I don't dare to sleep alone. What if a bug Pokémon crawls into my tent? Misty became angry, shouted, completely letting go of herself, she really didn't dare to sleep in a tent by herself. Oh. Ash nodded quickly, the angry Misty was not scary in his eyes, but rather cute. After tidying up the tent and putting sleeping bags inside, Ash and others began to prepare lunch. They haven't had lunch yet, and their stomachs are already hoot-hooting with hunger. Both Ash and Misty's cooking skills are not very good, and Misty's cooking skills are even worse than Ash's, so the lunch cooking can only be handed over to Ash, and Misty will help. Lunch is also very simple. I bought a lot of cooked food in Tokiwa City. It only needs to be seasoned and cooked. The staple food is rice. Although it is not very delicious, Misty, who tasted Ash's craftsmanship for the first time, still showed his face surprised gaze. And when Ash and Misty were eating lunch, of course they didn't forget to prepare lunch for Pikachu. Lunch is a common Pokémon food, but it's just made by Ash himself. In terms of seasoning, it's natural to use Pikachu's taste got tomato berry. By the way, I almost forgot about Pidgey. Ash remembered that he had recovered a Pidgey at this moment, so he quickly took out the Pokeball and released Pidgey. Bo! After the white light dissipated, the petite Pidgey appeared in front of everyone. It looked at the two humans in front of it with a blank look, and finally landed on Ash. In fact, it had awakened in the Pokeball not long ago, but it just didn't understand how it could stay in this peculiar space, and wanted to go out, but couldn't. When I was feeling hungry, I suddenly appeared in the environment of attribute, and in front of my eyes, there were actually two humans and a Pikachu that was not common in the Viridian Forest. Pidgey looked at Ash with vigilant eyes. It saw the Pokeball in Ash's hand, and realized that it had stayed in this little thing before, and it also knew from genetic inheritance that this thing was called Pokeball, which was to recover the Pokeball. Something for Pokemon. Speaking of which, Pidgey suddenly understood that it had been recovered by this human being, and it was still under unclear circumstances. Hi, first time meeting. My name is Ash. It's a pleasure to meet you. Seeing Pidgey's slightly vigilant and dazed look, Ash immediately understood Pidgey's current mood, so he reached out his hand first to express his kindness. Pikapi. Pikachu also waved his little paw at Pidgey to express his welcome. Bo. Pidgey looked at Ash's outstretched right hand, hesitated for a moment, then looked into Ash's eyes, and finally saw kindness in Ash's eyes. Bo. Although Pidgey felt a little depressed about being recaptured by humans, it might be a good thing if he could follow such a kind trainer. At least, he shouldn't have to worry about it every day like before how to find food. Thinking of this, there was a gurgling sound in Pidgey's stomach, and his eyes shifted to Courtney beside him, where there was a pot boiling in it. You can eat these things, but they are not good for you. Ash saw Pidgey's gaze and understood what the other person was thinking, but this kind of food is not nutritious for Pokemon, it can only fill just a full stomach. How about this, you eat some of these Pokemon food first, and I will prepare a recipe for you now. Ash went back to his backpack to find some ordinary Pokemon food, which he prepared from time to time needed, just in time to come in handy. Pidgey. Seeing something to eat, Pidgey let out a happy cry, then lowered his head and ate in the basin, and Ash also went to the side to prepare Pidgey's recipe. Do you want me to help? Misty couldn't eat much, she was full just now, and the rest of the pot was Ash's. Seeing that Ash was busy now, she asked. Well, you prepare some for me. Ash didn't refuse Misty's offer, and it made Misty very happy. Lancet berry, this is a red berry that looks like the sun normal. A long time ago, it was a very precious berry. It is rare, but now it has been cultivated extensively, so it is not expensive. Ash is also prepared. And this kind of berry has the same spicy taste as tomato berry, but it also has a sweet taste. If the spicy taste is removed, Ash thinks that the taste of this kind of berry is similar to that of longan, which is quite delicious. Pokemon like Pidgey like this kind of berry very much, so when making the recipe, Ash took this into consideration and added lancet berry into it. Long-term consumption of lancet berry can also improve the eyesight of Pokemon, and it is also very suitable for Pokemon of the type Pidgey. The Pokemon food was quickly prepared under Misty's help. Pidgey had already eaten up the previously prepared Pokemon food. After smelling the food on the plate brought by Ash, his eyes seemed to light up. Normal, flapping its wings a little anxiously, Covet hastened to eat the food. Don't worry, these are all yours. Ash put down the plate and placed it in front of Pidgey. Without saying a word, Pidgey lowered his head and began to eat, showing a happy expression, enjoying it very much. After seeing that Pidgey liked the recipe, both Ash and Misty smiled, and then Ash continued to eat his own lunch. After eating, Pidgey was also full and was resting comfortably on the grass, while Pikachu was resting on the grass exchange feelings with it. Wash the dishes. After washing, it's time to prepare the training plan for the afternoon. Ash cleaned up his things, and Misty was not idle, and went to the small pond with Ash to wash kitchen utensils and chopsticks. While washing the dishes, Ash is also thinking about the next training plan. There is no doubt that the primary purpose now is to let Pikachu learn one of electric type's signature moves as soon as possible, Thunderbolt. The power of Thunderbolt is far from what Thunder Shock can match. After learning Thunderbolt, the move of Thunder Shock can basically announce his retirement. Ash also wanted to let Pikachu learn the quick attack move here in the Viridian Forest, but Pikachu realized it earlier than expected, so it is time to change the plan now. As for Pidgey, Ash still doesn't know what moves it will have, and will make plans after showing Pidgey later. Chapter 32. In the afternoon, after a short rest, Ash and Misty drew a certain distance apart and set aside an area as their own training ground. Misty also needs to train his Staryu and Starmie well. She also thought about giving advice on Ash's training plan, but after hearing Ash's plan, she felt that she had nothing to do to help, so she had to train by herself. Pikachu, now you have mastered the two moves of Thunder Shock and Quick Attack, so if you want to further improve yourself, in addition to improving your strength, you need to learn more moves. Ash sat on the grass with his hands folding his arms. He looked at the two Pokémon in front of him and said, Pika Pika. Pikachu also nodded, agreeing with Ash's statement. It can feel its own strength is constantly improving. This is the effect of the inheritance of the soaring in the sky dragon of Osiris, so the improvement of strength is not necessary. Too urgent, the most urgent thing is to learn more powerful moves. Thunderbolt, this is your next goal. Ash said to Pikachu, Thunderbolt is not only more powerful than Thunder Shock, but also faster. After mastering it, Thunderbolt alone can handle most situations and rival, is a very useful move. Pika. Pikachu's eyes lit up slightly. Of course it knew the Thunderbolt move, but it hadn't comprehended it until now. Thunderbolt is essentially a more powerful Thunder Shock, but it outputs more energy, which makes Thunder Shock's power break away from the original level and reach another level. This is what Ash learned from Professor Oak. One of the knowledge, how to train Pokémon to master this move, you must first understand the principle of this move. So Pikachu, your training method in the afternoon is to output your own energy to the greatest extent and turn it into a more violent electric current. As long as you are proficient, you will be able to master the Thunderbolt move. Ash told Pikachu. Pika Pika. Pikachu shouted with high will, and at the same time raised his little paw, expressing that he would definitely work hard. Then go. Ash patted Pikachu on the head, signaling it to go to the side for training, and then set his sights on Pidgey. After hearing Ash's analysis just now, Pidgey looked at Ash with admiration. It didn't expect that this human being not only made delicious food, but also knew so much knowledge. It seemed that this human being recovery is not a bad thing. Pidgey, I don't know what moves you have mastered yet, so I need you to show it before I can make a training plan for you. Ash explained to Pidgey. Bo. Pidgey flew up excitedly, understood Ash's meaning, and faced the direction of the pond, ready to show the moves he had mastered. Bo. A high-pitched cry, white translucent energy covered Pidgey's whole body, and then he rushed forward, skimming over the water of the pond, and then returned to Ash. Ash nodded slightly. This is a move that Pidgey can learn independently since he was born. Tackle is also the first move that most Pokémon mastered. But then Pidgey's display made Ash feel a little surprised, because Pidgey stimulated the energy of flying type, dual wing beat flapped again and again, and a strong wind blew towards the pond, making the water in the pond turbulent. Waves. Gust, I didn't expect Pidgey to master it too. Ash had a smile on his face. Gust is also a move that Pidgey is relatively easy to master. It doesn't require much skill, but Pidgey who is not strong can master it. It is indeed a move. No small surprise. It's just that the next surprise was not over. I saw that Pidgey stopped Gust, and when the airflow gradually calmed down, a layer of sky blue energy was attached to the dual wing beat, and the energy extended out to form a shape similar to Pidgey's wings. It turned out to be wing attack. Ash was really surprised by Pidgey this time. He didn't expect that Pidgey even mastered Wing Attack. The power of this move is not comparable to that of Tackle and Gust. It can be said that it is a flying-type Pokémon, one of his signature moves. Being able to learn Wing Attack at the Earl Dervish level, it can be seen that this Pidgey's aptitude is not bad, and can even be called a genius. According to the game, Wing Attack is a move that can only be learned at level 15, which belongs to the ordinary level. Only then can we comprehend. After showing 3 moves, Pidgey stopped, and there were only 3 moves it had mastered now, and Ash was not disappointed, because Pidgey had already brought him a very big surprise. But, haven't you mastered Sand Attack and Quick Attack, which are easier to learn? Ash pondered. Now Pidgey's frontal combat ability is enough, what is lacking is adaptability, and Quick Attack and Sand Attack are just right. It can make up for the shortcomings in this area, so the top priority is to let Pidgey learn these 2 moves, the most important of which is naturally Quick Attack. Ash prefers to use offense instead of defense. He doesn't like the tactic of relying on defense to win. The 2 styles of Strong Attack and Quick Attack are more suitable for him, so Ash decided to let Pidgey learn Quick Attack first. After explaining the principle of Quick Attack to Pidgey, Pidgey nodded suddenly. It originally wanted to learn this move, so that it can avoid and attack enemies more effectively, but it has never been able to get the point. Listen to after Ash's explanation, I finally understood what was going on. After sending Pidgey to the side for training, Ash finally calmed down a little. He glanced at Misty not far away, saw that she was training Staryu and Starmie hard, and then indulged his thoughts in the system of his mind. But there are 2 chances to draw. It's best to have inheritance, if not, you can sell some good things for money. Ash didn't insist on inheritance. Even if he didn't get the inheritance, he still believed that he would become the world's mightiest trainer in the future. Lucky draw. After pressing the lottery button, the interface of the slot machine normal rotated rapidly, and various nouns appeared in it, which was dazzling and completely unclear. Stop. Ash pressed the stop button indifferently. After a few seconds, the gradually slowing interface finally stopped, and what appeared in front of Ash was a learner. Technical machine? It's not unacceptable. After seeing the prize, Ash was slightly taken aback, then a little disappointed, but this is also a good thing, so let's take a look at its attribute effect first. Technical machine, Aerial Ace. After using this learning machine on Pokémon, Pokémon can immediately master this move. Master immediately. After seeing the effect of the learner, Ash's eyes couldn't help but widen. He noticed that it was to master this move immediately, not to learn it immediately. That is to say, as long as Pidgey uses this learner, then Pidgey will master this move without training. It's like learning normal countless times and using Aerial Ace skillfully. Chapter 33. This effect is amazing. You can learn how to use this move without training. After Ash was surprised, he quickly calmed down. The effect of the learner is indeed very powerful, but it cannot be lost in this power. Middle. Once lost in this kind of pleasure for nothing, it is easy to make yourself lazy, and everything wants to become stronger through this method, which is wrong. So you can use it, but you can't rely on it. Ash thought calmly, looked at the learner, and put it away. Currently, Pidgey is learning the move of Quick Attack, which is not the best time to use the learner. There was another lottery draw. Ash had become calmer after this spiritual baptism. After pressing the lottery button, he pressed stop again without any expectation. And the lottery system seems to be on par with Ash on normal, and the prize that comes out this time is actually something that can directly improve the strength. It is a strange candy. Singular candy. After using it on Pokémon, it can directly increase the strength of Pokémon. It's this kind of thing again. Ash frowned slightly. Strange candy is a very special and rare prop in Pokémon games. In the game, the effect is to increase the level of Pokémon. Although there is no description, but the effect should be similar. Put it away first. Ash shook his head, he didn't have the idea of using the strange candy immediately. This kind of thing is indeed a treasure, but it is too wasteful to use it now. It will be more beneficial to use it after the Pokémon's strength improves. After the lottery draw, Ash was not too surprised, but it cannot be denied that these two things are good things, and they will have a great effect on Ash, whether it is for the present or the future. The afternoon was spent in training, during which some Pokémon came to the pond to drink water, but they didn't come to disturb Ash and others, so it was quite calm. In terms of harvest, Pikachu has not yet mastered Thunderbolt because of the inheritance of the soaring in the sky dragon of Osiris, but has already increased the power of Thunder Shock a lot, and can gather energy and launch faster. Pidgey has also gained a lot. It has almost touched the threshold of Quick Attack. After all, he has extraordinary qualifications. He has also thought about the move of Quick Attack before. Now that he has been reminded and combined with his previous experience, he is about to master Quick Attack. As for Misty, although Ash didn't ask, but seeing Misty's happy expression, it was clear that Misty was also very satisfied with the afternoon training. The dinner is still prepared by Ash. While preparing the food for himself and others, Ash also prepares more Pokémon food. At least there is no need to prepare for Pikachu and Pidgey tomorrow. And at night, light up a Courtney, Ash and Misty sit in front of Courtney, looking at the small pond in front, chatting, exchanging some experiences, as well as what Misty has seen and heard before, and wait until the time is almost ready before preparing wash and rest. Washing in the wild is a hassle. After all, there is no such thing as a scald device, so you can only boil water, but you can't take a bath. Unless you are not afraid of the cold, you can go to the pond. Misty naturally likes Scald to take a bath, but Ash is not so particular. After taking off only one pair of pants, he jumped into the pond, and Pikachu also jumped down, only Pidgey didn't want to. After Misty burned the Scald, she used simple steel to support a circle of veilstone, and then washed in it. Anyway, they have been in the same room. Misty is not as shy as before, but when washing clothes, she still hides. With Ash falling asleep at night, Pidgey returned to the Pokeball. Pikachu lay in Ash's sleeping bag, leaning against Ash, and next to Ash, Misty shrank in the sleeping bag with only one head exposed. The space in the tent is not large, it can only accommodate 2 people just enough, and it is even a little bit crowded, so Ash and Misty are very close. As long as they turn their heads and breathe, they can touch each other. Misty was naturally shy, but Ash had no such concerns. After lying down, before Misty had time to say good night to him, Ash had already sounded asleep. Really? Although he was so nervous and shy, Ash fell asleep so easily, which made Misty a little annoyed, but then he smiled and gradually fell asleep. The weather is good today. Continue to move towards Pewter City. Although the light in the forest is relatively dim due to the dense leafage, Ash can still see the situation of soaring in the sky through the gap between the leafages. The blue sky indicates that it will not rain today. Let's go faster. Although there was no bug-type Pokémon getting into the tent last night, Misty was still very scared of the surrounding forest. I'm afraid that some bug-type Pokémon will appear, but her performance has changed a lot from when she first entered the Viridian Forest. At least when she saw the bug-type Pokémon just now, she didn't scream too much. Consciously suppress this emotion. It's useless to go fast, I've already predicted that we will stay in the Evergreen Forest for at least 5 days. Ash shrugged and said. Because training is needed in the afternoon, they only have half a day to go on the road. If they only walk for half a day, the journey that originally took 2 days will be more than doubled. It will take at least 5 days to leave the scope of Viridian Forest. Misty opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end she could only sigh. She decided to travel with Ash, and she also promised Ash's mother, Delia, to take care of Ash. Thinking of this, Misty's snow-white face couldn't help turning slightly red again, thinking of the meaning in Celestic's words in Delia's eyes that night, but, would it be too early? They are just children. Just when Misty was thinking wildly, a loud scolding came from the nearby woods, which startled Misty, and even Ash received a lot of astonish. You guys, stop! A figure sprang out from the jungle. He was wearing a samurai helmet and simple clothing similar to samurai armor, with the samurai sword pinned to his waist, just like the samurai in the movie. It's just that there is a bug net on his back, which looks like a bit of a show. What's the matter? Seeing the boy who suddenly appeared, Misty hadn't recovered from the astonish just now. Let me ask you, are you trainers from Pallet Town? The samurai boy put his right hand on the handle of the knife at his waist, and stared at the two of them sharply, as if he was about to draw his knife out in the next moment. Chapter 34. I am, but she's not. Seeing the action of the samurai boy, Ash's eyes narrowed slightly, but he also remembered the origin of the boy in front of him. Most importantly, the samurai sword on the boy's waist was not the real thing, but just a plastic knife. It looks like a bluff, but it doesn't have any lethality. And this boy is very naive. In the anime, he even had a strange contest with the original Ash. In a rare open space in the forest, he had two metapods fight against Harden. It can be called the same level as Ash. Thinking. But Misty didn't know that the knife in the young man's hand was not lethal. When he saw that he wanted to draw the knife, he was a little nervous, and unconsciously took out the pokeball in his hand, and approached Ash at the same time to prevent Ash from being killed. The opponent was injured. Really? The boy's voice sank, and then he pulled out the knife abruptly, pointing the knife point at Ash, and his voice changed accordingly, and he said in a high voice, "That's really great. What do you want to do?" Seeing the boy's actions, Misty was about to throw the pokeball in his hand to let the Pokémon stop him, but Ash grabbed his arm. Under Misty's puzzled eyes, he slightly shaking his head, he pinched the blade in front of his nose with his fingers. This is not a real samurai sword. If you look carefully, it's made of plastic. While Ash was speaking, he even flicked the side of the samurai sword, causing the samurai sword to shake back and forth in front of him, which looked very funny. Fake, fake. Misty stared blankly at this scene, apparently not expecting it to be fake. Of course it's fake. The boy also put his knife in the scabbard at this time, and looked at Misty with a little surprise. Although I practice samurai training in the forest, I don't know how to use a real knife. It's here to scare people. What if they hurt others? UBD. Misty clenched her fists tightly, hiding her anger, but she couldn't say anything. What's the purpose of you looking for the trainer from Pallet Town? Ash patted Misty's hand, then looked at the boy and asked about his purpose. In fact, it was for Misty, and Ash already understood what happened. A trainer passed through this forest yesterday, and I fought a battle with him, and I was defeated by him. The boy said unwillingly, and he said, he is a trainer from Pallet Town. The trainer from Pallet Town. Misty looked at Ash in a little surprise. She thought that Ash might know who this trainer was. Gary, you lost to him. Ash nodded slightly. Without a doubt, the trainer who defeated the boy in front of him was naturally Gary. I just didn't expect Gary to be so fast. He started a little later than him, but he had already walked ahead of him, but it was normal. If it wasn't for being chased by Spearow on the day of departure, Ash would not be slower than Gary. Sure enough, you are the Ash in his mouth. The young man's eyes lit up, his fists clenched, and he looked very excited. Come and fight me, as long as I beat you, I've defeated that person already. The boy is indeed very excited now. After the battle with Gary yesterday, he can't forget Gary's extraordinary strength and haughty expression. Before parting, he heard Gary's slightly unwilling words to himself. He learned from Gary that Gary once lost to a trainer named Ash, who became a trainer at the same time as him, so the boy secretly wrote it down, and wanted to defeat this trainer named Ash. Originally, he didn't expect to meet Ash so early, and he even thought that he might not meet, but he didn't expect such a coincidence. Here, he met the ash in Gary's mouth. Battle. Of course. Ash didn't refuse. Although it would delay the journey, it would be a good thing to gain experience in battle, especially now that Ash doesn't have much experience in fighting trainer. Come on. The boy stepped back, creating a sufficient distance between them, making the distance between the two more than 50 meters, forming a natural battlefield. Misty, I entrust you to be the referee. Ash said to Misty. Leave it to me. Misty nodded slightly. She was quite familiar with the referee job. After asking Ash and the boy, she decided on the rules of the battle. The rules of the battle are 2v2. During the battle, the two sides can replace the Pokémon in the battle. When one side loses two Pokémon first, the battle is over. Misty stood in the middle, announcing the rules of the battle, and then take out the coins, let the two sides guess and choose, and decide the order of attacking first and attacking later. The first attack has the advantage of being the first to attack first, but the disadvantage is that the Pokémon to be dispatched first, and the second attack, although losing the opportunity, can formulate strategies based on the Pokémon sent by rival and dispatch the Pokémon with an advantage. Misty tossed a coin, the head represented the boy, and the tail represented Ash. After the coin was spun several times, Misty caught it firmly, and then it was shown, heads. I'll take it first. The boy looked very excited, threw the Pokeball in his hand, and sent out his first Pokémon to fight, Kairos, I'll leave it to you. Accompanied by the white light that flooded into the open space in front of the boy, a large insect-type Pokémon with a strange appearance appeared. It looked like a stag beetle, with two huge and aggressive horns on its head. Covered in brown, the body is very strong, but the limbs are slender, and there is a row of sharp and ferocious teeth in the upper middle of the body. Kairos. Attribute, Bug. Category, Stag Beetle Pokémon. Ability, Macamp Clamp or Break, Hidden Ability, Overconfident. Macamp Clamp, a Pokémon with this ability will not reduce its attack stat modifiers in any way. Strength, Ordinary level. The very ordinary Kairos ability is also a common normal ability, only its strength makes Ash look at it a little bit. After all, he has not yet broken through to the ordinary level, even Pikachu. In this case, Pidgey, your first battle is now. Ash threw out the Pokeball, sending out the Pokémon he was fighting against, Pidgey, who was recovered yesterday. And wave. Pidgey revealed his figure in mid-air, let out a sharp cry, unfolded his dual wing beat, and hovered in the air. Damn it! It's such a shameless use of attributes to restrain Pokémon. The boy seemed a little annoyed. He felt that such a duel was not fair at all, but he himself ignored it, and his Pokémon was even stronger. Battle start! Misty announced loudly after seeing that both sides were ready. Chapter 35. Even if the attribute is unfavorable, I will definitely win. Kairos, go ahead and use the Vice Grip. The boy who won the first strike started the offensive without hesitation, ordering Kairos to attack Pidgey from the front. Kairos let out a low cry, his eyes became fierce, his legs ran continuously, and with the dash of running, he jumped up, the normal type energy was stimulated, condensed on his horns, and he used his own. Those huge horns are going to pinch Pidgey fiercely. Dodge the attack. But in the face of this attack full of flaws, Ash didn't panic at all, and shouted at Pidgey. Pidgey in midair took advantage of the flexibility in the air, and with just a detour, he easily avoided Kairos's attack. After Kairos missed a hit, he was powerless and fell from midair towards the ground. At this time, it had no ability to defend and counterattack at all. Use wing attack. Of course Ash would not let go of this opportunity, and ordered Pidgey to use the most powerful wing attack among the moves he has mastered. Wave. The sky blue energy condensed on Pidgey's dual wing beat, forming a pair of energy wings, and then swooped down to take Kairos. Kairos, hurry up and dodge the attack. The samurai boy shouted in a panic. Of course he recognized the wing attack move, even if Kairos was stronger than Pidgey, and his defense ability was also very extraordinary, but after receiving this blow, his physical strength it will also drop a lot. But Kairos in midair has nowhere to rely on. Before the Mega Evolution, Kairos has no wings, that is to say, he cannot fly. In this case, he can only use his arms to resist in front of him. Hoping to block Pidgey's attack, Pidgey dived rapidly, relying on the power brought by the dive. He slammed into Kairos's arms with his wings, and the huge force knocked Kairos away, accelerated his fall to the ground, and smashed the grass into a hole. Slightly sunken pit. Although the counterattack was successful, Ash frowned slightly. According to Ash's expectation, Pidgey should rely on his flexible advantage to attack from the side where Kairos had no defense, but Pidgey chose to attack from the front, where the defense is the strongest. The place where the damage of this blow is not maximized. But Pidgey has only regained 1 day after all. Yesterday's training was only for him to learn quick attack, and his combat skills are too late to train, so he can't expect too much, but Ash already understands that he needs to do more training in this area in the future. Okay, strength alone is not enough. Kairos. The samurai boy looked at his Kairos nervously. When he saw that Kairos stood up again and there was no big problem, he was slightly relieved, and then smiled. It seems to be my Kairos. Ross is even stronger, so don't be afraid, just keep going up and attack. Obviously the situation just now made the samurai boy make a wrong judgment. Seeing that Kairos was not hurt, he thought that with his strength, he could crush Pidgey. Kairos galloped up again with a fierce face, the power of assist sprinting splash, and the huge horn on his head pointed at Pidgey. Pidgey, lift into the air, get some distance, and use gust. This time, Ash didn't ask Pidgey to use the more powerful wing attack, but switched to gust, which can attack from a distance. Pidgey immediately flew upwards, higher than the original height, making Kairos unable to touch it at all. When falling, Pidgey repeated the same trick, and at this point in time, launched gust. The dual wing beat flapped again and again, under the action of the flying type's energy. A gust of wind was blown towards Kairos who had nowhere to rely. Kairos crossed his arms in front of him, trying to block the attack like before, but the strong wind enveloped Kairos's whole body, not only the front, but also a lot of airflow hitting Kairos's body from the left and right sides. Although Pidgey's species strength is very low, the gust used in this situation is not powerful, but Kairos's special defense ability is not as good as his own defense ability, and it can even be said to be far lower than the defense ability. The effect of this blow was far stronger than the effect produced by the wing attack just now. After Kairos hit the ground, he let out a cry of pain, and couldn't stand up immediately. How could this happen? The samurai boy was taken aback. The current situation was somewhat beyond his previous expectations. His Kairos seemed to have been hit hard. Ash was a little disappointed with the strength of the samurai boy. He lost to Gary, but he didn't seem to learn anything from that match. After shaking his head slightly, he gave another order, Pidgey, use gust. Pidgey responded, and the dual wing beat flapped again, and the wind rolled up and blasted Kairos on the ground. Kairos, cheer up quickly, dodge the attack. The samurai boy shouted anxiously, hoping to cheer up Kairos, and Kairos did struggle to stand up, but it was still a step slower. Boom! The strong wind swept through the ground, blowing the grass on the ground, forming a whirlwind, covering Kairos, and the green grass was mixed with the strong wind and hit Kairos continuously, causing damage to Kairos. A more serious blow. Seeing this scene, Ash's eyes lit up slightly. He was thoughtful. Under the premise of not using more energy, the power of the move is rigid, but it seems that the power of the move can be further enhanced through the surrounding environment. Improvement. The samurai boy nervously looked at Kairos in the strong wind. He didn't know how to deal with it now, so he could only hope that Kairos would be able to withstand the blow. But after the gust subsided, Kairos fell powerlessly to the ground, passed out, and obviously lost the ability to fight. Kairos can't continue to fight, Pidgey wins. Seeing this, Misty immediately raised her right hand and announced. How could it be? The samurai boy seemed to be unable to accept this situation. His trump card Pokémon was once again defeated by another trainer, just like it was defeated by Gary yesterday. Neither met each other. Well done, Pidgey, but there are still some deficiencies. I guess you have realized it yourself. On the other side, Pidgey flew in front of Ash, hoping to be praised, and Ash was naturally not stingy with praise, but also pointed out the deficiencies in Pidgey's fight. Pidgey nodded thoughtfully. He also felt from the fight just now that there was a huge difference between using Gust and using Wing Attack. The effect of Gust seems to be stronger than that of Wing Attack, but it is not very clear about the principle for a while. And Ash didn't explain at this time. After all, there was still a battle, and he would explain to Pidgey during training in the afternoon, just to let Pidgey think for himself. Chapter 36. After Kairos failed, Samurai Boy switched to another Pokémon, Metapod. Metapod is the evolved form of Caterpie. In this form, its mobility has been greatly affected. Although its defense is very impressive, it cannot make up for its weakness in movement. In front of Pidgey, he was even worse than Kairos. He didn't even organize the offensive and was defeated without any power to fight back. The samurai boy left with a lot of unwillingness. For 2 consecutive days, he lost to 2 trainers from Pallet Town, and they were also 2 rookie trainers. This was a heavy blow for him. But at the same time, he also remembered these 2 people in his heart, Ash and Gary, 2 trainers from Pallet Town. The next time we meet, I will definitely impress you. The samurai boy looked back at Ash and Misty who were walking behind him, and vowed softly that one day he would stand in front of these 2 people again and let them know that he real strength. After parting from the samurai boy, Ash and Misty set off again. On the way, Pikachu seemed a little dissatisfied. Because it didn't play in the previous battle, it was a little awkward now. Looking at the appearance of Pikachu, Ash is a little dumbfounded. In the anime, Pikachu is not very aggressive, but now Pikachu seems to be influenced by Ash, and his personality has become a little aggressive. Maybe it is because, for the sake of the inheritance of the soaring in the sky dragon from Osiris. The time gradually approached noon. In order to find a campsite for the afternoon, Ash and Misty did not continue on their way, but looked for a suitable place to set up their tents. This time I was not as lucky as yesterday. There was no water source nearby. Although there were no traces of Pokémon, it was safer, but it would further consume the water reserved by the 2 of them. The lunch is still prepared by Ash, but there is no need to prepare food for Pikachu and Pidgey, because there is still some food that was cooked yesterday, and we just need to wait until dinner. While eating, Ash was also reviewing the fight with Pidgey, and only after Pidgey thought about it, did he tell Pidgey's shortcomings in the fight, which made Pidgey suddenly realize. Pidgey now admires Ash more and more. Whether it is yesterday's training, today's battle, or the current comments, it seems that Pidgey has opened the door to a new world and understands more things. Pidgey feels very happy now. Fortunately, he accidentally appeared at the battle scene and was affected by it, otherwise he really would not be able to meet such a trainer. After lunch, after a short break, Ash and Misty conducted their respective trainers again, and Ash also adjusted his training plan, adding combat skills training to the moves. The first half of the afternoon was training moves, and the second half was combat training. In order to understand the combat skills more clearly, Ash asked Pidgey and Pikachu to fight against two Pokémon. The situation here also attracted Misty's attention, and she approached excitedly, expressing that she would also join this kind of training, so it turned into a situation where Pidgey played against Spearows, and Pikachu played against Starmie. Of course, both sides had a certain degree of restraint and did not use their full strength. After all, it was just to practice their fighting skills. If they were injured, it would not only affect the subsequent journey, but also make the relationship between the two parties less harmonious. And the effect of this kind of training is also very significant. More battles can allow Pokémon to understand their own shortcomings in battle, and the trainer can also clearly understand where the shortcomings are. At least Pidgey has begun to consciously attack the opponent's weak defense, and Pikachu has become more flexible and less fearless. And Misty's Spearows and Starmie have also made their moves more accurate, and the water gun's launch speed is also faster. These changes are seen by Ash and Misty. So the two decided to join such a training plan every day in the future training, and strive to improve the strength of both sides. After a calm night, Ash and Misty continued to move forward on the third day in the Viridian Forest. This time they encountered two trainers on the road. Ash and Misty fought against them respectively, and both won. I feel that after traveling with you, my strength has changed a lot. Misty said with emotion while looking for a suitable campsite at noon. In the past, when she trained and traveled alone aimlessly, she didn't feel this way at all, but now it's different. Infected by Ash, she also began to conduct targeted training and battles with her Pokémon, which made her feel a lot stronger. I also received a lot of help from you. Ash also said, he did get a lot of help from Misty, and passed through the most confusing period as a rookie trainer in the early stage. And with Misty by his side, he won't feel lonely, it feels good to have someone to talk to, and the process of working together is even better. It would be better if you don't want to recover the bug-type Pokémon. Misty looked at Ash with a slight resentment. Although Ash had already recovered Pidgey, he hadn't given up on the idea of recovering another Pokémon. Ash is indeed ready to recover the third Pokémon. The main reason is that Pidgey and Pikachu are already on the right track. Ash does not need to spend too much thought on training, so it is possible to recover the third Pokémon. As for the third Pokémon, Ash thinks that either Caterpie or Weedle can be recovered. The final evolution forms of both have their own advantages, but compared with Butterfree, Ash prefers more aggressiveness and better offensive ability. Beedrill. Ash has already decided on the style he wants to go in the future, which is the style of strong attack and quick attack. Butterfree is indeed excellent, but the characteristics of Beedrill are more in line with Ash's future fighting style. And Beedrill also has a Mega Evolution form. If you can get Drill's Mega Evolution Stone in the future and find the Evolution Keystone yourself, Beedrill will become Ash's great power. It's just that Weedles who are alone are not easy to find. The Beedrill family is different from the Butterfree family. The Beedrill family is a group living type matter. But surprises often appear inadvertently. For example, now, Ash and Misty are looking for a suitable camping place, but they find a Weedle alone in a tree. What did you really want? Could it be because I was the main character of Destiny in the original anime? Ash's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself. On the other hand, Misty hid behind Ash in fear. Although after a few days of adaptation, she could no longer scream when she saw bug-type Pokémon, but she was still afraid inevitably. Chapter 37. This kind of opportunity can't be missed. Ash took out the Pokeball, prepared to send Pidgey to fight against Weedle, and then took it back. It's up to you, Pidgey. The white light dissipated in mid-air, revealing Pidgey's figure, which hovered in the air, looked back at Ash, saw Ash pointing to Weedle, and immediately understood what Ash meant. At this time, Weedle was still leisurely climbing up the tree trunk, not realizing the impending crisis at all. Pidgey, use wing attack. Ash mercilessly asked Pidgey to use his most powerful move to attack Weedle, so as to ensure that the opponent loses the ability to fight. Wave. Flying type's energy gathered on the dual wing beat, and Pidgey swooped down, heading straight for Weedle. Feeling the strong wind, Weedle seemed to have reacted. It turned its head slightly to look to the left, and was shocked to find that a Pidgey was attacking itself. In a panic, Weedle accidentally let go of the pink legs that were holding on to the tree trunk, and fell from the tree trunk towards the ground, but because of this move, it escaped Pidgey's attack. Pidgey didn't expect this at all. When it reacted, it was too late to change its direction. It could only let itself move forward according to the original trajectory, across the trunk, leaving a trace on the trunk, but did not cause any damage to Weedle. It's still too careless. Ash frowned slightly seeing this scene. Pidgey seemed to have underestimated Weedle, didn't think too much, and ignored the possible situation. Although this situation is not a big problem, it will not make Weedle leave because of it, but in the battle, such small details will be the key to success or failure. He has seen the Elite Challenge, the battle between Koga and Agatha. There are too many details, and Pokémon is very familiar with this fleeting consideration time. There is still a long way to go. After only one recovery, Ash realized something. Pidgey stopped and looked back at Weedle, who was running away on the ground. His face was a little ugly. It didn't expect this weak bug-type Pokémon to be able to attack more of its own, which made it a little annoyed. Calm down, Pidgey. Ash saw Pidgey's current situation. Losing his calm in battle is not a good thing. He can fight high, but he can't lose his ability to judge the form, otherwise he will only be caught by the opponent. Even if it is quick attack and strong attack tactics, it is not blindly reckless, but to seize the opponent's weakness and attack. Although Misty behind her was a little afraid of the existence of Weedle, she couldn't help but looked at Ash in surprise after hearing what Ash said. She felt that Ash was indeed very different from the usual rookie trainer, and she didn't seem to be exactly the same as rookie trainer. Instead, it has a certain amount of combat experience and accumulation. On the other side, after hearing Ash's words, Pidgey calmed down a little, his gaze became sharper, and he stared at Weedle, and Weedle also felt Pidgey's gaze, trembled slightly, and crawled faster. Encore, use wing attack. Ash nodded slightly upon seeing this, and gave Pidgey another command. Wave. The flying type's energy was stimulated again, gathered on the dual wing beat, and swooped down suddenly. Pidgey launched an attack on Weedle again. Weedle panicked and wanted to dodge. Compared with other species' strengths, its speed ability is very good, but there is still a certain gap compared with Pidgey, not to mention that Pidgey has also undergone a certain degree of training. This time Pidgey accurately set the direction Weedle wanted to avoid, and even had a certain degree of inductiveness, making Weedle avoid to the left, and at the moment Weedle made a move, he changed his direction to the direction in which Weedle avoided attack. Bang! Weedle was undoubtedly hit by Pidgey's attack this time. With just one blow, Weedle was knocked and flew several meters away, and lost his fighting ability in mid-air. Before he fell unconscious, there was a groan full of pain. And Pidgey soared into the air again, and it seemed very proud, but when it saw Ash's calm gaze, it restrained the arrogance it had bred, and it was just a Weedle, that's all. Defeating the opponent is not something to be proud of. Well done, Pidgey. Seeing this, Ash nodded slightly and praised Pidgey, not because Pidgey defeated Weedle, but because of Pidgey's subsequent emotional changes. He felt that Pidgey had grown up. Pika Pika. Pikachu also waved his little paw at Pidgey, celebrating for him. Go, Pokeball! Without wasting any time, Ash threw a blank Pokeball at Weedle, and Weedle, who was already incapable of fighting, was captured by the Pokeball without any resistance. After a while, there was a thump, the 3 golden stars disappeared in a flash, and the recovery was successful. I got the 3rd Pokémon. Ash picked up the Pokeball, his eyes glowed slightly, although it was only a small step, but he was indeed moving towards the strongest direction. Small, Ash. At this moment, Misty's trembling voice reached Ash's ears, and Ash couldn't help but look at Misty with some doubts. Did you hear any sound? Misty looked at the Pokeball in Ash's hand. Although he was a little scared, he still approached it and asked with an ugly face. Sound? Ash was taken aback, then listened intently, and found that there was indeed a strange sound approaching around him, buzzing, which made people feel a little annoyed. But after hearing this voice, Ash's face changed drastically. After putting away the Pokeball without hesitation, he took Pidgey back, picked up Pikachu, and then grabbed Misty's hand and ran in another direction. And Pikachu also showed the face of the enemy. It heard this sound when it was in the wild, and saw the horrible scene. Until now it can't forget, the memory is deep. What's the matter? Misty didn't understand, so even though he heard a strange voice, there was no need to panic, right? This is the sound of insect wings vibrating. Judging from the density, there are at least 20 pairs of insect wings. In the Viridian Forest, the only bug-type Pokémon that gather are the Beedrill family. Ash said nervously. Running with Misty and being targeted by Beedrill swarms is not a good thing. Drill's strength is at least above the ordinary level, and it is not comparable to the Spearow group encountered outside Pallet Town. There may be more Spearow groups, but if they meet Beedrill groups, there is no doubt that the winning Iridium is the Beedrill group, even if the opponent has the advantage of attribute restraint. Chapter 38. Big Beedrill. Misty's face became uglier than Ash's. On the one hand, he was afraid of bug-type Pokémon, and on the other hand, he knew the horror of Beedrill, especially the situation of a large group of Beedrill. We can't run very far, so we can only find a place to hide. Ash knows that Drill's speed is not slow. If he runs away, he will be spotted and caught up by the other party, so he can only find a place to Fang Yin hide. Looking around, Ash saw a good hiding place. It was a large thicket of grass, the height of which was nearly 1 meter. If he hid in it, he could completely hide it by lying down. Although Ash didn't know if he could completely avoid Drill's detection by doing this, it was better than the current situation. Pulling Misty and Pikachu, Ash came to the grass, and without hesitation lowered Misty's body and let her crawl to the side, while his own crouched on the ground, raised his head slightly, and watched the situation ahead. The best case, of course, is that Beedrill doesn't notice them and is able to leave after a while. The worst case, of course, is fighting Beedrill. With a Beedrill or two, Ash can still rely on Pikachu and Pidgey to fight each other, but Misty can't count on it. She has not overcome her fear. If it's a swarm of Beedrill, there's no way around it, and it's undoubtedly a more dangerous crisis than a Spearow swarm. Misty lying next to Ash trembled slightly, feeling fearful and nervous. She held Ash's hand tightly, bit her lips slightly, and closed her eyes, not daring to look at the situation ahead. After a while, a large group of hideous and terrifying Pokémon appeared in Ash's line of sight. At a glance, there were 15 of them, and they were Beedrills. Beedrill has a similar appearance to the hornet, but compared to the hornet, it has only 4 legs instead of 6, and the body is divided into 3 segments: the head, the body, and the tail. There are 3 things that stand out about Beedrill: the red eyes like jewels, the big and thick double thorns exuding a hint of coldness, and the huge tail poison barb. Beedrill. Attribute: worm, poison. Category: venomous bee Pokémon. Ability: bug premonition, hidden ability, snipe shot hand. Bug premonition: when a Pokémon with this ability drops to 1/3 or more of its stamina, the power of bug-type moves will increase by 1.5 times. Strength: ordinary level. Drill's attribute appeared in Ash's eyes, and every Drill's attribute was like this, none above the normal level, and none below the normal level, and the ability only had the common bug premonition, but no snipe shot hand. This is both good news and bad news. 15 normal level Beedrills are certainly not easy to deal with. The only good news is that none of them are stronger than this level. And looking at Drill's actions, they seem to have identified Ash and his group as following the trail left by Ash and Misty, which made Ash's face change slightly. He and Misty were a little too flustered and didn't pay attention to the trail they left behind, which followed the ground all the way to the grass. If Beedrill didn't ignore it, he should be able to guess that they were hiding here. Misty, you hide here, be careful. Ash made a decisive decision and made a decision. Instead of attacking first after being discovered by the opponent, it is better to strike first and let the opponent reduce the number of personnel first. What? Misty was startled. Before she could finish her sentence, Ash and Pikachu had already nodded each other, stood up abruptly, and rushed out of the grass. Pikachu, Thunder Shock. Without hesitation, Ash ordered Pikachu to launch Thunder Shock, attack one of the Beedrills, and at the same time throw the Pokeball in his hand, and send out Pidgey who had just recovered. Pidgey, use Gust to interfere with the opponent's formation. Pika. Pikachu immediately jumped up from Ash's shoulder and launched Thunder Shock. The golden spark shot up, and the arc bombarded a Beedrill. Big Needle. The Beedrill, who didn't react, was hit and let out a wail. After the spark dissipated, it fell to the ground with black smoke. With just Thunder Shock, Pikachu actually made a Beedrill incapable of fighting. You must know that Pikachu's strength is still only Earl Dervish level, and Beedrill is a higher level of ordinary level. It can be seen that after being influenced by the inheritance of the soaring in the sky dragon of Osiris, Pikachu has initially possessed the ability to leapfrog challenges, not to mention that the current Pikachu is not far from the ordinary level. On the other side, the Pidgey that appeared did not fall, it immediately launched Gust, the dual wing beat flapped again and again, and a strong wind blew towards Beedrill, and the defenseless Beedrill was scattered by the strong wind, unable to take the lead time to organize an effective counterattack. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Ash ordered Pikachu to use Thunder Shock again, causing another Beedrill to lose its fighting ability. Although the situation did not ease too much, at least, the opponent has reduced its staff by 2. In the back, Misty hid in the grass tremblingly. She wanted to rush out to help Ash, but there were too many Beedrills. If there were only 1 or 2, she might be able to go out to help, but such a large number of bug-type Pokémon, the dream is there, just like people with trypophobia see countless dots. At this time, she hated this weakness of herself very much, and this feeling of hatred and fear caused her to suffer abnormally. After a while, the strong wind subsided, and the Beedrills stared blankly at Pidgey and Pikachu, as well as Ash behind them, their ruby-like eyes flickering slightly, and they all launched an attack in the next moment. Pikachu, quick attack, dodge their attacks, and then look for an opportunity to use Thunder Shock. Ash waved his right hand, issued an order to Pikachu, and then looked at Pidgey. Pidgey, use Gust to block their attacks as much as possible. If the opponent is close, after dodging the attack, use Wing Attack. It is impossible for Ash to accurately take care of 2 Pokémon while facing so many Beedrills, so he can only give them a general direction, and then look for opportunities to give orders during the battle. Pika. Pikachu rushed out first, used Quick Attack, and wandered among the Beedrill group to harass Beedrill. Every time, he narrowly avoided Drill's attack, but he couldn't find anyone to counterattack. Chance. But soon, Pidgey created an opportunity for it to fight back. Gust used it again, and the strong wind blew past the Beedrill's camp, causing the Beedrills flying in the air to be disturbed and unable to attack Pikachu continuously. Well done, Pidgey. Ash's eyes lit up and he immediately called out to Pikachu, now, use Thunder Shock. Pick up, pick up. Pikachu let out an immature roar, electric-type energy output to the maximum, as if breaking through a certain limit normal. Thunder Shock's power was far greater than before, and a bright thunder burst out, terrifying thunder and lightning towards the four directions. The overflow unexpectedly hit the four beedrills around him at the same time. Chapter 39. This is Thunderbolt. Ash's eyes lit up. He obviously didn't expect Pikachu to learn the Thunderbolt move at this time. You must know that although Pikachu has been trained 2 days ago, it seems that he is still far away from learning this move. Some distance. However, under such circumstances, Pikachu broke through on the spot, learned this signature move, and simultaneously smacked down 4 beedrills, which greatly relieved the pressure, and the situation is gradually turning around. The beedrills were obviously startled by Pikachu's Thunderbolt, subconsciously left Pikachu's surroundings, and looked into Pikachu's eyes, showing a hint of fear. After Pikachu's attack, he looked at his hands blankly, and then the electric bag flashed an electric arc, and his eyes gradually lit up. He felt that he had learned the move he had trained for 2 days, Thunderbolt. Encore, Pikachu, this time, use the real Thunderbolt. Ash clenched his right fist, with an excited smile on his face, and shouted loudly to Pikachu. Pika! Pikachu responded, obeying the previous feeling, and activated the electric-type energy. At this moment, the original small current turned into a violent thunderbolt, blasting from Pikachu's body, pointing directly at the 3 beedrills in front. One beedrill reacted quickly and dodged to the side at the first time, but the 2 beedrills with slower reactions were miserable. They were hit by the thunderbolt, and only their silhouettes were reflected in the golden lightning. After a while, the thunder light dissipated, and the 2 beedrills lost their ability to fight without even screaming, and fell unconscious on the ground. At this time, the original 15 beedrills had lost 7, and the number of beedrills facing Ash and others was only 8. After Pidgey saw Pikachu's majestic appearance, there was a look of envy in his eyes. Of course, he also wanted to be like Pikachu, but he knew that he was still far away from Pikachu, so, he had to work hard. Gust was used by Pidgey again, and the strong wind hit the field. The astonished beedrills who were originally moved by Pikachu's performance shook again, and after Gust 3 times, their physical strength dropped a lot. At this time, one beedrill uttered a sharp cry, and the rest of the beedrills seemed to have been instructed by Normal to gather around it, relying on the strength of the group to resist the strong wind attack, and this move also made the beedrills stand up. The wind stabilized. It's now, Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Seeing the beedrills gathered together, Ash's eyes lit up brightly. When he didn't learn Thunderbolt before and could only use Thunder Shock, of course he could only let Pikachu defeat them one by one, but now it's different. Although Thunderbolt's attack range is not very large, the conductivity of lightning is not comparable to Thunder Shock. Pikachu activated the Thunderbolt without hesitation, and the Thunderbolt blasted straight out, falling between the beedrills. The terrifying Thunderbolt dimmed the light in this space, as if only the Thunderbolt existed in normal. A few seconds later, Pikachu stopped the output of energy, panting slightly. The power of Thunderbolt is indeed very powerful, but its strength at this time is only at the Earl Dervish level, and the consumption of Thunderbolt is very high for it now. 2 Thunderbolt time, physical exertion is huge. The reality is not a game. The moves in the game have a certain PP value. Before the PP value is exhausted, this move can be launched without limit. But the reality is different. The move requires energy, and the source of energy is naturally Pokémon, the physical transformation of the dream itself. At this time, Pikachu's physical strength was really exhausted, but it was worth it to defeat so many beedrills in one fell swoop. At least, the crisis is over. Ash. Just as Ash, Pidgey, and Pikachu relaxed, Misty, who was hiding in the grass behind, let out a terrified scream. Ash looked back at Misty in a daze, only to find that behind him on the left, there was actually a beedrill. At this moment, it was attacking him, and the tea-green light of the bug type lit up on the huge twine needle. Ash opened his mouth and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Drill's speed was too fast, and the distance between the two was less than 5 meters. No matter how he tried to hide, he couldn't avoid Drill's attack. Pikachu had already reacted and wanted to go to rescue Ash, but the exhaustion of a lot of physical strength in a short period of time made his footsteps weaken, and he fell to the ground, watching this scene with a horrified expression. Wave. Just at this critical moment, Pidgey in midair reacted, the normal type energy was excited, and the white translucent energy covered the whole body. Driven by this force, it struck like lightning. Break the space and rush to the Beedrill. Drill's giant needle was less than half a meter away from Ash. Ash seemed to have seen the future where he was pierced by Beedrill. However, the next moment, a shadow emitting white light slammed into Drill's body fiercely, knocking Beedrill into the air. Go out! It was Pidgey who took the place of Beedrill. It dissipated the energy it had maintained on its body. It stared ferociously at Beedrill that was knocked out by itself, and then let out a high-pitched cry, and colorful rays of light emanated from its body, completely killing Pidgey. Wrapped up. It was too late to react what was going on, the colorful light shrank back quickly, but the Pokémon that appeared in front of everyone was no longer Pidgey, but its evolution form, Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto. Attribute, Normal, Flying. Category, Bird Pokémon. Ability, Sharp Gaze or Stagger, Hidden Ability, Strong Pectoral Muscles. Sharp Eyes, a Pokémon with this ability can still see rival under any circumstances, and cannot be fooled by any means. Strength, Ordinary Level. After the evolution, Pidgeotto became larger, at least 3 times the size of the previous Pidgey, and his appearance became more powerful, with 3 clusters of pink feathers growing on his head, which looked very extraordinary. Pidgeotto seemed surprised by his current form, and he felt that there was a power in his body that was far beyond the previous one. See evolved. No one would have thought that Pidgey would evolve into Pidgeotto at this moment, not even Ash. Big Needle. Beedrill, who was knocked out, didn't consume too much physical strength. It flew up again, looking at Pidgeotto with a look of fear in his eyes. Flying-type Pokémon is a natural enemy of Bug-type Pokémon, not to mention that its current companions have all lost their fighting ability, and it is the only one left. Was that quick attack just now? After Ash came back to his senses, recalling the situation just now, there is no doubt that what Pidgey used was quick attack. Pidgey not only evolved into Pidgeotto, but also comprehended quick attack, and Pikachu comprehended Thunderbolt. Ash's eyes on Beedrill became a little weird. They're really good people, no, good Pokémon. Chapter 40. Pidgeotto, use wing attack. There was only one Beedrill left at this time, and Ash didn't mind letting Pidgeotto test his current strength, so he commanded Pidgeotto to attack Beedrill. Then, Pidgeotto made a high-pitched bird song, like an eagle normal unfolding the dual wing beat. Flying type gathered on the dual wing beat more quickly, and rushed towards Beedrill with a shock. Big Needle. Beedrill was afraid of Pidgeotto, but instead of dodging, he activated his normal type energy, launched Fury Attack, and stabbed wildly with his huge twine needle, trying to stop Pidgeotto. But Pidgeotto didn't become arrogant because of evolution. It still remembered Ash's teaching before, and stared at Beedrill calmly, with a bright look in its eyes. When it was less than 1 meter away from Beedrill, it turned to one side and hid opened Drill's attack. Beedrill attacked smack down, showing a look of astonishment. It suddenly turned its head and looked behind it. Pidgeotto, who was quickly approaching it, was reflected in its eyes. Bang! Pidgeotto's wings collided with the defenseless Beedrill's back, and the strong force even briefly dispelled the surrounding air at the moment the two touched, forming a small invisible wave of air. Beedrill didn't even let out a whine before being knocked into the air for a distance of nearly 10 meters before falling to the ground. Under the restrained attack of this attribute, it was exhausted, passed out, and lost the ability to fight. Well done, Pidgeotto! Ash raised his fist at Pidgeotto, with a happy smile on his face, and Pikachu also walked slowly to Ash's side, happy for Pidgeotto. Bye! Pidgeotto let out a joyful cry, and landed on Ash's outstretched right arm, raising his head slightly to accept Ash's praise. I'm sorry, Ash. At this moment, Misty came out of the grass and came to Ash with apology to apologize. In the battle just now, she didn't help Ash at all, which made her feel very guilty. No. I should be the one who should say I'm sorry. Ash let Pidgeotto fly up, looked at Misty behind him, and said seriously, if I hadn't recovered Weedle, I wouldn't have messed with Beedrill, let alone implicated you chased by Beedrill. No. Misty shook her head again and again, they were already companions, and it was her fault that she didn't even help in such a danger. Ash wanted to convince Misty, but Misty always felt that it was his fault, so Ash didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only reach out and touch Misty's head. Since you are so guilty, then work hard to overcome this weakness of yours, and the next time you encounter such a situation, I will ask you to protect you. Ash feels that the emotion of protection can promote a person's growth and become stronger. But Misty seemed to have misunderstood something. She stared blankly at Ash, feeling the temperature of Ash's palm on her head, and then her face turned slightly red. She nodded without making a sound. In the afternoon, Ash and Misty found a relatively quiet place to put down their tents. Because of the battle with the Beedrill group in the morning, Ash did not let Pidgeotto and Pikachu train this time, but summed up the battle in the morning. Pidgeotto, do you feel something is wrong? After analyzing the battle in the morning, Ash saw that Pidgeotto seemed to be a little uncomfortable and was moving around, so he couldn't help asking. B. Pidgeotto responded, slapping dual wing beat, expressing his emotions. Misty was a little dazed, she didn't know what Pidgeotto wanted to say, but Ash nodded slightly, smiled, and said to Pidgeotto, in this case, you can try it, but don't consume too much energy, after all, you haven't recovered. Bye. With Ash's permission, Pidgeotto flew out happily, flying around in the jungle, and used quick attack, speeding up while dodging trees, and he was actually familiar with quick attack. Did you understand what Pidgeotto said? Misty looked at Ash in amazement. She had been a little suspicious before, because Ash seemed to be able to understand the meaning of Pokemon, but this time, Misty finally asked. How should I put it? Ash thought for a while, and said, if you say you understand, you can't say that, you can only understand what they mean. It's amazing. Misty was not only surprised, but also showed a look of admiration. The ability to understand the meaning of Pokemon is really enviable, and only a few top breeders have this ability, and Ash actually has. If you are very familiar with Pokemon, many trainers can understand the meaning of Pokemon through some details of Pokemon, but this is only limited to your own Pokemon. And with this ability, even unfamiliar Pokemon can understand their meaning. Top breeders use this ability to cultivate Pokemon, but this ability is very rare. You can do it too. Ash didn't think how powerful this ability was. He didn't know what this ability represented among breeders, nor had he ever understood it. In Ash's mind, this ability is just to allow him to communicate better with Pokemon, and to use this ability to equip food that suits Pokemon's taste, nothing more. Misty could only sigh slightly as she looked at Ash, who was in the midst of blessings, and then left out of sight. After the experience in the morning, she decided to work hard to overcome her weakness of being afraid of bug-type Pokemon, to find a single bug-type Pokemon to fight. Ash proposed to follow Misty, but was rejected by Misty. She felt that if someone was around, she would have a feeling of finding support, and there was no help for overcoming her weaknesses. So Ash can only stay here in the camp to organize things and rest, while Pidgeotto is familiar with quick attack in the forest, and Pikachu has fallen asleep after eating because of too much physical exertion. Next, is Weedle. For you, I really suffered a lot today. After a short rest, Ash took out the Pokeball, which contained the Weedle recovered today. Released Weedle. At this time Weedle had recovered some strength, smelling salts came over, and after coming out of the Pokeball, he looked at Ash in a daze. Please give me more advice in the future, Weedle. Ash took out an Oran berry. After eating this kind of fruit, it can effectively restore the physical strength of Pokémon, which is very useful for the current Weedle. Only. Weedle glanced at Ash obediently, but couldn't stand Oran berry's captivate and the sound of who's hoot in his stomach, and finally excitedly ate on Oran berry, which was about the same size as his own head. Chapter 41. Weedle usually gives people a slow feeling, but it is very fast in eating. In more than 10 seconds, a tree fruit about the size of its head was eaten up. It seems that you can still eat. Ash smiled as he watched Weedle finish eating the berries, and he burped before speaking. Weedle came back to his senses at this time, recalled what happened before, and finally realized that he seemed to be regained by the human trainer in front of him. How about it? Do you want to go out with me to see the outside world? Ash stretched out his right hand to Weedle, and he was not afraid that Weedle would attack him. Weedle looked at Ash, then at Pikachu in rest, and then at Pidgeotto not far away who was training by himself, thought for a while, and finally tapped his own little head and touched Ash's with his own right hand. Then let's get to know each other officially. My name is Ash, and my goal is to become the world's mightiest trainer. Ash smiled slightly, avoided the unicorn on Weedle's head, and stroked its head. After resting for a while, Pidgeotto has also returned. After getting to know each other, we have some communication with Weedle, and Weedle is still afraid of Pidgeotto, and he knows that this Pidgeotto is the Pidgey that defeated it earlier. Pikachu has also woken up, and is very happy to see that his companions have increased, and it also likes to make friends, which is the bond between Pidgeotto and Weedle. Ash originally planned to rest today, but after the battle just now, Pidgeotto still wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible, so he went to the forest to train according to Ash's advice. And Pikachu didn't want to be idle either. After the battle just now, it had a breakthrough in strength and finally reached the normal level. He wanted to take this opportunity to familiarize himself with his current situation. As for Weedle, Ash is working on a training plan for him. Before the Pokemon Weedle evolved into Beedrill, its combat ability can be said to be weak. After some practice, Ash learned that the moves it has now mastered are Poison Barb and String Shot. These two moves were learned by Weedle innately, and it has not inherited any moves from its parents. It can be said that, except for Caterpie, it is estimated that no Pokemon can beat it. Therefore, if you want to have a certain combat power, basic training is indispensable. In addition, Weedle has very little battle experience, so Ash is going to take him to fight against a Caterpie after a certain degree of training. As for Weedle, Ash is temporarily don't plan to mess with it, after all Weedle rarely exists alone. After teaching Weedle some basic fighting skills, Ash didn't take Weedle back and let it stay on his left shoulder, but Pikachu jumped to the other shoulder after seeing Ash was about to leave. After leaving a note to explain the situation to Misty, Ash temporarily leaves the camp to find someone for Weedle to fight. And this goal was soon achieved. After all, it is the Viridian Forest. There are countless bug-type Pokemon living here. Only 100 meters away from the camp, Ash saw a Caterpie. Weedle, this is your first fight, as long as you follow my instructions and don't get nervous, you'll be fine. Before Caterpie found them, Ash whispered to Weedle. Single horn. Weedle nodded lightly. In fact, it is not the first time to fight. It has also experienced several battles with other Pokemon, but it has never tried to be ordered. Pikachu, I'll leave the protection to you. It's best not to let other Pokemon appear to disturb us. Ash nodded slightly, and then said to Pikachu. Pika Pika. Pikachu assured, patting his own mouth. Then, let's fight, Weedle. Ash appeared in front of Caterpie with Weedle, and Caterpie was startled. When he heard Ash's words, he curled up slightly, showing a little fear. Strike first, Weedle, use string shot. Ash swung his right hand and issued an order to Weedle in front of him. Single horn. Weedle activated the bug type's energy, spit out a silk thread from under the pink nose, and attacked Caterpie. Caterpie was taken aback, and quickly backed away, but still wrapped a part of the silk thread. Due to the interference and effect of the thread, its speed and movement slowed down, and it was also restricted to a certain extent. Don't give the opponent time to breathe, use Poison Barb. The Poison type move has no restraint on bug type, and it will not be resisted by the opponent, so it can only cause the original power. And Weedle used the sharp horn attack condensed with Poison type to land on Caterpie, knocking Caterpie back a short distance. After all, the power of Poison Barb is still too weak, and it is one of the weakest attack moves. But Poison Barb has an additional effect, that is, the target hit by this move has a certain probability of being poisoned contest condition, and Caterpie is very unfortunate at this time, it is poisoned. The purple light flashed on Caterpie's body, and then a burst of purple bubbles floated out of Caterpie's body, which is an obvious sign of poisoning. Poisoned contest condition can cause Pokémon to lose 1/8 of their maximum physical strength after each action, and this is only superficial data. A Pokémon caught in poisoned contest condition will feel very uncomfortable, which will affect its fighting. So lucky! Ash didn't expect to poison Caterpie with one blow. After all, Poison Barb only has a 30% chance of poisoning rival. Caterpie's current situation is very bad. He wants to escape, but he is entangled in silk threads and wants to fight back. The uncomfortable poisoning contest condition prevents him from gathering energy immediately. As a result, there is no doubt that Weedle easily defeated Caterpie in this battle. The battle between the two can be said to be as simple as playing normal. After defeating rival, Weedle also seemed very happy and excited. It is still the first winning for the first time. After losing the ability to fight, the poisoned contest condition on Caterpie also disappeared. After Ash put it under the shade of the tree, he ignored it. I praised Weedle to build up its confidence, and then continued to find a few Caterpies as Weedle's rival, and then stopped after Weedle was a little exhausted. Pokémon like Weedle dream to evolve rapidly. In addition to leveling up, it is to consume as much energy as possible, promote the genes in the body, let it feel a sense of crisis, and it will naturally evolve into Kakuna. Chapter 42. After a night's rest, he continued on the next day. While on the road, Ash did not forget to let Weedle out to fight the lone Caterpie he met. And after this intense battle, Weedle seems to have evolved into Kakuna because of his improved strength, and maybe because of the genes in his body. There is no difference between Kakuna's attribute and Weedle, it is still the attribute of insects and poison, but the ability has changed, from the original scale powder to the molt. Molting, a Pokémon with this ability has a 1/3 chance of getting a status condition on itself after each action. After evolving into Kakuna, its appearance has changed a lot. From the original appearance of a caterpillar, it has changed into a pupa with a light yellow hard shell and some snake-like patterns on it. The head is round and smooth, with 2 triangular eyes, and a sickle-like arm in the middle of the body. There is a slight heat radiating from the body, as if it is gestating something normal. After evolving into this form, Kakuna almost lost his ability to act, and also learned a new move Harden. Of course, Poison Barb and String Shot that Weedle had mastered before can still be used. The bug-type Pokémon evolves so quickly. At noon, Misty set up camp, looked at Kakuna who was dumbfounded, and didn't feel scared. Instead, he went to poke its hard skin with his fingers. Kakuna just turned his eyes slightly to look at Misty, and ignored Misty. It just wants to stay quietly and wait for its next round of evolution. Aren't you afraid of bug-type Pokémon? Ash looked at Misty in surprise, how dare he touch Kakuna? It's not that I'm not afraid, but at least I'm not as scared as before. Misty shook her head slightly. She spent the whole afternoon looking for bug-type Pokémon. Too scared to touch the feeling. Sure enough, the best way to eliminate fear is to face it. Seeing this, Ash couldn't help saying a famous saying. In the afternoon, it was still some training. Pikachu and Pidgeotto were still getting familiar with the new power they had mastered. Ash did not let them learn new moves. This level is enough now. After a little stabilization, Ash will teach them new moves. Moves. Pidgeotto doesn't even need to learn it, Ash just needs to use it with a learner, then Pidgeotto can learn the Aerial Ace move. In the game, Aerial Ace is a must-hit move, unless the target is not on the field, and the power is not bad, it is one of the very useful moves. But in reality, there is no guarantee. Aerial Ace is just a move that is easier to hit rival. After being dodged by the opponent in the first paragraph, the Pokémon using the move can quickly flip behind it for the second time. Attack has a strong strategic value. In the evening, this was the fourth day Ash and Misty entered the Viridian Forest. Although the two stopped and went and spent a lot of time in the forest, they were almost at the Viridian Forest, near the periphery of Pewter City. I can go to Pewter City tomorrow. Misty is near the fire, drinking simple broth, and somewhat misses the days of living in the city. Although the days of this kind of travel are also very good, the city is still relatively convenient, human beings always a pack animal. After arriving in Pewter City, I'm going to challenge the gym and get the first badge. Ash took a big sip of the broth, looking a little excited. It's a special feeling to fight the gym for the first time. Gym challenges are not so simple. Misty is very familiar with gymnastics battles, so he reminded Ash. What about you? Aren't you going to challenge the gymnasium? Of course Ash knew that the gymnasium battle was not easy, but he didn't talk to Misty, but asked Misty in a mischievous manner. He naturally knew that Misty would not challenge the gymnasium. After all, Misty is also one of the successors of the Cerulean Gymnasium. In the future, he will replace his three sisters and become the master of the Cerulean Gymnasium, honoring Kanto. Ah! Ha! Ha ha! I am not ready yet. Ha! Sure enough, Misty hurriedly said haha after hearing this. Of course, she didn't have the idea of challenging the gym. Ash didn't continue to ask, but nodded. Both Pikachu and Pidgeotto had eaten and rested, and the training in the afternoon consumed a lot of their physical strength. Only Kakuna stayed quietly, looking up at the soaring in the sky, as if longing for the vastness of soaring in the sky. Don't worry, after you evolve, you can swim in soaring in the sky. Ash saw Kakuna's thoughts, came to its side, and gently patted its head. Iron! Kakuna let out a low cry, which was different from Caterpie's childish and crisp voice, which also meant that it had grown up. Okay, rest early, the most important thing for you now is to accumulate more physical strength and prepare for the final evolution of the broken chrysalis. Ash picked up Kakuna, and it was too dangerous to leave it outside alone. In Ash's arms, Kakuna moved slightly, as if rubbing against Ash's arms. This feeling made it very comfortable, and after it evolved, it might never feel this feeling again. Misty went to take a shower, Ash placed the three Pokémon, and then went to wash up after Misty finished washing, and Misty also stayed alone in the tent with Kakuna, trying to get used to getting along with bug-type Pokémon. After Ash returned to the tent, he saw Misty and Kakuna staring at each other. The distance between them was less than half a meter, and Misty's eyelids were still motionless, as if they were competing with Kakuna, even if Ash came in. But after Kakuna noticed the movement, his eyes rolled slightly, and when he saw Ash coming in, he couldn't help showing a smile, which lifted Misty's spirits, and said happily, "Look, I'll tell you, I must win next time." What's the competition with Kakuna? After hearing Misty's words, Ash couldn't laugh or cry. He understood what was going on, but he was also relieved and happy about Misty's changes. Okay, Okay, we have to get up early tomorrow morning, let's go to bed early, so we can go to Pewter City earlier. Seeing that Kakuna wanted to compete with him again because of Misty's words, Ash couldn't help comforting him. Hearing this, Misty glanced at Kakuna with some pride, saying that he didn't want to compete with it, but wanted rest, which made Kakuna a little annoyed, but there was no other way, he could only watch Misty get into the sleeping bag, and even responded it winks. Ash smiled slightly, shook his head and got into his sleeping bag, gradually falling asleep. Chapter 43. The next morning, Ash woke up early. After all, he went to bed very early last night, so he didn't need to sleep late with enough sleep. Seeing that Misty and 3 Pokémon were still sleeping, Ash quietly left the tent and went outside to prepare breakfast. The fire had been extinguished last night, leaving only a few embers smoldering, but after the experience of the previous few days, Ash found some dry grass and branches with ease, and reignited the fire. They didn't have much spare drinking water. After all, they only had enough water for 6 days when they purchased it. Not to mention there were still Pokémon around. They used a little more than expected, but it was enough to last until they reached Pewter City. I simply made a pot of porridge, and only after the aroma diffused did there be any movement in the tent. Pika Pika. Pikachu came out sleepily rubbing his eyes. When he saw Ash, he happily trotted a few steps and jumped onto Ash's shoulder. It liked to stay in this position. Good morning, Pikachu. Ash greeted Pikachu with a smile, and at the same time turned to get the Pokémon food prepared last night, put it aside, and signaled Pikachu to eat. Pika Pika. Pikachu jumped down excitedly, picked up one and stuffed it into his mouth. The taste of tomato berry filled his mouth, and Pikachu enjoyed it very much. Seeing Pikachu's satisfied appearance, Ash smiled and turned to go inside the tent. Misty, it's time for breakfast, go wash your face. When Ash woke up, Misty, Kakuna, and Pidgeotto were not forgotten. Good morning, Ash. Misty sat up in a daze. She was wrapped in a sleeping bag like a caterpillar, but she looked very cute. Ash smiled at Misty and told her to hurry up and get out of the tent, Stephanie still needs some space of her own. After breakfast, Ash and his group set off again. Today's journey is relatively fast, at least to arrive in Pewter City in the afternoon. He is not procrastinating until the evening, and traveling at night is not a good choice. Periphery Forest Linbei Periphery. This place has been separated from the Viridian Forest area, but there is still a large area of grassland that needs to be crossed before reaching Pewter City, and after arriving here, there are already many more pedestrians that can be seen. There are many Pokémon living on this grassland, and none of them are very strong. Even if rookie trainer sees them, even if they cannot beat them, they will not be in any danger. After all, this is also one of the roads developed by the Alliance, which belongs to a ring of the second route, and there is a relatively famous cave in the east of this grassland, which is the Diglett's cave connecting the second route and the 11th route. There are a lot of Digletts and Dugtrios living in Diglett's cave. They are very powerful. The weakest ones are at the ordinary level, while the strongest ones have even surpassed the elite level and reached the elite level. And Ash doesn't plan to go to Vermilion City now, so he doesn't have the idea of going to Diglett's cave, but continues to move toward Pewter City. Pewter City is easy to recognize. There are a group of huge rock mountains in the north of the prairie, and at the foot of the rock mountains is Pewter City, so it's not too far away from Pewter City. Let's take a rest first. Misty looked a little tired after a morning's journey. He used to travel by bicycle, and Misty was really not used to hiking. And today is also quite special. In order to hurry, I never stopped to rest along the way, which is a heavy burden for Misty. Okay. Ash looked at the time, and it was almost noon now, so he stopped to take a rest, and had lunch by the way. Anyway, it was confirmed that he would arrive in Pewter City in the afternoon. The two just took out the bento they had prepared in the morning, and the Pokémon naturally had the food they had prepared last night, so they didn't make any big fanfare to set up an open fire to cook and eat. In addition to Ash and Misty, there are also some other trainers eating and resting nearby. While eating lunch, Ash watched around and found that the strength of these trainers is not very strong, and the strength of Pokémon is mostly at the normal level. And Ash also saw some trainers with relatively rare Pokémon, such as Scyther, Electabuzz and other Pokémon with stronger species strength, and these trainers also attracted the attention of the surrounding trainers. After eating, Ash and Misty rested for a while, and then prepared to continue on the road, but just when the two were moving, a trainer came in front of them. "Hello, my name is Asen, I'm from Pewter City." This trainer is not very old, he looks taller than Ash and Misty, and should be around 11 or 12 years old. "Hello." Ash and Misty nodded slightly, greeting the trainer. "Are you going to Pewter City?" The trainer, who called himself Ash, glanced at the Pikachu on Ash's shoulder, and a smile appeared on his face. "Are you going to challenge the Pewter Gym?" "That's right, why?" Ash looked at the trainer puzzled. "I observed you just now and found that the Pokémon you recovered are Pikachu, Pidgeotto, and Kakuna. These three Pokémon are not suitable for challenging the Pewter Gym." Asen smiled even more. "So what?" Misty behind her couldn't help frowning. This trainer felt a little uncomfortable, and she also found that this trainer was the one with Electabuzz. The situation here also attracted the attention of the surrounding trainers. After seeing Asen's actions, some of the trainers looked a little ugly, but they didn't say anything. "I think you are not qualified to challenge the Pewter Gym." Asen sneered, and finally showed his face. He looked at Ash and Misty with a haughty look. "No, it should be said that you are not qualified to challenge Kanto Alliance is right, all cats and dogs want to challenge Alliance." Ash squinted his eyes slightly, his face was calm, and he was not moved by Asen's words, but Pikachu and Misty seemed very angry. Misty wanted to say something, but Ash stopped him. "There is no nonsense with this kind of person. If necessary, just do it directly." "So you want to stop me here?" Ash gave Misty a reassuring look, then glanced at Asen coldly. "Stop." Asen seemed to hear something funny, and burst out laughing, but Ash looked at him coldly, making him look very embarrassed. "You are not qualified to let me use the word stop," Asen said with an ugly face and gritted teeth. "If you are a trainer, then come and fight with me." "Of course." The corners of Ash's mouth twitched slightly. "Also, I'll give you back what I said just now." "What?" Asen was taken aback, not knowing why. "It's not a cat or a dog, everyone is qualified to challenge the Alliance." Chapter 44. "What?" Hearing this, Asen was furious, staring at Ash with a ferocious face, and gritted his teeth. "I hope that after the battle is over, you still have the courage to say this." "You too." Ash didn't want to waste words with Asen, and after responding casually, he distanced himself. Asen still wanted to say something, but seeing that Ash ignored him and distanced himself, he turned around and walked away with a gloomy face, and also distanced himself. He wanted to let this person understand that offending himself is not just as simple as humiliation. The surrounding trainers have gradually gathered around. Asen obviously has a certain reputation here. With Electabuzz species strength, among this group of trainers who are not strong and have just left the range of rookie, Asen can be said to be the most powerful part of it. Some trainers looked at Ash with pity, because Asen's favorite thing to do was to humiliate some trainers who passed by or came here for training, and Ash seemed to be carrying a cute Pikachu, and his strength didn't feel very powerful. The rule of the battle is 2 on 2. When one of the parties loses 2 Pokémon, the battle is over. After standing still, Ash shouted loudly to Ash. The voice should not be too loud, after all, the distance is so far. Ash nodded slightly. Even if it was a 6-on-6 all-hands duel, he was not afraid. Even if there were only 3 Pokémon now, he was confident that he could defeat Asen's 6 Pokémon. "Then go first and I'll take it." Spearow, the first battle is up to you. Because there is no referee, there is no guessing, and Ascen's character directly grabs the first strike and throws the Pokeball. Send out the first Pokemon to fight, Spearow. Spearow. Attribute, Normal, Flying. Category, Bird Pokemon. Ability, Sharp Eyes, Hidden Ability, Snipe Shot Hand. Sharp Eyes, a Pokemon with this ability can still see rival clearly in any situation, and will not be confused by any form. Strength, Ordinary level. Ash took a look at Spearow's appearance. Compared with the ordinary wild Spearow, it looked more ferocious, apparently well trained. But, after seeing that he has Pikachu, the other party dared to send out Spearow first. Was it too confident, or wanted to humiliate himself? Ash's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Asen. Seeing the playful smile on Asen's face, he knew what Asen was thinking. Since the other party was so rude, of course he would not be polite to the other party. Kakuna, it's up to you. Ash straightened his hat slightly, threw a Pokeball, and sent out the Pokemon to fight, Kakuna. What? Seeing Kakuna appearing in front of Ash, Asen's face suddenly turned gloomy. He just wanted to use Spearow to humiliate Ash, but Ash actually sent Kakuna to humiliate himself in turn. Misty and the surrounding trainers didn't expect Ash to use Kakuna to fight, but compared with the appearance of the surrounding trainers, Misty is full of confidence in Ash. Damn it, I'll make you pay. Spearow, attack, peck. Asen unceremoniously launched an attack. In his opinion, Pokemon like Kakuna have no combat power, and his Spearow can easily beat each other. Asen even saw Ash showing a regretful expression, and he couldn't help showing a smile on his face. Lie. Spearow swooped down from the air, and the flying type condensed on its sharp hooked beak and rushed towards Kakuna. The ferocious appearance caused some trainers around to exclaim. Kakuna, use String Shot. When the distance between the two was less than 5 meters, Ash finally gave the order for Kakuna to fight back. Iron. Kakuna responded in a low voice. The energy of the bug type was stimulated, and a large number of silk threads spewed out from its mouth, attacking Spearow at an extremely fast speed. Spearow obviously didn't expect the opponent to counterattack. After all, Kakuna is too confusing. Few trainers will use Kakuna to fight, so they have never experienced this kind of thing, resulting in a slow reaction, which made the silk thread entangled on themselves. A layer of descending blue flames flashed across Spearow's body, which meant that a certain stat modifiers on it had been reduced, and what was reduced was naturally its speed. The effect of String Shot reduced Spearow's speed by 1 level, slowing it down, and because of the entangled silk thread, it was worth noting that its movements could not be fully stretched, but it still continued to attack Kakuna by virtue of the inertia of the dive. Harden. And as Spearow slowed, Ash ordered again for Kakuna to take the blow with Harden. Iron. Kakuna's eyes lit up slightly, the white translucent normal type energy flickered on the surface of the body, the red rising flames flickered, the defense level increased by 1, and then the shell of his body became smoother, and looks more rigid. Bang! Just as Harden finished, Spearow's attack had also arrived, and it slammed into Kakuna's body without reservation, knocking Kakuna several meters away. Kakuna's eyes showed pain. Although after passing Harden, the defensive ability was improved by 1 level, but the restraint power of attribute still made it consume a lot of physical strength. This blow reduced it by at least 1/3, nearly 1/2 physical strength. Ha 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 ha, you see, you want to use Kakuna to humiliate me? It's simply impossible. Seeing that Spearow's attack hit, Asen burst out laughing, and then issued another order for Spearow to pursue. Encore, make peck out. Spearow soared above the soaring in the sky again, and after receiving the order, he swooped down again, pecked, and rushed towards Kakuna again. But at this time, Spearow was no longer the speed of last time, and was disturbed by the silk thread, and his movements were slightly deformed, which gave Ash a lot of room for manipulation. Kakuna, use string shot, pull yourself out, dodge the attack. Ash's face remained unchanged, and he issued an order calmly. Iron Shell. After Ash's training, Kakuna understood Ash's meaning very well. When Spearow was less than 5 meters away from him, Kakuna launched string shot. The target was not Spearow, but the open space beside him. After spitting out the silk thread, the thread sticks to the ground, and then Kakuna shrinks the thread and pulls himself over. With this technique, he makes up for his weakness of being unable to move. Spearow obviously didn't think about this, even though he had already reacted, but because of the silk thread, it couldn't adjust its direction, and it hit Kakuna directly on the original position. Boom! Ground was knocked out of a small dent by Spearow, and the surrounding soil was blown up. Although the blow didn't hurt Spearow, it also made Spearow feel a little dizzy. The performance of Ash and Kakuna made the surrounding trainers exclaim, which made Misty show a proud expression and feel proud. Chapter 45. It's now, Kakuna, use Poison Barb. Ash didn't miss this opportunity, and before Spearow had adjusted, he seized this momentary opportunity and let Kakuna fight back. Iron. Poison-type energy was excited, condensed on Kakuna's sickle-like arm in the middle of the body, and then rushed out suddenly, stabbing Spearow's body with the arm glowing with purple light. Bang! The impact made Spearow fly a short distance away, and at the same time let out a cry of pain, and a purple light shone on his body, and purple bubbles floated from his body come out, apparently caught in a poisoned contest condition. Ash had already noticed when he was training Weedle in the forest that the luck of this Kakuna was a little different. Normally, there was only a 30% chance of causing the opponent to fall into the poison barb of the contest condition, and it almost reached 50%. Out of the 2 poison barb attacks, 1 will poison the opponent. After falling into the poisoned contest condition, Spearow's situation became even more unbearable, showing a painful look, coupled with the entanglement of silk threads. The combat power it can display now is less than half. And Asen obviously knows this too, but he doesn't understand why the battle situation has developed to this level at all. He obviously has a huge advantage and is stronger than Kakuna, but he is suppressed by the opponent, and it is even possible, lose. I can't give up. I can't give up. So many people are watching, how can I lose face? Asen's face was ferocious, and his face was slightly distorted. He shouted at Spearow, attack with all your strength, aerial ace. This time, he decided to go all out, having given up on shaming Ash, and instead seeing Ash as a strong rival. Lie. Although it was painful, Spearow still carried out Asen's order, cheered up and flew up, launched aerial ace, and the sky blue flying type energy wrapped his whole body, and rushed towards Kakuna. Kakuna, use string shot and dodge the attack. But facing Spearow in this situation, Ash didn't worry at all, and still calmly issued orders to Kakuna. Iron Shell. Kakuna responded softly. Although it was the first time it faced an attack like aerial ace, it had also heard Ash explain it, so it knew that aerial ace was not such an easy to dodge attack, so it was fully prepared. When Spearow came, Kakuna used string shot, using the tough silk thread to pull himself away from the spot, but Spearow missed a hit, turned around in the air, and hit Kakuna again. However, Kakuna was already prepared. After leaving the spot for the first time, he cut the thread, activated string shot again, spit in another direction, and pulled himself out again. Spearow missed 2 consecutive attacks, the maintained energy has dissipated, unable to carry out the third pursuit, and purple bubbles appeared on his body, the poisoning effect was triggered, the physical strength was reduced, and the old strength was exhausted, and the moment when the new strength was not born, is the best chance to fight back. Kakuna, Poison Barb. Ash seemed to see the key point of the acquisition, his eyes lit up, and he swung his right hand suddenly, signaling Kakuna to attack. Iron Shell. Kakuna was shocked, jumped up from the ground, and rushed towards Spearow. The poison-type energy condensed on the arm again, stabbing fiercely at Spearow, who couldn't dodge. Lie! Spearow wailed in pain, was knocked flying, fell from mid-air, and fell onto the ground. Although he hadn't lost the ability to fight, his physical strength had been consumed a lot, and he couldn't cheer up immediately. Spearow, cheer up, cheer up! Asen yelled ferociously, his face became even more ugly and gloomy. Spearow, who had a huge advantage, ended up like this. Doesn't this mean that he is not as good as Kakuna's trainer? Do you want me to lose face? Ah! Hearing Asen's voice, Spearow began to struggle. It crawled up and wanted to fly again, but such an easy movement could not be done quickly. Give it the final blow, Poison Barb. After confirming that Spearow's situation is not good, Ash didn't hesitate to ask Kakuna to give him the final blow. Iron Shell. Kakuna threw herself out again, and the poison type's energy concentrated arm stabbed fiercely at Spearow, who was unable to dodge, and once again knocked Spearow flying a distance of more than 1 meter. Spearow made consecutive rollouts on the ground, and then lay down on the ground without any movement, obviously losing the ability to fight. How could this be? How could this be? Asen couldn't accept the ending, and Spearow was defeated by Kakuna, who was weaker and restrained by attribute. Kakuna is one of the weakest Pokémon. An existence almost as famous as Magikarp. The surrounding trainers also let out bursts of exclamation. The performance of Ash and Kakuna opened their eyes. They did not expect that Kakuna could have such a combat power, which really surprised them, the trainers. Pika Pika. Pikachu was also very happy that Asen was so annoying. Kakuna won, making it feel like he had won too. Ash also showed a smile, and Misty was even more happy and cheered loudly. At this moment, Kakuna, who was in the midst of everyone's admiration, closed his eyes slightly, and the colorful light radiated from his body, wrapping it up. Evolved. Seeing this familiar scene, a trainer exclaimed. Amidst the colorful light, a crack appeared in the middle of Kakuna's body. From the crack, a figure gradually emerged, and under the light of evolution, it became bigger and bigger. When it completely separated from Kakuna's outer skin, the colorful light shrank suddenly, revealing the appearance of this figure. It is the evolution form of Kakuna, Beedrill. Beedrill. Attribute, Worm, Poison. Category, Venomous bee Pokémon. Ability, Bug Premonition, Hidden Ability, Snipe Shot Hand. Snipe Shot, when a Pokémon with this ability hits the opponent's vitals, it is 1.5 times the normal dire hit, that is, 2.25 times the normal dire hit. Strength, Ordinary level. After evolving into a Beedrill, its strength broke through the Earl Dervish level in one fell swoop and reached the normal level, and the ability it obtained was also a hidden ability Snipe Shot Hand. Dire Hit, this is a special mechanism in the game. When hitting the opponent, there is a certain chance to hit the opponent's vitals and cause huge damage. In reality, the performance of this mechanism is to penetrate the opponent's defense, or when the two are attacking, the damage caused by breaking the opponent's moves. The Weedle ability before evolution was originally a hidden ability to escape, which is why it was able to escape Pidgey's first attack. After evolving into Beedrill, the hidden ability also changed accordingly, becoming the powerful ability of Snipe Shot. Chapter 46. Great, Beedrill. Seeing that Kakuna evolved into Beedrill, Ash couldn't help showing a look of surprise. His original intention was not to use this battle to stimulate Kakuna's evolution, so this is indeed a surprise. Pikapi. Pikachu was also very happy. His companion had evolved and became stronger. Misty also couldn't help smiling. Although she still can't completely eliminate her fear of bug-type Pokémon, she and Kakuna have a certain friendship, so after seeing Kakuna evolve into Beedrill, she is also happy for him. After Beedrill evolved, it seemed a little unbelievable. It looked at its greatly changed appearance, familiarized itself with its body, and felt a little strange. But the genes lurking in the body made it quickly familiar with its own physical condition. A pair of huge needles pierced out continuously, without any jerky feeling, as if it had been practiced for many years. The energy of the bug type was activated, gathered on the twine needle, and stabbed at the air in front of it twice in a row, bursting out a sound of breaking the air, which made Ash's eyes brighten. This is a move that you can comprehend after you evolve into a beedrill, twine needle. Twine needle's power is not strong, but it can stab twice in a very short period of time, and there is also a certain chance that the hit person will be poisoned by contest condition, which can replace the previous poison barb attack. And Beedrill's performance is not over yet. Normal type energy is stimulated, condensed on Beedrill's arms, driven by the power. Beedrill stabs at the air continuously, 5 attacks, completed within 1 second. This is exactly its Fury attack. Twine Needle and Fury attack, these two moves are paired with Snipe Shot. Once one of them hits the vital point, it will be able to cause huge damage and make up for the weakness of the two moves. Ash thought, this even the move can be said to have greatly improved Drill's combat ability. Damn, damn, damn. On the other side, Asen roared unwillingly and repressedly, his eyes widened with bloodshot eyes. He raised his head slightly, and looked at Ash and Beedrill opposite him. The hatred in his heart was almost irrepressible. He took back the Spearow from Solation, threw the Pokeball immediately, and sent out the second Pokémon to fight, which was also his trump card, the most trusted Electabuzz. Electabuzz has a humanoid appearance, with yellow hair all over his body, but also has black markings, a very conspicuous lightning symbol in the middle of his abdomen, 2 tentacles extending from both sides of his head like wires, and 2 tufts of hair growing upwards in the middle of his forehead. The whole appearance gives people a rough and ferocious feeling. Electabuzz. Attribute: Electricity. Category: Thunder Shock Pokémon. Ability: Static, Hidden Ability, Motivation. Static: after a Pokémon with this ability receives a contact attack, there is a 30% chance to paralyze the attacker. Contest condition. Strength: Ordinary level. Electabuzz, use Quick Attack. After releasing Electabuzz, Asen issued the order without hesitation. Because there was no referee, his behavior was not a violation of the rules, but a lack of moral character. Electabuzz launched a quick attack and rushed towards Beedrill quickly. There was a faint flash of thunder on his body, with a ferocious smile on his face, obviously wanting to destroy Beedrill with one blow. And Electabuzz's sudden action also made the surrounding trainers react, and they all exclaimed. At the same time, they hated Asen even more, and they took the opportunity to sneak attack. Beedrill, dodge the attack, and then use Twine Needle. Although Ash relaxed because of Beedrill, he reacted immediately and immediately issued an order to Beedrill. Big Needle. Beedrill was obviously also vigilant, watching the Electabuzz rushing towards him without any panic, and only when the opponent appeared in front of him and punched his face, did he flap the 2 pairs behind him Wormwing, dodge sideways. Electabuzz's fist almost brushed against Beedrill's mouth, but it didn't touch Beedrill at all, and after a full-strength smackdown, Electabuzz felt very uncomfortable, and couldn't adjust his posture and make defenses. Beedrill's jewel-like eyes flickered slightly, bug-type energy was stimulated, condensed on Twine Needle, 2 needles were stabbed out quickly, one in front and one in the back, and landed on Electabuzz's abdomen with 2 bang-bang sounds. The 2 attacks completely broke through Electabuzz's defense, and the effect of Snipe Shot was triggered at this moment, which increased the power of the 2 attacks by 2.25 times. The terrifying power erupted completely, blasting the Electabuzz out fiercely, flying nearly 10 meters before falling to the ground, and then continued to slide backwards for several meters before stopping, leaving a ravine on the surface. Good, so strong. Some trainers stared blankly at this scene. The power displayed by Beedrill is too amazing, as if it is not a Pokémon with ordinary strength, but a further elite level. Electabuzz, who was hit by this powerful and terrifying blow, lay on the ground, had lost consciousness and was unable to continue fighting, which made Asen kneel down on the ground in despair, unable to accept the result. Is a Pokemon like Beedrill so powerful? The surrounding trainers didn't know about Drill's ability, so they were horrified by this ending. But there are also some trainers who seem to understand what happened just now. When they hit the unsuspecting Electabuzz, Twineedle's 2 attacks can already cause dire hit. If it is Snipe Shot with ability, this power can be greatly improved. Judging from the current situation, this Drill's ability is undoubtedly the Snipe Shot player. Well done, Beedrill! Ash clenched his fist, and Drill's performance perfectly met Ash's tactical requirements for his future. The only pity is that Beedrill now lacks a speed move. Beedrill flew in front of Ash. At this time, it was not small, with a height of about 1 meter, and it was impossible to throw itself into Ash's arms like before. But Ash still stretched out his right hand, gently stroking Drill's head, feeling the temperature of Ash's palm. Beedrill let out a comfortable whisper, and rubbed Ash's palm. Pikachu! Pikachu crawled along Ash's trousers to his shoulders, stretched out his little paws, and patted Beedrill. Beedrill responded to Pikachu with joy, and it felt that the distance between itself and Pikachu had shortened a lot. Misty approached and looked at Beedrill with some fear. Compared with Kakuna, Drill's appearance was too aggressive. But Beedrill did not alienate because of Misty's performance, but slowly approached Misty, as if he didn't want to scare her. After feeling Drill's kindness, Misty gradually accepted the existence of Beedrill, and even dared to reach out to touch Beedrill. Compared with before, she has indeed improved a lot, a lot. Chapter 47. On the other side, the defeated Asen has no face to stay here anymore. After taking back the Electabuzz in embarrassment, he stumbled away from the crowd and disappeared from people's sight. Naturally, people's attention was not on Asen, they looked at Ash, and Asen with fiery eyes, allowing them to see a wonderful battle. Hello, I'm Doni from Rainbow City. You're really amazing. You're not rookie trainer. A trainer came to Ash first, glanced at Beedrill, and said a little excitedly. Hi, my name is Ash, I'm from Pallet Town, and I'm a rookie trainer. Ash nodded with a smile, and he would not show a cold look to people with good intentions. It's really a rookie trainer. Not only Doni, but even the other trainers next to him couldn't help but marvel after hearing Ash's words. A rookie trainer is so powerful. From this point of view, this person from Pallet, the potential of Town's trainer is indeed extraordinary. Pallet Town is the Pallet Town where Professor Oak is. A trainer seemed to know a little about Pallet Town, and the main reason was because of Professor Oak. That's right. Ash nodded, and then communicated with these trainers for a while. Misty on the side smiled after seeing it, and even felt a sense of pride in his heart. Sorry, it's getting late now, we're going to Pewter City today, so. After communicating with them for a while, Ash also learned something from it. If it wasn't because he was going to Pewter City, Ash wouldn't want to go so fast. Leave. It's all right. Are you going to challenge the Pewter Gym? Is it tomorrow? The trainers kept asking. If there are no accidents, I will go to challenge the gym tomorrow morning. Ash nodded in response, there is no need to hide this kind of thing. That's great, I will definitely go back to Pewter Gym to watch your gym challenge tomorrow. A trainer said immediately, and other trainers responded one after another, saying to go back and watch. After separating from these trainers, Ash and Misty continued to Pewter City. Misty's smile never stopped along the way, and even her footsteps seemed a little frillish. Are you so happy? Ash looked at Misty in confusion and asked. Humph, you can say that I grew up watching you, and of course I'm happy to see you being praised by so many people. Misty glanced at Ash and said to himself. Ash didn't know what the praise had to do with Misty, but seeing Misty's appearance, he didn't say anything, just laughed along with Misty. Pewter City, a city located under the Rock Mountains in the northwest region of the Kanto region, between the Viridian Forest and Mt. Moon, and the word pewter in its name means a rock-solid grey-black color, hence the name Pewter. The scope of Pewter City is very large, not smaller than Tokiwa City. Of course, due to its geographical location, it is not more prosperous than Tokiwa City, but it can't be called backward. In Pewter City, there is a very famous place, that is, the Pewter Museum of Science. The museum houses many historical relics left over from ancient times, and the most outstanding ones are the complete skeleton of Aerodactyl and the complete skeleton of Dragonite. Bones. But there is more than one famous thing in Pewter City. Hesitating that it is surrounded by mountains, and because of Rock Mountain, some treasures such as evolutionary stones can often be found in the surrounding region, so it is also loved by many climbers. Among the streets in the city specially designated for trainers to set up stalls for sale, many trainers sell evolutionary stones here, and the evolutionary stones sold here are also cheaper than in other places. Pewter City is really spectacular. Looking at the city surrounded by a large group of rock mountains, Ash standing at the southern entrance of the city couldn't help exclaiming, "This kind of peculiar city scenery is really rare." Misty came from Cerulean City and passed through Pewter City on the way. He had seen such a scene, so he was not too surprised, and even introduced some things he learned in Pewter City to Ash. Pewter City gives Ash the feeling of thickness, which makes people feel at ease. Walking on the road, it can be seen that the residents living here are very happy and peaceful. Misty took Ash to the Pokémon Center in Pewter City. The Pokémon Center here is very different from the style of Tokiwa City. The Pokémon Center in Tokiwa City is a semicircle built on the ground, while the Pokémon Center in Pewter City looks like a building. The overall tone is grey, giving people a feeling of being carved by a huge rock, which is very special. And outside the Pokémon Center here, of course, there is also a battlefield. This time is in the afternoon, which is the peak period of the battle. There are many trainers gathered here, and it is very lively. Ash and the two naturally didn't stay here any longer, they checked in at the Pokémon Center, and handed over the Pokémon to Ms. Joey to handle. "Finally I can lie down on the bed." After entering the dormitory, Misty threw her backpack on the field near the window, then threw herself on it, lying on the bed, and sighed comfortably. Indeed, it's more comfortable to sleep on the bed. Ash couldn't help leaning on the bed to rest. Although the sleeping bag can't be said to be hard, the ground under the sleeping bag is, and the mattress is soft, with soft cotton and air conditioner with a suitable temperature is indeed not comparable to the outdoors. "Any plans later?" "I want to go outside." Misty turned around, propped her head on her left hand, and looked at Ash with twinkling eyes, as if expecting something. Ash didn't hear Misty's subtext, he thought carefully and said, "I also want to see the appearance of Pewter City. After we go to bring back Pikachu and them, we will go to the city to have a look at night. If so, how about eating outside?" "Okay." After hearing Ash's words, Misty's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth unconsciously. After resting for a while, Ash and Misty sorted out their luggage before leaving the dormitory and going back to the hall to pick up Pikachu. After the Pokémon Center's treatment, Pikachu's physical strength cannot be said to have fully recovered, but they are already in a good contest condition. The fatigue caused by training has also been relieved a lot. Ash also learned from Ms. Joey that training will cause fatigue to Pokémon's body, which is usually not visible, but if it accumulates too much and breaks out at a certain time, it will make Pokémon sick. It's no wonder that there are occupations such as Pokémon Master and Breeder. It seems that there is a reason. Ash nodded clearly after listening to Ms. Joey's explanation, and he really needs to pay attention to this aspect in the future. Something happened. But if Xiao Gang travels with him in the future, he can get advice from Xiao Gang in this regard. After all, Xiao Gang is determined to become a top breeder. Chapter 48. Because Pewter City is surrounded by mountains, the light here is still sufficient in the afternoon, but in the evening, it will dim earlier than other cities. After Ash and Misty strolled around outside, near the evening, they decided to go to Trainer Street, which is a street specially designated for trainer to sell things. Of course, not all trainers sell here. Since it became famous here, many merchants will also set up stalls here, or sell some trinkets, or sell some food. After discussing with each other, Ash and Misty decided to go shopping and buy something to eat at the same time, so as not to have to go to the store, and the street flavor also has a special taste, which is not available in the store. There are so many people. Although it was close to dinner time, there were still many pedestrians on this street, and some stalls around were also selling various things. Ash even spotted a specialty from the Hone region, the lava cookie. Lava cookie is a special product produced by Hone region, Lava Ridge town. It can be eaten by both humans and Pokemon. It tastes very good, but it also has a special effect, that is, it can relieve any status condition. Ash and Misty went over to look out of curiosity, and found that the price of a lava cookie was not less than that of a Pokeball. It turned out to be 200 yuan apiece, which made Ash a little bit tongue-tied. 200 yuan apiece, you can only eat it once. To remove the abnormal effect once, it's better to prepare more tree fruits. But lava cookies also have the advantage that berries can't compare to, that is, they can be stored for a long time, and berries will go bad after a few days, so it depends on the situation. At least the current Ash can't buy it, and can't afford it. He only has 6,000 a month now. Excluding Pokemon and his own daily food expenses, there is not much left, and he also wants to give some subsidies to his family. Misty didn't buy lava cookie either. Although her situation is better than Ash's, it's not much better. In fact, if the Cerulean Gym hadn't relied on the Alliance's subsidies and the performance of the three Sakura sisters, it might have been inherited by others. So Misty has also thought about selling her bicycles. Although second-hand bicycles are not as expensive as first-hand bicycles, they can be sold for a lot of money. She is going to sell her bicycles here in Pewter City. The two stopped and went, and bought some food on the side of the road. The price is not expensive, and it can even be said to be very affordable. The two of them can eat for less than 30 yuan. There is still a stone seller. Just as Misty threw the garbage into the trash can, he found that there was a stall selling stones not far away. It was a real stone. Stone. Ash was startled, followed Misty's gaze, and found the stall, and saw the owner of the stall, a middle-aged man with a beard and slightly dark skin. Ash raised his eyebrows slightly, and had a slight impression of this middle-aged man. Although it was very shallow, Ash remembered that this middle-aged man seemed to be Xiao Gang's father. Ash doesn't remember the encounter with Xiaogong's father in the anime, and he can't remember Xiaogong's father's name, but I remember that it seems that it was Xiaogong's father's help that Pikachu in the original Ash learned Thunderbolt. Let's go over and have a look. Misty took Ash's hand. She seemed to be a little used to this feeling, and she would make such a move unconsciously, and Ash didn't feel anything wrong, so she let Misty hold it. When the two came to the booth, they couldn't help but click their tongues when they saw the prices of these strangely shaped stones. The unit price of some relatively small stones was 120 yuan, and the most expensive one was even 1,500 yuan. These stones are so expensive, will anyone buy them? Misty asked Xiaogong's father in disbelief. Of course someone bought it. Do you think these are just ordinary stones? The middle-aged man, that is, Xiao Gang's father, asked Misty back. Seeing Misty's blank expression, he explained, look at this stone. Xiaogong's father picked up a stone priced at 600 yuan and showed it to Misty and Ash, while Pikachu also looked at it curiously. Did you see anything? Xiaogong's father didn't explain immediately, but kept it a secret. Misty pondered for a while, tilting her head slightly, as if she was a little uncertain. Is this the shape of gloom? That's right. Xiaogong's father's eyes lit up. He obviously didn't expect the little Stephanie, who didn't know much about stones, to be able to see the appearance of this stone. He seemed a little excited. It looks like gloom. But, even if it looks like a gloom, can it be sold so expensive? Misty asked, puzzled. It's not processed, it's grown like this naturally. Ash explained on the sidelines. He had also heard of some strange stones in his previous life, and these strange stones could be sold for far more than gold, so he also has some knowledge about this kind of thing. Understood. This little brother is very knowledgeable. Xiaogong's father looked at Ash in astonishment, obviously not expecting Ash to know the key. Naturally formed. Misty was surprised when she heard it. She thought that these stones were all processed into this shape, but she didn't expect that they were formed naturally. It is precisely because it is formed naturally that it can be sold at such a price. Xiaogong's father said with a smile, but his face was basically covered by a beard, so Ash and Misty did not see it. It's amazing. Misty couldn't help sighing. She even saw a stone in the shape of Gyarados in the booth, and the price of this Gyarados stone was naturally as high as 1,200 yuan, and the highest price was an arcanine shape. How about it? Do you want to buy one back? Xiaogong's father saw Misty's appearance, so he asked. Forget it. Misty waved her hands again and again. She couldn't afford these things. When Xiaogong's father saw this, he couldn't help but sighed slightly in his heart. He hadn't sold these things for many days. After all, the market for this kind of strange stones is not very big, and no one would easily buy a useless stone. Misty pulled Ash to leave the booth. Before Ash left, he looked back at Xiaogong's father and shook his head slightly. Ash felt that Xiaogong's father might as well go back to the pewter gym instead of going on like this. It is an irresponsible behavior to throw a lot of children to Xiaogang and go out by himself, no matter what the reason is. Moreover, Ash still vaguely remembered that the reason why Xiaogong's father abandoned the child and went out seemed to be not a serious reason, and his wife, Xiaogong's mother, didn't seem to be a reliable person. Chapter 49. Pewter Gym is Pewter City, a building created and established by Kanto Alliance. The gym was originally established to better protect the place, but with the development of the times, Pokémon and humans have gradually gotten along with each other. After that, although it still has the meaning of protection, but now it exists more for the selection of trainers. Challenge the Alliance and get 8 badges. It's not a momentary idea of the Alliance, but it wants to screen out powerful or potential trainers and gather together through such a move. The ultimate goal is not to decide an Alliance match. The champion, but wants to get more talents to supplement the Alliance. Powerful gymnasiums will even accept some trainers as gymnasium trainers to study in the gymnasium. Of course, this requires payment of tuition fees. Naturally, weak gyms do not have such conditions. The current Pewter Gym and the Cerulean Gym are two of the most representative gyms. These two gymnasiums are currently very weak. Except for the staff sent by Alliance to maintain daily operations, no trainer is willing to choose these two gymnasiums as their learning venues. This is why Xiaogong's family and Misty's family are so much poorer than other gyms, especially Xiaogong's family. In addition to Xiaogang and Forest, there are 8 younger brothers and sisters, a family of 10 people in total. It is difficult to support the family with subsidies from Alliance alone. But Xiaogang did a good job. He not only took care of the gymnasium, but also took care of the whole family, so that his younger brothers and sisters received a good education. I have to say that Xiaogang is so capable, but he was also forced out. At this time, after a night's rest, Ash's Pokémon were already full of energy and energy. After breakfast, Ash and Pikachu went to the Pewter Gym. The appearance of the Pewter Gymnasium is very distinctive. The overall shape looks like it is made up of many rocks piled up together. Just from the appearance, it can be known that this gymnasium is related to rock type. In fact, many gyms have features that are closely related to the familiarity that the gym owner is good at. Most of the grass-type gyms are related to flowers and trees, and the electric-type gyms are also related to lightning, and they can also be called a city. Landmark building. It's so big. Ash looked at this gym. In the Muyan chapter, Ash's impression of Pewter's gym was not very big, but in the real world, the gym's footprint is no worse than Pokemon Center. No wonder it maintains the daily operation of the gym also requires such a large expense. It's just a pity that although there are some trainers outside the gym, they are not the gym trainers of the Pewter gym, but came here to challenge. It's Ash. Just as Ash and the two were about to enter the gym, a group of trainers shouted in surprise after seeing Ash. Hey! Ash and Misty were stunned, looked in the direction of the voice, and found more than a dozen trainers walking towards them. These trainers looked familiar, and Ash and Misty recognized the leader. It was Donnie who met in the field yesterday. You really came to challenge the gym. Donnie brought more than a dozen trainers to Ash, and said excitedly. Of course. Ash nodded, all of you came to see me for the gym challenge. Yes. Of course, I'm also here to cheer for you. Donnie responded, and the trainers behind him also cheered for Ash. This lively situation made the staff standing at the door and some trainers beside him not only showed a surprised look. Thank you, I will work hard. Ash nodded vigorously. He didn't want to imagine that in the original book, he defeated Xiao Gang after experiencing a defeat. Hurry up and register. It's still early. We've seen it before. There are not many trainers who came to challenge in the morning. If you register now, you may be able to challenge in the morning. Donnie said. Yeah. Ash didn't talk nonsense with Donnie and the others. When he entered the gym, the reception hall was naturally imprinted in his eyes. Wanting to challenge the gym is not as simple as it is in anime and games. I don't know the details about Ash in the anime, but in most cases, after entering the gym, it is explained that if you want to challenge the gym, you can easily challenge it, while in the game, it is more simple, enter the gym, defeat a few gym trainers, and you can face the gym. Lord! But in reality, if you want to challenge the gym, you need to register. Ash and Misty came to the front desk. Now there is no one in line, so you can directly face the staff. Excuse me, are you two going to challenge the gym? The staff asked Ash with a smile. No, it's just me. Ash took out his Pokédex. If he wants to challenge the gym, he must use Pokédex to register. Okay, please wait a moment. The staff was not surprised, because the companions who accompanied the challenger were not uncommon. Ash poked his head slightly, watching the staff's movements, and saw that the staff inserted the Pokédex into a groove, and then started operating on the computer in front of him, but Ash couldn't see the computer screen from this angle. On the other hand, the staff looked a little surprised at the information displayed on the computer screen. He looked at the date when Ash became a trainer, and then at Ash's trainer level, which was a bit too incredible. It's only been a week since becoming a trainer, but Ash's trainer level has already left the rookie level, crossed the official level, and reached the Pokeball level. This weird scene made the staff have to wonder if there was something wrong with the computer, but after he checked it, he was sure that there was no malfunction. A trainer of Pokeball level. It's really unbelievable. The staff kept moving their hands, but murmured to themselves. He had never heard of such a situation, let alone saw it with his own eyes. Because your level is Pokeball level, when you challenge the gym owner will send a Pokemon of the corresponding level to fight with you. The staff explained after returning the Pokédex to Ash. At the same time, the rule of our Pewter gym is a 2-on-2 battle, and you have reached the challenge conditions. I see. Ash took the Pokédex in a daze. Please wait in the hall for a while. After the battle in the duel hall is over, we will announce through the broadcast when it is your turn. The staff smiled and nodded, indicating that Ash can go to rest and wait now. After Ash put away the Pokédex, he frowned slightly, and went to the waiting area in the lobby with Misty to rest and wait. There were still 3 trainers here, apparently also waiting for the notification to challenge. Chapter 50. Misty. Ash didn't quite understand what the staff said just now, so he sat down to rest and looked at Misty. The staff just now, the gym master will send pokeballs of the same level. What does it mean to fight? Don't you know? Misty couldn't help looking at Ash in surprise after hearing that, because Ash should know the trainer level, right? Ash had already reached the Pokeball level when he was rewarded in Tokiwa City. How should I put it? I know the level division of Pokemon and the level division of trainer, but I don't know the relationship between the two. Ash rubbed his head and said. That's right, you have only become a trainer not long ago, but, the school should have said it. Misty is still a little unclear, so, this kind of thing has been taught in the school. That. Ash looked at Misty with some embarrassment, and smiled mischievously. I didn't go to school, I just studied in Professor Oak's laboratory, and I went to a few summer camps and other activities. Misty was startled, apparently did not expect that Ash did not go to school to study, but at the same time he was also surprised by Ash's strength, did not go to school to study related things, but knew so much. Was it because of Professor Oak's teaching, or Ash was born with the qualifications to be a trainer? But Misty didn't say it either, and she quickly explained the connection between the two for Ash. Trainer levels are divided into Rookie level, Official level, Pokeball level, Great Ball level, Ultra Ball skill level and the final Master Ball level, which are divided into 6 levels. Among them, the Rookie level and the Official level can be said to be the same level, because the Rookie level can be easily separated, and the Rookie level is often called when becoming a Rookie trainer, and most trainers are in the Official level. The next step is the Pokeball class. Trainers at this level are already emerging. Most of them are capable and eligible to obtain 8 badges, challenging the level of the Alliance competition. The Great Ball class is even stronger. Trainers of these classes are usually the champions of an Alliance competition, and their strength is extraordinary. The higher level Ultra Ball level can almost be said to be the ceiling level of ordinary trainers. The strength of trainers at this level is far superior to that of ordinary trainers. Their overall strength is not even comparable to that of some gymnasium owners. They are eligible to become elite, a strong player of the 4 level. It can be said that after becoming an Ultra Ball trainer, it is equivalent to being an Elite 4 backup. The highest level, the Master Ball level, can only be an Elite 4 and a champion. A trainer who has reached this level has already topped the alliance of a region, surpassing the region, and can also rank first in the entire world. This is the division of trainer levels. The higher the level, the higher the subsidy the alliance will give, and the gap between the two is often in the form of multiples. Therefore, high-level trainers often don't need to worry about their Pokemon's food, and can catch more Pokemon for training without any worries. Then there is the classification of Pokemon. The level of Pokemon is divided into 10 levels by all alliances, and 2 theoretical levels. The 10 normal levels are Earl Dervish level, Normal level, Elite level, Gym level, Alliance level, Elite level, Champion level, Hall level, Epic level, these 10 levels. According to Ash's understanding, these 10 levels should correspond to the levels in the game. The Earl Dervish level corresponds to 1 to 10, the normal level corresponds to 11 to 20, and so on, until finally reaching level 100. But Ash learned from Professor Oak that there are still 2 theoretical levels, which are only in discussion. They are legends that transcend epics, and above legends, a realm that no one can touch. Field. However, after listening to Misty's explanation, Ash found that his imaginary understanding had some deviations. Through Misty's explanation combined with his own understanding, Ash redefines the correspondence between levels and games. The Earl Dervish level should be 1 to 9, and the normal level should be 10 to 19. It is not changed until the Alliance level. The Alliance level is not 50 to 59, it should be 50 to 54. And the Elite level Pokemon is 55 to 59, because according to Misty, the gap between the alliance level and the elite level is actually not very big. But this is only Ash's own understanding, and the actual division cannot be said to be the same, but at least it looks more impressive and easy to understand. And the relationship between the trainer level and the Pokemon level is naturally the division of levels. The Pokemon levels corresponding to the rookie level and the official level are Earl Dervish level and normal level. The Pokemon level corresponding to the Pokeball level trainer is the elite level, the Great Ball level corresponds to the elite level, and the Ultra Ball corresponds to the ones are gym level and alliance level. As for the final Master Ball level, it corresponds to the elite level and the champion level, and even higher levels of the Hall level and Epic level. The division of these strengths made Ash feel a little dizzy, and it felt a little too complicated, but it was precisely because of this division of strengths that he could better distinguish the strength of trainer, thus making alliance more powerful. Good arrangement or trainer. So, the level above 70 belongs to the palace level, and the level above 80 is the epic level. Ash thought thoughtfully. According to the situation in the game, the two versions of Heart Gold Soul Silver Chi, who is located in MT Silver, his Pokemon belong to the epic level. And the higher level legendary level is above level 90, the domain of gods, probably level 100 or even higher. Ash shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. The strongest Pokemon he has now is just a normal level, not to mention the legendary level and the domain of the gods, even the elite level is still far behind. Continue to sit quietly in the waiting area. As time went by, the three trainers who were waiting like Ash were notified to go to the battle hall, but there were also trainers who came to supplement them. The number of people waiting here remained at about 5 people, excluding Misty. Ash looked at the time. It was only past 9 o'clock, and it was almost 10 o'clock. He had been waiting here for nearly 40 minutes. It seemed that being the gym owner was not an easy task. He had to receive so many challengers. Ding ding dong ding. The notification bell of the radio rang in the hall, which gave Ash a little refreshment, because he had heard it 3 times. Mr. Ash, your challenge will be held next, please go to the place where the battle hall is now. The voice of the staff sounded on the radio. Let's go. Ash stood up and waved to Misty and Pikachu who were playing beside them. Pika. Pikachu leaped from Misty's legs and onto Ash's shoulders, and Misty also stood up, followed Ash, and walked towards the battle hall. Chapter 51. Hello, are you Mr. Ash? Walking along the passage to the front of the battle hall, there was a staff member waiting in front of the door. After seeing Ash and Misty walking over, he asked Ash clearly. Yes. Ash nodded slightly. Please come in, the gymnasium owner is ready. The staff swiped their employee cards on the electronic lock on the wall next to them, and the 5-meter-high door slowly opened inward. Ash looked at the situation in the hall. The whole hall was very vast, at least 200 to 300 square meters in size, and the battlefield was a very formal field of 100 meters long and 50 meters wide. There are high platforms on both sides of the battlefield as audience seats, and there are many people sitting in the audience seats at this time. Ash walked in and looked at the people in the audience seats, and naturally found that the dozen or so people who were the trainers who waved to him were none other than Doni and the others. You are the next challenger, Ash. Ash stood at the challenger's position near the door, and a dark-skinned teenager on the opposite side also spoke out. The young man has short, dry hair and a slightly dark complexion. He is wearing orange short sleeves and a green vest. His exposed arms look very strong, with refined muscles. The most striking thing about him is his small eyes, but they don't look funny, but give people a sense of calm oppression, which Ash can't feel from other trainers he meets. This is Xiao Gang. Is this the gym trainer of the pewter gym? Feeling the pressure from Xiao Gang, Ash's eyes narrowed slightly. From the anime, Xiao Gang's strength is not very strong. But just based on his current aura, he is already worthy of the profession of gym master. I am. Ash asked Pikachu to come down, and then responded loudly to Xiao Gang, while Misty took a few steps back consciously and stood behind, ready to cheer for Ash. It's only been a week since I became a trainer, but I have already reached the Pokeball level. It seems, it is indeed different from most trainers. Xiao Gang read Ash's information and understood that Ash has reached the Pokeball level, and the time is extremely short, so I can't help but pay attention to it. He looked Ash up and down, with a slightly handsome appearance, full of energy, and a calm expression. He was indeed different from many ordinary trainers, but the problem was. Xiao Gang looked at Pikachu at Ash's feet. With his eyesight, he could see that Pikachu's strength was only normal level, and normal level Pokémon are usually standard equipment for rookie level and official level trainers, so Xiao Gang it's not clear what ability Ash has to reach the Pokeball level. I don't know how to hold back. Xiao Gang said in a deep voice, and snapped his fingers at the same time, and saw that the walls under the auditorium on both sides suddenly opened, and two venues full of rocks slowly approached the venue. And finally closed together to form a huge rock-shaped battlefield. Wow! The audience let out a suppressed exclamation after seeing this scene. They have seen several gymnasium challenges here, but nothing like this has happened before. You are worthy of me using this field to deal with. Xiao Gang lowered his arms, his squinted eyes widened slightly, and his momentum was completely released. Come on, let me see your ability. I wish for it. After the field appeared, Ash couldn't help but get a little excited. This kind of terrain made him have never experienced it, and it was still in the gymnasium battle. What is going on now is the gymnasium challenge between the challenger Ash and the gymnasium owner Xiao Gang. There are two Pokémon that can be used. The challenger can replace the Pokémon in the battle with Solation, and automatically get first strike. At this time, the referee was on the edge of the battlefield and read out the rules. Ash, come on! We must win! Although Misty has full confidence in Ash, she still feels worried. After all, what Ash is facing is not an Earl Dervish level Pokémon, nor is it an ordinary level Pokémon. It is a higher level of elite level. Don't worry. Ash didn't look back, but stretched out his right hand with his back to Misty, and gave a thumbs up, expressing that he would definitely win. Very confident, very good, I like this kind of challenger the most. Xiao Gang showed a smile, and then threw the Pokeball first. As the gym side, he had to send out the Pokémon first, but he could only come second. Action, which is also one of the benefits for challengers. Come on, Guadud! Xiao Gang let out a roar, and threw the Pokeball over the battle arena. White light poured out from the opened Pokeball, fell on the rock field and spread out, revealing a stone-shaped Pokémon with two arms, Guadud. Guadud has a bumpy cobblestone head with raised eyebrows, trapezoidal eyes and coffee-colored irises, and a pair of muscular arms with 5 fingers and overall small size. Guadud. Attribute, Rock, Ground. Category, Rock Pokémon. Attribute, Hard-headed or strong, hidden ability, Sand hidden. Hard head, when a Pokémon with this ability uses a move with a reaction force, it will not be damaged by the reaction force. Strength, Elite. This Guadud is Xiaogang's own Pokémon. Generally speaking, Alliance will provide gym owners with Pokémon of various strengths to deal with different levels of trainers, but the highest level will not provide more than Elite level. This Elite level Guadud was not provided by Alliance, but a Pokémon recovered by Xiao Gang himself. Rock and Ground type. Ash paused for a moment, and then threw out the Pokeball. He didn't plan to let Pikachu play in this match. After all, attribute is too unfavorable. Guadud. Beedrill, it's up to you. The Pokémon Ash sent to fight is Beedrill. Although it has no advantage in attributes and is even restrained by Rock type, its moves will not be affected by the opponent's 2 attributes. Resisted. Ash believes that with his own command, he can leapfrog Xiao Gang and his Guadud. A normal level Pokémon again. Xiao Gang narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering why, as a Pokeball level Ash, he only sent normal level Pokemon to fight. The battle, start. At this time, after seeing that both sides were ready, the referee officially announced the start of the gym challenge. Beedrill, string shot. Ash didn't launch an attack immediately. Although he was keen on strong attack and quick attack tactics, judging from the moves that Beedrill has learned so far, he couldn't launch this kind of tactic. In addition to the gap in strength, he could only think of other ways come to fight. And string shot is a very good move. Even if it evolves into Beedrill, Beedrill can also use string shot. This move can slow down Geodude's speed and limit the opponent's movements to a certain extent. Chapter 52. Beedrill rushed to Geodude immediately, and the distance between the two was nearly 80 meters. The range of Beedrill string shot can't reach this level, so it can only be used after getting close to the opponent, which can also hit the opponent more easily. In just a few seconds, Beedrill had already crossed a distance of 50 meters, and immediately activated the energy of Bug type, using string shot, twisting a large number of silk threads into one strand, piercing the power of the air, and attacking Geodude. It's not that simple. Facing Ash's attack, Xiaogang looked very calm. He glanced at Geodude's position and issued an order, hide behind rock. Geodude's speed is very slow, but there is a huge raised rock beside it, which can completely cover its figure. It moves behind the rock and uses the rock to block the attack of the silk thread. The silk bombardment scattered on the rock in all directions, but failed to hit Geodude and Ash, and Beedrill also lost Geodude's sight. Geodude, rock slide. Of course Xiaogang would not miss this opportunity. Taking advantage of this moment, he ordered Geodude to fight back. Stone. Geodude behind the rock roared, the rock-type energy was excited, and rushed to the sky of the venue. The energy formed rocks of different sizes, fell from the sky, and attacked the Beedrill below. The number was nearly 20 block, covering a very wide range. Beedrill, dodge the attack. Ash's eyes narrowed. In this case, Beedrill can only rely on Beedrill to deal with it. Because the evolution time is very short, Ash has no training to deal with Beedrill. Facing the falling rock from above, Beedrill is very calm. Although it evolved only yesterday, it has also seen the training of Pidgeotto and Pikachu, so it knows how to dodge. The insect wings on the back vibrated slightly. Beedrill aimed at the gap between the stones and moved into the gap accurately, so that two falling rocks fell from both sides of him, but he didn't touch himself at all. After dodging, there were still rocks falling on his head, but Beedrill sprinted forward and dodged the falling rock again. The continuous falling of rocks caused dust to fill the field. Very lean, without any superfluous movements. Xiaogang's eyes lit up. This Beedrill's movements were really excellent, and he couldn't help but admire in his heart. When all the rocks fell, Beedrill's figure had been covered by the splashing dust, and at this moment, Ash thought it was an opportunity. Beedrill, charge to Geodude, use Twineedle. To leapfrog Geodude, all Ash can rely on now is the poison effect of Twineedle. Beedrill made a low sound. The energy of Bug type was stimulated, condensed on the huge Twineedle, a swoop, rushed out of the dust, and attacked Geodude. An attack of this level won't work against my Geodude. Xiaogang had expected it, so he was always preparing. After Beedrill appeared, he immediately adjusted, using rollout. Fist. Geodude kicked his eyes, and the rock-type energy was activated, covering his body and wrapping himself, and then curled up into a ball, using the energy to roll out quickly, facing Beedrill with extraordinary momentum. But Ash, who saw this scene, couldn't help showing a smile. Beedrill is best at dealing with this kind of direct and slow attack. Although Beedrill charged straight at Geodude, he still retained a certain degree of strength. When Geodude charged towards him, he immediately tensed his body, and when the distance between the two was less than 2 meters, he suddenly stopped and moved over to the left. What? Seeing Geodude pass by Beedrill, Xiaogang was taken aback, apparently he did not expect that Beedrill could do such an evasive action. This is the advantage of Beedrill. The two pairs of insect wings on the back are not just for flying. Ash clenched his fists tightly. The insect wings on the back of Beedrill can flap at high speed, making Beedrill incomparably flexible in the air. Flying-type Pokémon are worse, even more flexible than most flying-type Pokémon. After dodging Guaidud's attack, Beedrill turned around and pursued Guaidud without hesitation, but after Guaidud missed Beedrill, he bumped his head on a raised rock, smashing the rock and stopping himself at the same time. The momentum, stop. And this moment is naturally Beedrill's attack opportunity. Bang bang! With two stabs piercing the air in a row, Beedrill's Twineedle attack smacked down on Guaidud, knocking Guaidud flying several meters away. The defenseless Guaidud is the moment to expose its weakness. After receiving this blow, it is not only a critical hit, but also more powerful with Beedrill's ability Snipe Shot. Even though Guaidud's defense is very strong and its strength is much stronger than Beedrill's, this blow still caused Guaidud's physical strength to drop a lot. At least 1/3 of his physical strength was taken away by this attack, and a purple light flashed on his body. Purple bubbles floated out of its body, obviously already caught in the poisoning contest condition. It's really not that simple, you are indeed a Pokeball level trainer. Xiao Gang, who witnessed all this, was amazed in his heart. No wonder Ash became a Pokeball level trainer shortly after his debut. If you use a normal level Pokemon to fight, you may have lost the ability to fight after receiving this blow. But the current situation is not considered a disadvantage. We still have a chance, Guaidud. Xiao Gang did not give up. He is still in an advantageous situation. It only takes one blow, and the difference in strength can make Beedrill lose the ability to fight. Guaidud, bulldoze! Xiao Gang clenched his fists tightly, and then suddenly struck forward, as if he was in the middle of a battlefield. Normal, his blood had already started to burn. Fist! Guaidud let out a deep roar, and the ground-type energy was stimulated, enveloping his whole body, and slammed down on the ground beneath him. Boom! A roar sounded, and the air seemed to freeze. Normal, the next moment, with Guaidud as the center, a powerful shock wave erupted and spread out in all directions. Bulldoze is a ground-type move, and it's powerful. Most importantly, it's a ranged attack. Without flying type and levitation ability, unless it can be dodged, it is basically certain that it will be attacked by this type of attack. One hit hits the spot. Can't Beedrill hide? Xiao Gang asked Guaidud to use a range attack. Let's see how Ash and Beedrill will deal with it. Chapter 53. Ash's pupils constricted slightly. This type of attack is indeed the attack that Beedrill is most bad at dealing with, so Ash's brain worked quickly, looking for a way to avoid this blow, but Beedrill does not have a flying type and cannot fly too high. Want to dodging by flying into the air, it is impossible to avoid it. But at the next moment, Ash's eyes lit up slightly, and there were large rocks all over the battlefield. Perhaps the rocks could not completely block the shock wave generated by Bulldoze, but they could also alleviate it to a certain extent. Beedrill, back up and hide behind rock. Ash knew that such a move could only delay Beedrill's defeat, but what Ash needs most now is time. He needs to find the key to victory. Even if it is delayed long enough, Ash will be able to defeat Guaidud by virtue of the poisoning effect, but Xiao Gang will never let this happen. After Beedrill got the order, he retreated immediately, and then hid behind a rock beside him. At this time, the impact caused by Bulldoze had already begun to spread. The impact continued to spread, and the rocks that passed by shattered one after another. Although it was not completely shattered, it was enough to show how terrifying the power of this blow was. After passing through the blocking of these rocks, the power of the impact has begun to weaken. When it came to the rock that Beedrill was relying on, the power was less than half of the initial power. After passing the rock, the damage caused to Beedrill was no longer many. But even so, the attack of the elite level still caused a lot of damage to Beedrill. When the power reduced smackdown hit Beedrill, it sent Beedrill flying a short distance, and his physical strength dropped by at least 1/3. Drill's jewel-like eyes showed a hint of horror. The power of Guedud is too terrifying. If it fully withstands this blow, it might really lose its ability to fight. At the same time, after the attack, Guedud once again had purple bubbles floating out of his body, and his physical strength dropped by 1/8 of the maximum. It's a good strategy, but can you really dodge the next attack? Xiao Gang naturally knew about Guedud's situation, so he couldn't procrastinate. He had to defeat Beedrill now. Guedud, bulldoze! Xiao Gang raised his right hand high and roared. Punch! Guedud repeated the old trick, the ground-type energy wrapped his whole body, and suddenly fell towards the ground, smashing hard on the ground, and the terrifying impact spread again, sweeping the battlefield. Keep going back, Beedrill, and hide behind the rock. Ash raised his eyebrows. After the battle just now, he has seen the range of the bulldoze used by Guedud, and this range is 30 meters. As long as Beedrill is 30 meters away from Guedud, it will not be affected by the shock wave caused by bulldoze. In this way, it can delay enough time. Beedrill continued to retreat, but in order to hide behind the rock in time, he dodged behind the rock before retreating too far. After another round of impact, Drill's physical strength dropped again. But it is not as fierce as last time. After all, this range is already close to the edge of 30 meters, and its power is not so sufficient after part of the weakening of the rock and the reduction of the distance. Have you discovered the weakness of this move so quickly? Xiao Gang's face changed slightly. He still underestimated Ash, but he didn't expect that it was just a round of attack. Ash had already seen the weakness of this move. The range of the shock wave caused by bulldoze itself is not that big. It can reach a range of 30 meters. It is because Guedud's strength is at the elite level. Excluding the bonus of strength, the most basic range is only less than 20 meters. The current situation began to gradually become unfavorable to Xiao Gang and Guedud. After the erosion of the two poisoning effects, plus the previous Beedrill attack and the consumption of the two bulldozes, it was less than half of what it was at the beginning. We have to find a way. Xiao Gang calmly thought about the solution, but Ash would not stop there. It's true that Beedrill doesn't have any long-range attack ability, and it doesn't have any moves that can quickly approach the opponent, but it also has a long-range type move. Although it doesn't have any power, it can play a role in harassment, and that is string shot. Drill's string shot has a range of nearly 50 meters, far exceeding the range of bulldoze, so in order to delay enough time, using string shot to interfere with Guedud is the best choice. Beedrill, keep backing up while using string shot. Ash commanded Beedrill. Beedrill continued to retreat, and at the same time stimulated the energy of bug type, spit up a large number of silk threads from his mouth, and attacked Guedud. Guedud, dodge! Xiao Gang frowned slightly. He was thinking of a way to defeat Beedrill, so there was no way to deal with it for a while, and he could only let Guedud dodge by himself. After Guedud got the order, he was going to hide behind the rock next to him, so he repeated the old trick and used rock to block the thread, but the surrounding rocks were all smashed after 2 rounds of bulldoze, so now it can barely pass through him movement to dodge. Although string shot's speed is fast, the distance between the two is still a bit far, giving Guedud enough time and space to dodge, so string shot did not hit Guedud, but Guedud also triggered the poisoning effect again because of his own actions. Physical strength decline. Guedud, use rollout and get close to Beedrill. Xiao Gang couldn't find an effective way, so he could only give it a go, trying to compress the space of Beedrill through Guedud's attack, and then looked for opportunities to use bulldoze. After Guedud received the order, he immediately activated the ground-type energy to wrap his body, launched rollout and charged towards Beedrill. The waiting is now. However, Ash's eyes lit up when he saw this scene, and he smiled with a sure chance of winning. Guedud's use of rollout was Beedrill's chance to fight back. Beedrill, go up! Just when Xiaogang thought that Ash would make Beedrill continue to distance, he heard Ash's voice, and he couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. Use Twineedle attack. Beedrill, who was retreating, stopped abruptly, his ruby-like eyes shone brightly, and he sprinted forward suddenly, facing Guedud who was coming from rollout. Oops! Xiaogang's small eyes widened. He remembered the previous scene, but it was too late to adjust, and he could only rely on Guedud to hit Beedrill. But Guedud's attack didn't hit Beedrill as Xiaogang expected. Beedrill just dodged the reckless attack with a quick sideways move, and before it could adjust, Twineedle, which condensed the energy of bug type, ruthlessly stabbed Guedud hard. Bang bang! Guedud was knocked out. Because of the protection of the energy of the move, this blow did not reach the level of dire hit, but it also caused a lot of damage to Guedud. Chapter 54. Guedud, who was knocked out, stopped rollout's energy maintenance. After gliding on the ground for several meters, he hit the raised rock before stopping. At the same time, purple bubbles floated from his body, and his physical strength dropped again. And after this poisoning effect, Guedud's contest condition is close to the limit, and it is now lying a little weak, unable to cheer up. Give it one last blow, Twineedle. Ash naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He also saw that Guedud was running out of fuel and not acting, so he immediately asked Beedrill to give him one last blow hit. Cheer up, Guedud! Xiaogang clenched his fists and roared angrily, trying to let his will interfere with Guedud. After Guedud heard Xiaogang's voice, he did make a struggle, but it seemed very weak after exhausting a lot of physical strength, and its movements were slow. Before it pulled itself together, Beedrill had already appeared in front of it. Beedrill stared at Guedud expressionlessly, and mercilessly stabbed Guedud with the Twineedle. The force penetrated Guedud's body, and the ground under him smashed the ground to a size of half a meter. Round pit. Bang! The two short combo strikes seemed to overlap. Normal, the defenseless Guedud suffered the trauma of the fatal hit, and couldn't hold on any longer. He passed out and lay in the small pit. Guedud lost the ability to fight. Beedrill won. The referee announced the result immediately, and the fierce battle ended with Beedrill winning. It's amazing! Ash! Misty cheered excitedly at the back, and the audience in the stands also showed surprise expressions, and Doni and the others shouted excitedly. You are really, very good! Ash! After Guedud's defeat, Xiaogang did not feel discouraged. He calmly took out the poke ball, took Guedud back, and then looked at Ash who was opposite him. Ash also seemed very happy, but he was not dazzled by this victory. He knew very well that Xiaogang's trump card was not Guedud, but Onyx. So after some time with Beedrill celebrate, let it be careful of Onyx later, and order it to return to the battlefield. The next step is my real strength. Xiaogang took a deep breath, and the battle with Ash made him feel excited for a long time. He has always regarded the challenge as work, but now, he enjoyed being in battle for the first time. Onyx, please. With Xiaogang's action, the pokeball was thrown above the battlefield, and white light emerged from the opened pokeball and landed on the field, forming a gigantic poke dream. It's exactly Onyx. Onyx is elongated as a whole, with a length of at least 8 meters, and its body is composed of a huge rock, which is shaped like a snake. The longhorn gives people a thick, steady, and powerful feeling as a whole, just like Xiaogang normal. Onyx. Attribute, Rock, Ground. Category, Rock Snake Pokemon. Ability, Hard-headed or strong, hidden ability, Shattered Armor. Hard Brain, when a Pokemon with this ability uses a move with a reaction force, it will not be damaged by the reaction force. Strength, Elite. Another elite level Pokemon, is this Xiaogang's current strength. Although Ash had expected it, but after seeing Onyx's strength, he still felt a burst of pressure. It's just that while feeling the pressure, Ash also felt a little excited. Isn't it more worthy of celebration and excitement to be able to defeat such a rival? He wants to become a trainer, not just because of the trainer's benefits, but to enjoy this kind of passionate fighting feeling. Beedrill, use string shot. Although he felt a little hot, but Ash did not lose his calm and rash attack, and continued to issue orders according to his own tactics. Facing the huge onyx, Beedrill didn't have the slightest fear. There seemed to be a stream of light in his eyes. The next moment, the energy of the bug type was aroused, forming a thread, and it was shot out from the mouth, hitting Onyx directly. Onyx's body is very huge, although its speed is not slow, but it is not easy to dodge, so Xiaogang has no idea of letting Onyx dodge, just attack directly from the front. Onyx, Dragon Breath. Xiaogang issued the command without hesitation. Even though he knew that Onyx's special attack species strength was very low, the suppression of his strength was enough to completely annihilate the string shot used by Beedrill. The sapphire blue dragon type energy was condensed in Onyx's huge mouth, and the next moment, a thick cyan breath gushed out, and the string shot that covered it in an instant continued to attack Beedrill unabated. Although Onyx does not have dragon type, it can learn dragon type's dragon breath move, and even learn dragon dance, dragon pulse, and dragon tail, but the power is not as powerful as that of dragon type Pokémon. Beedrill showed a look of horror. Dragon type naturally has a kind of coercion to all kinds of Pokémon, and most Dragon-type Pokémon are known as quasi-legendary existence, because many Dragon-type Pokémon are the final evolution form. Species strength even exceeds some legendary Pokémon. Beedrill, dodge the attack, and then approach Onyx. But Ash's voice sounded at this moment, awakening Beedrill, who was affected by the energy of the dragon type, and made him shudder and immediately dodge. Ash's timely reminder allowed Beedrill to narrowly escape Dragon Breath's attack. Dragon Breath almost brushed against Beedrill's wings, and the terrifying energy bombarded ground, and even blasted ground into a 1-meter-sized monster. Potholes. After evading Onyx's attack, Beedrill didn't stop at the same place, but rushed directly to Onyx. Facing Onyx with long-range attacks, it was impossible to deal with Guadud and Big Rock like before, so he had to let the Beedrill approach each other. Best to take advantage of the inconvenience of Onyx's size to stand a chance of defeating Onyx. You underestimate me, but I am very aware of Onyx's weaknesses. Onyx has been with Xiaogang for many years, how could Xiaogang not be aware of Onyx's weaknesses? After seeing Beedrill's actions, he understood Ash's thoughts. Good idea, but it didn't work. Onyx, screech. Xiao just issued an order when Beedrill was less than 5 meters away from Onyx. Big. A terrifying roar came from Onyx's mouth, and the sound waves visible to the naked eye spread suddenly, and the falling blue flames flashed across Beedrill's body, which represented some kind of stat modifiers of it be lowered. The effect of Screech is to reduce rival's defense ability by 2 levels. And the current effect is not just that. The huge screech made Beedrill show a painful expression, stop his movements, and show his flaws. Chapter 55. Not good. Ash was also disturbed by Screech, but he was still paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. After seeing Beedrill's appearance, his face changed suddenly. Now, Onyx, use bind. Xiaogang ordered Onyx to attack without hesitation. Yan. Onyx roared, and his huge body moved, using the middle of his body as a support point. He swung his tail towards Beedrill suddenly, rolled up Beedrill, and used his own strength to shrink his body, oppressing Beedrill. Beedrill let out a painful cry. His whole body was completely bound by Onyx, and he wanted to struggle, but in vain. Onyx's power was too terrifying, and his strength was far superior to it. Ash, quickly take back the Beedrill. Misty at the rear immediately reminded Ash that as a challenger, Ash has the right to take back his own Pokémon during the battle. After hearing Misty's reminder, Ash gritted his teeth and hesitated. Because he wants a completely fair fight with Gon, he doesn't want to take advantage of the challenger's right, because Gon can't replace the Pokémon in battle. Ash's eyes showed determination. Even if he failed, even if he felt sorry for Beedrill, he would not take Beedrill back at this time. He believed that Beedrill would understand himself after learning about it. Beedrill is indeed in great pain now. It looked at Ash, and after seeing Ash's tough gaze, it seemed to understand Ash's thoughts, and a painful smile appeared in its eyes. Obviously, it had the same thoughts as Ash, even if it is a failure, and it is not willing to be replaced in the battle. Thinking of this, Beedrill felt a force continuously gushing out from his body, and a rush of rage filled his mind, and the white translucent light completely enveloped it. The next moment, a crimson rising arrogance flashed on its body, and its attack ability was increased by one blow at this moment. At the same time, the energy covered on the surface of its body burst out suddenly, and it even shook Onyx's tail away. What? Xiao Gang exclaimed in disbelief after seeing this scene, and Ash naturally did not expect such a thing to happen, let alone Misty and the other trainers. This is rage. There was a gleam of joy in Ash's eyes. Rage is a normal type move. It's not very powerful, but it has a special effect. When using this move, if you are attacked by the opponent, your own attack ability will increase by one level. And it was by virtue of this instantaneously improved attack ability that Beedrill broke free from Onyx's shackles under Onyx's carelessness. But Ash's joy quickly disappeared, because after breaking free from Onyx's shackles, Beedrill fell powerlessly to the ground without any movement, apparently losing the ability to fight. Beedrill loses his ability to fight, Onyx wins. The referee also took a beat before announcing the result. Drill's movement of shaking Onyx made him think that Beedrill was going to fight back. Thank you, Beedrill. Ash took out the Pokeball, took the Beedrill back, looked at the Pokeball containing the Beedrill. Ash took a deep breath, and said sincerely, "You have done a good job. Next, leave it to the other companions." Xiao Gang seemed a little silent, but Drill's performance shocked him to a certain extent. Even in the end, Beedrill still did not give up, and even broke free from the shackles of Onyx by virtue of his momentum and will. Can he, be like Beedrill, have the will to never give up and chase his dreams? Xiao Gang looked a little confused. He looked at Ash. This trainer was different from most of the trainers he had seen before. Of course he could see that Ash did not take back Drill's idea, but let Beedrill fight to the end moment. Next, it's up to you, Pidgeotto. After Ash put away Drill's Pokeball, he pushed back the brim of his hat, threw another Pokeball vigorously, and sent out the second Pokémon to fight, Pidgeotto. Bye! The white light dissipated in the air, revealing Pidgeotto's figure. Its high-pitched cry resounded throughout the entire battle hall, looking down at Onyx without the slightest fear of Onyx's huge body. Pidgeotto is a flying-type Pokémon, and its strength is only at the normal level. On the other hand, Onyx has a rock type, and its strength is also a higher elite level. On the surface, it is Xiao Gang who has taken the initiative. But after watching the previous Beedrill battle, neither Xiao Gang nor the audience will underestimate Ash and Pidgeotto. They believe that Ash will make Pidgeotto perform beyond the ordinary level. Pidgeotto, Sand Attack. With a wave of his right hand, Ash issued an order to Pidgeotto. Bye! Pidgeotto let out a low voice, the ground-type energy was activated, and the dual wing beat slammed forward, and the airflow changed accordingly, forming a strong wind. In the strong wind, the dust formed by the ground-type energy was mixed among them, with the strong wind blowing towards Onyx. Onyx, Rock Slide! Xiao Gang gave the command without hesitation. Sand Attack does not cause any damage, the only effect is to block the line of sight and reduce the hit rate of Pokémon. Rock Snake! Onyx roared, letting the dust fall on his body. A lot of dust splashed into his eyes, but it didn't affect Onyx too much. After all, it often lives underground medium, this level of dust will not have much impact on it. At the same time, the rock-type energy surged into the air from its body, and condensed into an incomparably huge rock with a diameter of at least 10 meters. At the next moment, the rock shattered and turned into more than 20 rocks of different sizes and fell, smashing to Pikachu. Pikachu, quick attack, dodge the attack, approach Onix. Also, be careful of the opponent's screech. Ash frowned slightly. He did ignore Onix's survival habits, which resulted in missing the opportunity to attack first, so he could only pass the second counterattack to find opportunities. By normal type energy was activated, and Pikachu was covered with white translucent light. Driven by the power, he shot out like lightning. Rock landed on top of its head, but was caught by it passed directly under it. No rock can hit it. Want to get close again? Seeing Pikachu's movement, Xiaogang raised his eyebrows, clenched his right fist suddenly, and repeated the same trick. Onix, use screech. Yan. Normal type energy was excited, a huge roar came from Onix's mouth, and a wave of sound spread along with it. And Pikachu, who was reminded by Ash, had already made preparations. After hearing screech, although he paused slightly, and the falling blue flames flashed across his body, and his defense was lowered, he still rushed towards Onix resolutely. Chapter 56. What? Can you persist? Xiaogang was obviously taken aback. He didn't expect that screech would not be able to cause too much interference to Pikachu, but he quickly calmed down. Even if Pikachu got close, Onix's defense was amazingly powerful, coupled with the resistance of the attribute, it is not afraid of being approached by Pikachu at all. Pikachu had already come in front of the big eyes. Facing the head that was bigger than his own body, Pikachu was not afraid and bumped into Onix's body. Bang! The strong impact caused Onix to lean back slightly, but it did not cause any real damage to Onix, and the rock-type energy offset half of the damage of normal-type moves. Onix adjusted quickly, Pikachu wasn't strong enough to throw it off balance. Onix, use Smackdown. Xiaogang immediately issued an order to ask Big Rock to use Smackdown to attack Pikachu. While flying has the advantage, it can receive attacks from ground-type moves. Onix let out a deafening roar, and the rock-type energy was excited, condensed on its tail, using the middle of its body as a support point, it swung its tail suddenly, and smashed it towards Pikachu. Pikachu, quick attack, dodge the attack, and then use wing attack. Ash gave the command immediately. The moves mastered by Pikachu are indeed unable to cause too much damage to Onix, but the accumulation will add up. As long as Pikachu makes good use of his speed and flexible advantage, this battle has a chance to win in the end. Bye. Pikachu let out a high-pitched call, quick attack launched again, turned sideways, almost brushing Onix's tail to avoid the attack, then circled behind Onix, and launched wing attack instead, a dive, use your energy condensed wings to fly over Onix's body. Bang! Wing attack was more powerful, even if it was cancelled by half, it was more powerful than quick attack. This blow actually made Onix move forward in embarrassment, and barely maintained himself balance. Onix, rock polish. Xiaogang immediately made an adjustment. If he continues like this, he will only be exhausted by Pikachu, so he must increase Onix's speed so that he can counterattack and get the opponent. The energy of rock type is stimulated, and Onix is commanded to launch rock polish. The energy condenses on the surface of Onix's body, and then a flash of light is produced, the body becomes smoother, and the crimson rising flame flashes across it, and the speed ability is increased by 2 levels. Now Onix is twice as fast as before. The speed of Onix itself is not slow, but its body is too large to be flexible enough. If it charges head-on, it is faster than many Pokémon. So Ash, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but frown slightly. Onix's increased speed reduced Pikachu's advantage. Use Smackdown. After Onyx was strengthened, Xiao Gang continued to issue orders to let him attack with smackdown again. Rock Snake! Onyx roared, and the rock type's tail raised again, and smashed towards Pidgeotto even faster and more swiftly. Pidgeotto, use all your quick attack, dodge. Ash didn't dare to let Pidgeotto get hit once by Onyx, so he could only continue to let Pidgeotto use quick attack to dodge. Bye! Pidgeotto launched quick attack again, and left the spot like lightning. This time, it used all its strength to narrowly dodge Onyx's attack. Afterwards, Xiao Gang took advantage of the situation and issued continuous attack orders, which made Onyx suppress Pidgeotto, and Pidgeotto could only dodge in embarrassment, and had no chance to fight back. The change brought about by the increase in speed is really too great. Ash clenched his teeth, thinking about a way to break this situation, but unless Pidgeotto can make a breakthrough, if this continues, the weaker and less physically fit Pidgeotto is no match for Onyx. The audience also seemed very nervous now. Misty clasped his hands together, as if praying for normal, and Pikachu also looked at Pidgeotto worriedly. Only Xiao Gang showed a smile as if he was holding the ticket to normal. On the battlefield, Pidgeotto has already begun to feel a little exhausted in physical strength. Continuously performing quick attacks is a heavy load for him, and the high concentration of his mind makes his physical strength even more exhausted. On the other hand, Onyx seemed to be playing with momentum, the power of one blow was stronger than one blow, and the terrifying power smashed holes in the battlefield one after another. Haven't you given up yet? Xiao Gang looked at Ash, and found that Ash didn't relax at all, and even became more and more concentrated. This person, this man, has not given up yet. Ash did not give up. He carefully observed the situation on the field and the contest condition of the two Pokémon. Gradually, he found that the battle situation seemed to have changed. Pidgeotto seemed to be familiar with Onyx's attacking movements, and the dodging movements became concise and easy, and it began to try to avoid Onyx's attacks with the least cost. And Pidgeotto has maintained the quick attack move for a minute without interruption, obviously because he has become more proficient in the quick attack move. Maybe I can let Pidgeotto have a try, my idea. Ash thought to himself, if that kind of thing can be done, there may be a chance to win this battle. After dodging Onyx's attack again, Pidgeotto took a breath, but it had already begun to feel that Onyx's attack was not as fierce as before. No, it should be said that it was already used to Onyx's attack. Pidgeotto, continue to maintain quick attack, after dodging the attack, use wing attack. At this moment, Pidgeotto heard Ash's order, which made it startled slightly, and then understood Ash's meaning. At the same time, after Onyx's attack smacked down, it habitually attacked Pidgeotto again, sweeping its tail, as if it was about to sweep Pidgeotto away. And Pidgeotto took off sharply, and after dodging Onyx's attack, he maintained his quick attack and at the same time stimulated the energy of the flying type, forming a pair of larger energy wings on the wings. Under the power of quick attack, Pidgeotto swooped towards Onyx suddenly, and appeared beside Onyx in a blink of an eye. With his wings covered with energy, he slammed into the side of Onyx's head hard. Bang! The force of the impact actually exploded a wave of air at the moment the two touched, and Onyx's huge body was sent flying by this blow, leaving the ground and retreating 3 or 4 meters away. Distance. This scene shocked everyone. Chapter 57. Onyx. Xiao Gang exclaimed, looking at this scene in disbelief. Onyx was actually repelled by Pidgeotto, and it was repelled by 3 or 4 meters. Obviously, the force of this blow had already caused great damage to Onyx. Little hurt. And most importantly, Xiao Gang didn't understand why Pidgeotto's attack suddenly increased so much. Could it be that his strength had broken through to the elite level? But Xiao Gang looked at Pidgeotto, only to find that Pidgeotto's strength was still at the normal level, without any change, but this situation made Xiao Gang feel even more incredible. The same was true for the audience. Their performance was even worse than Xiaogong's. They suddenly stood up from their seats, some held their heads with their hands, and some opened their mouths. And Misty also looked very shocked, but the next moment showed joy. Since Pidgeotto's attack can play such a big role, then this battle, Ash has a chance to win. Sure enough, it can be done. Ash looked at Pidgeotto with a hint of excited smile. Pidgeotto was panting more frequently at this time. Obviously, the attack just now had further consumed his physical strength, but it was not to the point where he could not move. At this time, Pidgeotto was also very surprised by his performance just now. While panting, he was also recalling the action just now. It just followed Ash's order and launched wing attack while maintaining quick attack. However, the combined power of the two can be reaching this level is really beyond its expectations. On the other side, Onyx was shaking his head after being hit hard. His head was injured and he felt a little dizzy. Although he didn't reach the level of dire hit, his physical strength also dropped a lot. What's going on? Just look at it again, and I'll be able to see the reason. Xiaogang didn't think that the attack just now was a sudden outburst by Pidgeotto. He saw the look on Ash's face, so he was very surprised. Clearly, this must be some unconventional method. As long as he deciphers the principle, he still has a chance. Onyx, Rock Slide. Abandoning the idea of melee attack, Xiaogang asked Onyx to use Rock Slide to attack Pidgeotto, but after the order was issued, his expression changed suddenly, and he made a mistake at this time. However, Onyx obeyed Xiaogong's order and launched Rock Slide. The rock-type energy formed a huge rock in front of it, and then shattered into dozens of pieces, falling towards Pidgeotto. The opportunity is here. Ash's eyes lit up, and he didn't expect that Xiaogang would reveal his flaws. It seems that Pidgeotto's attack just now really made him a little messed up. Pidgeotto, do a quick attack and a wing attack at the same time. With a wave of his right hand, Ash seized the opportunity to let Pidgeotto fight back again. Bye! Pidgeotto uttered a high-pitched cry, just like the eagle's normal cry, simultaneously aroused energy, launched quick attack and wing attack. White translucent energy and sky blue flying type energy emerged at the same time, respectively act on it. In a blink of an eye, Pidgeotto quickly passed through the attack range of Rock Slide, and appeared in front of Onyx again. Under its horrified gaze, he slammed into Onyx with his energy-covered wings. Bang! The strong force once again sent out a wave of exhaust air, and Onyx was sent flying again, and the huge body was slightly lifted off the ground, giving people a feeling of shock. This is... And this time, Xiaogang saw the difference in Pidgeotto, and he doubted what he saw. Pidgeotto actually used two different energies at the same time? But the situation of the battle has developed to the point where he can't think about it. Ash and Pidgeotto's attack is not over yet, and without giving Onyx a chance to adjust, he once again launched a combination of quick attack and wing attack. Onyx, use Smackdown! Xiaogang had no other choice, but he still ordered Onyx to fight back, roaring vigorously, not wanting to give up. When Onyx lost his balance, he still launched a Smackdown, using his own tail, to slam Pidgeotto hard, but its attack still failed to hit Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto escaped Onyx's attack with just an easy sideways move, and then appeared in front of Onyx again, continuing to attack the same place. Bang! Onyx was slammed into the air, and was wounded in the same place 3 times in a row, which was still on the head. This made Onyx start to feel a little exhausted, but at this time its physical strength was still sufficient, at least it retained its strength. Half the extent, it will not lose the ability to fight for a while. Have you still not broken through the defense? Ash was a little disappointed. It was premeditated to let Pidgeotto aim at Onyx's head to attack. The head is where most Pokémon's defenses are weak. Attacking this place is easier to break through rival's defense, thus cause dire hit. But Onyx's defense is really amazing, coupled with the gap in strength, it is indeed not an easy task to break through the defense and cause a dire hit. But this is enough, at least we can defeat Onyx before Pidgeotto runs out of energy. Ash clenched his fists tightly and ordered Pidgeotto to attack again. I won this victory. Bang! After a while, Xiaogang, who couldn't find a way to fight back, could only watch as Onyx lay down, and the dust splashed filled the battlefield, but it quickly dissipated. Pidgeotto hung his head high, hovering in the field sky. Onyx was lying on the ground, motionless, apparently disabled. Big Rock lost his ability to fight, and Pidgeotto won. The referee couldn't help but marvel at this challenge, which was the most exciting gym challenge he had seen for a long time. Since the gym has lost 2 Pokémon, the winner of this gym challenge is player Ash. The referee's verdict echoed in the battle hall. After a moment of silence, dozens of spectators cheered enthusiastically. The battle between Ash and his Pokémon gave them great encouragement. The wonderful duel made their blood boil. I lost. Xiaogang exhaled slowly, but his mood was surprisingly comfortable. Is this a battle he went all out for? Xiaogang didn't know this feeling very well, because this was the first time he felt it after he became the head of the gymnasium. It was like, when he was a child, he commanded Onyx to lose the game, but he still felt happy. Great job, Pidgeotto! Ash welcomed Pidgeotto back, holding Pidgeotto in his arms, and Pikachu climbed onto Ash's shoulders, happily celebrating Pidgeotto. Bye! Although Pidgeotto felt very tired, his face was full of smiles. This difficult duel made him a huge improvement. Ash. Behind, Misty didn't come over immediately, but looked at the backs of Ash and the Pokémon celebrate. She felt the shock from Ash again, and her eyes became blurred when she looked at Ash. Stand up. Chapter 58. Congratulations! After the end, Xiaogang came to Ash, holding a small badge in his hand. It was an octagonal badge that looked like a rock. The overall grey color was like a rock. Symbolic of Pewter City as well. This is the symbol of passing the Pewter Gym trial, the Boulder Badge. Thank you. Ash shook hands with Xiaogang, then took the badge handed over by Xiaogang, and looked down, looking very excited. This was the first time he challenged the gym, and by virtue of his own strength, he won the badge. On the road to his goal, he took another step forward. Ding! Complete the achievement, get the first badge, the number of lucky draws *1 at the moment of getting the badge, the voice of the system also appeared in Ash's mind. He completed the achievement and got a lottery draw. You are very strong, very strong. Xiaogang looked at Ash and said seriously, I believe your future will be very bright, and I look forward to seeing you stand on the field of the Alliance competition one day, and even the pinnacle of the game. I will. Ash nodded vigorously. This is also one of his goals. If he wants to become the world's mightiest trainer, how can he fall at the foot of the mountain? Your next destination is Cerulean City, right? Xiaogang didn't end the conversation, he wanted to know more about the trainer in front of him, he was really different. That's right. Ash responded, and there was no need to hide it. Beside Ash, Misty showed an unnatural look after hearing the words Cerulean City. If you want to go to Cerulean City, you need to go through MT Moon, so you need to prepare things well. Although MT Moon is not so dangerous after being pioneered by Alliance, you still need to prepare some things, especially the lighting. MT Moon, it's very dark inside the moon. Xiaogang said tirelessly, he looked very excited, as if the person who was about to set off was not Ash, but him. Ash listened carefully to Xiaogang's suggestion. Now it's not anime. Ash didn't have much contact with Xiaogang's father. In this case, Xiaogang's father obviously won't appear to persuade Xiaogang to pursue him. Dream, so it is the most correct way to absorb more experience from Xiaogang. A few minutes passed, Xiao Gang stopped his nagging, and seemed a little unfinished. To be honest, these thoughts of his were usually pondered out by himself, thinking about what he would do when he went outside. After meeting Ash, he felt that he could teach Ash these things, and pin his dreams on Ash, which might be a good thing. That, the owner. Seeing that Xiao Gang finally stopped, the staff member wiped his cold sweat and came to Xiaogang's side and whispered, 5 minutes have passed, and now you need to accept the next challenger challenge. Xiao Gang was taken aback, and his originally excited appearance also calmed down. Yes, he is the owner of the pewter gym, and his duty is to accept challenges from challengers, and there are 9 younger brothers and sisters who need to be taken care of at home. Yes, it is simply unrealistic. Then Ash, come on. Xiao Gang finally wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth and could only say the word come on in frustration. You too. Be sure to work hard. Ash saw that Xiao Gang was a little depressed, but he couldn't say anything. He nodded, said goodbye to Xiao Gang, and left the battle hall. Looking at the back of Ash and Misty leaving, Xiao Gang took a deep breath, paused slightly, and then turned back. That's Xiao Gang, he seems to want to go to the outside world. Misty, who was a little silent, suddenly said on the way to the Pokémon Center after saying goodbye to Doni and the trainers, leaving the pewter gymnasium, and returning to the Pokémon Center. She can somewhat understand Xiaogang's thoughts, but she doesn't know, since Xiao Gang has such thoughts, why did he stay here in the pewter gymnasium? He can completely give up the pewter gymnasium and give it to other people to pursue himself of dreams. It might be a family problem, or it might be something else. Ash knew about Xiao Gang's situation, but he couldn't tell Misty because he didn't know how to explain that he knew about Xiao Gang. Is there a problem with the family? Misty was slightly lost in thought. Yes, isn't that the case in her family? Obviously unable to maintain the Cerulean Gym, but still unwilling to give up. After all, the Cerulean Gym is a relic left by their parents. After returning to the Pokémon Center, Ash handed over Beedrill and Pidgeotto to Ms. Joey for treatment, but because of Xiaogang's incident, Misty seemed not interested, so Ash had to go outside with Pikachu to purchase supplies, ready to leave tomorrow, go to MT Moon. At night, there is a hut behind the pewter gym, which is connected to the pewter gym, and this is Xiaogang's home. Forest, put the food on the dining table, and then go and ask the younger brothers and sisters to come over for dinner. Xiao Gang said to his younger brother who was helping him with a smile. No problem, big brother. The kid named Forest was very similar to Xiao Gang. After hearing Xiaogang's order, he immediately took the plate and put it on the dining table, and called his younger siblings to come over for dinner. And after Xiao Gang took off his apron, he also came to the dining room with the remaining dishes. The weight of 10 people is a very large project, but Xiao Gang is already very familiar with this kind of work, and he doesn't feel tired. Pleasure. Soon, 9 children poured into the dining room. They all looked very similar. They had small eyes with Xiao Gang normal, but they looked cute, not as majestic as Xiao Gang. The 9 children sat in their seats, and then looked at Xiao Gang, and Xiao Gang also sat down, smiled at his younger brothers and sisters, and said, I'm starting. I'm starting. After hearing Xiao Gang's words, the children uttered in unison, and then began to eat dinner. Big brother's cooking skills are really good. A boy who looked better than Forrest Arnold said vaguely while eating fried chicken. Yes. The other children responded one after another. Seeing his brothers and sisters eating so happily, Xiao Gang also showed a gratified smile, and then began to eat. It's just that when he was eating, he seemed a little absent-minded, his eyes were not focused, and he was obviously thinking about something. As the second eldest child in the family, Forrest is naturally more mature. After seeing Xiaogang's appearance, Forrest was a little worried, so he asked in a low voice, Big brother, what's wrong? He was afraid that his voice would be heard by other siblings, causing them to worry. Ah! Forest's voice brought Xiaogang back to his senses. After a moment of surprise, he shook his head and said, "It's okay, it's just that there are too many challengers today, and I feel a little tired." Forest opened his mouth, but in the end no words came out. He could see that his words about Big Brother were not true. Chapter 59. After dinner, the time has come to 9 o'clock, which is not too late, but for Xiaogang's family, it is already the time for some children to fall asleep at this time, so it seems relatively quiet. Forest, take Salvatore and Tommy to take a bath. After all the younger sisters took a bath, Xiaogang ordered his second brother to take the rest of the younger brothers who hadn't taken a bath. Yes. Forest is very sensible. As the second eldest member of the family, he started to help his big brother very early, and immediately took his two younger brothers to the bathroom, while the other younger brothers had already taken a bath before, so they went to take the big brother. The younger siblings went to rest. In the living room, except for Xiaogang, the other children were taking a bath, rest, and suddenly fell silent. Leaning on the sofa, Xiaogang looked up at the ceiling in a daze. Until now, he still couldn't forget the match with Ash this morning, and Ash. The hot tea in the teacup was slightly wafting with smoke, and a piece of tea was floating on the surface of the tea, up and down, as if it was Xiaogang's current mood. "Big brother, we're done washing, you go take a shower too." A moment later, Forest came out with his two younger brothers, waking Xiaogang up. "I see, you guys rest first, good night." Xiaogang smiled and nodded at the three younger brothers, and after the three younger brothers went to the room to rest, he stood up slowly and took a deep breath. Now that he thinks about it so much, he can't help it. He can't leave his younger siblings behind to pursue his dreams like his father and mother, because they are too young. If they lose themselves, how will they take care of themselves? Xiaogang came to his bedroom, found his pajamas, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. While he was taking a shower, the door of the house was opened from the outside, and a middle-aged man who looked somewhat embarrassed and sloppy walked in. He scanned the familiar yet unfamiliar environment, and sighed deeply. This man is the father of Xiaogang and his 9 siblings, Flint. Flint took off the red knitted hat on his head, and ripped off the beard on his face. It turned out that these beards turned out to be decorate glued on. Flint's appearance is 90% similar to Xiaogang, but compared with Xiaogang, he looks slightly older. I'm back. Flint said softly. He put his hat and fake beard on the table in the hallway, and walked lightly into the living room. The tea that Xiaogang poured before is still in the living room, but at this time there is no heat from the tea, and the floating tea has also sank to the bottom of the cup. "It's really, thank you for your hard work, Xiaogang." Looking at the well-organized family, Flint showed a look of guilt in his eyes. He was really ashamed of being a father, and he put the pressure of the family on his oldest son. But this time, he decided not to back down anymore. He wanted to let his eldest son pursue his dream, because this morning, he was in the pewter gym, where he saw the battle between Xiaogang and Ash, and also after seeing the game, what Xiaogang said to Ash. In fact, Flint would go to the pewter gym in the morning to watch his son's gym challenge, and in the afternoon, he would go to the streets to sell strange stones for a living. He didn't dare to face Xiaogang, because he abandoned Xiaogang and the others, but after what happened in the morning, he finally understood that he had to take on this responsibility instead of throwing it to his son and delaying his son's pursuit. Own dream. Although he is not a mature trainer and may not be able to take care of the gym, he is willing to learn and take on this responsibility. In fact, the former owner of the pewter gym is not Flint, but Xiaogang's mother Lola. The predecessor of the pewter gym is actually a water-type gym. After Flint married her, he wanted to become a powerful trainer like his wife, so he almost abandoned his wife and children and left the family to become a trainer. But Lola thought that Flint was irresponsible, so he also left the gymnasium in a fit of anger, leaving Xiaogang and 10 other children behind, leading to the current situation. As the eldest member of the family, Xiao Gang stood up and inherited the gym after passing the test of the alliance, and used the onyx presented by his father when he was 10 years old as a starting point to transform the gym into a rock-type gym. And this has been done for 4 years, from the age of 11 to the present age of 15. Flint looked at the home he hadn't returned to in the past 4 years, and fell into the memory. On the other side, Xiao Gang in the bathroom had already finished his shower and walked out. When he saw the strange but familiar figure in the living room, couldn't help but froze in place. "Dad, Dad!" Xiao Gang opened his mouth, struggling to spit out words he hadn't said for a long time, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. Xiao Gang's voice awakened Flint from his memories and guilt. He turned around abruptly, and when he saw Xiao Gang, he forced an ugly smile. "Long time no see, Xiao Gang." Xiao Gang clenched his fists tightly, not knowing how to face his father. He wanted to say a lot, but in the end, he couldn't say a word. "You don't need to take care of your younger siblings anymore. I will also take care of the gymnasium, so, go and pursue your dreams, even my share." Flint said in a deep voice. This is what he wants to say to Xiao Gang. What was said. Xiao Gang took a step forward and faced Flint, who was barely shorter than Flint now. Suddenly, Xiao Gang punched Flint in the stomach, but he didn't use much force. After all, the man in front of him was his father. Flint hugged Xiao Gang's head, and Xiao Gang leaned in Flint's arms. Tears came out of his eyes at some point. These years, he has worked really hard, too hard. "Cry, men are allowed to cry. After you cry, go and pursue your dreams." Flint could only say so. "Big brother, good morning." Early the next morning, Forrest came out of the bedroom early. For the past 6 months, he had already started to help Xiao Gang make breakfast. However, when he came to the kitchen, he found that the person in the kitchen was not his big brother Xiao Gang, but a middle-aged man who was in a hurry, looking at the recipe and making breakfast. Forrest likes red miso, Salvatore wants white miso, Yolanda wants mixed miso. Flint couldn't imagine his children having so many flavors, but he didn't complain, and it was the only way he could atone for them. "Dad, Dad!" Forrest looked at the busy figure in disbelief. This man was exactly the father he remembered. "Oh! It's Forrest!" Flint turned around after hearing the voice, and when he found Forrest, he showed a bright smile. "Wait, we'll be able to eat soon." What's going on here? Where's the big brother?" Forrest looked a little dazed. His big brother disappeared, but his father came back. He went to pursue his dream." Flint paused slightly, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, but the next moment he became flustered, because there were so many things to do, and it was the first time he had done so much, some in a panic. "Let me help." Although Forrest still had a lot of doubts, if he continued like this, his father would only ruin the breakfast ingredients, so he rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward to help. Looking at Forrest, who was more stable than himself, Flint was slightly taken aback, feeling guilty but also relieved. At the same time, he also remembered what Xiao Gang said before he left in the morning. "As for the gymnasium, I will propose it to Alliance, and then Forrest will take over. Dad, you can take care of their daily life." Flint was hesitant at first, but after seeing Forrest's actions, he knew that Xiao Gang's choice was correct. Chapter 60. Wow! In the dormitory, Ash was woken up by the ringing of the alarm clock, and he, who was not used to staying in bed, came over and stretched comfortably, stretching his muscles and bones. "Good morning, Ash." Misty was also woken up by the sound of the alarm clock. She was so cute in her pink pajamas when she was ignorant, and Ash couldn't help but take a few more glances. "Good morning, Misty." Ash didn't look much, and got out of bed first to wash in the bathroom, and Pikachu followed Ash. Misty stayed on the bed for a while, let himself think about smelling salts, and then slowly came to the bathroom. At this time, Ash had finished grooming, and gave the bathroom to Misty. While Misty was brushing his teeth and washing his face, Ash quickly changed his clothes, then waited for Misty quietly, and after Misty also changed her clothes and came out of the bathroom, the two packed up their things and left the dormitory with their backpacks. I'm going to MT Moon today. I already prepared the things I need to prepare yesterday, Ash said to Misty while walking. Yesterday's Misty didn't go shopping with Ash because he was not very interested, and after returning, Misty didn't check, so Ash said to Misty at this time. Thank you. Misty had regained her cheerfulness after yesterday's disappointment. At this time, she seemed to be in a good mood, and said to Ash with a smile. What's so hard? Ash shook his head slightly. At this time, the two came to the hall and were about to walk through the hall to the restaurant for breakfast. Pika. Suddenly, Pikachu's ears moved, and he turned his head to look to the left. Ash, who was talking, also stopped talking and looked to the left. Xiao Gang. Ash was startled when he saw the boy appearing in front of his eyes. Apparently he didn't expect Xiao Gang to be here. Hello, Ash, Pikachu, and Xiao Gang nodded to Ash with a smile, and then looked at Misty, who didn't know the name of Stephanie yet. Hi, my name is Misty, from Cerulean City. Misty quickly introduced herself. Cerulean City. Misty. Xiao Gang thought about it, but didn't think too much, and responded, Hello, Misty. Xiao Gang, why are you here? Don't you need to prepare for the gym challenge? Ash asked Xiao Gang suspiciously. This. Xiao Gang hesitated for a moment, explained the matter to Ash a little embarrassedly, and then asked, So, can I travel with you? Of course I have no problem. Ash nodded excitedly, and then looked at Misty. He was willing to let Xiao Gang join the team, because Xiao Gang is not only a first-class cook, but also very capable in cultivating Pokémon. By joining, Ash can save a lot of time and energy. Of course I have no problem. Misty naturally agreed. After all, the team is centered on Ash, and Xiao Gang, as the gym leader, can give Ash a lot of advice. Then, you are welcome to join us, Xiao Gang. Ash stretched out his right hand to Xiao Gang, with a sincere face full of smiles. Thank you. Xiao Gang held Ash's outstretched hand, and the two palms slightly pulled each other closer, bumping each other's shoulders. At this time, the trio in the original anime was finally achieved. Ash, the route you chose is indeed more convenient. The three of them set off after breakfast. On the way, Xiao Gang nodded after learning about their route from Ash. By the way, I've prepared all the things you said yesterday. Should I go straight away now? Ash said to Xiao Gang, and showed Xiao Gang his backpack. I still need to add some things. Xiao Gang nodded slightly after checking. Ash has prepared everything he said, but it is for 2 people, and he also brought some things, but it still doesn't count. Plenty, so need to prepare more. Xiaogong's steady personality made Misty look at him differently. It really saves a lot of effort to have such a person join the team. Xiao Gang took Ash and Misty to the commercial street to buy some things. In addition to supplementing ingredients, there are also some seasonings, almost all of which are related to eating. Do I need to buy so much? Ash looked at some seasonings. He didn't know what these seasonings were for, and Misty also looked a little dazed. She was worse than Ash. At noon, let me show you my skills. Xiao Gang said confidently while putting the seasonings in his backpack. He is still very confident in his cooking skills. Then I'll wait and see. Ash also has great confidence in Xiao Gang, which he learned from the anime. After buying the seasonings, Xiao Gang bought a lot of tree fruits, all kinds of them. According to Xiao Gang, because he didn't know what would happen, he was prepared. The real reserves could not be based on the actual situation to prepare. Both Ash and Misty nodded. They felt it when they were in the Viridian Forest. Because of the extra Pidgeotto and Beedrill, there was a lack of food and drinking water. After a lot of shopping, everyone started to leave Pewter City. The direction of MT Moon is on the east side of Pewter City, so they are now heading towards the east exit. By the way, Xiaogang, what is your dream? Ash asked Xiaogang near the eastern entrance, and Misty also looked at Xiaogang curiously. My dream. Xiaogang paused for a moment, then said with a smile, I prefer the feeling of cultivating Pokémon rather than becoming a trainer, so my dream is to become a top breeder. Really, my dream is more straightforward, I want to be the trainer of world's mightiest. Ash smiled brightly. And me? My dream is to become the world's #1 water-type Pokémon master. Misty said unwillingly. Pika Pika. Pikachu also said, its goal, of course, is to become an existence like Ho-Oh, with enough power to protect everything it wants to protect. One day, we will definitely realize our dreams. Ash stopped walking and extended his hand to the two. Xiaogang and Misty looked at each other. Although they felt a little ashamed for such an action, and there were many pedestrians beside them, they all followed Ash and stretched out their hands in the same way. The three palms were stacked together, and then they were raised upwards vigorously. The high-spirited appearance infected the surrounding pedestrians, and they couldn't help showing a smile. Target. World's Mightiest. Chapter 61. The third route is a mountain road connecting Pewter City and MT Moon. There are many boulders scattered here, and there is also a grassland part in it. The Pokémon living here are not very strong, but there are not many types. The most common Pokémon here are naturally Rattata, Spearow, Sandshrew, Mankey, etc. Of course, there are also some more ferocious Pokémon, such as Ekans and Arbok. What impressed Ash most here is that in the game, Pokémon like Jigglypuff can be recovered here. Like the plain outside the southern entrance of Pewter City, there are also many trainers here. Their overall strength is slightly stronger than the trainers over there, and there are more in number. After Ash and his group left Pewter City and came to the mountain road, some trainers seemed to recognize Xiaogang, so they were very surprised. They did not expect Xiaogang, who is the owner of the gym, to leave the gym. It seems that he is still in the gym. To travel. When Ash and others passed by these trainers, they were still whispering. It seems that many people know you, Xiaogang. Ash naturally discovered this, so he looked at Xiaogang and said with a hint of teasing. Haha, it's okay. Xiaogang didn't pay too much attention to these trainers' comments, and he wanted to be famous all over the world as a breeder rather than as a gym master. Today, we shouldn't be able to reach the foot of MT Moon, right? Misty looked up at the sky. They did some shopping in the city in the morning, which caused the departure time to be a little later. According to the forecast, they should be able to reach the mountain in the evening. Arrived at the Pokémon Center at the foot of MT Moon, but now it seems that it should not work. It's okay to slow down. I can ask Xiaogang some questions in the afternoon. Don't worry. Ash originally planned to go directly to the foot of MT Moon without training today, but this situation can just be changed. I will help you. Xiaogang nodded vigorously. He was also very curious about how Ash trained and cultivated his Pokémon, because the performance of Beedrill and Pidgeotto was really amazing, although they also had Ash's performance. At noon, the three of them took a rest in a shaded place, and to prove his strength, Xiaogang raised an open fire and started cooking, while Ash and Misty helped out. It's amazing, even better than Ash. Looking at Xiaogang's knife skills, Misty couldn't help showing a look of surprise, the quick and concise movements, which cannot be practiced in a day or two. I'm still very confident in my cooking skills. Xiaogang stopped his hands, raised the kitchen knife in his hands, and showed a confident smile. Soon, under Xiaogang's actions, the scent started to come out, making Ash, Misty, and even Pikachu's stomach start to growl hoot hoot. It's almost there. Wait 10 more minutes. The soup will be ready. I will finish other dishes at that time. Now I need to prepare food for Pokemon. Xiao Gang straightened his waist slightly. Cooking in the field and in the kitchen there are still some differences, more tiring. Ash, Misty, can you show me your Pokemon recipes? Xiao Gang looked at Ash and the two, wanting to see their recipes. Of course, no problem. Ash and Misty nodded in agreement, and then each took out their own notebooks, which recorded their respective Pokemon recipes. Xiao Gang nodded in surprise after looking at it for a while, obviously did not expect the recipes of the two to be so amazing. Although it is said that the flavors that Pokemon love and some nutrients that are beneficial to Pokemon are added to ordinary Pokemon recipes, Ash and Misty are not breeders, and being able to do this is beyond most. The trainer is gone. Now, let me adjust it. Xiao Gang took out his pen and said something to the two of them. I'm sorry, Xiao Gang. Both Ash and Misty crowded around Xiao Gang curiously to see how Xiao Gang would change it. At least in their opinion, their recipe should be perfect. But Ash and Misty were a little surprised when they saw Xiao Gang's adjustments to the recipe. Xiao Gang seemed to be very familiar with Pokemon. He not only added some berries to their respective recipes, but also planned to add Moo Moo milk, which neither Ash nor Misty expected. But Moo Moo milk? Ash and Misty hesitated. Moo Moo milk is indeed a good food with extraordinary nutrition for Pokemon, but Moo Moo milk is also very expensive. A 500 ml bottle of Moo Moo milk costs a full 500 yuan. If it is added to Pokemon food, their financial situation simply cannot support it. Don't worry, I've already considered this point. Of course, Xiao Gang didn't blindly add Moo Moo milk to the recipe, and then explained to Ash and Misty. After listening to Xiao Gang's explanation, Ash and the two suddenly realized that it was not a bottle of Moo Moo milk for a meal, but a bottle of Moo Moo milk was added to the weekly Pokemon food serving, and even adjustments could be made according to the financial situation. According to the current situation of Ash and Misty, although there is some pressure, if you want to speed up the improvement of Pokemon's strength, adequate nutrition is a must. Only in this way will it not affect Pokemon and leave some hidden dangers. Ash nodded thoughtfully. With his current situation, he can barely supply 3 Pokemon, but if he wants to supply 6 Pokemon, according to this recipe, it is not enough at all. Sure enough. No matter which world you are in, making money is the most important thing. Ash sighed slightly. This is after he has reached the Pokeball level, and he has a monthly allowance of 3,000, plus the daily allowance given by the Alliance. The monthly compensation is 3,000. If it is still at the rookie trainer level, there is no allowance at all, and it is difficult to support yourself. Seeing the tangled appearance of Ash and Misty, Xiao Gang smiled slightly, took out a few bottles of Moo Moo milk from his backpack, and began to prepare food for the Pokemon. 5 bottles, that's 2,500. Ash was about to hand over the money to Xiao Gang, but Xiao Gang shook his head slightly. I'll invite everyone this time, it's celebrate and I'll join you. It won't work. Ash and Misty shook their heads together after hearing this. They didn't let Xiao Gang join for this reason, and they didn't like to covet these petty gains. This is a little bit of my heart. Xiao Gang said seriously, he didn't mean to give alms. But Ash and Misty still refused. The two raised 2,500 and handed it over to Xiao Gang without any explanation. Xiao Gang looked at the money in his hand, then looked at the serious eyes of the two, and finally put it away without continuing to refuse. Chapter 62. It's really delicious. Ash seemed to be devouring Xiao Gang's lunch. Apart from his mother's cooking skills, Ash felt that Xiao Gang's cooking skills should be counted. Really, it's much more delicious than Ash's. While eating, Misty didn't forget to tease Ash, but Ash didn't care. After all, it was a fact. Pika Pika. Pikachu and several Pokémon were also eating happily. Pokémon food is delicious, and they can also feel more nutritious. On the side, Xiao Gang looked at this scene with satisfaction, seeing other people eating so happily. Xiao Gang was also very happy in his heart. Naturally, Xiao Gang didn't forget the Guadud and Onyx he brought out. Guadud was okay, and his appetite wasn't too big, but Onyx was different. Onyx has a big appetite. Although he does not have to eat 3 meals a day, 1 meal a day is necessary, and his food intake is far more than ordinary Pokémon. It takes a lot of physical strength to drive such a large body. It's just a pity that I didn't get any high-compression nutrition recipes. Xiaogong's only regret is that he didn't develop a nutrition compression recipe. He knows that there is such a thing as an energy cube. Through tree fruits and some food, a small cube can be made, which can not only increase more nutrition for Pokémon, but also create high-compression nutrition through formula adjustment. One block can feed a huge Pokémon. There are similar things in Pokémon food, but this kind of recipe is impossible to spread. It is only in the hands of some top breeders, and Xiao Gang has also studied it, but with his current ability, he still needs to study it. There is no such recipe. After lunch, everyone decided to find a suitable place for camping. Instead of continuing their journey in the afternoon, they started training and planned to go to MT Moon tomorrow. During the training, Xiao Gang also gave Ash and Misty certain suggestions, and set a certain limit on the intensity. Too high intensity training will only be counterproductive. According to Xiaogong's suggestion, Ash and Misty adjusted their training plan, and Ash also started planning to let the 3 Pokémon learn new moves. Needless to say, Beedrill now lacks a way to quickly approach rival, so agility needs to be learned early, so that Beedrill can fully display its strength. However, Pidgeotto currently lacks more powerful long-range attack moves, and there are many restrictions on flying-type moves. When facing rock-type, flying-type moves can play too little effect, so it is necessary to start to understand the move of Twister. As far as Pikachu is concerned, the moves it currently masters are only electric-type and normal-type, lacking the changes when dealing with other attributes, especially rock-type and ground-type. So Ash is going to let Pikachu learn the move Iron Tail. The most difficult to train is naturally Pikachu. The Iron Tail move does not exist in Pikachu's genes, but it can be learned through teaching. However, Beedrill and Pidgeotto can comprehend agility and Twister after their strength reaches a certain level. It is more difficult to learn it earlier than Arnold. The afternoon was spent in training, and in the evening, Xiao Gang made a rich dinner again, and everyone enjoyed it happily. MT Moon, located between Route 3 and Route 4, is also one of the important passages connecting Pewter City and Cerulean City. It is a place specially developed by the Alliance to provide trainers with experience. In these places, there are usually not too powerful Pokémon exist. The origin of the name MT Moon is that there are wild Clefairy living here, and meteorites often fall here, and there are moonstones in the fallen meteorites, so it is named MT Moon. It is not easy to cross MT Moon. Except for mountaineering enthusiasts, almost other trainers pass through the cave opened by Alliance. The types of Pokémon living in MT Moon are naturally related to mountains. Most of them are Geodudes that are common in the mountains of the Kanto region, and there are also a small number of Onyx and Sandshrew families. Because of the darkness and humidity in the cave, the Zubat family and the Paras family also live here, and the Zubat family likes the cave environment the most. Of course, the Clefairy family is also indispensable here. Because of the Moonstone, Clefairy settled in MT Moon, and used the Moonstone to evolve into Clefable. In addition, some eyewitnesses also said that they met Absol, known as the Beast of Disaster, on MT Moon, but because there were no photos, they could not prove it, and it was regarded as a legend. After half a day's journey, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Ash and his group came to the foot of MT Moon. There are many trainers here. There are at least 20 trainers outside the Pokémon Center alone, and inside the Pokemon Center the number will only increase, not decrease. It seems that this is also a training ground for many trainers. Ash couldn't help sighing as he walked through the trainers who were fighting. After all, there is a Pokemon Center here, and it is more convenient to treat Pokemon, and the strength of the Pokemon here is not bad. Xiao Gang explained that he has also been here, but not many times, only when he is resting. Will come. Because of the addition of Xiao Gang, the dormitory registration has become 2 this time. Xiao Gang and Ash share 1, and Misty has 1 by himself, but the dormitories of the 2 are close to each other, so they are not separated. Tomorrow we will enter the empty moon cave. If we are lucky, we will be able to leave the cave in 1 day, but if we are unlucky, we will probably stay in it for 2 or 3 days. During dinner, Xiao Gang and Ash Misty analyzed. Bad luck. Ash and Misty looked at Ash suspiciously. Well, because you might get lost. Xiao Gang said with a smile. Get lost. Ash couldn't help but think of the situation of Ash and his party in the original anime. They often get lost, but in their own case, they shouldn't be so unlucky, right? He doesn't have the Lu-Chi attribute. After dinner, everyone did not go back to the dormitory, but chatted in the hall. The topic was naturally related to Pokemon, especially Xiao Gang and Ash. The 2 had a feeling that they met each other and hated to be late, and the topics were endless, making Misty on the side look at Xiao Gang with some taste. By the way, Xiao Gang, we also saw the legendary Pokemon before, Ho-Oh. Ash suddenly remembered the Ho-Oh feather he put in his backpack, and he said to Xiao Gang with some excitement. The legendary Pokemon. Ho-Oh. Hearing Ash's words, Xiao Gang couldn't help but widen his little eyes, and exclaimed in disbelief. But fortunately, his exclamation was still suppressed and did not attract the attention of the surrounding people, but there was a group of people who seemed to have heard Xiao Gang's voice. Ho-Oh's feather? If it's dedicated to the boss, we will definitely be able to get promoted and raise our salary, and become executive. Meow. A figure in children's clothing and a hat said excitedly. I didn't expect the little devil and the little girl to get Ho-Oh's feathers, we must get them. The beautiful young woman next to her showed a smirk. But, is it that simple? The young man on the other side sighed slightly, the little devil and his group are not easy to deal with. Chapter 63. This group of people is naturally the real protagonist, Jessie, James, and Meowth of the Rockets trio. Since the failure of the operation in Viridian City, although the Rockets did not severely punish the 3 of Jessie, they also gave a certain punishment, which caused them to reappear now. After they appeared, they began to look for Ash and Misty who brought them failure, and finally found Ash in Pewter City, followed them quietly, and found Empty Moon here. I just planned to eavesdrop on what Ash and the others were talking about, but I didn't expect to hear such a big news. What is Ho-Oh? That is the existence that holds the power of recovery and is known as the King of Soaring in the Sky, it is a god. Jessie and others don't know what the function of Ho-Oh's feather is, but as long as it is related to Ho-Oh, they will certainly not let it go. If they can dedicate it to the boss, then promotion and salary increase will not be a dream at all. Well, let's wait for them to sleep. The 3 of Jessie began to discuss the battle plan, and on the other side, Ash and the others also began to return to the dormitory. Xiao Gang can't wait to see Ho-Oh's feathers. After all, Ho-Oh has not appeared in the sight of human beings for many years. Since the fire, it seems to have disappeared. And now, although Ho-Oh's true face cannot be seen, it is a blessing to be able to see Ho-Oh's feathers. When Ash and the others left, a pair of inconspicuous eyes suddenly appeared in the shadow illuminated by the lights. They were a bunch of normal eyes like the flames burning on candles, and the direction they were looking at was the rocket. Team Trio. It's just that it quickly disappeared again, as if normal hadn't been there, like, not paying attention to the Rockets trio, even though, it had heard the Rockets trio's plan. In the dormitory, Xiao Gang looked at the Ho-Oh feather that Ash took out, and couldn't help but marvel. Although it looked like a very simple feather, it was the legendary Pokemon, Ho-Oh's feather. Ho-Oh has not appeared in front of humans for many years, but now, not only does it appear in front of Ash, but it also presents Ash with a feather of its own. What this represents does not need to be stated at all. It seems that I followed an extraordinary person. Xiao Gang shifted his gaze to Ash. He thought that Ash was different before, but now it seems that his feeling is correct. Maybe, I can witness the rising of a supernova. In the middle of the night, the Pokemon Center at the foot of MT Moon became quiet. In this place where there are no other buildings except the Pokemon Center, even if there are people, it will not be lively. In the Pokemon Center at this time, most of the trainers and staff have gone to rest. Except for some trainers who are still staying up late, there are only staff working overnight. This time, we must not be like Viking City last time. In the air 100 meters above the Pokemon Center, a hot air balloon in the shape of Meowth hovered here, and the 3 members of the Rockets were in the hanging basket group, and the speaker is James, who is more stable in comparison. Indeed, that little devil's Pikachu is not easy to deal with. Meow. Meowth rested his chin in one hand, and nodded in approval. Can't we just go in and grab it and leave? It's such a trouble. Jessie seemed a little impatient. Although she listened to her most of the time in this team, she could only rarely do this kind of thing. Obey the majority. Jessie, our current strength is not that Pikachu's rival cat. Meowth said helplessly to Jessie, although they have considered taking this Pikachu, but they have not yet researched a way to deal with this Pikachu. I got it, got it. Jessie responded impatiently. James watched from the sidelines, and could only sigh helplessly, and then began to control the thermal air balloon to lower the altitude, until the thermal air balloon and the Pokemon Center were less than 10 meters away. James let down the rope, and they prepared to dive from the top of the Pokemon Center in. The two of Jessie and Meowth carefully slid down the rope to the roof of the Pokemon Center, watching the situation in the hall through some glass. There are only 1 or 2 trainers in the hall who haven't gone to rest yet, and there are only 2 staff, one is in charge of the reception, the other is in charge of the treatment, and there are a few Chanseys helping. James gestured to Jessie and Meowth, pointing to the north, where the dormitory was located, and they had already investigated where Ash's dormitory was. Jessie and Meowth nodded slightly without making a sound, followed James' footsteps, and sneaked towards the dormitory, but they didn't realize that there was always a pair of eyes watching them in the darkness. I always feel, something is not quite right, meow. Meowth seemed to have a slight sense, and looked back, but there was only darkness behind, and there was no movement. This strange feeling made Meowth shudder. Don't waste time, hurry up, it will be bad if someone finds out. After hearing Meowth's words, James looked back at Meowth and urged it to follow up quickly. That's right, I didn't even say anything, you still talk so much nonsense. Jessie glared at Meowth unkindly. I'm sorry, I'm here. Meowth touched the back of his head, and finally looked back at the direction he felt it was coming from. Seeing that he still didn't find anything, he continued to follow. But after it turned around, a pair of eyes reappeared in the shadow behind it. They were a pair of orange-red eyes like candle flames, and the outline of the owner of the eyes could be vaguely seen in the shadow. This was a short, human-shaped normal Pokemon. The Rockets trio quietly came to the roof where the dormitory is located. They groped and found a ventilation duct. This is the entrance of the action route they formulated. As long as they enter from here, they can reach the dormitory, the passage on the 2nd floor, and Ash's dormitory is nearby. Be careful, don't make any noise. Meow. Meowth commanded Jessie and James to move, and Jessie just glared at Meowth, and obediently tilted up the vent with James. But at this moment, Meowth felt the sense of peeping again, shuddered, turned around suddenly, and was shocked to find that there were actually 2 balls of fire floating in the darkness. The huge astonishment made Meowth momentarily speechless, his mouth widened, but he couldn't make any sound. Okay. On the other side, Jessie and James breathed a sigh of relief after opening the ventilation pipe, and then looked at Meowth. Their sight was just blocked by Meowth, and they couldn't see what was going on there. See Meowth, the strange behavior made him frown. Come on, what are you doing, Meowth? Jessie asked, looking a little unfriendly. Chapter 64. Jessie's voice seemed to be the key, opening Meowth's locked vocal cords and waking Meowth awake. Meowth took a step back, but accidentally tripped himself, fell to the roof, raised his trembling right hand, and pointed in front of him. His voice was full of panic. Yes, yes, there is Will-O-Wisp. Meow. Will-O-Wisp. Upon hearing Meowth's words, Jessie and James also looked at Meowth's fingers, and also found the orange flame floating in mid-air, and cold sweat soaked their backs. Really, is it really Will-O-Wisp? Seeing this weird scene, even James couldn't help showing a look of horror. Although he had heard many such stories, this was his first time. This is the first time I encountered such a scene. Will-O-Wisp or not Will-O-Wisp. However, Jessie is one of the few courageous members of the trio. Although she was shocked by this weird scene at first, she quickly reflected on it. Stood up with a ferocious face. In front of me, ghosts will run away in fear. Jessie doesn't believe in ghosts or ghosts. Ghosts do exist in this world, but she believes that all supernatural events are actually caused by Pokémon, so this so-called Will-O-Wisp, it must be caused by Pokémon. Thinking of this, Jessie took out the Pokeball, ready to release her Ekans to deal with this Pokémon, but before she could act, the Will-O-Wisp in the shadows began to approach them. Coming! Coming! Meowth could no longer suppress his panic, and let out a scream, which echoed in the dark and quiet valley, and suddenly woke up some Pokémon. As for the inside of the Pokémon Center, some staff members have noticed something unusual outside, but after seeing and hearing the figures and voices of some Pokémon, they didn't care too much, and they didn't find anything on the roof. Condition. What's the name of the ghost? Jessie knocked on Meowth's head with a popcorn. Meowth looked back and found that the current Jessie seemed to be scarier than that Will-O-Wisp, so he fell silent and covered his mouth, shaking his head again and again. What the hell? Jessie, won't be afraid. Jessie looked at Will-O-Wisp again, threw the Pokeball in her hand, and sent out her own Pokémon, Ekans, go find that ghost. After Ekans appeared, he also saw the Will-O-Wisp. It spit out its tongue, sensed the surrounding situation through the tongue, and found that Will-O-Wisp turned out to be a Pokémon. Thinking of this, Ekans became less afraid, and approached Will-O-Wisp kindly, ready to capture it according to Jessie's order. But the moment Ekans just moved, Will-O-Wisp also moved. It flickered slightly, and then a group of purple-black ghost-type energy condensed into a sphere, and then suddenly launched, hitting the Ekans. The speed of the attack was extremely fast, as if it had appeared in front of Ekans in the blink of an eye. Ekans had no time to react, and was hit by the ghost-type's sphere. The sphere did not explode after hitting, but pushed Ekans to hit the rocket's trio behind, and under the user's exquisite control, the four were directly pushed out. What? The rocket trio was pushed out by the tyrannical force and left the roof, with no room for retaliation at all. After the energy ball pushed the four into the air, it rose up suddenly, continued to push the four, and hit their hot air balloon, and then exploded with a boom. The loud noise reverberated in the valley, more Pokémon were startled, and the people in the Pokémon Center also woke up one after another, not knowing what happened. At the same time, the Rockets trio and Ekans hanging on the hanging basket were in a panic. They hadn't fully realized what was going on. The next moment, the hot air balloon above their heads was affected by the impact and ruptured. The violent air turbulence caused the hot air balloon to fly out, taking them into the distance. What the hell is this? It's such a disgusting feeling. Jessie and the others didn't know what kind of Pokémon was attacking them. It was pitch black, and the Pokémon blended into the darkness, only a pair of eyes like candle flames were imprinted in their eyes, and then they were taken away far away. After Pokémon quietly watched the three of Team Rocket fly away, it seemed to sense the movement below, and it reintegrated into the shadows and disappeared. Soon, the staff of the Pokémon Center came to the roof, and they naturally heard the sound coming from the roof, but when they arrived, they didn't see any people or Pokémon there, only saw the open vent. Do you know what happened last night? In the morning, in the restaurant, almost all the trainers were discussing what happened in the early morning, and the three of Ash were no exception. I heard from the staff that someone wanted to sneak into the Pokémon Center, but it seemed that they were repelled by a certain trainer's Pokémon. Xiao Gang said the news he had inquired from Miss Joey. Went to Miss Joey, because Miss Joey was a perfect match for his choice of spouse. Thinking of Miss Joey, Xiao Gang couldn't help showing an idiot-like smile. He even started to imagine how many children he could have in the future and what a happy life he would live after marrying Miss Joey. Someone wants to sneak into the Pokémon Center. After hearing Xiaogong's words, Ash and Misty looked at each other. There was always a very strong sense of déjà vu, but Ash thought more. He felt that this group wanted to sneak into Pokémon. The people in the center are likely to be the Rockets trio. Ash was a bit surprised at first, why the Rockets trio didn't appear in front of him like Snatch Pikachu in the anime, but it seems that he thought too much. They still appeared, and even wanted to sneak in and steal his own the Pikachu. So who repelled them? Ash was a little curious about the existence of the trio that repelled the Rockets. After all, people who went to the roof in the middle of the night seemed a little too strange. Ms. Joey and the others didn't know about this. When the staff arrived at the scene, no one was there. Xiao Gang simply explained the information he had heard. Ash nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the other party didn't want to expose himself, so it seemed even more strange. It's just this matter, Ash and the others have no way to find out what happened, so after breakfast and tidying up, they left the Pokémon Center and went to the interior of MT Moon. Under the sun, a pair of orange flame-like eyes appeared in Ash's shadow. It blinked slightly, looked at Ash's back, and finally dived into the shadow again. Skin. Pikachu seemed to feel something, and looked back at the shadow, but found nothing strange, so he couldn't help but patted his head. What's the matter, Pikachu? Sensing Pikachu's movement, Ash paused, looked at Pikachu on his shoulder and asked. Pika Pika. Pikachu shook his head. Is that so? It's good that you're not uncomfortable. Ash felt relieved and nodded. Before he left, he couldn't help but look behind him. He always had the feeling that something was following him. Chapter 65. The entrance of the MT Moon Cave is located on the east side of the Pokémon Center. The distance between the Pokémon Center and the Pokémon Center is not too far. In less than half an hour, Ash and his group have arrived at the entrance of the MT Moon Cave. After coming here, Ash found that there are not a lot of trainers here. Although Ash can't say that everyone recognizes them, he still remembers some of the trainers he saw in the Pokémon Center. And there are many trainers here that Ash has never met in the Pokémon Center, and all of these trainers are likely to have spent the night here yesterday. However, these situations are also very common. Not all trainers will go to the Pokémon Center to spend the night. Whether they can't go back in time or want to be more convenient, they will spend the night in the wild most of the time. Some of these trainers have just started eating breakfast, some have already started training, and some trainers are communicating and fighting. The three of Ash were not conspicuous among these trainers. They quickly passed through the camp where the trainers gathered and came to the entrance of the cave. There are no lights. This is also normal. After all, MT Moon belongs to the existence of barren mountains and mountains. If you want to connect electricity here, the project is indeed too big, and the lighting is too sufficient, which is not conducive to the life of some Pokémon who like dark environments. Humans have opened up a lot of places for living, and these places originally belonged to Pokémon. There is no way to do this. Therefore, in order to ensure the living environment of Pokémon to the maximum extent, Alliance has not developed it extensively. Region, preserve the natural ecological environment as much as possible. Xiaogang has been to MT Moon several times, so he knows what needs to be prepared to pass through MT Moon, and it is just right for him to come in handy at this time, and that is a portable flashlight. Although the interior of MT Moon Cave is not complicated, there is only one real road leading to the other end. If there is no lighting, it is not easy to walk on this road correctly in a dim environment. Things. But, there are so many Zubats here. Although they only walked for half an hour, Ash and the others had already encountered more than one group of Zubats, and each group had at least 20 Zubats. Zubat doesn't like sunlight, so most of them will live in caves, only a small part can be seen in the forest, and the plain region is almost invisible. Xiaogang explained. Xiaogang, who aspires to become a breeder, will of course know the habits of Pokémon, and Zubat, a common Pokémon, is naturally within his understanding. Besides Zubat, there are quite a few Geodudes living here, and sometimes you can even see some Gravelers and Onyx. Xiaogang led the way while giving Ash and Misty popular science. Only Zubat, Graveler, no Golbat, and Golem. Ash was a little surprised at this. In the game, for the balance of strength, the level of Pokémon here is very low, so there are only Geodude and Zubat forms, but no evolved Graveler, Golem, and Golbat. But this is not a game. Since there are ethnic groups living here, there will certainly be evolutionary forms, but according to Xiaogang, there seems to be no other evolutionary forms here except Graveler. Xiaogang nodded slightly, and then explained, because of the Alliance, although we haven't seen the Alliance staff, there are actually Alliance staff here to maintain the situation here. MT Moon didn't have such a spacious channel originally, but it was later artificially opened up by the Alliance. While connecting the two cities, it was also to provide a suitable training place for trainers. The Pokémon living here are naturally not allowed to be too strong, so personnel must be arranged to patrol and guard here, so as to ensure a certain degree of safety for the trainers and take care of the ecological environment here to a certain extent. Territory battles between Pokémon are actually not uncommon. Outside the region of human activities, how many invisible battles are going on, and these battles are naturally caused by the gap in strength. In order to ensure that this kind of thing does not happen here, the patrol personnel will expel some Pokémon that have become stronger to leave the MT Moon Cave, and let them live in the mountains or into the forest. Over time, some Pokémon are also very conscious, and regard this place as the cradle of their offspring growth. Once evolved, except for some stubborn and violent Pokémon, others will consciously leave the cave to live outside, which can ensure our offspring have a safe environment to grow up. Not only MT Moon here, but also other places developed by Alliance. After listening to Xiaogang's explanation, both Ash and Misty nodded thoughtfully. It's no wonder that such a situation occurs, and it's no wonder that Professor Oak said that apart from the road opened up by Alliance, other places can be avoided, just try not to go. There are more powerful Pokémon in these places, and if you are not careful, you may indeed die here. And it is precisely because these pioneering roads are guarded by Alliance personnel that the trainers have a suitable and safe place to practice, and the powerful Pokémon seem to have reached a consensus that they will not come to this place, and even let my offspring live in these safe places. This is also one of the reasons for the peaceful coexistence between humans and Pokémon. It seems that many things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. There are many people and Pokémon working hard behind the scenes. Ash also understands the difficulty of Alliance, which is not as simple as in games and anime. It seems, becoming an Elite Four or a champion is really not suitable for me. Ash rubbed his head, thinking to himself. The Elite Four and the championship are indeed the highest honor of a region, but at the same time as obtaining this honor, they also need to bear equal responsibilities. At least so far, Ash has not yet had the idea and ability to shoulder this responsibility. The cave inside MT Moon, if you just follow the path opened by Alliance, you can pass through it within a day, but after discussing with Xiaogang and Misty, Ash decided to spend a day in the cave, wanting to see more the situation inside MT Moon. After all, along the way, I only saw Zubat and Guadud, and I didn't even see Paras, let alone MT Moon's signature Pokémon Clefairy. One of Ash's goals is to meet more Pokémon. Chapter 66. You can't see the sun outside in the cave, so you can't judge the time by the sun, but Ash and others can look at the watch or Pokédex, and the time is displayed on it. At noon, Ash and the others did not light a fire in the cave, but took out the bento prepared in the morning to eat. Naturally, the bento was prepared by Xiaogang. Although it was already cold, it still tasted great. At night, let's see if we can find a suitable place to start a fire. Xiaogang looked at the surrounding environment, and he had never tried to spend the night in MT Moon, so he could only take one step and look at it. After lunch, everyone took a break and continued on their way. Along the way, they encountered some trainers from Cerulean City, and Ash also fought against several trainers, and the record was naturally a complete victory. The strength of these trainers is not strong, at least not as good as the gym challenge with Xiaogang before. Fighting against these trainers can also enhance combat experience and exercise Pokémon's use of moves in battle. It wasn't until 6 o'clock that Ash and his party stopped. They found a flat ground as a camp for the night, and there were no traces of Pokémon life here, so it was a good place. It seems that we are the only ones here tonight, Xiaogang said while lighting a fire. He collected wood and other things outside and put them in his backpack. At least he can last through the night. Ash and Misty are setting up tents, while Pikachu and other Pokémon have already started eating. They have fought today and consumed a lot of energy, so they need to replenish and rest. After the tent was finished, Xiaogang had already started cooking, and the aroma began to permeate the cave. I have to say that Xiaogang's cooking skills are indeed top-notch, and he can cook delicious food even in a simple environment. I learned a lot today. The only pity is that I haven't seen Clefairy yet. While eating dinner, Ash suddenly put down his chopsticks and said with regret. It is indeed a pity that I did not see Clefairy when I came to MT Moon, but there is no way to do it. After all, Clefairy is considered a rare Pokémon, and there are not many of them. It is not easy to meet Clefairy. Misty also has the same feeling. She likes cute Pokémon very much. Clefairy is one of them. Even Clefairy-shaped dolls are also Kanto region, and even the whole world is in the forefront of sales. Skin. Suddenly, Pikachu, who was playing with a few Pokémon, seemed to hear a sound, stopped his movements, moved his long ears slightly, looked in the direction of the sound, and then saw the short, pink, and tender Pokémon are hiding behind a rock, poking their heads out and looking at them. Pika, Pika. Seeing this Pokémon, Pikachu couldn't help showing a smile, and waved his small hand to greet the Pokémon, and Pikachu's actions also attracted the attention of other Pokémon. All of them I saw that Pokémon. Immediately, several Pokémon greeted the cute Pokémon, and their actions naturally attracted the attention of Ash and others. What's wrong? Ash and the others looked in the direction Pikachu and other Pokémon were looking at, and they also found the Pokémon hiding behind rock, and they couldn't help showing surprise. This is Clefairy. This Pokémon is MT Moon's signature Pokémon, Clefairy. It's just that the body of this Clefairy is a little shorter than the normal Clefairy, and it looks similar to Pikachu. It seems that it has just evolved into a Clefairy not long ago. The Clefairy family has 3 forms in total, namely Cleffa, the initial form at birth, followed by the most numerous and common type, Clefairy, and finally, of course, Clefable, which evolved through the Moonstone. Skin. Clefairy also found that he had been seen by Ash and others, so he couldn't help shrinking back in fear. He hid most of his body behind the stone, only showing one eye, and quietly looked at Ash and others and Pikachu waiting for the Pokémon. It looks very curious and cute. So cute. Misty stood up and wanted to hug Clefairy, but was stopped by Ash. Don't get close to it yet. Ash grabbed Misty's hand, shook his head slightly, and signaled Misty to observe Clefairy carefully. Look, Clefairy is obviously very familiar, if we rush over, we will only scare it. Misty looked back at Clefairy, and found that the situation was the same as what Ash said, couldn't help but smiled at Clefairy with some guilt, and then sat down again. This Clefairy should have been born not long ago. Although the two were far away, Xiaogang could tell the situation of Clefairy through careful observation. It may have never seen humans or other Pokémon, so it looks like this, a little curious, but also a little scared. As expected of Xiaogang. Ash and Misty nodded, obviously agreeing with Xiaogang's explanation. Pikachu, you bring this to Clefairy. Ash thought for a while, and took out the Pokémon food from his backpack. This was prepared extra, just to prevent some accidents, and it belongs to the public. Tasting Pokémon food, right now can come in handy. Pikapi. Pikachu trotted over, took the Pokémon food in Ash's hand, and ran to Clefairy. When Clefairy saw Pikachu running over, he flinched again in fear, but because Pikachu is also a Pokémon, he didn't run away either, but looked curiously at Pikachu, the Pokémon food in his hand. Pikachu didn't get close to Clefairy either, but stood 1 meter away from Clefairy, raised the food in his hands, and started talking with Clefairy. Seemingly infected by Pikachu's friendly atmosphere, Clefairy walked out slowly. Only then did Ash and others see that Clefairy was holding a grey stone in his hand, which was almost half the size of Clefairy. That is Moonstone. Ash and Misty have never seen Moonstone, but Xiaogang is different. He has a certain understanding of Moonstone. When he saw the stone in Clefairy's hand, he was not sure. Because the Clefairy will evolve into Clefable once it touches the Moonstone, but this Clefairy, holding the Moonstone, has not evolved, so Xiaogang hesitates. Hearing Xiaogang's words, Ash and Misty also looked at the stone Clefairy was holding. The appearance of Moonstone is not good, it looks grey and black, similar to ordinary rock, and there is no strange phenomenon like Thunderstone, Firestone, Waterstone, and other evolutionary stones. If Xiaogang hadn't explained it, Ash and Misty would not have believed that the stone was the Moonstone. Moonstone is very rare, but it is still something necessary for the evolution of some Pokémon, which leads to high prices. At least one piece is Ash's current 2-month allowance. Chapter 67. Clefairy looked at Pikachu carefully, especially the food in Pikachu's little hands, which was something it had never seen before. Although it didn't know how it tasted, it seemed delicious just by smelling it. Pika Pika. Seeing that Clefairy was approaching, Pikachu smiled and didn't move. He just waited for Clefairy to come by himself. It has also experienced this kind of thing, so it understands Clefairy's mood very well. If he made any moves at this time, he would definitely startle Clefairy, and then scare Clefairy away. Clefairy did stare at Pikachu's movements, and when he saw that Pikachu was not moving at all, he went on until he came to Pikachu, staring at the food in Pikachu's hand with twinkling eyes. Pika. Pikachu gently handed the food to Clefairy, looked at Clefairy with kindness, and motioned for Clefairy to take the food and taste it. Behind, Ash and others also watched this scene quietly, for fear that a slight noise would scare Clefairy away. Skin. Clefairy held Moonstone in one hand, stretched out the other small hand, took the food from Pikachu's hand, looked at Pikachu, then looked at the food in his hand. Pikachu, pick up. Pikachu was very happy, and then said to Clefairy, "This food is delicious." Clefairy. Clefairy sniffed the scent of the food, and then put it in his mouth. Immediately, the concentrated berry scent filled his mouth. He had eaten a lot of berries, but this mixed it was the first time I tasted the taste of various tree fruits, and my eyes lit up, and I couldn't help but jump for joy. Great, it ate. Misty looked very happy, and Clefairy's bouncing appearance was so cute. Pika Pika. Pikachu happily invited Clefairy to Ash's side, saying that they are not bad people, and there are many delicious things like this. Clefairy. Seemingly bought by the smell of food, Clefairy happily followed Pikachu to Ash and the others. Looking at the people and Pokemon sitting by the fire, he felt a little regretful. Its parents had told it not to approach humans indiscriminately. Don't worry, none of us are bad people, these are for you. Seeing Clefairy's current mood, Ash tried his best to look as kind as possible, took out a small bag of Pokemon food, and put it in front of Clefairy. And Misty next to him looked like he wanted to hug Clefairy but didn't dare. As for Xiaogang, he watched Clefairy with great interest. As for the moonstone in its hand, the three of them didn't care, even knowing its price not cheap. Clefairy took the Pokemon food that Ash handed over, sniffed it, and his eyes lit up. These foods were exactly the kind it ate just now, and there were so many of them now, which really made him feel very happy. Clefairy started to eat. The reason why it came out was that it was too hungry to stay in the habitat, and the parents who went out to look for food hadn't come back yet, so it smelled the scent and came closer. Don't worry. Ash filled a cup of water and put it next to Clefairy, and Clefairy was not polite at all. After realizing that Ash and the others had no malicious intentions, he let go of his vigilance and drank while eating food. Floating in the water, the leisurely appearance makes people feel very cute. It would be great if I could get back a Clefairy. Misty stared at Clefairy full of love. The little Clefairy is so cute. Although it doesn't fit the attribute she uses, it is also very nice to have such a Pokemon. Good. If you want to catch a Clefairy, you must at least get its approval, especially for this small Clefairy, its parents should be nearby. Xiaogang said beside him. This kind of children with parents nearby is not easy to recover. Their parents will not easily let their children be taken away by humans, especially Pokemon like Clefairy, which is why there are very few trainers outside who have the Clefairy family. After a while, the small bag of food was completely eaten by Clefairy, with a bulging belly and a comfortable sound, making Clefairy lying on the stone look like a normal doll, even cuter than a doll. Okay, if you're full, go back, your parents should be very worried about you. Ash reached out and touched Clefairy's head, but Clefairy didn't refuse, and even rubbed Ash's palm. I want to touch too. Seeing that Clefairy didn't reject Ash's gesture, Misty quickly came over and reached out to stroke Clefairy's head, but Clefairy naturally didn't refuse. Xiaogang did not move, but observed Clefairy's expression further. He found that Clefairy would have a sense of laziness after eating, which was very helpful to his growth as a breeder, so he took out the notebook, recorded it. Pi. Clefairy. After a short rest, Clefairy stood up, and softly called out to Ash and the others and Pikachu and other Pokemon, as if to thank them. You're welcome, you are so cute, we are also very happy. After seeing Clefairy's appearance, Misty was even more reluctant to part with Clefairy, but there was nothing he could do. Skin. Clefairy looked at the moonstone in his arms, then at Ash and the others, hesitated for a moment, held the moonstone with both hands and handed it to Ash. This is for us. Ash was taken aback, as if he couldn't believe that this precious moonstone was just given away by Clefairy. Skin Clefairy. Clefairy nodded repeatedly, and after seeing Ash take the moonstone over, he picked up the previous bag, pointed to it, and then covet stared at Ash. Do you want more food? Ash nodded knowingly, and immediately took the bag over, filled a bag full of food, and even took an extra bag of the same type, which also contained the same amount of food. Food. Compared with the value of Moonstone, the value of these two Pokemon food is almost negligible. Ash even feels a little cheating on children, thinking that Moonstone should not be accepted. But after Clefairy received 2 generations of food that was almost as tall as his own body, he said goodbye to everyone happily, and then left with a jump. He believed that his parents would understand him, and exchanged these delicious food with Moonstone. The Moonstone is a rare thing to the outside world, but not so rare compared to the Clefairy family, whose habitat is built around a huge Moonstone. After watching Clefairy leave, Ash looked down at the Moonstone in his hand. He would definitely not sell this Moonstone, even if he had no Pokémon to use, but it was Clefairy's wish. Sure enough, good people are rewarded. Misty didn't care about Moonstone being acquired by Ash, but nodded with a feeling. And Xiaogang recorded this scene in his notes. As long as he treats Pokémon with enough kindness, the other party will reciprocate. Chapter 68. After the Clefairy incident, another incident happened to Ash and others. A large group of Zubats came here. They also smelled the smell of food, because it is not easy to find food in the cave. Compared with Clefairy's kindness, this group of Zubat was much more irritable. They rushed over directly, wanting food from Snatch Ash and others, which made Ash and others fight back. Although there are more than 20 Zubats in number, and their strength is much stronger than the Spearow group that Ash encountered before, but Ash at this time is not the same Ash as before. Without Xiaogang and Misty, Pikachu, Pidgeotto, and Beedrill easily defeated the group of Zubats. When Zubats retreated, a panicked Zubat ran into the rock and passed out in the camp. Originally, Ash was going to send this Zubat away because he was not going to take it back, and Misty had no such intention, but Xiaogang was a little moved. He checked the situation of Zubat, and when he saw it passed out, he went to ready to recover it when it wakes up. Not long after, Zubat woke up. After waking up, it was ignorant. It had no eyes and could only detect the surrounding situation through supersonic. When supersonic fed back to it, it seemed very flustered, because it was abandoned by its companions and stayed in the camp of this group of humans. After Xiaogang felt Zubat's fear, he comforted him softly, and even took out the Pokémon food to show his kindness. After taking Zubat to stabilize and eating enough, Xiaogang proposed to Zubat to take back, but Zubat only agreed after thinking for a moment. Ever since, Xiaogang recovered his first Pokémon since he set off. On the other hand, Misty has not recovered any Pokémon since she followed Ash. After this incident, Ash and the others never encountered any incidents again. They spent the night peacefully, got up on time the next morning, and continued to set off. Compared with yesterday, the number of Pokémon encountered today is significantly more, and Ash and others also saw Pokémon like Paras. Ash has seen the description of Paras in the game. The mushrooms on Para's back are not as simple as being good-looking, they are even a little evil, and they will absorb the nutrients of Paras to grow up. Parasect is even more terrifying. According to the description of Pokédex, Parasect is no longer thinking by itself, but the mushroom on its back controls Parasect's actions. But after Xiaogang's explanation, Ash realized that the actual Paras and Parasect are not as described in the game. Parasect's main consciousness is indeed partially occupied by mushrooms, but it's not that Parasect doesn't have its own consciousness, it's just that Parasect is relatively weak, so in terms of combat, mushrooms usually control Parasect. It is also true that Parasect can survive, and the mushrooms on its back will also provide protection for Parasect, allowing Parasect to use Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, and other moves. The two are closely related, kind of similar the meaning of the coexistence of two personalities. In the afternoon, Ash and his group finally left Mt Moon and saw the sun outside again, and this place is not far from Cerulean City, which belongs to the range of Route 4. 4 routes connect Mt Moon and Cerulean City, all the way to the east, you can see Cerulean City, and this road is also a road with a large area of grassland, inhabited by many Pokémon. It's just that the Pokémon living here are the more common Pokémon in the Kanto region, such as the Pidgey family, the Spearow family, and the Rattata family. Of course, it is also possible to encounter other types of Pokémon, but the number is too small, and it is only an example. And on Route 4, there are naturally many trainers training here. Along the way, Ash and others saw no less than 30 trainers training here, or recovering from battles and so on. Let's go to Cerulean City quickly, we must go to the Pokémon Center rest in the city today. Ash signaled the two to speed up, he didn't plan to stay here for too long. And to deal with Cerulean City, there is no need for special preparation. Misty is not strong now, and her three sisters are even weaker than Misty. With Pikachu's attribute restraint, it is very easy to get batch, it won't be as difficult as dealing with Xiaogang before. Still. Misty seemed a little hesitant, not as active as when he left the Viridian Forest and went to Pewter City, hesitating and hesitating. I know what you're thinking, Misty. Ash turned to look at Misty, you said that you are from Cerulean City, and Xiaogang knows something about Cerulean Gym, he has already told me. What? Misty was taken aback. You are the youngest of the four sisters in the Cerulean Gym, right? Ash said with a smile. Misty looked at Xiaogang quickly, and Xiaogang nodded. He did mention this to Ash at the Pokémon Center at the foot of MT Moon before. I don't know why, Misty, you don't want to go back to Cerulean City, but I think, no matter what, you should go back and have a look. Ash said seriously. Misty was a little embarrassed. Before she left the gym, she made a promise that she would never go back until she became a water-type Pokémon Master, but now, less than a month has passed, she will return to the gym. Go inside the restaurant, so how my sister will laugh at me. Although I don't know what's going on in it, I believe that no one would be reluctant to see their family members go home. Ash knows a little bit about Misty's family situation, although he learned it from anime. The performance of Misty's three sisters in the anime is indeed very unbearable. Not only are they not strong enough, they even want to give up the gym, and they will laugh at Misty. But everything should not just look at the surface. After learning more about the reality of this world, Ash felt that there must be something special in it. You must know that Misty had a bicycle before. Bikes are not cheap. Although they are not as expensive as 1 million in the game, the cheapest ones cost several thousand, not to mention off-road vehicles like Misty, which cannot be bought without 10 or 20,000. Of course, Misty couldn't have earned the money for the bicycle. There is no doubt that Misty's three older sisters bought it for Misty, so they will definitely not treat Misty as badly as they do in the anime, or even be very cruel. Love Misty. Although everything is just Ash's own guess, Ash feels that his guess is very likely to be right. Misty hesitated for a moment, then nodded, and decided to go back and face her three older sisters, even if they would laugh at her then. Chapter 69. Cerulean City, a bustling city located in the northern part of the Kanto region, is connected to the estuary of the river in the north, Gold City in the south, Mt. to Lavender Town. The color of mysterious blue water, this sentence is a compliment to Cerulean City, which is also the origin of the name of Cerulean City, which has very rich water resources. And the mysterious theory naturally refers to one of the forbidden places forbidden by Alliance, Cerulean Cave. Cerulean Cave is a cave in the northwest of Cerulean City, very close to Cerulean City. According to the information given by Alliance, there are many powerful Pokémon living in the cave. Ordinary trainers can be said to be seeking their own death after entering the cave. The weakest Pokémon inside are also at the gym level, and there are even Alliance level existences, and the top ones even reach the elite level. You must know that these Pokémon are not as simple as one or two, but each of them has this level of strength. It can be said that, except for the trainer that has reached the Ultra Ball level, the trainer below this level is courting death. Even Ultra Ball level trainers will not easily enter the Cerulean Cave. Many confident trainers have never come out after entering. It is also true that the Alliance sent people to guard outside the Cerulean Cave to prevent trainers from entering it by mistake. It is not impossible to enter the Cerulean Cave, as long as the trainer level reaches the Ultra Ball level and obtains a pass issued by the Alliance, then you can enter the Cerulean Cave. Cerulean Cave. What a scary place! Listening to Misty's explanation, Ash couldn't help sighing on the way to the Pokémon Center. Ash is also aware of the horror in Cerulean Cave. After all, in the game, Mewtwo lives in it, and it is also in a certain animation work. And the Pokémon inside are very powerful. If the strength is not strong enough, it will be difficult to move an inch inside. By the way, Misty. Ash looked at Misty and asked, "Don't you go home? For today? I won't go back." Misty hesitated slightly and shook her head. "I'd better go to the Cerulean Gym with you tomorrow, let's talk about it then." Although she is ready to go back to see her sisters, Misty is still a little scared. Okay. Ash didn't say much. Misty also had his own thoughts in his heart. Since Misty said so, then he just went back with Misty tomorrow. After coming to the Pokémon Center and handing the Pokémon to Ms. Joey, Ash and others went to the dormitory to put down their luggage, and then went to the restaurant for dinner. After dinner, Ash and Xiaogang stayed in the dormitory to study the Cerulean Gymnasium. Although the Cerulean Gymnasium was very weak, so weak that it was called the shame of the Kanto region, but facing the challenge, Ash did not want any accident. I found information about Cerulean Gymnasium on the internet, and found that the evaluation of Cerulean Gymnasium on the internet is negative. Almost all trainers believe that the owner of Cerulean Gymnasium must be replaced, not now the Cerulean sisters. Regarding the three sisters who are currently in charge of the Cerulean Gymnasium, everyone said that their strength is vulnerable, but they are indeed very beautiful, and the water performance is also very beautiful, which is worth seeing. Cerulean Gym. Ash looked at the information in the computer, feeling a little uncomfortable. According to the internet, the Cerulean Gymnasium was very powerful a few years ago, and the trainer in charge of the Cerulean Gymnasium is even a powerful trainer who can often enter the Cerulean Cave. And this trainer, of course, is Misty's father, but later disappeared when he went out with his wife, leaving the Cerulean Gymnasium without successors. In desperation, Misty's three sisters reluctantly supported the Cerulean Gymnasium. The weakened Cerulean Gymnasium naturally lost its former glory. After a large number of students left and lost extra income, in order to barely maintain the balance of income and expenditure of the gymnasium, such projects as water performances appeared. Ash had a lot of thoughts, but in the end he could only sigh and shook his head. Xiaogang on the side was also silent. The situation in the Cerulean Gym is indeed not optimistic, even worse than his pewter gym. Early the next morning, Ash woke up early and came to the battlefield outside the Pokémon Center for training. After all, he was going to challenge the gym next time, and a warm-up was a must. And because of the rush these days, Pikachu's three Pokémon have not been able to do much training, their strength has not improved much, and the moves they are learning have not been able to learn. After challenging the Cerulean Gym, you have to slow down. Ash looked at the three Pokémon in training, and decided to spare time for training every morning in case something unexpected happens in the afternoon train. After the simple training, Ash came to the restaurant and found Xiaogang and Misty. The atmosphere between them was a bit silent, more because of Misty. Misty seemed a little uneasy because he was about to return home. Although Xiaogang tried his best to find a topic, Misty didn't seem to be interested, which led to such embarrassment. After seeing Ash come back, Xiaogang finally breathed a sigh of relief, at least he didn't need to be so embarrassed. Misty didn't notice Ash's arrival. She was very preoccupied and didn't have much appetite for breakfast. She just poked the food on the plate with a fork. On the one hand, she doesn't want to go back and face her three sisters, because this time it's not just her going back by herself, but also Ash and Xiaogang, especially Ash. She didn't want Ash to see herself being taunted by her three older sisters. On the other hand, she thought about it carefully yesterday. Ash's words seemed to make sense. Would her three older sisters be very happy for Covet to go back by herself? Misty has never seen discussions about Cerulean City on the internet. Although she knows that the situation of Cerulean Gymnasium is not optimistic, she still has no real understanding. She only saw that her three sisters did not think about how to revitalize the Cerulean Gymnasium, but used the battlefield of the Cerulean Gymnasium as a stage for performances to perform water ballet. In Misty's view, this is an irresponsible performance, and it is also an insult to the gym left by her father. It is their attitude that makes the Cerulean Gym bad. Ash and Xiaogang looked at each other, and they were speechless. This is the first time they have seen Misty in this situation. After all, they don't know what happened between Misty and her sister. Chapter 70. The Cerulean Gymnasium is very large, even larger than the Pewter Gymnasium. Its appearance is full of water elements, and even the front sign is a Pokémon like Dugong. It's just that the current Cerulean Gymnasium seems to be somewhat different from the Cerulean Gymnasium in Ash's impression. In Ash's impression, the decorate of the Cerulean Gymnasium in the anime Sun and Moon seems to be very luxurious and modern, which is completely different from the current relatively backward decorate. But Ash can also understand, after all, the current Cerulean Gymnasium is really down and out. When Misty comes back here after training, the Cerulean Gymnasium will gradually revive, and then it will once again become the pride of Cerulean City. Although it looked a little backward, there were quite a lot of people who came to the Cerulean Gymnasium. Even though it was not until 8 o'clock, there was already a long queue outside, and the number of people was at least 200. These people are all here to challenge the Cerulean Gym. Ash was a little surprised. Could it be that the Cerulean Gym is so easily bullied that all trainers come here to challenge? Ash was embarrassed to tell Misty that these trainers came here to take the badge, so he replaced it with challenging the Cerulean Gym. After all, using the word take at this time is more or less insulting. No. It's not. However, Misty shook her head slightly. She had seen this scene many times, and said with some disappointment, "These people probably came to see my sister's performance." Watch, the performance. Ash was speechless for a moment, and Xiaogang at the side didn't know what to say. As a gymnasium in the face of a city, it was reduced to become a performance stage, which is indeed a bit outrageous. And if you bought a ticket to watch the performance, and you are also a trainer who came to challenge, my sister and the others will give the badge directly. Misty said a little ashamed. Watching a performance to give badge, this. Ash and Xiaogang didn't know what to say anymore, this kind of operation. After Misty was silent for a while, she didn't say anything, but took Ash and the two to the other side, where there were also several people queuing up, and this was the registration office for registering to challenge the Cerulean Gym. There are always some trainers who are unwilling to obtain badge through that method, but want to challenge the gym with their own strength. Are you also here to challenge the Cerulean Gym? Several trainers who were chatting saw Ash and others lined up behind them, so they almost asked. Yeah. Ash nodded slightly, while Xiaogang and Misty didn't speak. Wait, isn't this the owner of the Pewter Gym, Mr. Xiaogang? A trainer looked at Xiaogang, his face was slightly startled, and he recognized Xiaogang, and he didn't expect Xiaogang just popped up here. Hello, I have temporarily left the Pewter Gym. Although I haven't officially resigned, I can still be regarded as the former gym owner. Xiaogang explained to several trainers with a smile. It's really Mr. Xiaogang. These trainers were obviously very excited when they saw Xiaogang. Xiaogang's strength is obvious to all. It was very difficult when he challenged the gymnasium. If it wasn't for Xiaogang's certain level, if you keep your hands, they really may not be able to defeat Xiaogang. Misty looked at Xiaogang enviously. It was her dream that Xiaogang could get the recognition of so many trainers. How much she hoped that her Cerulean Gym could also be recognized by trainers. Why don't you go over there and buy a ticket to watch the show, so you don't need to challenge the gym and get the badge? A trainer looked at Ash, looked him up and down, and looked at Pikachu emphatically. I think it's better to get the badge through your own efforts. Ash shook his head slightly. Sure enough, you are the same kind of person as us. The trainer's eyes lit up after hearing Ash's answer, and his gaze at Ash became more recognized. Those who can line up here have the same idea as Ash. It's a pity that the cerulean gym is too weak, and I can't do it through the gym challenge. A trainer said with a slight sigh. Misty couldn't help biting her lower lip when she heard that, but she was powerless to refute. The Alliance doesn't know what it's thinking. Why doesn't it let other powerful trainers replace the cerulean gym? According to me, the cerulean gym is the shame of the Kanto region, a trainer said disdainfully. He is a trainer in Kanto region, and he is very proud of Kanto region. After all, it is the first region established in the history of Pokemon world, and the champion duo of Chengdu Alliance can only be one in Kanto region. Elite Four is just enough to prove the strength of Kanto Alliance. But there is a powerful region with the first alliance faintly, but there is a gym that is too weak to be weaker, which makes the trainer feel ashamed. Misty clenched her fists, gritted her teeth and looked at the talking trainer, and was about to take a step forward and start arguing with him. She doesn't allow anyone to insult the cerulean gym. But before she acted, Ash noticed Misty's appearance first, and immediately grabbed Misty's hand, then shook his head slightly, and turned to look at the trainer under Misty's puzzled and disappointed gaze, with a serious face. I think you should apologize for what you said. Ash said solemnly, his tone was very strong, not to mention that Misty was by his side. Even without Misty, he felt that this trainer shouldn't have commented on cerulean like that. Jim. Apologize? Why do I have to apologize? Did I say something wrong? The trainer looked very surprised, and he looked at the other trainers, as if he wanted to gain approval from these trainers. One trainer had the same idea and nodded slightly, but the other trainers felt that this trainer was a little too arrogant and a little too much, and did not agree with his words. They also know that the cerulean gym is indeed weak, and many people think it is a shame for the Kanto region, but if there is something in it, they should not say so without knowing it. The trainer who spoke had an ugly face. He thought that all these people would approve of him, but in the end only one trainer agreed with his words. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, so he looked at Ash with a bad expression. Apologize. Ash just looked at the trainer coldly. Bah! Trainer sneered disdainfully, then looked at Ash proudly. You can make me apologize if you want, beat me, and I will admit that I was wrong. Then Ash took out the pokeball, his eyes froze. I'll make you apologize to the cerulean gym. Looking at Ash's appearance behind her, Misty was touched in her heart, and the emotion called moving was revealed in her heart, but she felt that this battle should not be fought by Ash, but by her. Mermaid at the cerulean gym. The most beautiful girl in the world. Misty is here to fight. Chapter 71. Thinking of this, Misty took a step forward, stood in front of Ash, looked at the astonished trainer, and said coldly, I am Misty from Cerulean Gym, and now, I want to have a battle with you. If you lose, you have to apologize to the Cerulean Gym. If I lose. Misty paused slightly, gritted his teeth and said, I will admit that I, the Cerulean Gym, are a disgrace to Kanto. Misty from the Cerulean Gym. Hearing the cute girl speak out, it was the trainer who insulted the Cerulean Gym, and everyone else looked at Misty in surprise. Misty. Ash was taken aback. Apparently he didn't expect Misty to stand up at this moment, wanting to get Misty back, but found that Misty looked back at him with a determined look in his eyes. Seeing the determination in Misty's eyes, Ash understood Misty's thoughts. She wanted to use her own power to make others recognize the Cerulean Gym. If Ash stepped forward, even if she defeated the trainer, the other party would still not recognize it. Cerulean Gym. What qualifications do you have to represent the Cerulean Gym? Seeing Misty's appearance, the trainer couldn't help asking, and his tone was a little more relaxed than before. After all, the Stephanie in front of him is indeed very cute and beautiful. What qualifications do I have? Misty looked at the trainer again, with fire in his eyes. Now the trainers in the Cerulean Gym are my sisters. This trainer obviously didn't expect that he would run into the owner of the Cerulean Gymnasium when he said something wrong about the Cerulean Gymnasium. Even so, unless you beat me, I won't recognize the Cerulean Gym. Trainer gritted his teeth and said firmly. Of course I know, so. Misty's eyes narrowed, and she said seriously, I will let you apologize to the Cerulean Gym and my sisters. Humph, I hope you still have such a strong tone later. Trainer calmed down again. The sudden change caused the trainers to look at each other. They obviously didn't expect it to develop into what it is now, but they didn't stop it. This trainer is indeed a little too much, and Misty represents the Cerulean Gym, so they are not qualified to say anything. Then, both parties can use 2 Pokémon. When one of them loses 2 Pokémon first, the battle ends. On the battlefield behind the Cerulean Gymnasium, Xiao Gang, standing in the middle of the field as a referee, announced rule. Let Xiao Gang be the referee, neither Misty nor this trainer makes sense. Because the battle is conducted in the form of the gym challenge, Misty must first send out his own Pokémon, but the first attack falls on the opposite trainer. Misty took a deep breath, then took out the Pokeball and threw it forcefully. Spearows, please. With the flying Pokeball opening in mid-air, white light poured down on the ground, and then spread out, revealing Spearows' figure. After this period of training, Spearows' strength has also broken through to the normal level. In addition, he often fights against Ash's Pokémon. The combat experience cannot be said to be rich, but it is not too bad. Sure enough, it's a water-type Pokémon. The trainer on the opposite side sneered when he saw Spearows' appearance. How could he not know the attribute that the Cerulean Gym is good at? Use. Go, Gloom. With the Pokeball thrown by trainer, the white light fell on the ground and then dissipated, revealing a biped flower-shaped Pokémon about 1 meter tall, which is Gloom. Gloom has a blue body similar to the plant Absorb bulb, with a reddish-brown flower with white spots on its head. The flower has 4 spherical petals and 4 light brown calyxes. The smell of carrion normal, which is also the origin of its name. Gloom. Attribute, grass, poison. Category, weed Pokémon. Ability, chlorophyll, hidden ability, stench. Stench, when a Pokémon with this ability attacks rival, there is a chance that the opponent will cower in contest condition. Strength, ordinary level. It is in line with Spearows' strength, but Gloom is a grass-type Pokémon. It can be said to be a perfect counter to water-type Pokémon. It can win in most cases, and this trainer obviously thinks so. Then, the battle begins. Xiao Gang announced loudly after seeing that both sides were ready. Come on, Gloom, Sleep Powder. Trainer took the lead and launched the offensive first, but he did not attack directly recklessly, but used the changed move Sleep Powder to attack, trying to use the effect of Sleep Powder to make Spearows fall into a trap. Sleep contest condition. Stinky. After receiving the order, Gloom activated grass-type energy, and sprayed a large amount of powder from the flowers on his head. The powder emitted a faint silver-blue light under the sunlight. This choice made the onlookers nod slightly. This trainer does have a bit of a bad mouth, but it cannot be denied that he has a certain tactical quality. But in comparison, Ash shook his head slightly, using powder moves in front of water-type Pokémon. This is not a correct choice, especially, the sleep powder used by this Gloom requires speed, no impact if you want to impact, it is easy to deal with it. Just as Ash thought, facing the attack of sleep powder, Misty's face remained unchanged, and even faintly confident. Spearows, use the water gun. Spearows received the order to immediately arouse energy, and the water-type energy gathered in front of the red gemstone in the center of his body, forming a stream of water, which turned into a water gun gushing out the next moment. The powerful water gun washed away the slow sleep powder, and the water gun covered a part of it, and the rest was blown away by the impact airflow brought by the water gun, and could not spread to Spearows. On the other hand, the water gun continued to attack Gloom without any loss of power, causing Gloom, who hadn't reacted yet, to be hit by the water gun. The powerful water gun blasted Gloom a distance of 2 or 3 meters. Although it did not cause damage to Gloom, it made Gloom's trainer look ugly. In the first round of the fight, he fell directly into the disadvantaged, and still in the case where a tribute has an advantage. Take advantage of the victory, Spearows, use Swift. Misty knew that water-type moves would not be able to cause much damage to grass-type Pokémon, and being influenced by Ash to a certain extent, she gradually moved closer to offensive tactics. Pursue immediately without any hesitation. Stars. Spearows jumped slightly, and the normal type energy was stimulated, forming 8 golden energy 5-pointed stars around him, and then controlled them to launch, drawing different arcs in midair, and attacking Gloom. Chapter 72. Damn it, Gloom, use Razor Leaf. Gloom's trainer looked very ugly, but facing Spearows' attack, he could only let Gloom immediately respond. Smelly. Gloom let out a low cry. Grass type's energy was stimulated, forming sharp leaves, which spit up from the flowers above the head, looking a little wobbly. The next moment, the sharp blades spun rapidly, and then launched under the control of Gloom. The 8 leaves met the golden energy star, as if they wanted to split the star apart. However, Gloom's idea was completely in vain. The golden stars in midair continued to advance along a special arc, completely avoiding the blade's attack, and then bombarded Gloom's body unabated, with continuous roaring sounds. All 8 golden stars fell on Gloom's body, causing a lot of damage to Gloom. What? Seeing this scene, trainer showed an unbelievable expression. Razor Leaf missed Swift, not only was dodged by the opponent, but Gloom was also hit by the opponent's attack. Misty was a little relieved, but not completely relaxed. Gloom's species strength is not low, and his special defense is also very good. Just one move of Water Gun and one move of Swift cannot solve Gloom. And Gloom's situation is just like Misty's expected normal. Although its physical strength is partially consumed, it has not suffered any damage and still has sufficient fighting ability. Very good, Gloom. Seeing this, Gloom's trainer calmed down a little. Although he was swayed by the opponent, he still has a greater advantage now, and it has the means to recover. Gloom, use Mega Drain. Smelly. Gloom let out a soft cry, and the energy of grass type was activated, condensing in the center of the flower on the top of the head to form a group of green light emitting soft light, and then launched out, directly targeting Spearows. Mega Drain is a series of moves of grass type. It has 3 stages: Absorb, Mega Drain, and Giga Drain. The effect of each stage is the same. It absorbs 50% of the damage caused to rival to replenish itself. The only difference that is, the power of the 3 stages is different. At this time, the Mega Drain released by Gloom is the move of the second stage. It is powerful and restrained by attribute. If it hits Spearows, it will not only cause serious damage to Spearows, but also restore Gloom's physical strength a lot. Misty knew this well, so there was no way she would allow this blow to hit her Spearows, so she immediately issued an order: Spearows, use Rapid Spin. Dodge the attack. After receiving the order, Spearows jumped slightly, and the white translucent normal type energy was excited and attached to his body. Driven by the energy, he spun rapidly and flew out with an arc-shaped trajectory. This move not only allowed Spearows to avoid the green light cluster attacking him, but also quickly approached Gloom. This scene once again made Gloom's trainer's eyes widen. Bang! Spearows slammed into Gloom's body precisely, and the powerful impact sent Gloom flying several meters away, falling in front of its trainer. How is it possible? Gloom's trainer really couldn't believe that his own Gloom fell into a disadvantage when he had a huge advantage, and failed to hit Spearows once. It's amazing! The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Misty's command really surprised them. Under the unfavorable situation of attribute, he actually suppressed the opponent's attack. Ash and Xiaogang couldn't help showing a smile. Misty's performance was indeed unexpectedly strong. And Misty clenched her fists tightly, feeling very excited. She found that she had indeed grown a lot. Even in this situation, she was able to make quick and correct choices. The ensuing battle was basically one-sided. Gloom didn't last long before being defeated by Spearows Swift. Then Trainer sent another grass-type Pokemon Weepinbell again, while Misty sent his own trump card Starmie to fight. Starmie is more powerful than Spearows, and has more moves than Spearows, and even has more psychic type. He can restrain the Weepinbell with poison type, and defeated this Weepinbell more easily than before. Weepinbell lost the ability to fight, Starmie won. Xiao Gang immediately announced the result the moment Weepinbell fell, so the winner of this battle is Misty from the Cerulean Gym. No. Impossible. Cerulean Gym, how could it be so strong? Trainer knelt down on the ground, looking at his Weepinbell in dismay. This kind of strength can only be possessed by a Pokeball level trainer, at least how could a mere gymnasium known as the weakest have such strength? The Cerulean Gym is not only my sister's, but also me. The future master of water-type Pokemon, Misty. Misty stood with Starmie, stretched out her clenched right hand, and shouted at Trainer. The rest of the trainers also fell silent. Looking at this energetic Stephanie, who was even a little younger than them, they couldn't help but feel a little shocked. If there is such a character as the master of the Cerulean Gym, maybe there really is one. Opportunities can arise. Since you lost, it's time to fulfill your promise. Ash came to Trainer, looked down at Trainer, and said in a deep voice. Trainer raised his head slightly, looked at Ash blankly, and then realized that if he lost the bet of this battle, he had to apologize to the Cerulean Gym. I understand. Although Trainer felt disappointed because of the failure, he didn't play tricks either. After taking back the Weepinbell, he came to Misty and apologized solemnly. I apologize for my previous words, I am very sorry, Miss Misty. Misty was stunned for a moment, and seemed a little overwhelmed. It was the first time she faced such a situation, so she immediately looked at Ash. After seeing Ash, she seemed to see the backbone of normal. Ash smiled and nodded at Misty. Misty understood Ash's meaning, nodded vigorously, and looked at Trainer again. I won't forgive you, but... Misty paused slightly, and said seriously, I accept your apology, and at the same time, I assure everyone that the future Cerulean Gym will definitely become the most powerful Kanto Alliance, the most proud gym. The surrounding trainers applauded. At least at this moment, they believed that the Cerulean Gymnasium, under the leadership of this girl, could really achieve this goal. Chapter 73. At the same time, the Cerulean Gymnasium has also been opened, allowing tourists to enter the gymnasium. They go directly to the battle hall and take their seats according to their ticket numbers. The entire battle hall was full of people, and many people were talking, as if they were looking forward to the next water ballet performance. Backstage, at the passageway, the three beautiful girls were silent with each other, no one spoke, and the atmosphere seemed very bad. The income from today's performance should be able to maintain the gymnasium for a week. Suddenly, Stephanie, who has long blonde hair and a sakura-shaped headdress, said aloud. Stephanie with long blue hair beside her responded, looking a little tired. I don't know. How is Misty now? Stephanie, the last one with pink shoulder-length hair, said worriedly. And these three girls are Misty's three older sisters, who are also the current owners of the Cerulean Gym, the three Cerulean sisters who are known as the flowers in the water of Cerulean City, but their reputation is more notorious. The blonde-haired Stephanie is the big sister, Sakura, the blue-haired Stephanie is the second sister Violet, the last pink-haired Stephanie is the third sister Lily. Misty's words, shouldn't be a problem. Didn't the Alliance give us a reward before, saying that Misty repelled the rockets? Hearing what the third sister Lily said, Sakura couldn't help but smile and said, showing a little pride in the smile, seems to be due to Misty repelling the rockets. Misty is different from us, she has great talent, and we. Violet couldn't help but smile, and then felt a little lonely. They also wanted to support the Cerulean Gym, but unfortunately, their talent was too great. Poor, can't be a good trainer at all. So, we must persevere until Misty comes back. Lily said seriously and seriously. Okay, it's almost time, we are going to go out to perform, no matter what, we must perform perfectly, so that we can be worthy of the audience's tickets, and let them come again next time. Sakura nodded to the two sisters, his face was completely changed, no longer the tired look before, only a smile on his face. The three came out from the backstage. Accompanied by a burst of cheers, the three stepped onto the diving platform and came to the diving board. They bowed to the audience on both sides and thanked them. At the same time, the staff introduced the three of them. The flower in the water of Cerulean City. The audience cheered. As the gymnasium owner, the three Stephanies are indeed very poor, but in terms of the water ballet alone, they really deserve the name of the flower in the water. In the beginning, many people came here because of the notoriety of the Cerulean gym. They wanted to see what the three Stephanies had turned the gym into. But after seeing the complete and serious performance of the three Stephanies, many people really liked their performances and came here again. Accompanied by the sound of the music, the three jumped off the platform and fell into the pool below. This pool was actually the battle venue of the Cerulean Gymnasium, but at this time they had already used it as a stage for performances, which was also a helpless move. Their poses are very elegant and light, and the water splash when they fall into the water is also perfect. The subsequent performance combined some Pokémon to perform an amazing performance. In the stands, Ash and others have also come in and saw the performance of the three of Sakura. I have to say, Ash feels that this kind of strength is also capable of leading the Olympic Games in the previous life. It can be seen that they are indeed in this respect. It is a lot of effort, not to fool others. Sitting on Ash's left is Misty. She couldn't help but startled when she saw the performance of her three sisters. She had never watched her sister's performance seriously, and always thought it was nonsense. My sister does have an extraordinary talent in the art of water ballet. A&D. Misty looked around at the audience, and found that they all had smiles on their faces, obviously admiring the performance of the three of Sakura, which was completely different from the abuse scene she had imagined. I really don't know why they still insist on staying in this gymnasium. With this kind of strength, wouldn't it be good to participate in the water ballet competition? An audience sitting under Ash and others couldn't help but said aloud, and his words also aroused I got the approval of some fans next to me. Indeed, it's right to give up the Cerulean Gymnasium as soon as possible and switch to water ballet, and they don't have to bear so much infamy. Another audience member said with some regret. Hearing these words, Misty felt a little uncomfortable, and it was also very complicated. She didn't want to hear the words of giving up the Cerulean Gym, but she had to admit that if her three sisters gave up the Cerulean Gym and became a water ballet dancer, maybe they really didn't need to bear this kind of infamy. So, sister, why are you so persistent? Misty felt that she seemed to understand something, but she didn't want to believe that the sisters who made fun of her all day would do this to this extent. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and the performance ended. The three of Sakura came out of the pool, stood where the challenger should have been, and bowed to the audience on both sides to thank them. Thank you for your support. On the same day next week, we will continue to bring you more beautiful and innovative performances. I hope you can support us a lot. Sakura took the microphone handed over by the staff and spoke with a vigorous voice. Said the voice. Don't worry, we will definitely come. Some audience members responded loudly to the three of Sakura, seeming very fanatical. Of course, there are also some trainers who have heard of the notoriety of the Cerulean Gym. Some of them cannot accept that the performance of the three of Sakura is so good. Museums and the like are the shame of Kanto region and so on. These words were naturally heard by the three of Sakura, but they did not show any rage on their faces, but kept smiling and bowed again to thank them, and then left. Listening to these people's abuse and bad words, Misty clenched her fists tightly. She felt that her sisters shouldn't be treated like this. Their performance, was obviously so perfect. It's just. In this world, Pokemon battle is the mainstream, and water ballet is just a minority among the minority. Even if there are certain fans, it is completely incomparable with Pokemon battle. Ash also has a feeling for this, but there is no way to change it. This is the huge wheel called the world, and it is impossible to change its forward trajectory with the power of only a small number of people. And Xiaogang, who was sitting on the right side of Ash, showed admiration in his eyes. The performance of the three of Sakura was too amazing. A candidate for his future spouse. She's pretty, and she's big sister again. Chapter 74. Success. Backstage, the three of Sakura couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after leaving the battle hall. They tried their best every time they performed. Only in this way can they show a perfect performance. Very tired. Although it is only 10 minutes, it takes a lot of physical strength to perform these movements in the water. At the beginning, they couldn't even do it for 10 minutes, and their performances were so-so. After a lot of training, they were able to today's brilliance. Next is the gym challenge. Sakura paused for a moment, her face darkened. Compared to acting, the gym challenge was the last thing she wanted to face. Violet and Lily were also silent, and the smiles on their faces disappeared, but there was no way. If they wanted to continue to maintain the Cerulean Gym, they had to assume the responsibility of the gym leader, even if they knew it would make them bear a heavy burden. More infamy, just like after the performance just now. Let's go, pack up, and see how many challengers there are this morning. As the big sister, Sakura quickly adjusted her mood, showed a smile, and waved to the two younger sisters. On the other hand, the spectators in the battle hall were also leaving one after another. Many trainers still couldn't accept the excellence of the three of Sakura, and left cursing, thinking it was a shame, but there were also many spectators who defended them. With the support of the vast majority of people, this part of the trainer was losing ground, unable to resist at all, could only leave in embarrassment, and finally went outside, on the internet, and spread more bad words. But there are also some trainers who were infected by the performance of the three Sakura, thinking that the three Sakura should not get this kind of infamy, but these people are always a minority and cannot make too much waves. People are only willing to believe what they believe. When most people say that the three of Sakura are bad, more people believe in this part instead of finding the truth by themselves. After the three of Ash left the battle hall, they returned to the reception hall to wait, and the trainers who were preparing to challenge the Cerulean Gym with Ash and others also seemed taciturn. After the previous Misty battle and after seeing this performance, they really feel guilty towards Sakura and others. They are indeed not good enough in the role of gymnasium owner, and they can even be said to be poor, but they should not get this kind of performance. Notorious. Sorry. A trainer looked at Misty beside Ash and said softly. His apology was not only for Misty, but also for the three of Sakura. As his voice sounded, more trainers apologized to Misty, even some trainers who couldn't bear face didn't speak, just watched quietly. Misty was slightly taken aback, and couldn't help showing a smile. It's a good thing that her three sisters can reverse the impression of these trainers with their own power. But that's all. Only in this way, the reputation of Cerulean Gymnasium will not be reversed. The strength of Cerulean Gymnasium is still too weak. In this respect, being weak is the original sin. Misty clenched her fists tightly, and she firmly believed in herself. She wanted to become stronger, grow into a powerful trainer, and then lead the Cerulean Gym to rise again, becoming an existence that Kanto Alliance is proud of. Half an hour later, a notification broadcast sounded in the hall, and some trainers who had already registered began to challenge the battle hall. The battle time was very short, and each of them came out in no more than 10 minutes, and got the badge of the Cerulean Gymnasium, a cascade badge like a drop of water. Soon, it was Ash's turn to challenge, and the radio announcement sounded. Ash stood up, with Pikachu on his shoulders, followed by Xiaogang and Misty, and went to the battle hall. Thank you for your coaching. After the battle, the challenger took the badge handed over by Sakura, thanked him, and then turned and left silently. Do you feel a little strange today? Looking at the challenger who left, although she was still defeated by the challenger, Sakura looked a little strangely at her two younger sisters. Indeed. Violet nodded slightly, also feeling something was wrong. The trainer who came to challenge today, after defeating himself and the others, did not taunt or humiliate them, but bowed seriously to them, thanked them, and then left. This is completely different from the previous situation. The three of them were puzzled and had no idea what was going on. Why did these trainers look so strange? But they were not used to it. Even the staff and referees on the side were very surprised. They also felt aggrieved by the treatment of the three of Sakura, but today's treatment is completely different from usual, and it can even be said to be the opposite. Although I don't understand, the challenge still needs to continue. After looking at the list, the staff looked at the three of Sakura with some concern. The next challenger is a Pokeball level trainer, and a rookie, who has just become a trainer, seems to have extraordinary strength. Pokeball level, a rookie who just became a trainer not long ago. After hearing the reminder from the staff, the three of Sakura were slightly surprised. What he was about to face was a trainer with extraordinary potential, who had even grown to a certain level. This made the three of Sakura a little worried, because they were too weak and too weak. They were ridiculed by a rookie trainer before. Although the trainer was very handsome and also used water-type Wartortle, they still hated him. They don't really want this kind of trainer to appear, and they don't want to accept the ridicule of these trainers anymore. The gate of the battle hall opened slowly, and the three of Sakura looked at the gate nervously, until three figures appeared in their line of sight, and one of them turned out to be someone they were very familiar with and cared about. Little Misty. Seeing Misty's appearance, Sakura was the first to react. She seemed a little incredulous, apparently never thinking that Misty would appear here in this form. Violet and Lily both came back to their senses and looked at Misty. Didn't Misty go out to travel and practice? How come back to the Cerulean Gymnasium, and there is no news at all? Long time no see. Sister Sakura, Sister Violet, Sister Lily. Misty looked at the three sisters with complicated expressions, but her face was mostly happy. It's been a long time, no. Sakura habitually wanted to respond to Misty, but then she reacted and looked at Misty with her usual teasing smile. Why did you come back so soon? No, not to become a water type. Won't Pokemon Master come back? Chapter 75. I think I may have spent all the money, so I came back. Violet rubbed her beautiful chin with one hand, like detecting everything. Marsh Tomp Normal looked at Misty, but actually she was a little worried in her heart, afraid that Misty would suffer outside. Oh, my, is the money running out so quickly? It seems that I need my sister to give me more. Lily walked towards Misty, teasing Misty, but she was going to take money from her pocket to give to Misty. Although they are teasing Misty, they care about Misty very much in their hearts. After all, Misty is their youngest sister. That's not it. Misty immediately responded loudly, with a look of displeasure on her face, and then said in a low voice, "That's why I don't want to come back here." Three beautiful big sisters. But at this moment, Xiao Gang took a swipe and came in front of the three of Sakura, knelt down on one knee, stroked his chest with one hand, and raised the other, pretending to be a handsome opponent. Looking at the three of them, they said, "May I ask Xiao Shang to be so lucky to have lunch with three beauties?" Looking at the boy kneeling in front of the three of them, the three of Sakura looked at each other, completely confused about the situation, and they still came with Misty. "Misty, you go out for a while, do you know this kind of weird person?" Sakura looked at Misty with a hint of worry, but still teased habitually. "What a strange person, he is the owner of the pewter gym." Although Misty also felt ashamed because of Xiao Gang's performance, she still defended Xiao Gang. "What? After hearing Xiaogong's identity, the three of Sakura looked at the dark-skinned boy in astonishment. They couldn't believe that this boy, like them, was the gym master. Moreover, he was well received praise from everyone, and was praised as a man who is as strong as a rock normal. That's right, Xiao Sheng is the owner of the pewter gym, but it is no longer the case. I have handed over the gym to my younger brother, and now I am traveling and studying. My dream is... Xiao Gang Chatter said, I want to reveal everything about myself to the three of Sakura, normal. Yes, yes, no one wants to know what your dream is, come back quickly. Seeing the slightly surprised eyes of the three of Sakura and looking at weird people, Ash reluctantly came behind Xiao Gang, taking advantage of Xiao Gang before it was completely hated, it was pulled back. Misty felt very humiliated, especially in front of her sisters. This is, the challenger, right? At this moment, Sakura passed Xiao Gang, looked at Ash, and looked him up and down. From the information just now, he learned that this boy who was about the same age as Misty has a strength that is not the same as normal. That's right, it's the first time I've met Misty's sisters. My name is Ash. I'm from Pallet Town. Now I'm traveling with Misty and Xiao Gang as companions, and I'm challenging the Kanto Alliance. Ash answered Sakura decently. Sakura's eyes lit up slightly, and she nodded unfathomably. Although Ash is young, she looks a little stable, decent and generous, at least much more reliable than the current Xiao Gang. Misty can travel with such a person, and they can feel more at ease. Speaking of which, Lily came closer and sized Ash up carefully. This young man didn't look very handsome at first glance, but the more he looked at it, the more attractive he became, and he felt a little handsome. At this time, Ash is naturally not like the image in the anime, but more like the Ash in the manga special chapter. It looks clean and tidy, and it is a very pleasing image. After Lily looked at Ash, she looked at Misty, who was a little nervous because of her actions, and couldn't help showing a smile, teasingly said, "Are you Misty's boyfriend?" What? Don't talk nonsense." Misty immediately frowned, waved her hands again and again, and responded in a panic, while looking at Ash. But Ash didn't panic, but after pondering for a while, he said, "Not yet, I admit that I do have a crush on Misty, but I think we are too young to fall in love now." When Misty heard this, she was slightly relieved, but her face also flushed. She heard Ash's words, which showed that he also had a crush on her. Lily was taken aback. Originally, she only said this to tease Misty, but she didn't expect that this boy not only responded to her question openly, but also admitted that he had a crush on Misty, and couldn't help showing a little appreciation to Ash. Ash's answer is very decent, which shows the relationship between himself and Misty, and also shows his current attitude, which is generous and decent. Sakura and Violet couldn't help but look at Ash differently, no wonder he was able to reach the Pokeball level not long after he became a trainer. With such a performance, the three of Sakura are finally relieved to let Misty follow Ash. Okay. Sakura clapped her hands suddenly, reminding everyone, now is the time for the gym challenge, if you have anything to say, wait until it's over. After hearing Sakura's words, everyone remembered that the current situation is not suitable for talking, and the staff and referees were relieved, and they were about to remind them. Although you are the challenger, we will not hold back. The three of Sakura stood together and said to Ash, "You should just look after yourselves." Misty, who knew Ash's strength, complained helplessly. With the strength of the three of Sakura, it was impossible to be Ash's rival. Have you helped your little boyfriend so soon?" Lily looked at Misty teasingly, which immediately made Misty's face turn red and she was speechless. Ash didn't reply, at a time like this, it's better not to get involved. Soon, the two sides took their positions and stood in their respective positions to prepare for the gym challenge. The referee also began to announce the rules of the challenge. The gym challenge between the challenger Ash and the Cerulean gym is about to take place now. Both parties can use 2 Pokémon, and the challenger can replace the Pokémon in the battle. When one side loses 2 Pokémon first, the battle is over. Now, please send the Pokémon to the Gymnasium Master first. Although we already know that you are strong, we don't feel relieved to hand Misty to you like this. At least, you have to show your strength. Sakura took out the Pokeball, which is the Pokémon provided by the Alliance, in order to deal with the battles of trainers of different levels. I won't lose. Ash's eyes shone slightly, and he said a pun, which made Misty in the back blush again, while Xiao Gang looked at Ash with a look of admiration on his face. He felt that, Ash is too good at talking, I should learn more about this from Ash. Then, let's go, seeking. Sakura smiled, and then threw the Pokeball, sending out the first Pokémon to fight, Seeking. Chapter 76. Seeking. Attribute, Water. Category, Goldfish Pokémon. Ability, Free Swim or Water Curtain. Hidden ability, Lightning Rod. Swimming freely, Pokémon with this ability will have twice the original speed when it is raining or in heavy rain. Strength, Elite. This Seeking is not a Pokémon cultivated by the Cerulean Gym itself, but a Pokémon distributed by the Alliance to the gym owner to deal with Pokeball level trainers. In terms of strength, it has reached the elite level, but Ash doesn't care, because this Seeking's ability is not a lightning rod. Ability is a lightning rod. Seeking can be immune to the damage of electric-type moves and even improve its own special attack. It can be said that it can eliminate one of its major weaknesses and at the same time strengthen itself. Then, Pikachu, it's up to you. Ash looked at Pikachu at his feet, and decided to send Pikachu on the field. With the advantage of attribute restraint, how could he let it go? Now he is not the Ash in the original anime. Pika Pika. Pikachu's eyes lit up, he nodded slightly, and jumped onto a floating board on the battlefield. The battle venue was the stage where the water ballet was performed before, but the battle venue at this time was different from before. It looked like a pool with a length of 100 meters and a width of 50 meters. But now, there are many more floating boards floating on the water in the pool. The function of these floating boards is to provide a place for Pokémon who cannot dive into the water. Sure enough, it's Pikachu. Sakura pursed her lips. With her eyesight, she couldn't see the strength of this Pikachu, but she was very nervous just by restraining it with attribute. Winning. Battle, start. At the same time, the referee loudly announced the official start of the challenge. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash gave the order to Pikachu without hesitation, his strongest trump card move, Thunderbolt. In this kind of water field, electric-type moves are the most terrifying power, especially when dealing with Pokémon lurking in the water. Even if Thunderbolt cannot hit Seeking head-on, it can still affect the opponent through the spread of water. Pikachu. A golden thunder flashed over the electric bag, and the next moment, a violent thunder and lightning appeared, turning into a thick lightning arc and shooting out from Pikachu, heading straight for where Seeking was. Place. What? Seeing this scene, Sakura and the others couldn't help being taken aback, because Pikachu actually stayed in place and launched an attack. Their talent in combat is indeed poor, but it doesn't mean they don't know it. The attack distance is about 100 meters. This is not something that ordinary Pokémon can do, and even most elite-level Pokémon can't do it. Only elite-level Pokémon can have this ability. Could it be that the strength of this Pikachu has reached the elite level? Only Misty and Xiao Gang were calm about this. They had already seen the power of Pikachu, especially Misty, who had seen it a few weeks ago. This is not an ordinary Pikachu. Because there was no immediate reaction, and before Sakura even issued an order, Seeking was hit by the Thunderbolt. Dazzling lightning flooded the surrounding waters within a range of more than 10 meters, and everyone could only see Seeking's silhouette in the Thunderbolt. Goldfish. After a while, the thunder and lightning dissipated, and some thunder arcs remained on the water surface, and Seeking was already lying on his side on the water surface, exuding bursts of smoke, obviously losing his ability to fight. Jin, Seeking lost his ability to fight. The referee didn't react, and just followed his habit to announce the result. Suddenly, there was a jolt, and his voice became high-pitched, announcing loudly, Seeking lost his ability to fight, Pikachu got victory. Good, amazing. The three of Sakura stared blankly at Ash, who was in the challenger's position, and Pikachu in front of him. It was just one blow, and the battle had just begun, but it was already over. This kind of strength, they still see you for the first time. After a few seconds, Sakura came back to her senses, looked at Ash in amazement, and then withdrew her seeking. She felt that there was no need to continue this battle. But the responsibility is, even if the defeat is decided, she must complete the challenge, so she throws the Pokeball and sends out the second Pokémon, Cloyster. The strength of Cloyster is exactly the same as that of Seeking, and it is also a Pokémon issued by the Alliance. Compared with Seeking, it also has an Ice type. But even Cloyster can't survive Pikachu's blow. Cloyster's defense ability is indeed high, but Thunderbolt is a special attack, and Cloyster's special defense is also very low. Pokémon of this level are not at all an enemy of Pikachu, who has gradually transformed into the physique of the soaring in the sky dragon of Osiris. Cloyster lost the ability to fight, and Pikachu won. Since the gym has lost two Pokémon, the winner of this battle is the challenger Ash. The referee responded very timely this time, after all, with the last experience, so announce the result as soon as possible. After the normal match, 2 minutes and less than 3 minutes have passed, including the referee reading the rules, the two sides sending Pokémon, etc. It can be said to be the shortest gym challenge in history. Is our strength really that bad? Although they knew that their strength was very weak, they couldn't last for 3 minutes, which hit the three of Sakura hard. Even Xiaogang and Misty didn't think of this point. Their eyesight can see that Pikachu is still at the ordinary level, but the power displayed is even stronger than most elite level Pokémon. Can't do it. It's not that you are too weak, but my Pikachu is too strong. Ash stretched out his hand and let Pikachu jump back on his shoulder, and explained. He couldn't explain in too much detail. The current Pikachu is not an ordinary Pikachu. Although its essence is still a Pokémon, it has gradually approached the existence of the three phantom gods. With the inheritance of the three phantom gods who control thunder, Ash feels that the future Pikachu can even surpass the god of thunder in the Grimsley sub-islands, Raikou who surpasses the three holy beasts, even Zekrom who surpasses Black and White Opalucid, and the patron saint Tapu Naruto. Naruto, become the strongest electric-type Pokémon in the world. Sakura and the others shook their heads helplessly, and quickly adjusted their mentality. After all, they had suffered too many blows, but it was not as exaggerated as this time. Taking out the drop-shaped cascade badge, Sakura handed it to Ash, and said solemnly, "Since you have such a strong strength, we can safely hand over Misty to you." "Sister Sakura, what are you talking about?" Misty said with a flushed face upon hearing this. "Isn't it?" Violet on the side couldn't help teasing. "Xiao Sheng thinks it's very reasonable." Xiao Gang on the side nodded repeatedly, and then looked at Ash. "Maybe, I will call you brother-in-law in the future." "It's absolutely impossible." The three Sakura sisters responded almost at the same time, and the reaction was very intense, which greatly shocked Xiao Gang. Chapter 77. After the gym challenge ended, Ash and others left the Cerulean gym and met with the three of Sakura. In the evening, they entertained Ash at home. As for Xiao Gang, the three of Sakura said that it was incidental, and once again made Xiao Gang very popular. Hit. Why? Xiao Gang walked down the street in a daze. The bustling streets couldn't attract his attention at all. It was like the whole world had lost its color normal. I really never thought that Xiaogang would be such a person. Misty, who was walking in front, looked back at Xiaogang and said helplessly. At MT Moon, she didn't see Xiaogang pestering Ms. Joey, and she didn't even see it at the Pokemon Center yesterday, so she didn't recognize Xiaogang's essence. After seeing it now, she feels that Xiaogang is in the image and my heart plummeted. This. Ash also seemed a little helpless. Xiaogang was good at everything, but when facing beautiful women who were older than him, he would show this strange character and behavior. Although Ash and Misty talked, the atmosphere between them still seemed a bit awkward. The main reason was naturally what Ash said in the gymnasium before. Of course, the reason for the embarrassment was Misty's shyness. She would sneak a glance at Ash from time to time, then turn her head away, and then peek at Ash again. And Ash wanted to say something to Misty, but just when he looked over, he met Misty's eyes, causing Misty to immediately turn his head away from looking at Ash. Now that the atmosphere has been settled, at least a few words can be said. Pikachu, who was sandwiched between the two, shook his head helplessly. In its opinion, this shouldn't be the case between the two. It likes both Ash and Misty. If they can be together like other human beings, it would be a good thing. A blessing. Ash doesn't have this kind of thinking at the moment, as he said before, he is too young, 10 years old or something is a puppy love, even if this world is more precocious. And Ash feels that in the future, he will continue to go to more places to see more Pokemon. After more experience, falling in love too early will only make him stronger. At noon, everyone found a restaurant with a good reputation in the shopping district of the city to have lunch. In the afternoon, they were shopping and playing while Xiaogang gradually recovered from the blow. The atmosphere before Misty and Ash also gradually back to what it was, at least on the surface. But Misty felt that the relationship between himself and Ash became closer. The two are indeed not lovers now, but Misty believes that in the future, he will definitely be Ash's girlfriend, or even, his wife. Thinking of this, Misty, who was on the way home, blushed slightly. She once thought that the two of them would have 2 children in the future, one inheriting her own cerulean gem, the other inheriting Ash's dream, embarking on a trip and so on. In the evening, the cerulean gym closed at 5 o'clock, and there is a small house behind the cerulean gym, which is Misty's home. The hut is not too big, it has 2 floors, there are some flowers and plants outside, and some creepers on the walls, it looks full of natural atmosphere, very warm and romantic. I'm back. Misty unscrewed the doorknob, opened the door, and said to the empty corridor. At the same time, she took off her shoes, found her own slippers, and took out 2 pairs of slippers for guests to Ash and Xiaogang. Excuse me. Ash and Xiaogang put on their slippers while talking softly. Oh, you're finally here. At this moment, in the living room, Lily came out, skipped over Misty, and looked at Ash and Xiaogang. The main one was Ash, and Xiaogang was among the people she ignored. Xiaogang was going to rush forward to express his love for Lily, but after seeing Lily's appearance, he could only sigh helplessly, and finally gave up the idea of pursuing one of the 3 Sakura sisters. Hi, excuse me. Ash nodded slightly to Lily, and then handed over the bag in his hand, which was something they bought on the way here. Why are you being so polite? It's not to meet the parents. Lily took the bag, looked at Misty teasingly, and then covered her mouth and snickered. Why did you meet the parents? After an afternoon, Misty had calmed down a lot, glanced at Lily unaffected, and then walked quickly to the living room. Yo, you're back. Violet and Sakura in the kitchen said to Misty without looking back, and they could recognize who was coming just by the sound of footsteps, without turning their heads. The kitchen is just behind the living room. It is an open kitchen. Sakura and Violet are busy in the kitchen, and a lot of food has been placed on the dining table. When Misty saw these foods, she couldn't help but startled, and then looked at the 2 sisters with their backs to her. These foods are her favorite foods. Because she was ignorant and didn't know much before, she didn't notice these details, but after leaving home for a while and realizing how much her sisters have paid to maintain the cerulean gym, she more or less understood some of them matter. My older sister never seemed to hate her, and even gave her a sufficient and affluent living environment, putting all the pressure on her to grow up well. Today, she was teased by her sisters again, and she also saw that most of them were just joking, and even this kind of joking didn't want her to see the pressure on them. The immature Misty naturally couldn't see these things, but after going out for a while and living alone, she realized how much care she had received. "Thank you, sister." Misty came to the kitchen with tears in her eyes. Sakura and Violet froze, and Lily, who had just brought Ash into the living room, also froze in place, and then the three of them showed a smile on their faces at the same time, but it disappeared quickly. "Thank you, we didn't prepare these for you, but for Ash." Sakura turned her head and looked at Misty. After seeing the tears in Misty's eyes, she still teased habitually, but she still stretch out your right hand and tap on Misty's forehead to express intimacy. Misty's forehead was tapped, but she didn't look like rage like before, but looked at Sakura with a smile, and even felt a warmth in her heart. Come on, Ash, drink a glass of juice first, and you can eat later." Seeing Misty's appearance, Lily rolled her eyes slightly, then showed a teasing smile, and pulled Ash to the living room to sit down, even about to sitting next to Ash. "That's right, we have carefully prepared a lot of delicious food for you, you have to eat more later." Violet in the kitchen couldn't help saying. After seeing this scene, Misty's face changed slightly, and she rushed over angrily, forced her sister away, sat between the two of them, and glared at Ash. Ash felt very helpless, as if he had become a battlefield for Misty and her sisters. In the back, Xiao Gang, who was standing at the door, looked at Ash enviously. He also wanted to be taken care of by Sakura and the others. Chapter 78. The dinner table officially became a battlefield between Misty and the three sisters. The three of Sakura kept putting various dishes into Ash's bowl. Taunt was eating Misty, and Misty was naturally not far behind. She doubled it to Ash. "Enough is enough, I can't eat any more." Even though he tried his best to eat, the hill in the bowl did not decrease, and even increased, which made Ash panic and said hastily. Seeing this, the three of Sakura gradually gave up. Although Misty was not to be outdone, she also knew that Ash had too much stuff in the bowl, so she didn't make any more moves. This scene made Xiao Gang express his envy and hatred towards Ash again. "Beautiful big sisters, why do you have to hang around Ash?" The three of Sakura didn't notice Xiao Gang's expectant eyes at all, and started to eat after giving up Ash as a battlefield, making Xiao Gang sigh up to the sky again, feeling that he was superfluous. After dinner, Misty stayed at home overnight, while Ash and Xiao Gang went back to the Pokémon Center. It's not that there is no guest room in their house, but Ash feels that they should be reunited with their family, and the two of them should not be disturbed here, so they politely declined the three of Sakura's persuasion, and made Xiao Gang look at Ash with resentment. "It's useless if you stay there, they still won't like you." On the way back to the Pokémon Center, Ash couldn't stand a man looking at him like this, so he said, "Pikapi." Pikachu also nodded seriously, "Even if it's just a Pokémon, it knows how to love." "Well, probably." After returning to the Pokémon Center, Ash did not go back to the dormitory immediately, but went to the telephone in the reception hall. After arriving in Cerulean City yesterday, he forgot to call his mother. When he was in Pewter City, Ash had an agreement with Delia that he had to make a phone call to report safety when he arrived in a city, but because of Misty, he forgot it for a while, and only remembered it when he arrived at the Cerulean Gym. "Yeah, I had a good meal, and everything is fine, and I have another friend, Xiao Gang, who is him." After chatting with Delia for a few minutes, Ash introduced Xiao Gang to Delia. "Hello, Ash's mother, this is Xiao Gang." Xiao Gang was very polite and decent when facing Delia, and he didn't look like he was in front of the three of Sakura today. Oh, my Ash has really troubled you, shouldn't he have troubled you? Xiaogong's first impression was that he was stable and reliable, so Delia said so. No, Ash has also taught me a lot. It should be said that I should thank Ash. Xiaogang said quickly. How is this possible? Delia was polite. She knew her son very well. After falling into the water a few years ago, he seemed to have matured, not as reckless as before, which made him she saved a lot of heart. By the way, why didn't you see Misty? Have you separated from her? After a while, Delia asked the question in her heart. From the beginning, she didn't see Misty. Misty's home is in Cerulean City. We just had dinner at her house and came back to Pokemon Center. Ash explained. It's time to meet the parents. Delia teased Ash, making Ash very helpless. After continuing to chat for a while, Delia remembered Professor Oak's reminder, so she hurriedly said, by the way, Professor Oak asked me to tell you to contact him. It seems that I need to ask you for something. Professor Oak? I see. Ash nodded slightly, also a little puzzled, not knowing why Professor Oak wanted him. After hanging up the phone, Ash turned to call Professor Oak, but Xiaogang was a little surprised, obviously not knowing that the relationship between Ash and Professor Oak was so good. Professor Oak is my teacher, and he usually takes care of me a lot. Ash explained to Xiaogang while broadcasting the number. I see, no wonder. Xiaogang nodded slightly, he imagined that Ash would be so good, in addition to his talent of self-confidence, he also had the teachings of Professor Oak. Soon, the phone was connected, and Professor Oak was eating instant noodles, looking like an old man at home, not a world-renowned Pokemon professor. Yo, I haven't seen you for a long time, Ash, what's your situation now? Professor Oak put down the plate in his hand as soon as he saw Ash, and greeted Ash with a smile. I'm doing well, and the strength of Pokemon is growing steadily, and I got 2 badges. Ash replied. That's good, I'm sure I'm not mistaken, you and Gary will definitely accomplish a lot in the future, haha. Professor Oak seemed very happy, because Gary had already obtained 2 badges, and they counted from the day of departure, even 1 badge. The month hasn't passed yet. First meeting, Professor Oak, I'm Xiaogang. Ash also introduced Xiaogang to Professor Oak, and Xiaogang also respected the old man very much, and introduced himself respectfully. Very good, I know Pewter Jim, compared to your unreliable father and mother, you are doing very well. Professor Oak appreciates Xiaogang very much, Xiaogang can take care of him at a young age, the responsibility of younger siblings, while also being able to take care of the Pewter Jim, is truly outstanding. By the way, Professor Oak, I heard from my mother that you have something to do with me. After Professor Oak chatted with Xiaogang for a while, Ash asked. Yes, I almost forgot. Professor Oak slapped himself on the forehead, looking a little annoyed. If Ash hadn't reminded him, he would have really forgotten about it. It's like this. Professor Oak said what he wanted to entrust to Ash. It turned out that a Pokemon fossil site was recently discovered in the large valley between the Safari Zone and Cinnabar Island. The researchers there seemed to have discovered something and sent some information to Professor Oak, hoping to use Professor Oak's the ability to study what Pokemon fossils are. And Professor Oak knew that Bill Professor was very interested in fossils and was doing research, so he wanted to share this information with Bill Professor, but unexpectedly, he called several times and was told that Bill was not in the laboratory, but I came to Kanto region. And the researchers of the laboratory don't know where Bill Professor has gone, so there is no way to contact Bill Professor. But Professor Oak knows Bill Professor well, so he knows where he will go after he comes to Kanto region, which is the Cerulean Channel in the northeast of Cerulean City. There is a lighthouse funded and built by Bill Professor, which can be regarded as a small base of Bill Professor, but not many people know about this place. So he called the lighthouse, and he found Bill Professor. Due to the poor conditions there, the materials could not be sent, so he had to ask someone to bring them there. Gary had already left, so he could only see if Ash had time. It turned out just right, it was a coincidence that Ash was in Cerulean City. Chapter 79. Send information to Bill Professor? No problem. Ash nodded. He was also very curious about Bill, because from Ash's understanding, Bill Professor is the real genius of this Pokemon world. Bill Professor, formerly known as Sonzaki Bill, is from Chengdu region Goldenrod City. Although he is young, he is an expert master in many fields. The Pokemon world originally didn't have such a thing as a teleportation system. After people regained Pokemon, they could only take all the Pokemon with them. After returning home, they could put the extra Pokemon in the at-home. But Bill Professor invented the Pokemon storage system, which is connected to the Pokeball through the storage system, which can achieve the effect of teleport, sending the Pokeball far away from Norman to the set place. This function can be said to run through the existence of all Pokemon works, and it is a genius invention among geniuses. There is also a time capsule, which is an instrument for exchanging Pokemon. Even if you are far away from Norman, you can use this instrument to exchange Pokemon. If you want to temporarily let the Pokemon you are carrying go back and exchange another Pokemon, you must use this thing. It is these two inventions that have greatly reduced the burden on trainers in the Pokemon world, made trainers more convenient, and made it easier for Alliance to manage. According to Professor Oak, Bill Professor is very interested in Pokemon fossils recently, and wants to use fossils to study how ancient Pokemon survive or become extinct. So after getting the information, the first person that Professor Oak thought of was Bill Professor. Is this the information on fossils? Looking at the printed paper, Ash looked at it a little bit, but there were many terms in it that he could not understand, and even Xiao Gang could only understand some of them. It turned out that the fossils of Pokemon were found in the Dasha Valley. Xiao Gang seemed a little surprised, and he also saw it, and he suspected that he had found the fossils of Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl is a very ancient Pokemon. It was once thought to be extinct. Later, someone photographed Aerodactyl in some wild mountains, and the outside world knew that Aerodactyl was not completely extinct. And in recent years, fossil resurrection technology has been perfected. Some scientists have resurrected Aerodactyl through fossils, and even other fossils, reappearing ancient Pokemon in this world. The resurrection technology also has Bill Professor, and even played a key role in it. Therefore, Bill Professor is recognized by everyone as the most talented inventor in the history of the Pokemon world, not one of them. I didn't expect that we would have the opportunity to visit Bill Professor. What a rare opportunity! After returning to the dormitory, Ash and Xiao Gang discussed with some emotion. I have a lot of things about Pokemon ecology that I need to ask Bill Professor for advice. Xiao Gang didn't want to miss this opportunity, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he had to hold it firmly in his palm. Then let's go to the Cerulean Strait tomorrow, and then... Ash looked at the map. Originally, the next destination was going directly to Saffron City to challenge Sabrina, but now it seems that the route must be changed. After we visited Bill Professor, we can continue to go south, so that we can reach Lavender Town, then go to Vermilion City, then Saffron City, Celadon City, Fuchsia City. Xiao Gang said beside him. Ash looked at the route and nodded slightly, so that he could avoid repeating the route he took and save a lot of trouble. Xiao Gang went to the bathroom to wash up, while Ash was leaning on the bed, looking at the ceiling, thinking about the next thing. According to the plot in the anime, you can see a supergiant Dragonite at Bill's lighthouse. This Dragonite only appeared once, and it didn't show much strength. But in Ash's opinion, this Dragonite's strength must be extraordinary. Dragonite is originally a quasi-legendary Pokemon, and its species strength is even higher than some legendary Pokemon. With such a huge size, the energy contained in its body must be terrifying. It may be just a simple tackle, and its power is even more terrifying than the Giga Impact used by some Pokémon. If Blizzard is released, it may really be able to change a terrain and turn it into a world of ice and snow. With this kind of strength Pokémon, Ash naturally wants to regain it, but judging from the current strength, it is simply impossible. Even if it is recovered by luck, how to house such a huge Dragonite is still a problem, and the food it needs every day is not what Ash can provide. So to recover the giant Dragonite, just think about it. After the strength improves in the future, you may be able to find this giant Dragonite to fight against. And Bill. After learning about his deeds, people really have to marvel at his talent. In the anime, Bill doesn't have many roles, only a few words appear, and his deeds are not introduced each time, making it easy for people who don't know him to think that he is just an ordinary plot character. But in the special chapter of this comic, he has a very important position, and he has appeared many times in the game, and it is precisely because of these that Ash went to know more about Bill, and found that Bill is simply the chosen one. It can be said that the Pokémon world has been able to develop to this level because of the existence of a cornerstone like Bill. However, Ash did not envy Bill's deeds. His ambition is not in scientific research, but to become the world's mightiest trainer. Ash firmly believes that in the near future, he will be able to stand in the same position as Bill from another angle, and experience same view as Bill. So, I'm leaving. Early the next morning, at the door of Misty's house, Misty reluctantly said goodbye to the three sisters, and the three of Sakura also looked a little sad. Last night, the four of them slept on the same bed, chatting as if they were children. And Misty also learned more about her sister's affairs and pressures through this conversation, and also learned that the reason why they make fun of her all day is that they don't want her to be exposed to too much of their negative emotions. To make Misty think they're doing fine outside. The three of Sakura also released a lot of pressure and relaxed a lot through this conversation. You must be careful when you go out. Sakura, as the big sister, said first, don't be petty, and don't cause too much trouble for Ash and Xiaogang, you know. Misty nodded vigorously. There is one more important point. Lily stepped forward and said seriously, you must keep an eye on Ash, and don't give other women a chance to touch him. Sister Lily. Misty couldn't help but feel a little ashamed and angry seeing Lily teasing herself at this moment. Haha, well, let's go, don't make Ash and the others wait too long. After Lily's teasing, the parting atmosphere dissipated a lot. Then, I'm really leaving. Misty pursed her lips, then waved goodbye to the three sisters, turned and left, but she stopped suddenly after walking out for a long time. Looking back at the three of Sakura, Misty shouted loudly and firmly, like an oath to normal, I will definitely become an excellent trainer, and then I will come back and take over your heavy responsibility. I will definitely not let you down. Chapter 80. At the Pokémon Center, Ash and Misty met, and Ash could see that Misty was in a good mood now and didn't feel much sadness about parting. This made Ash more sure that it was the right choice for Misty to go home. So, we're going to the Cerulean Strait now. Misty was a little surprised when she heard Ash's next plan while walking on the road. She didn't expect such a big change in the travel route after just one day's absence. Since we are going to the Cerulean Strait, we need to go out through the northern entrance. Misty thought for a while and said. Although both the north entrance and the east entrance can reach the Cerulean Channel, the north entrance is closer and safer than the east entrance. If you want to go to the Cerulean Strait from the east entrance, there is no road opened by the Alliance. You must enter the wilderness to reach the Cerulean Strait. On the other hand, there was no road opened by the Alliance at the northern entrance, but after the Pokémon Research School was established here, in order to ensure the safety of students and personnel, such a road was opened up, and even further away there is also the Cerulean Strait. The Pokémon Research School is a chain of schools in every region. Its teaching qualifications are very high. It is said that the students who graduate from the school are eligible to directly challenge the Alliance competition. Moreover, This school also has Alliance's investment in it. The purpose is to cultivate more talents to join the Alliance, but the number of Alliance's manpower has always been insufficient. In the anime, the school is located in the south of Cerulean City, in a suburban region, but in the Pokemon world, it is established in the northern suburbs of Cerulean City. The northern suburbs are close to the mountains and forests, and there is a coast not far away. In such a place, you can not only meet Pokemon that live on land, but also Pokemon that live in water. It is very suitable for training trainers. And if you want to go to the Cerulean Strait and want to be safer, you can go this way, at least you won't encounter any more powerful Pokemon along the way. So we're heading to the research school now, and then to the Cerulean Channel. Ash asked. Well, and at the school, we can also take a break. The journey can take half a day. Misty nodded and said. Although she hadn't been to the school a few times, she knew what a place it was. Then let's go quickly. It's best to go to the school at noon, so you don't have to cook outside. Ash said. He didn't want Xiaogang to be so troublesome all day. Of course it's best to have ready-made ones. The purchase has already been carried out yesterday, so there is no need to supplement it. The three of them kept walking, left Cerulean City from the north entrance, followed the main road, and headed all the way to the Pokemon Research School. There were neither too many nor too many pedestrians along the way, and Ash was also challenged by some trainers, but in order to hurry, Ash refused. But there was an unforeseen situation. Less than an hour after leaving Cerulean City, the soaring in the sky gradually dimmed, and the dark clouds in the distance were approaching here, which meant that there would be a heavy rain in the near future. This won't work, you need to find a place to shelter from the rain. Xiaogang said in a deep voice. Being rained in the wild is not a joke. If something goes wrong, you will catch a cold and get sick. Dream Research School, otherwise there will be no treatment resources. That's the only way. Ash and Misty didn't have any objections either. It was more important to take shelter from the rain in this situation. It's just that there is no place here to shelter from the wind and rain, and there are forests all around, so Ash and others can only walk into the forest to see if they can find a good place. The tent came to shelter from the rain. Boom! After a few minutes, thunder rang above the soaring in the sky, indicating that heavy rain was about to fall, which made Ash and others who had not found a shelter from the rain anxious. Tick, tick, tick. The rain fell from the sky. From a few drops, it gradually increased, and after just a few seconds, it turned into a downpour, completely soaking the three of Ash. We can't go on like this, we need to find a good place to put down the tent quickly. Xiaogang said decisively. If he continues to be exposed to the rain, his body temperature will continue to drop, which will easily cause a cold. But that being said, the three of Ash still couldn't find a good place to set up their tent. The water on the ground became more and more, and when they put down the tent, rainwater would also flow into the tent. What a pity! Although Misty likes water, she doesn't like to touch water in this situation at all. The good mood when she just left Cerulean City was completely ruined by the heavy rain. The weather is really changing. Ash sighed. The Pokemon world is completely different from the Earth, the climate is very strange, it may be caused by Pokemon, so there is a special research on this aspect researchers. And Pikachu had already hid in Ash's arms, wrapping it in his coat, only sticking out a small head. There in front, is a small house. Suddenly, Xiaogang seemed to see something, he couldn't help but stop, and pointed to a wooden house faintly visible on the left. There is a house here. Ash and Misty looked along and found the hut. The house is not big, it only looks about 20 square meters, but from the outside it looks like there is no damage, it should be able to be used to shelter from the rain. The three ran towards the hut, the distance was not very far, only about 50 meters, but before they got close to the house, a Pokemon suddenly rushed out and stopped in front of the three of Ash. Seed. It looks like a head of garlic on its back, looks like a toad, and has dark green spots on its blue-green skin. This Pokemon is Bulbasaur, also known as Garlic BD the Presence. Bulbasaur. Seeing the Pokemon blocking him and the others, Ash and the others couldn't help but startled, not understanding why Bulbasaur wanted to block them. Seed. Bulbasaur seemed to be very vigilant against the three of Ash, and put on a fighting stance, as if he didn't want the three of Ash to pass through here and go to the hut. At this moment, Ash was in a daze. He vaguely remembered that in the anime, the Bulbasaur recovered by Ash was similar to this situation when they met for the first time. Bulbasaur was very hostile to humans. Could it be this one? Ash looked at Bulbasaur, and Bulbasaur's attribute also appeared in his eyes. Bulbasaur. Attribute: Grass, Poison. Category: Seed Pokemon. Ability: Lush, Hidden ability, Chlorophyll. Lush: when a Pokemon with this ability drops to 1/3 or less, the power of Grass-type moves will increase by 1.5 times. Strength: Ordinary level. Chapter 81. Sorry, Bulbasaur, can we go over to the house to shelter from the rain? Xiaogang spread his hands, expressing that he and the others did not have any malicious intentions, and at the same time tried to communicate with Bulbasaur. But Bulbasaur was unmoved at all, still staring at the three of Ash vigilantly, and even let out a growl, expressing that no further step was allowed. The scene was stalemate for a while. Ash and others were very embarrassed, and they didn't want to attack Bulbasaur, and Bulbasaur didn't have the idea of backing down, so it was no way to go on like this. Bulbasaur. At this moment, a clear female voice sounded, and a cute girl with long indigo hair held an umbrella and ran over worriedly. At the same time, she also saw the three of Ash, and she couldn't help being slightly taken aback. Seeds. Hearing the familiar voice, Bulbasaur turned back to Stephanie and responded, but soon looked back at Ash and the others, and continued to be on guard to prevent the three of them from making a sudden attack. You. Stephanie also seemed a little nervous. She didn't know the origin of the three of Ash and why they suddenly appeared here. I'm very sorry, we were going to the Pokemon research school, but we didn't expect it to rain suddenly, so we wanted to find a place to shelter from the rain, and then we saw the hut over there. Is that your residence? Ash spoke first, expressing the intention of oneself and others. So you want to avoid the rain? After hearing Ash's words, the girl couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, with a smile on her face, and was about to agree, but found that the girl with a slightly dark complexion and her age matched her. The boy rushed towards him. Xiaogang wanted to rush in front of the girl to introduce himself, but Bulbasaur was on guard all the time, so after seeing Xiaogang's movement, he immediately jumped in front of the girl and used Vine Whip to sweep Xiaogang away. Fly out! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Seeing this, Ash and Misty immediately felt bad, and hurriedly apologized for Xiaogang to the girl and Bulbasaur, and began to explain miscellaneously. There is no doubt that this is Xiaogang's mistake again. When he saw the beautiful big sister, he wanted to confess and pursue him without looking at the occasion and situation. The girl was skeptical, but Bulbasaur didn't believe Ash and others at all, and tried to launch another attack targeting Ash and Misty in front of him. Pikachu. Seeing that Bulbasaur wanted to attack Ash and Misty, Pikachu jumped out of Ash's arms without hesitation and landed on the ground. There was a trace of electric arc floating in the electric bag on his cheek, and he looked at Bulbasaur seriously, and issued a warn. Seed. Seeing Pikachu's actions, Bulbasaur also turned his attention to Pikachu. His expression became serious, and he could vaguely feel that this Pokemon that seemed to be as powerful as himself, but there is an incomparably terrifying power hidden in his body. However, even after sensing the power hidden in Pikachu, Bulbasaur has no intention of backing down. It must protect the girl behind it, and it must also protect this place, no matter who rival is. Stop it, Pikachu, it's not malicious. Ash stopped Pikachu immediately, so that the situation would not develop to the point of no return. Skin! Pikachu yelled to Bulbasaur as a warning. Before returning to Ash's side, the free arc dissipated, and the tense atmosphere relaxed slightly. After seeing this scene, the girl couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but look at Ash and Misty, and even Xiao Gang, who was coming back not far away, took a few glances. The current situation of the three of them is indeed very embarrassing. Their bodies are drenched, and Misty, the Stephanie, is still trembling a little, as if his body temperature has begun to drop because he has been drenched in rain for a long time. The girl couldn't help hesitating for a moment, thinking of Ash's actions to stop Pikachu just now. She said, "Bulbasaur, it's okay, let them go inside to hide from the rain." Seed. Bulbasaur looked back at the girl in amazement. After seeing the girl nodding seriously to it, he reluctantly retracted the vine, took 2 steps back, and stood beside the girl, but looked at Ash and the others. His eyes still did not relax his vigilance. "Thank you very much for your understanding. My name is Ash, and I'm from Pallet Town. This is Misty. She lives in Cerulean City, and that person." Ash was slightly relieved. While introducing himself, he also introduced Misty and Xiao Gang. At this time, Xiao Gang was even more embarrassed than before, because he fell on the muddy floor, and while his whole body was soaked, he was also dirty and stuck to the mud, looking like a refugee. His name is Xiao Gang. He is the gymnasium owner of Pewter City. He is not a bad guy. He just wanted to run towards you. It was his old problem. When he sees the beautiful Stephanie, he can't help but confess his love. Misty, then Ash said helplessly. "No. It's not the beautiful Stephanie." However, after hearing Misty's explanation, Xiao Gang immediately defended seriously, "It's the beautiful big sister." Ash and Misty felt very speechless, and the girl seemed a little amused by Xiao Gang's behavior, and finally believed that the three of them had no malicious intentions. "Don't talk so much, go back to the house with me. If you continue like this, I'm afraid you will catch a cold." The girl called Ash and the three to follow, and then went to the hut. Bulbasaur followed the girl step by step, looking back at Ash and the others from time to time, and Ash and Pikachu were naturally the ones who watched the most. Ash made Pikachu jump back into his arms, wrapped Pikachu with his coat, and Bulbasaur was slightly taken aback when he saw this scene, then turned his head with a complicated expression, and stopped looking at the two. "Excuse me. After approaching the house, I found that there was a pond in front of the house, and there were even some Pokémon in it, but they looked at Ash and others with very complicated eyes, with hatred, disgust. There are also fearful ones. Hurry up and change your clothes first, I'll prepare hot tea for you to go to the cold." The girl brought a few towels to Ash and the three of them, and then asked Misty to go to her bedroom to change. Ash and Xiao Gang naturally only here in the living room. The house is not big, there are only 2 spaces, one is the girl's bedroom, and the other is naturally the living room. The girl's bedroom is not big, but there is a shower and a toilet inside. The living room is relatively small, including the kitchen. On the whole, the house is small, but it is very delicate and has everything you need. Bulbasaur has been watching Ash and Xiao Gang change their clothes, in case they make any sudden move. Ash and Xiao Gang naturally didn't care. After changing their clothes, Ash used a towel to dry Pikachu's hair with water. "Pick up." Pikachu enjoyed Ash's service comfortably, and thanked Ash after his hair was dried. "Don't be so polite." Ash rubbed Pikachu's head vigorously, and then looked at Bulbasaur, but saw the almost unfathomable envy in Bulbasaur's eyes. Chapter 82. Just when Ash was about to say a few words to Bulbasaur, the girl had already prepared hot tea and handed it to Ash and Xiao Gang, and Ash could only put this thought down, took the teacup, and thanked her. "Excuse me. May I know your name?" "Beautiful lady." Xiao Gang also took the teacup, but he wanted to go further to hold the girl's hand, which scared the girl back again and again, and Bulbasaur also. He stood in front of Xiao Gang with an unkind expression. Xiao Gang, don't do these things that will cause others to misunderstand. At this time, Misty, who had just changed her clothes and came out of the bedroom, shouted at Xiao Gang with a face of anger, and then looked at the girl. I'm sorry, Xiao Gang didn't mean anything malicious, that's just how he is. The girl also thought of Misty's explanation just now, and felt relieved a little, but she still kept a little distance from Xiao Gang and moved closer to Misty. Alas! Seeing Xiao Gang's petrified normal appearance, Ash couldn't help sighing. How could such an action make Stephanie's wife like him? Thank you. On the other side, Stephanie also handed the remaining teacup to Misty, and after Misty took it with a smile on her face, she asked the question that Xiao Gang just asked. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. My name is Misty, how about you? My name is Melanie. The girl replied, but before she finished speaking, Xiao Gang, who heard the girl's name, seemed a little unable to contain his excitement, and slid up to Melanie and knelt down on one knee. So this beautiful big sister is called Melanie? It's a great honor to know your name. Your name is just like... But before Xiao Gang finished speaking, Bulbasaur, who saw his movements, directly sent a vine whip. Xiao Gang was restrained and lifted into the air. Ah ha ha ha! Melanie looked at this scene with some embarrassment. At this moment, she really believed that this man named Xiao Gang did not have any malicious intentions, but was just purely strange. I see. I still wonder why there is such a small house here. After a while, everyone sat in the living room drinking hot tea, and at the same time learned about the origin of this small house and Melanie. Melanie is a person from a nearby village. After rescuing an injured Pokémon, she found that there are many other Pokémon that have similar experiences to this Pokémon, so she established the Pokémon here. A hut was built to take care of these injured Pokémon. Later, she gradually discovered that, in addition to the injured Pokémon, there were also Pokémon who were abandoned and betrayed by the trainer, and their situation was far more serious than the injured Pokémon. And Bulbasaur is one of the Pokémon betrayed by humans. Its trainer abandoned Bulbasaur, and the reason is unknown, and Melanie doesn't understand. By chance, Bulbasaur came here, found Melanie who was taking care of the Pokémon, and also learned about the situation here, so he decided to settle here, to protect the Pokémon here, and at the same time protect this kind-hearted human Stephanie. Bulbasaur didn't want any human beings except Melanie to disturb this peaceful place, so after seeing Ash and others approaching just now, he appeared to stop him. The Pokémon abandoned by humans. Xiao Gang held the teacup in his hand and fell into silence. This was the last thing he wanted to see as he aimed at a top breeder. It may be because Pokémon has shortcomings, or it may be because Pokémon is not qualified enough. After some trainers capture Pokémon, after a period of time, they feel bad and discard it. In the game, this happens every day. Countless Pokémon hatched from eggs are abandoned by the trainer every day. This is normal in the game, but in reality, it seems cruel. Everything in the game is just data, but Pokémon in reality are living creatures. They have their own intelligence and emotions. No one will feel good about being abandoned. Seeing Bulbasaur's seemingly indifferent appearance, Ash couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This kind of thing is difficult to solve, after all, it is the behavior of some people, and he alone can't stop this from happening. The Alliance has also announced relevant laws, but it is a pity that the Alliance cannot completely prevent this kind of thing. People from the Alliance secretly release the animals in the wild, and it is naturally impossible for the members of the Alliance to know. Pikapi. Pikachu came to Bulbasaur and tried to talk to Bulbasaur, but Bulbasaur didn't care at all, just closed his eyes. Are there many Pokémon like this here? Misty asked impatiently. It's not a lot, but there are 17 Pokémon, not counting Bulbasaur, and some Pokémon who have recovered and chose to leave. Melanie said silently. It's just that there are some problems now. Melanie said after a moment of hesitation. What's the problem? Can we help? Xiao Gang immediately volunteered. This kind-hearted Stephanie touched his heart. He found that he really liked this Stephanie, not just because her appearance. Melanie looked at Bulbasaur, hesitated for a while, and then whispered, "Actually, most of the Pokémon who stayed here have recovered, but they are still unwilling to leave here to see the outside world." Melanie is not saying this because she can't afford to take care of these Pokémon, but she wants these Pokémon to regain hope in life, muster up the courage, get out of this comfort zone, and if they get hurt, she will welcome these Pokémon dream back. But now there is a problem, Bulbasaur. Because of Bulbasaur's protection, there is no interference from outsiders or attacks by Pokémon, which makes these Pokémon gradually become lazy and unwilling to return to the forest to live. Melanie doesn't want to see this situation. She wants to see the Pokémon return to the forest after recovering to find their own lives. After hearing Melanie's explanation, Xiao Gang nodded in agreement. This is a really good way for Pokémon. An overly comfortable environment will only kill the abilities of Pokémon and is not conducive to their growth. Bulbasaur closed his eyes and seemed to be asleep, but his ears moved from time to time, obviously hearing Melanie's words, but he didn't show it, pretending that he didn't hear it. From its point of view, as long as Melanie doesn't tell it to itself, it's fine to just pretend not to know. In this way, it can stay here forever, with someone to accompany it, and many partners. It hates being alone. Chapter 83. Outside the window, the torrential rain subsided gradually. Melanie looked at the time. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was almost time for Pokémon to eat dinner. Because there were a lot of Pokémon, she needed to prepare as soon as possible. "Let me help you." Ash and the others decided to stay here tonight and continue to go to school tomorrow, so Xiao Gang said immediately after hearing that Melanie was going to prepare food for the Pokémon. Don't look at Xiao Gang like this, but his cooking skills are top-notch, and his goal is to become the world's top breeder. Ash said immediately at this time, to see if he could save some impression points for Xiao Gang. Really? Melanie seemed surprised that this seemingly robust boy actually had excellent cooking skills. I agree with this point. Misty nodded. Xiao Gang's cooking skills are really worth mentioning. After hearing Misty say the same, Melanie nodded and agreed that Xiao Gang came to help herself, and then Xiao Gang's performance also surprised Melanie. His skillful movements were like normal art. It's amazing, can you teach me how to do it? Listening to Melanie's praise for Xiao Gang, Ash and Misty looked at each other, then smiled tacitly, and decided to go outside, leaving the two of them alone. Here. Seed. However, seeing Ash and the two preparing to go out of the house, Bulbasaur immediately stood up and followed the two and went out with Pikachu. It wanted to monitor the two so that they would not attack the Pokémon here. After walking out of the house, Ash and the others saw a lot of Pokémon gathered by the pond, counted them carefully, and found that there were indeed 17 Pokémon, all of which were weak. It's so cute, it's Oddish. Although Oddish is a common Pokémon, Oddish is really cute before it evolves into Gloom. Little Arnold has short legs and walks wobbly. Look, it looks a little silly. However, when this Oddish saw that Misty wanted to approach it, it backed away again and again, gathered with other Pokémon, and looked at Misty timidly. I'm sorry to scare you. Misty stopped walking, recalling the experience of these Pokémon, and apologized to the Pokémon with some guilt. Seeds. Bulbasaur jumped in front of Misty, apparently warning Misty not to get close to these Pokémon. Don't worry, we will never touch them without your approval. Ash came to Bulbasaur and squatted down, staring into Bulbasaur's eyes, and said seriously and sincerely. Pika Pika. Pikachu at Ash's feet also nodded. After staring at Ash for a while, Bulbasaur nodded slightly. It seemed to have relaxed its guard, but it didn't relax completely. In the final analysis, it still didn't trust Ash and others, or human beings. It's just, Do you think it's really a good thing for them to do this? Looking at those Pokemon, Ash couldn't help shaking his head secretly. These Pokemon seemed to have lost the courage to face difficulties. It's really not a good thing for them. Seeds. However, after hearing Ash's words, Bulbasaur was very angry, and stared at Ash through gritted teeth. Pikachu immediately stood in front of Ash, and the electric bag was free with strands of electric arcs. Once Bulbasaur made a move, it would send a thunderous blow. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the Pokémon who were already a little relaxed also became more cowering, gathered together, and watched this scene timidly. Relax, relax, Bulbasaur is not malicious. Ash rubbed Pikachu's head, then looked at Bulbasaur, pointing behind it, look at the way they look now. Bulbasaur hesitated for a moment, then decided to turn around, only to find that the Pokémon under its protection looked scared, and couldn't help but startled. You should know that such a situation is very unfavorable for their future. Ash said softly, too much protection will make them form a habit of dependence. Once there is any problem, they will not think about solving it by themselves. Bulbasaur stared blankly at the Pokémon. It really didn't think of this, or, it had already thought of it, but it didn't seriously think about the consequences. Now that Ash points out this situation, even if Bulbasaur doesn't want to face it, he has to admit that continuing to protect these Pokémon in such an all-round way will not allow them to grow. You heard what Melanie said just now, right? I know, you didn't rest just now. Ash pointed out something more cruel, which made Bulbasaur feel very uncomfortable. Because of your existence, they are no longer willing to leave here, unwilling to face difficulties. Gritting his teeth, Bulbasaur stared at Ash. It didn't know what the human being meant when he said such words to it. Why? Why ruin its life? Why let it go? Why, let it be alone again? Ash, who was looking at Bulbasaur, saw the resentment in Bulbasaur's eyes and the loneliness deeply buried in his heart, so he smiled, reached out and touched Bulbasaur's head. Seed. Bulbasaur opened his mouth wide, threatening Ash, and Misty even exclaimed, telling Ash to be careful, but Ash didn't care. One hand fell on Bulbasaur's head, and rubbed vigorously. There is nothing wrong with wanting to protect others and gain companions, but you have to remember that they should also have the courage to face difficulties. Excessive protection is not a good thing for them. Ash said with a smile. Seed. Bulbasaur, whose head was touched by Ash, unexpectedly did not attack Ash, but fell silent, looking back at the Pokémon. The Pokémon looked at this scene timidly, and some Pokémon even called it to let it go. If it was before, it would be happy to go to protect them, but at this moment, it hesitated. How? Do you want to try to get out of here? Let go of your hands, and let them grow by themselves. Ash let go of his hands and said to Bulbasaur. Seed. Bulbasaur hesitated, and there was a fierce confrontation in his mind. On the one hand, it thought that what Ash said was very reasonable, and on the other hand, it didn't want to lose its partner, and didn't want to be alone again. So, do you want to come with me? Come with me to see the wider world and meet more friends. Seeing Bulbasaur's hesitation, Ash issued an invitation aloud. Pikachu. Pikachu's eyes lit up slightly. This Bulbasaur's personality is very suitable for him. If he can make this Bulbasaur his companion, it doesn't make any sense, and even agrees with both hands. In the rear, Misty couldn't help being startled when she heard Ash's words. Obviously, she didn't expect Ash to invite this Bulbasaur. Chapter 84. Facing the invitation from Ash and Pikachu, Bulbasaur obviously didn't expect it either, so he stood there blankly, looking at the person and the Pokémon in front of him. I'm serious. You want to have companions, and the idea of protecting your companions coincides with mine. I think we will become very good friends and comrades in arms. Ash said seriously to Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur has this kind of thinking, which means that it will not resist fighting, and will even become stronger in order to protect its companions. This is one of the qualifications necessary to become a strong person. Some Pokémon have weak personalities and don't like to fight. Even if they recover, forcing them to train and fight will not show much strength. And judging from the performance in the anime, this Bulbasaur obviously has extraordinary potential. The only pity is that it is unwilling to evolve, but Ash is confident that he can change Bulbasaur's mind, and he can't even change it. Bulbasaur's legacy came out. He still has one chance to draw a lottery. If Bulbasaur decides to go with him, he will draw out this reward tonight. Maybe he will have a chance to draw a suitable inheritance for Bulbasaur. Let's go with him, Bulbasaur. At this moment, Melanie's voice came from the door of the house. Ash and the others, along with Bulbasaur and the other Pokémon, looked for the reputation, and found that Melanie and Xiaogang had already stood there at the door, holding Pokémon food in his hand. Ash is right. I think you shouldn't stay here. You have potential beyond most Pokémon. More people should see your power. And they really need to grow up on their own. You can't protect them blindly. One day, they will encounter a crisis that needs to be faced by themselves. Melanie walked towards Bulbasaur and said solemnly. Seed. Bulbasaur stared blankly at Melanie, apparently not expecting Melanie to say that. I don't want to abandon you. On the contrary, I am very grateful for your company and help all the time, but I don't have the talent to become a trainer, so I can't use your strength. Melanie came to Bulbasaur and put down the plate in her hand. Finally, he held Bulbasaur's head and looked at him. She wants to prove her idea to Bulbasaur through this method of eye contact. Bulbasaur stared blankly at Melanie's eyes. From Melanie's eyes, it didn't see any guilt, only sincerity and honesty. Seeds. Bulbasaur shook his head slightly, broke free from Melanie's hands, then looked at Ash, and after a short pause, he let out a high-pitched growl, Seeds, seeds. Really? Others may not understand Bulbasaur's meaning, but Ash can understand it, showing a fighting smile. Since your choice is like this, I will let you see that I am the one who can play of those who exercise your power. What's the matter? Hearing what Ash said, Misty asked quickly. Bulbasaur has decided to leave here, but it is not sure whether Ash is the one who can show his strength, so he wants to decide whether to follow Ash through fighting. Melanie also showed a bright smile. Happiest moment since time. Although I don't know what Ash's strength is, but Bulbasaur has made a change, and it has taken the most important step towards a higher place. I won't hold back, Bulbasaur. Ash said seriously to Bulbasaur after Melanie led the Pokémon back a distance. Seeds. Bulbasaur responded with high fighting spirit, expressing that he didn't need Ash to keep his hand, and even reminded Ash that if he couldn't show enough strength, it wouldn't go with Ash. Very good. Ash showed a vigorous smile, waved his right hand, and directly ordered Pikachu to fight. It's up to you, Pikachu. Pika Pika. Pikachu jumped out and jumped in front of Bulbasaur. Facing Bulbasaur, who was about to become his companion, Pikachu felt that he should let him know his own strength. Seeds. Bulbasaur launched an attack without hesitation. It doesn't know the phrase strike first is the best, but it doesn't prevent it from understanding this truth. The grass type was activated with energy, and two vines extended from under the seeds on its back. Under the effect of the energy, it broke through the air and attacked Pikachu quickly. Pikachu, use quick attack. After seeing Bulbasaur's offensive, Ash nodded slightly. He had to say that Bulbasaur was able to protect the peace here for so long. It is impossible to hit Pikachu. Quick attack was launched, and Pikachu rushed out like a bolt of lightning. Facing the two vines attacking one after another, one dodged and moved away, dodging the two attacks in a row, causing the vines to hit the ground and attack smack down in the air. Seed. But Bulbasaur was not surprised at all. While quickly retracting the vine, he stimulated the energy of normal type, used tackle, and rushed towards Pikachu without fear. Pika. Although he could easily dodge Bulbasaur's tackle, Pikachu had no intention of dodging. After all, he wanted to show Bulbasaur his strength, so he sped up his speed and rammed headfirst into Bulbasaur. Bang! The two collided with each other and rose slightly into the air. The next moment, a slight air wave erupted, and the two Pokémon were pushed back by each other's strength. Pikachu turned over in mid-air, and landed on the ground steadily. On the other hand, Bulbasaur looked a little embarrassed, lying on its side on the ground, and gliding nearly 2 meters away. This is the gap in strength. Pikachu is not an ordinary Pikachu. Under the change of Osiris soaring in the Sky Dragon inheritance, species strength has also completely surpassed Pikachu's species strength, and is heading towards the ranks of legendary Pokémon. It's amazing! Melanie covered her mouth slightly and exclaimed. Bulbasaur was already a very strong Pokémon in her opinion, but Ash's Pikachu was able to stabilize Bulbasaur's head. This was the first time she saw it. Seed. Bulbasaur quickly stood up again, shook his head slightly, let himself smelling salts, and looked at Pikachu with more serious eyes. Its feeling is indeed right, this Pikachu has a very terrifying power in its body, and in the battle just now, Pikachu only showed a little bit of it, which already made it feel irresistible. If I follow this trainer, will I be able to become an existence like this Pikachu? Bulbasaur looked up at Ash, thinking secretly in his heart. Maybe. It's not a bad thing to leave with this trainer. Chapter 85. We will be companions from now on, Bulbasaur. Ash released the Bulbasaur recovered from the Pokeball, then squatted down, and extended his right hand to Bulbasaur. Seed. Bulbasaur stretched out a vine without hesitation and placed it on Ash's right hand. Pika, pick up. Pikachu also hugged Bulbasaur very happily, but Bulbasaur seemed a little uncomfortable with Pikachu's enthusiasm, and seemed a little stiff. Great, Bulbasaur! Although Melanie was a little bit reluctant to leave Bulbasaur, she still congratulated Bulbasaur. She didn't know much, but she could see Ash's attitude towards Bulbasaur. Following such a trainer, Melanie believes that Bulbasaur will never experience the ending of being abandoned again. Seeds. Bulbasaur nodded to Melanie, feeling a little bit reluctant in his heart, then he broke away from Pikachu, turned and ran towards the Pokémon beside Melanie. Seed. Bulbasaur said something to the Pokémon, as if explaining the current situation to them. After hearing Bulbasaur's explanation, the Pokémon seemed a little flustered and dazed, as if they didn't believe that Bulbasaur was going to leave them. Seed. After seeing the appearance of the Pokémon, Bulbasaur was even more determined to leave. It was here, and it really hindered the growth of these Pokémon. After hearing Bulbasaur's rebuke, the Pokémon seemed a little scared, but they also began to accept the result. From now on, there is no Bulbasaur to protect them, they need to protect themselves. Grass. Oddish was the first to respond to Bulbasaur, saying that he would not disappoint Bulbasaur's expectations, and then more and more Pokémon responded to Bulbasaur. Looking at the Pokémon that had begun to change, Bulbasaur showed a gratified and bright smile, and nodded to the Pokémon. Okay, everyone, it's getting late now, it's time to eat. Melanie said until Bulbasaur finished communicating with the Pokémon. Hearing the meal, the Pokémon excitedly gathered around Melanie, while Bulbasaur watched the scene, but instead of participating as normal, he returned to Ash's side looking a little lonely. Didn't I say that you will get to know more companions, so, let's get to know them now. Ash touched Bulbasaur's head, and then released Pidgeotto and Beedrill to let them know each other some. And Misty and Xiaogang are no exception, they released their Pokémon and got to know each other with Bulbasaur. Seeing so many new companions, Bulbasaur couldn't help dispelling the loneliness in his heart, and happily communicated with everyone. At night, Misty and Melanie spend the night in the house, while Ash and Xiaogang can only set up tents outside and use sleeping bags to spend the night. Before Xiaogang went to wash up and came back, Ash decided to use up the remaining number of lucky draws. The familiar interface appeared in front of Ash, and Ash performed the lucky draw with ease. The interface of the slot machine normal rotated and stopped after a few seconds. The prize that appeared in front of Ash was something called Secret Aerial Ace. This is Aerial Ace. Ash frowned slightly. He had already got Aerial Ace's technical machine in the lottery before, and now he got another learning machine in the lottery. Should it be bad luck, or good luck? Ash scratched his head. The learner is indeed a good thing. It is much more convenient to master moves without training, but there are also shortcomings, so I won't describe them too much. That's good. In this way, you can have two learning devices, one for Pikachu and one for Beedrill. Beedrill should be able to learn the Aerial Ace move, right? Ash was thinking about whether Beedrill could learn Aerial while receiving the prize. Ace. However, after receiving it, Ash was shocked to find that the thing that appeared in his hand was not something like a learning device that existed like a CD, but a ball of light. Inheritance Light Group. Seeing this familiar light group, Ash couldn't help but startled, because it was almost the same as the light group when he received Osiris soaring in the Sky Dragon Legacy. The only difference is that that ball of light is crimson with lightning arcs in it, but this ball of light is just white, looks like cotton candy. So, this is not an Aerial Ace learner. Ash then carefully understood this secret skill Aerial Ace. Secret Aerial Ace. The moves are inherited from the skills held by Sasaki James in the Fate series. Effect: one flash from the real world, and then ignore the concept of time and space, two identical flashes overlapping, resulting in attacks from three directions. Available Pokémon: Pikachu, Pidgeotto, Beedrill. Movement Inheritance. Sasaki James' secret technique Aerial Ace in the Fate series. After seeing the introduction, Ash showed a look of astonishment, completely unable to imagine that he would get such a thing. But Ash held his chin and pondered for a while. The secret skill Aerial Ace is indeed very powerful in concept. The three attacks that overlap at the same time have achieved the phenomenon of distorting multiple dimensions, making rival unavoidable. An absolute hit in the sense. But here comes the problem: if one's own strength is not enough, even if one uses the secret skill Aerial Ace, what's the point of hitting the opponent with three attacks at the same time? Can't cause any harm to the opponent at all. So, this move is invincible among the same level, but when facing stronger beings, this move seems a bit powerless. But it is indeed a good thing. I didn't expect to get this kind of thing. Could it be the good luck brought to me by Bulbasaur? Ash was not overjoyed, and his heart seemed calm. In the final analysis, his own strength is more important. Moves are only auxiliary. Temporarily let the system take back this move inheritance. Ash does not plan to use it at present, and has not decided who will inherit this move inheritance. But, as expected, I still can't achieve the level of peace of mind. Although he tried his best to calm himself, Ash, who received this powerful inheritance, was still happy. But what does it matter? You should be happy when you should be happy. Ash stepped back with a smile on his face, fell on the pillow of the sleeping bag, and then looked at Bulbasaur who was leaning against Pikachu. I have to say that today is indeed a lucky day. I thought it would be unlucky to encounter a heavy rain, but I didn't expect to encounter Bulbasaur, and I didn't expect to get the secret skill Aerial Ace in the lottery. Chapter 86. Say goodbye to Melanie and them. The next day, after breakfast, Ash and the others prepared to set off again, and finally, it was time to say goodbye. Seeds. The released Bulbasaur nodded lightly, then looked at Melanie and the group of friends, and walked over without hesitation. Now that it has decided to go to the outside world, it may miss its companions here and Melanie, but it will not stop itself because of this. You must become a powerful Pokémon in the future, Bulbasaur. Melanie squatted down, touched Bulbasaur's head, and said softly. Seed. Bulbasaur nodded vigorously. Lulu, grass. Oddish and other Pokémon also approached, chirping. Some expressed their reluctance to Bulbasaur, some said that they would take over Bulbasaur's responsibility to guard the place in the future, and some wished Bulbasaur could realize their dreams. Seeds. Seeds. Bulbasaur kept nodding. He could feel the blessings from his companions and was very moved. You and Ash, you must appear on the Indigo Plateau Conference, and we will watch you on TV and cheer for you. Finally, Melanie said to Bulbasaur. Seed. Bulbasaur responded firmly, it will definitely not disappoint Melanie and her friends, and most importantly, it will not disappoint Ash and more partners in the future. The Pokémon Research School is located in the north of Cerulean City. Because this road was opened up later, it belongs to Route 24 and Route 25. The numbers of other roads connected to Cerulean City are different. Now that the road has been opened up, the Alliance will naturally not allow Pokémon that are too powerful to appear around the road, but in order to prevent the students in the Pokémon Research School from being under pressure, the Pokémon here are all very powerful. The vast majority of Pokémon are at the normal level, and a few have reached the elite level. This level of strength is just right for students to be rivals. Only with actual combat can we better cultivate excellent trainers. If there is only theory, it is just talk on paper, and there is no benefit. The Pokémon Research School at the beginning also did a good job in this regard, but in recent years, there seem to be some problems with the school's training strategies. Compared with actual combat, students seem to start paying more attention to theory. The main problem that led to this reason is that more and more children from wealthy families are attending schools. Parents do not want their children to encounter any danger, so they proposed reforms, which led to this problem. But the only place where this kind of problem occurs is Kanto region. Because of the lack of champions, no one can completely overcome these rich people. Even the champion of Chengdu region and the part-time Kanto region Elite Four can't do this. In the eyes of these people, what is Kanto region? It is the first place in the world to create the alliance, and it is the oldest and most powerful region. You are indeed a champion in the Chengdu region, but you are only an Elite Four in our Kanto region. Why or what qualifications do you have to lead us? And because Du is not the Kanto region champion, he has no greater right to influence these people, so the current situation occurs. In the final analysis, the reason why Kanto region will develop into the name of the number one alliance, but does not have the strength to match it, is the lack of a backbone, the champion. These things, Ash and others who have already arrived at the periphery of the Pokémon Research School are naturally impossible to understand, and they don't need to understand. They are not in their positions and do not seek their own affairs. The current Ash and others are not qualified yet. The school is really big. Standing at the gate of the Pokémon Research School, just the tip of the iceberg I can see is far more than the ground area of a Pokémon Center. According to a rough estimate, the school's ground area at least 3,000 mu, converted into square meters, that is a ground area of 2 million square meters. Excuse me, can we rest here at noon? On the other side, Xiao Gang was talking with the guard guarding the gate, and showed his and others' identification. No problem. The guard checked the IDs of Xiao Gang and the others, and even saw that Xiao Gang was still the current owner of the pewter gym. He let the three of them go without hesitation, and led them to the resting place. The school has a special place for trainers passing by to rest. It is within the school, but it is managed independently of the school. The Alliance will send someone here to take care of it. I thought this school was dedicated to cultivating trainers, but I didn't expect there were other subjects. On the way to the trainer rest building, Ash learned some information about the Pokémon Research School through the brochure. Naturally, the Pokémon Research School cannot only be used to train trainers. It is a school that gathers various occupations for Pokémon. In addition to trainer, there are breeders and scientists, and it is even heard that they are planning to start more types, such as coordinator and other subjects. It's also such a big place, how could all the students be trainers? Ash nodded slightly after learning about the school's situation. Compared with the scale in the anime, a school of this level, it is a chain of schools established across multiple regions. Only schools of this strength can train trainers who are eligible to directly participate in the alliance competition without having to challenge 8 gymnasiums. This school has not had a trainer graduate for 2 years. Misty on the side still knows something about Pokemon research schools. Of course, what she is referring to is only the schools in the Kanto region, not the schools in other regions. It seems that graduating from this school is not an easy task. Ash sighed. People like him who have never attended Pokemon World School will naturally not understand why. In Ash's view, such a low graduation rate is naturally for the purpose of cultivating more powerful trainers. Just when the three of Ash were about to arrive at the rest area, it seemed that the school had reached the time for lunch break, and more students appeared. The cafeteria was set up next to the rest area, and these students all went to the cafeteria to eat. After seeing the three of Ash, some people realized that it was someone from outside the school, and they couldn't help pointing and discussing. Although there are usually some trainers who come to the school, but there are not many of them. After all, this place belongs to the wilderness, and it will not lead to any cities. Except for experienced trainers and students, basically there will not be too many people coming and going here. Therefore, outsiders such as Ash are relatively rare in the eyes of the students. It's these trainers again. Surrounded by more than a dozen students, Stephanie, who was as beautiful as a star-studded moon, couldn't help but say something contemptuously after seeing Ash and the others. I really don't know why the Alliance let these outsiders into the school. Stephanie is very beautiful, with a cute and attractive appearance, and a noble demeanor, with white and delicate skin, surrounded by everyone, like a princess in a fairy tale normal. Chapter 87. That is, if I were the principal, I would definitely not allow these trainers to enter the school. This will only tarnish our noble school atmosphere. Stephanie nodded repeatedly, agreeing with the elegant Stephanie's statement. In fact, not only her, but also the students around her agree very much. From their point of view, these wild trainers should not enter the school at all, they are not qualified. Ash naturally noticed this, and couldn't help frowning slightly. Even the Pikachu on Ash's shoulder couldn't help showing a hint of displeasure, but Ash didn't go over to argue with them, because it wasn't worth it. Originally, Xiao Gang had a crush on this beautiful Stephanie who was younger than himself but had a noble temperament, but after hearing Stephanie's words, the dog-licking enthusiasm in his heart dissipated immediately. Misty seemed a little annoyed. In her opinion, these students should be even more miserable, but in the end they taunted them instead. Thinking of this, Misty was going to discuss with them. Ignore them, Misty. Ash noticed Misty's strangeness, grabbed Misty's hand directly, and shook his head slightly. But, they. Although she was caught by Ash, Misty was still a little bit aggrieved. The words of these people were really disgusting. What right did they have to look down on themselves and others, and what right did they have to look down on the trainer outside? Don't they themselves know that the Pokemon Research School has not had any students eligible to graduate for 2 full years? With this level of strength, how dare you make irresponsible remarks? However, Ash doesn't want to pay attention to this group of students, but it doesn't mean that this group of students wants to let Ash and others go easily. They are still taunting, especially after seeing Ash stop Misty. This arrogance is even more power trip. See, these trainers didn't even have the courage to take action after seeing us. A boy laughed at Ash and the others dismissively. No way, who told us that we are powerful and noble Pokemon Research School students? How dare these wild trainers fight with us? Stephanie held a folding fan and covered her mouth lightly, as if she felt that she had just said the words were funny. Normal laughed lightly. Everyone laughed out loud, which made Ash a little annoyed. Thinking of this, Ash no longer restricted Misty, and even took the lead to walk towards this group of people. "Hey, are you here? Can't help it." Seeing this, a student couldn't help chuckling, not paying attention to Ash and others at all. Is this the quality of the students of the world-renowned Pokemon Research School? Ash stood in front of the crowd, looked at them calmly, and said flatly, "What do you mean?" Hearing Ash's words, everyone was like an annoyed kitten. Normal. It seemed that Ash's words touched their pain points. They claim to be famous, with noble background and quality, and now they are ridiculed by a wild trainer for their lack of quality? Isn't it? If you have quality, you won't say such things in front of others, no. Even behind your back, you wouldn't say such things. Ash shook his head slightly. No wonder in 2019, there was not a single graduate of the Pokemon Research School. What did you say? The students became annoyed after hearing this. What Ash said was the truth, which left them with nothing to refute, and made them gnash their teeth at Ash. Quiet. But at this moment, the noble and elegant Stephanie finally spoke out. She took a step forward, waved her hands slightly back, and gave a soft drink, immediately quieting all the students. There was a strange look in Ash's eyes. This Stephanie actually had such a high reputation among the students. Just a simple sentence made these rebellious students stop. "Look at your appearance." Stephanie looked up and down at everyone in Ash, especially Ash. "It should be the trainer who is challenging the alliance, right?" Ash didn't reply, just looked at Stephanie indifferently, not affected by Stephanie's appearance at all. This Stephanie is indeed very beautiful. It can even be said that Ash has seen the most beautiful Stephanie since he came to this world. Even Misty and her sisters can't compare. This is not a difference in appearance. From the appearance, the difference between Stephanie and Misty and others is not that big, but more in temperament. But Ash doesn't like this. He prefers the cheerful, lively, and kind Stephanie like Misty. And Stephanie looked at Ash with a touch of unfathomable surprise. It was the first time she saw her peers so calm after seeing her. So what? But Misty didn't know what Ash was thinking. After seeing Stephanie's temperament, she felt a little inferior in her heart, and when she saw her coming in front of Ash, she hurried forward and stared at him. Stephanie said, "Since you are challenging the alliance, you should be pretty strong, right?" Stephanie glanced at Misty and ignored it. She admitted that Misty was indeed beautiful, but she was still far behind. "My name is Yeto Sunday, the number 1 in the trainer division of the Kanto branch of the Pokemon Research Academy," Stephanie said with a light smile. "So?" Ash patted the back of Misty's hand, then looked indifferently at Stephanie who claimed to be Yeto Sunday. "So?" Seeing that Ash was so calm, Yeto Sunday couldn't help but frown slightly, but quickly let go, maintaining his elegant expression. "If I send you an invitation to fight, you should, not refuse." Yuteng Sunday slightly raised his head and raised his chest, looking at Ash proudly. She wanted to let this trainer understand how big the gap is between their school and the trainers outside. "You want to challenge Ash?" After hearing Yuteng Sundai's words, Misty and Xiao Gang couldn't help but look at each other, and both could see the surprise in each other's eyes, not knowing what to say. Among the three of them, Ash is undoubtedly the strongest, followed by Xiao Gang, and Misty has the advantage in attribute, which can be compared with Xiao Gang. As soon as Yuteng Sundai exited, the one who challenged was actually Ash, who was the strongest among the three of them, which made Misty and Xiao Gang a little amused. In fact, the choice of Sunday is not wrong under normal circumstances, as evidenced by the Pikachu on Ash's shoulder. Pikachu's species strength is not high, and on the surface, anyone with some eyesight can see that Pikachu's strength is only at the ordinary level. On the contrary, Misty and Xiao Gang couldn't see their strength, but Sunday, who was the number 1 in the Pokemon Research School, still learned something about the gym. She recognized that Xiao Gang was the current pewter gym museum owner. As the owner of the pavilion, his strength should not be underestimated, and Misty's strength is still unknown, so the best choice among the three is naturally Ash with the ordinary Pikachu. It's a pity that her common sense had the opposite effect among the three of Ash, and Ash is the strongest trainer among the three. Chapter 88. Challenge? No, no, no. Sunday couldn't help laughing when he heard Misty's words, and shook his head again and again. You may not have heard what I just said clearly. I mean an invitation to battle, not a challenge. As the #1 member of the Pokémon Research Academy, I will conduct the coaching battle against you. Sunday crossed his arms and faced the three of Ash with a proud attitude. In her opinion, this is indeed the case. Although she has not graduated yet, her trainer level has reached the official trainer level, surpassing the rookie level. If she hadn't experienced the Alliance game, she felt that she must have possessed the Pokeball level trainer. Strength. Coaching battle. Although Sunday's words were insulting, Misty and Xiaogang both felt weird. They wondered if Sunday would be able to laugh after the battle. Although they don't know about Sunday's strength, the two of Misty know Ash's strength very well. No, it should be said that they haven't fully understood it yet. Ash can defeat elite Pokémon with the help of normal Pokémon. This is not only because of the simple performance of Pokémon, but the strength of trainer is also far superior to that of ordinary trainer. From their point of view, it is absolutely impossible for the students of Pokémon Research School to be Ash's rival, even if the other party is the first. It is absolutely impossible, unless the other party has strength far surpassing Ash, but with this strength, it is estimated that it is impossible. I may continue to stay here at the school, I have already graduated and left. Misty and Xiaogang believe that although Ash has not really grown up at this time, he is already qualified to participate in the Alliance competition, and even won a certain ranking in the Alliance competition. Although the ranking may not be high, you must know that since Ash debuted, it's been less than 2 months. Coaching battle. Ash didn't get angry because of Sunday's words, but showed a smile, and Pikachu looked at Sunday with disdain. Since you are so confident, then I will trouble you. Poke Dream Research School, Kanto Branch, the first place in the trainer department, coaching me well. Naturally, Ash's words were not flattering the other party, but taking advantage of the other party's self-introduction, sneering secretly, and of course Sunday could hear it. Only the students behind her thought Ash was scared, so they couldn't help mocking. I hope you can say these words later. Sunday, who heard the meaning of Ash's mouth, showed a look of displeasure, and then led the students to the school's battle hall. Ash and the three also followed. Resting, or something, let's talk about it after the battle is over. Principal, don't you need to go up and stop it? At the entrance of the cafeteria, an elderly man and a serious young woman witnessed all this. They looked at the departing students and the three of Ash, and the young woman asked. No need. The old man who was called the principal smiled and shook his head slightly. It's not that he doesn't worry that his students will fail. Instead, he hopes that his students will fail miserably at the hands of this trainer. Because the atmosphere of the school is no longer the same, he wants to make these students realize the reality through this fiasco. It's just that most of the trainers who pass by here are not strong, because this is not the only way to go to the city with gymnasiums. Most of the trainers will not come here, and even if they come, they are not very strong. There have indeed been good trainers in the past, but it is a pity that none of these trainers are the rival of Yudo Sunday, which makes the old principal feel relieved and a little disappointed. Fortunately, Yuteng Sunday is his granddaughter, who is also the #1 in the school, which proves that his granddaughter is very good, but disappointment, it is naturally impossible to reverse the atmosphere of the school through this method. Come on, let's go over and have a look. I hope this trainer can blow up a hurricane and change the current atmosphere of the school. The old principal sighed slightly. Although he said so, he didn't have much expectation. The young woman nodded silently. She knew how much the old headmaster had paid for this school, and she couldn't help showing a trace of expectation when she looked at Ash's back. This is the battle hall of the Pokémon Research School. Entering the war building, this is a huge building comparable to the Pokémon Center, with only one floor, and there are many battle venues in it. 10 battlefields. Each battlefield has the same scale as the regular battlefield, and in addition to the ordinary battlefield, there are various fields similar to the field. For example, a pool filled with water has several raised rocks as footholds in the pool. Another example is a field covered with grass, which is half a meter high and can even block some Pokémon. Not only that, the three of Ash also saw a battlefield with high mountain terrain. The rock more than 10 meters high stood above the battlefield as a rockery, and a small stream of water formed a waterfall and fell down, forming a clear spring underneath. It's too extravagant. Even Misty and Xiaogang couldn't help exclaiming, "It's just a teaching field, which is better than most of the competition fields. I haven't seen it before." A student looked proudly at Ash and the three of them, as if looking at a country bumpkin. "It's true that I haven't seen it before." Ash admitted openly, "There's nothing to be ashamed of, and. So what if the venue is good? It can only prove that the school's financial hierarchy is thick." Seeing Ash admit it, the student looked hilarious with his head held high like a triumphant rooster. "Normal. Which battlefield do you want to use for the battle?" Sunday stood still, turned around, looked at Ash, and Salation said, "Every battlefield here can be chosen." After scanning around, Ash finally set his sights on the most normal and formal battle arenas. There are too many uncertain factors in other arenas. Only the most formal battle arenas can show Ash's full strength now. Because Ash has not experienced many battles now, it is okay to talk about rocky fields, water fields, etc., but it is the first time he has seen mountain fields and swamp fields. He will not underestimate any rival. When it comes to fighting, at any time, he will go all out to defeat rival, because he doesn't want to lose. If you want to become a legend among legends, you don't allow too many failures, but Ash's vision is even higher. His goal is to reach an unprecedented peak in an undefeated game, so naturally he does not allow himself to fail here. Is it a regular battlefield? That's fine too. Sunday smiled lightly, not caring, and then came to the side of the battlefield. The students were scattered around and cheered for Sunday. In fact, they didn't care about this battle. Because the Sunday is bound to win. "Come on, Ash, don't lose to that woman." Behind, Misty said to Ash, she just couldn't understand that Sunday. "Don't worry." Ash gave Misty and Xiaogang a thumbs up without looking back, and he didn't allow himself to lose here. Chapter 89. You don't want to send Pikachu, a Pokémon suitable for Stephanie as a pet, to fight. After Ash stood in his position, Sunday glanced at Pikachu full of fighting spirit, and couldn't help but sarcastically said, "Look down on Pikachu." Ash looked at Sunday with a weird expression, not to mention the current Pikachu. Even the Pikachu in the original anime has defeated the Pokémon in Sunday, let alone, has already got Osiris soaring in the sky dragon inherited Pikachu. If you underestimate Pikachu, you will suffer a big loss. Pick up Pikachu. Pikachu looked very angry. He was actually laughed at by this human Stephanie, which is not allowed. "If you strike first, I will give it to you, but..." Sunday smiled lightly, took out the Pokeball, and then threw it. "Take it as a benefit from me, go, Carla Carla." Accompanied by the movement of the 657 Sunday, the Pokeball flew to the open space a few meters away and opened, and white light appeared on the ground and spread out, revealing a small and exquisite Pokémon holding a bone club. It is exactly Carla Carla. Carla Carla. Attribute, Ground. Category, Lonely Pokémon. Ability, Hardhead or Lightning Rod. Hidden ability, Battle Armor. Battle Armor, Pokémon with this ability cannot be hit by any moves in any form. Strength, Elite. Carla Carla is very short, even a little shorter than Pikachu. She wears a bone mask on her head, her skin color is light brown, Her abdomen is cream-colored, and she holds a small bone on her right hand as a weapon. The toes have sharp nails. Carla, whose strength has reached the elite level, is already eligible to evolve into Marowak, so. Although Carla has not yet evolved at this time, it is estimated that the difference is not far behind. The most important thing is, the other party is ground type. Ground type Pokémon can be immune to damage from electric type moves, and even restrain electric type in turn. In this situation, it is not suitable for Pikachu to play. At this time, Ash also thought of the reason for the mocking of the Sunday exit just now, in order to force Ash to send Pikachu to fight, so as to occupy the advantage in attribute. It seems that this Sunday is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Ash took a deep look at the Sunday, and even outside of the battle, he used words to taunt the opponent, trying to make the opponent lose your cool and follow the script you directed. But it's a pity that Ash doesn't like this. In this case, sending Pidgeotto to play is naturally the most favorable situation. After all, Pidgeotto with flying type can perfectly restrain Carla. Ash glanced at Pikachu. He would not allow his Pikachu to be insulted by the other party. Although he did not lose his composure, Ash still decided to let Pikachu play. It's up to you, Pikachu. Ash waved his right hand, signaling Pikachu to fight. Pika. After hearing Ash's words, Pikachu's eyes lit up, and he jumped into the battlefield several meters away, landing on all fours, in a fighting posture. How did this happen? Seeing that Ash sent Pikachu to fight, Misty and Xiaogang couldn't help but worry. Pikachu was perfectly restrained by Carla. At the door, the principal and his assistant who were watching the battle couldn't help showing disappointment. Being so easily provoked, it seems that this trainer's strength is nothing more than that. In this battle, it is impossible for Pikachu to defeat Carla of. You actually sent Pikachu to fight. I really don't know whether you should be confident or arrogant. Let's do it. Looking back at Sunday, she showed a subtle smile, and the progress was exactly as she expected. Proceeding like that, the trainer really couldn't stand his own stimulation, and sent out Pikachu with unfavorable attribute to fight. In that case, I'm not going to be polite. Ash's expression was calm, unaffected by anything, and he directly issued an attack command, Pikachu, a flash of light. Pika. Pikachu responded with a soft shout, the normal type energy was activated, and the white translucent energy added to his body, rushed out like a rabbit, and quickly rushed to Ola Carla. Is it only to this extent? It seems that I still think highly of you, Carla, use Bone Club. Sunday said indifferently, Pikachu who lost the electric type move, in her opinion no threat. Carla activated the ground type energy, endowed the Bone Club in her right hand, facing the attacking Pikachu, and flew fiercely when the opponent was about to approach him. However, in the eyes of Carla and Sunday, the inevitable blow was completely missed. Pikachu disappeared before Carla's eyes like a phantom normal, and Carla lost balance because of hitting the air. Bang! Pikachu appeared on the left side of Carla, took advantage of Carla's loss of balance, and hit Carla's left waist with his head, flying Carla several meters away. What? Sunday finally came to his senses at this time, and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Obviously, he didn't expect such a situation to happen. This Pikachu, its speed is too fast. Carla's defense is amazing. After receiving this blow, she didn't suffer too much damage, and her physical strength didn't drop much, but she became a little angry. She felt ashamed that she didn't hit Pikachu but was hit by Pikachu. Attribute restraint doesn't mean everything. Ash clenched his fist lightly, and ordered Pikachu again, use quick attack. Pick up. Pikachu sprinted again, and Pikachu, who had entered the quick attack contest condition, perfectly displayed his flexible and fast speed, and appeared behind Carla a few meters away in an instant. Knock Carla out of the back of Carla. Carla. After being knocked into the air, Carla jumped forward, fell to the ground, and screamed in pain. It didn't even see how Pikachu moved. If there is enough distance, it may still be able to see, but the distance of 1.8 between the two is too close, and with its eyesight, it can't see Pikachu's movement at all. How could this be? Sunday frowned. This shouldn't have appeared in her script. Shouldn't the ground-type Pokémon defeat the electric-type Pokémon in one blow? The students were taken aback, and they didn't expect the situation to be like this. Sunday was the number one among them. How could it be so embarrassing at the beginning? I thought how powerful the number one in the Pokémon research school is. Misty couldn't help being sarcastic at this time, because she really hated this group of students, especially the Sunday. Cheer up, Carla, this time, use Boomerang. Sunday is the first, the psychological quality is still good, and he was not hit, and ordered Carla to fight back. Chapter 90. Carla let out a childish roar, stood up, turned to face Pikachu. The ground type blessed the Bone Club, and threw it out to hit Pikachu. Pikachu, quick attack dodge. Then attack. Ash ordered again. Pick up. Quick attack was launched again, and Pikachu left the spot directly, causing Boomerang to pass through the air. Although due to the effect of the move, Boomerang returned after hitting, but Pikachu had also appeared behind Carla, and head on Carla. Bang! Carla still didn't react, and was knocked out by Pikachu. It lost its balance and didn't even have time to catch the returning bone. It was hit by its own bone and hit its head. Carla! Sunday exclaimed in disbelief. Carla was actually hit by the moves she used. This is something she has never seen before. Great job, Pikachu! Misty cheered excitedly, but looked at the students with disbelief. Carla who didn't learn Earthquake can't be Pikachu's rival 24. Ash was very calm. Pikachu had the advantage in speed. In reality, speed is not as simple as the data in the game. Pikachu's attack could not cause much damage to Carla, but because her own Boomerang suffered a lot of trauma, Carla who fell to the ground let out a groan. Cheer up, Carla! Sunday seemed a little flustered. The development of the scene had completely exceeded her expected script. Carla couldn't limit Pikachu's speed at all. My Pikachu is not just about speed. Although Ash felt that it would be overkill to reveal this trick, but in order to end this battle as soon as possible, it doesn't matter if it's too early or not. Pikachu, rush over and use Iron Tail. Ash waved his right hand and issued an order to Pikachu. Pika! Pikachu let out a roar in response, while galloping towards Carla, at the same time stimulated the steel-type energy and endowed it on the tail. The lightning-like tail is covered with a grey-silver color, which looks just like audiobook normal. What? Seeing the moves made by Pikachu, it was not Sunday and other students who exclaimed, but Misty and Xiaogang. They didn't know that Pikachu had already learned the Iron Tail move, and they didn't find out when Pikachu learned it. They knew that Ash was letting Pikachu learn the Iron Tail move to deal with more occasions, but the learning time was not long, and it was only a week since the departure from MT Moon. Learning a move in a week seems very long, but you must know that this is a move that does not conform to the Pikachu attribute, and it may not necessarily take a week, because Misty and Xiaogang have no idea when Pikachu learned it. In fact, Pikachu had already learned Iron Tail when he was in Cerulean City, but he never had the chance to use it, and Ash didn't hide it intentionally. Bang! Pikachu jumped slightly, jumped on top of Carla, flipped his body, and using the inertia brought by the body flip, slammed the tail that turned into audiobook onto Carla's back, bursting out a wave of air visible to the naked eye. Carla has not cheered up yet, and was hit again. Iron Tail's power is not comparable to that of Quick Attack. The ground under him even cracked, forming a semicircular pit full of cracks. Carla! Carla! Carla let out a fierce morning roar, then closed her eyes, and passed out, obviously lost the ability to fight. How could this happen? Sunday couldn't accept this reality. His own Carla was defeated by Pikachu with no strength to fight back under the circumstances of occupying the dual advantages of strength and attribute. The students were also silent, and also couldn't accept the blow of this fact. Sunday, who was the number one among them, was defeated so easily by the foreign trainer. Papa! At this moment, a burst of applause came from the direction of the door, which attracted everyone's attention. Principal! The students were startled when they saw the applauding old man, and then bowed to say hello. Sunday also saw the person coming, and turned his head in frustration and shame. Grandpa! Although Sunday didn't dare to look at the old man, he still greeted the old man. Very good. You and your Pikachu are really good. After nodding slightly to the students and Sundays, the old man came to Ash, looking at Ash with burning eyes. Ash is about the same age as Sunday, but possesses this kind of strength. Obviously, he is not an ordinary person. If Ash can be allowed to join the Pokemon Research School, then, the school will definitely be able to restore its former glory. Thank you. Ash responded flatly to the old man's praise, and stretched out his hand to let Pikachu jump on his shoulder. It's good to win. Seeing Ash's calm face, the old man was more satisfied with Ash's senses, and he was not moved by the victory. This kind of heart is enough to show that the child in front of him has extraordinary potential. Even Sunday and the students couldn't help looking at Ash. Ash was indeed very calm at this time, and he didn't show any joy because he defeated Sunday, which made them feel a little surprised. Especially Sunday, who looked at Ash in a strange way. The man who defeated him was indeed very different from the students. How? Are you interested in joining our Pokemon Research School? I can guarantee that with your strength, you will be able to secure the number one spot in the school and graduate with enough strength. Our school will also provide you with sufficient scholarships. The old man directly sent an invitation to Ash. What? Sunday and other students exclaimed. They didn't expect Ash to be so praised by the old man, and at the same time, the old man sent a 620 invitation. Misty looked very nervous. She knew what it meant, and while she was happy for Ash, she didn't want to see Ash agree, because she didn't want to be separated from Ash. But Xiaogang seemed calm. He also knew what this meant to Ash, but he had enough confidence in Ash, knowing that Ash would not agree, because Ash is not a middleman. Thank you very much for your invitation, but I'm very sorry, please allow me to decline. Ash shook his head, rejecting the old man's invitation. Are you afraid of delaying the Indigo Plateau Conference? Don't worry, as long as you graduate before the Indigo Plateau Conference, you are eligible to directly participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference. The old man thought that Ash was worried about this, so he explained. No. Ash still shook his head. The Pokemon Research School is indeed very good, but I prefer to obtain qualifications through the efforts of myself and my companions, and I want to see more Pokemon Dream, see more trainers, see a wider world. The old man was slightly taken aback, and then he understood what Ash meant, but instead of being annoyed by it, he admired Ash even more. At the same time, he also knew that it was impossible for him to invite a trainer with such ambition. It's such a pity. The old man couldn't help but sighed slightly, and then patted Ash on the shoulder. I'm looking forward to seeing your performance at the Indigo Plateau Conference, even in the future, to see your performance in the Elite Challenge, and even the Championship Challenge. You won't be disappointed. Chapter 91. Sunday stared blankly at Ash. She didn't expect that she would lose to Ash, let alone that her grandfather would send an invitation to Ash, and even more, she didn't expect that Ash would refuse the invitation from her grandfather. But after hearing about Ash's ambition, Sunday couldn't help being startled. seeing more Pokemon, seeing more trainers, and seeing a wider world. Sunday had never thought of this kind of thinking, so after hearing Ash's words, she received a lot of shock. In her previous thinking, becoming the number one in the Pokemon research school was her goal, and she achieved this, and she became the strongest student among all the students. After becoming the number one in Pokemon school, she changed. She seems to be satisfied with the status quo, thinking that her strength is strong enough, and even participating in the Indigo Plateau Conference, she also has the qualifications to become the Quartz Conference champion. The students did not understand Ash's choice, why they refused the invitation of their principal, and it was precisely because they did not understand that they were not Ash. After eating at noon, the three of Ash left the Pokemon Research School and continued on their way to the Cerulean Strait. However, Sunday, who stayed in the school, seemed a little distraught and couldn't forget the battle with Ash at noon. This is a fiasco she has never experienced before. Her own Carla is at the elite level, completely surpassing Pikachu's ordinary level. The attribute is also ground type, a perfect restrained electric type. But the result of the battle was a disastrous defeat in the hands of the opponent, and no counterattack could be formed. Is there such a big gap between me and the trainers outside? Sunday couldn't figure this out. Obviously there were trainers who came here before, and he had fought with them. But it was her who won. It's not that the trainers are too weak, but, is he too strong? Sunday didn't care to listen to the class, watching the teacher on the podium in a daze, but the focus was not on the teacher at all. If this continues, will I have a chance to see him again? Sunday looked around the classroom, and the students around were all listening to the class seriously, but why did they have the strength to listen to the class? But so weak? After school, Sunday returned to the dormitory, but he still couldn't forget it. After thinking about it, he finally decided to go to his grandfather and tell his troubles. Really? It seems that my little Sunday has finally grown up. After listening to the Sunday's grievances, the principal showed a smile. It seems that the Sunday has realized that it is impossible to become an excellent trainer based on theory alone. If you want to become an excellent trainer, the most basic theory is very important, but you don't just need theory. The headmaster said to Sunday earnestly. Then what else do you need? Sunday asked hastily. Actual combat. Real actual combat, not a normal theoretical battle playing house with classmates in school. The principal said solemnly. Now the ethos of the school has completely become theory first. Even if you send Pokemon to fight, it's just you and me, just like playing a turn-based game. This is not the case in actual combat. Every choice you make will change your future development, and every opportunity may be fleeting. Only through such fierce battles can you fully utilize the theories you have learned. This is combat experience. The old headmaster wanted to change the current school atmosphere, but the opinions of these students' parents influenced the school's development policy. Before he had enough reputation to influence these people, the old headmaster felt that something was needed to change the thinking of all the parents. Originally, the appearance of Ash would be a good choice. If Ash joins the school, with Ash's strength and energy, he will undoubtedly be able to graduate and play in the alliance competition. Then he can use Ash as an example to convince parents. But Ash didn't accept his invitation to join the school, so the idea was stillborn, but the old principal felt that there might be a better choice now. Sunday, go, follow Ash's footsteps and challenge Kanto Alliance. The old principal patted Sunday on the head and said. What? Sunday was taken aback, looking at his grandfather in astonishment, thinking that he had heard it wrong. If you want to appear in front of Ash again, you can't do it just because you are now. Even if you graduate by chance, you can always win a round at the Bly conference. The old principal is very aware of the strength of the strange generation. Sunday does have some strength, but there is still a long way to go with the trainer who is truly qualified to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference. If you encounter this kind of trainer, you will end up in a disastrous defeat just like facing Ash today. You will be the first test point for me to change the school's teaching policy. The old principal explained while stroking Sunday's hair. His eyes were very bright. I am planning that in the future, only students who have successfully obtained 8 Kanto region badges will be eligible to graduate. Instead of graduating, you are eligible to participate in the alliance competition. In fact, this was the original idea of the old principal. The current rules were set by the principal who first established the school. At that time, because the alliance was first established and there was a shortage of personnel, it seemed that this kind of rule that one could participate in the alliance competition after graduation appeared. But the times are different. With the maturity of the alliance, the school has not changed with the times, and will only be gradually eliminated. The old principal does not want to see this scene. If Sunday can be successful, he can occupy a great advantage and even change the teaching policy of the entire school. At that time, the Pokemon Research School will still be a sacred place that everyone in the entire Kanto region yearns for. Standing in front of that person again, Sunday couldn't help but see Ash's face in his mind, that little handsome Ash who faced the battle but was extremely calm. Did Zhao, I also want to be that kind of person. Sunday clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "So Grandpa, I have decided, I will leave school tomorrow to challenge the Kanto Alliance. I won't come back if I don't get 8 badges." Good. Very good. You are worthy of being the future successor of our Yutang family. The old principal laughed heartily when he heard this. It is naturally the best for Sunday to make such a choice. He felt that he should thank Ash. Without the appearance of Ash, Sunday would not have suffered such a big blow, nor would he understand that pure theory cannot support the strength of a trainer. Speaking of, the old headmaster glanced at Sunday, who had become more energetic, and thought of Ash's age. The two are similar in age. If they can meet in the future, it might be a good thing. At that time, wouldn't the Yutang family be able to have one more heir with excellent genes?